everybody. Okay, so we're doing the 3DS retrospective today. Basically, this is gonna be a bunch of my own YouTube videos. They're all in chronological order. It's starting from, this is basically for the 3DS's 10th anniversary. So we're gonna be starting from right where, hey Kalaka boy, oh yeah, I had a nice calm Easter at home. So we're going to be starting, all the videos are in chronological order, so we're starting from the announcement of the 3DS, which effectively was, I was making YouTube videos before that as like a casual like hobby, but it was really the 3DS, and my video responding to the announcement of the Nintendo 3DS, where I really, my YouTube channel blew up, because basically what happened was the Nintendo 3DS was just announced somewhat out of nowhere via a press release early one morning in late March 2010, and within like 15 or 20 minutes I was like, hey, I should make a video about this, because there are no videos about it on YouTube yet. So back then, being like 20 minutes late was actually enough time for me to set up my camera, very crudely set up the lights, film the video, do whatever editing I may or may not have done. I forgot if I think I did put I even made a title screen for it. And back in 2010, actually, the simple title screens I did was actually somewhat impressive, on the lowest tier possible of impressive production values on YouTube. So I made a video just talking about it, and because of that, for like the first maybe month after the announcement, I was one of the top videos that you'd get if you just typed in Nintendo 3DS into YouTube. My video was one of the, like, the top 20 videos for like, and it was on the first page for like the first few days. So it was a big breakthrough video for me, and that's kind of started my Nintendo YouTubing sort of hobby throughout my college days. Now, I'm, yeah, and also included are going to be the Nintendo E3 media briefings. E3 2010 was the first E3 since 2006, I believe, where they did a live viewing of the presentation at the Nintendo store. So we're going to have that in there. You might see some other Twitch streamers in that video. Then I also, so I'm going to include the part of the press conference that covers the announcement and introduction of 3DS. Then I also will have the E3 2011, where a lot of the 3DS's big early games, like Mario 3D Land, Star Fox 64, 3D, and so forth, got announced. Let's get to it here. Now, there's a pretty... Now, I'm going to play a little game with you as we get started into this. Now, check out that upper left. On the upper left there, actually, no. Actually, there's a little more I can go into. I'm actually going to mute the whole music. I also want to talk a little bit about my own history with the 3DS. I got the 3DS on launch day. I got it at the official launch, North American launch event at Union Square Best Buy, which I do vlogging videos about. Now, the 3DS I got was the black Nintendo 3DS. It was the sleekest, least toy-like design. I love that thing to death, and I carry that thing with me everywhere. Eventually, what happened? A few years into owning it, it was after the new Nintendo 3DS already came out. There was an unfortunate incident where I was isolated from. Well, I was at a mall. No, I was at a movie theater in a mall with a bunch of my friends who were all white, and the security guard pulled me aside out of all of them and decided I looked suspicious, and basically kind of accused me of hiding a gun in my jacket when it was my Nintendo 3DS. And my first thought was like, okay, this guy's basically accusing me of trying to hide a gun from him, and I'm gonna have a small black shiny object in my jacket pocket that he now wants me. He's like, oh, show me what's in your pocket. What do you got there? I'm like, all right, I got to get something less. So I got a new Nintendo 3DS because of that. Because I wanted something less toy-like. I mean, actually, I wanted something more toy-like, more obviously like this is not a threatening thing if something like that happened again. So This is actually the Animal Crossing bundle. Uh, this is the Animal Crossing bundle, and I got the Pikachu faceplates. So I have a digital code for Animal Crossing on 3DS that I never actually used. Well, it did work out a little. It did work out in a way because, I like this thing a lot. I miss my black one, but I like this one as much as I like the other one. And I sent my black Nintendo 3DS. It was right around the time Pokemon Sun and Moon was coming out. So I was able to send that to my friend. And so now she has my original 3DS, and this is my main 3DS. Now, when I transferred stuff from my old 3DS, my first 3DS to this one, it actually transferred my step count. Look at my steps here. I don't know if you can see on the pedometer if it's quite in focus. Come on, please focus. See if my webcam wants to. All right, but okay, 5,636,724 steps, which is about the distance from New York City to Los Angeles on foot. Assuming you were able to magically walk in a straight line with no like rivers or mountains or anything. Yeah. So, yeah, I walked more than 5.5 million steps with my 3DS, the two 3DS systems I've owned. I've never personally heard of anyone who has a higher step count than that. Maybe there's got to be someone out there who has more steps than that. But basically, I carried my 3DS with me everywhere I went until about 2016 or 2017. And then, well, it's funny because after I got my 3DS, I ended up getting a DSi XL to play Pokemon Black in like the biggest, grandest way possible. And so after the Switch came out, I ended up getting a new 3DS XL. I liked the look of this thing. Once again, I decided to go for something that was more obviously toy-like, relatively speaking. And my kind of idea with this was just to put as many virtual console games on here as I could, sort of make it a living library in a sense. But I don't really play it that often. It was more for like, if I have to be somewhere a long time or something like that. So those are the 3DS systems I have. And so we can move on to the watch party portion of the stream. Now, what I need to do is, hold on. First, I have to remember to bring up the interact window and scroll that over to the side. Sorry, little setup-y type things we got to do. Because, okay. So, you might notice there is a little counter in the upper right of the layout up there, right above my little character's head. Now, and I have a controller in my hands. Let's see if you can guess what this is it went from 0 to 50. Let's see if you can guess what I'm doing. Hold on. Where is... Yeah. Let's see if you can guess what I'm doing. 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. Can anyone guess what I'm doing yet? 11, 10. Oh, come on. Nothing. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I did not think we'd actually hit 0 there. Alright, let's try again. 50. Okay. I don't actually reach 0. So I'm just going to end the game right there. Alright. I am actually playing... Oh, no. I hit the wrong button. Yep, I'm playing Pachinko. That counter there is how many balls I have. So throughout the stream, I will be playing Sega's Pachinko for the SG-1000. So for the first time, we're going to be playing an SG-1000 game on stream. I'm playing this on my analog Mega SG. This came out in 1983, and basically this game costs upwards of $2,000 because this was the first Sega game that was ever recalled. They basically recalled this game because there's they basically recalled this game due to lack of quality. Sega basically decided this game isn't good enough and recalled it from shops. So only a few copies got out there. And then they replaced it with a game called Pachinko 2, which was basically this with 2 extra tables. They did it only a couple months later. Or I think even a few weeks later. So I don't know even why they made this one. I guess they realized... And the funny thing is about this game, this is the first video game adaptation of Pachinko in history. There was an earlier Pachinko game for one of the Odyssey consoles. It was called Pachinko, but it really wasn't an adaptation of actual proper Japanese Pachinko. But the analog pocket getting delayed, it's unfortunate, but if if that's the worst news that affects me this week, I'll take it. Now, so we'll be... Let me just get going here. I'm playing this with the Genesis controller. Now and very quietly in the background, I have the audio from the game going. If this gets a little annoying, let me know. And because this is such a low attention game, I'll be playing this throughout the entire stream, at least as I planned so far. If the beeping if the game sounds in the background are annoying, let me know and I can just mute them, because they're really not necessary at all. But we are going to... We've got a little... Yep, so we got some more balls there. We went from whatever to... We went up to 40. See, I just totally took my eyes off it there. So let me... Where's just... The... There we go. No, that's the... Yeah, that's the console this was for and what the game box looked like. So in the corner, I'm just going to have... Yeah, I'm just going to have the title there. So now we got Pachinko going. This may be the longest... I don't know if anyone else has played Pachinko on Twitch before for the SG-1000, but this is definitely going to be probably the single longest session of it. So, 65. Okay, so let's get started. Because this is a single gigantic video I edited together with basically all my 3DS related videos in chronological order. Because they're at different volume levels, I'm just going to have to adjust the audio on the fly. So if it's ever to a point where it shouldn't matter too much about my voice overlapping the videos, because I'm probably going to pause it whenever I have serious commentary. But I'm going to have to adjust the volume on the fly based on my visualizer. So if the volume of the videos that we're watching is too loud, let me know and I can adjust it on the fly. Unfortunately, there's not a single audio level because these are dozens of different videos linked together. And this is about 5 hours and 15 minutes of video material, which I'll be pausing through a lot, and I'm going to be taking a couple of breaks every, 90 minutes to 2 hours. So let's get started.
This on total short notice. This is the earliest I've ever filmed a video for YouTube. This is the quickest I've ever set up. So
Alright, you just gotta pause. Look at get some shots. If I thought, I could have found some photos of the room in my old house. This is my childhood bedroom. I was in college by this point, but in the background you could see the Apple II monitor. There's my high-speed train power car sitting on top of the computer. What else is on top of there? Oh, on top of there you can see above the monitor, on top of the monitor, you can see my my Ertl Thomas diecast Douglas train. toy train. In the background is a little teddy bear that that's in storage somewhere now. My mom got me that because it's the same model as a teddy bear I had when I was a little kid, when I was like an infant. In the background, you got the Crazy Taxi Catch-A-Ride for Game Boy Advance, little posters with that. Sega was really good about including little mini posters with their GBA releases a lot of time. An iPod mini box that I really don't remember how I got that because I never even owned an iPod mini. A acrylic painting on canvas, Bob-omb poster emulating the Bob-omb Battlefield painting from Mario 64. And of course, there's my Apple II. You can see my Wii next to my left shoulder there, on the right side of the frame. Some Star Wars figures someone got for me that I really just put on the wall. With that red there to my left, that's a copy of Super Mario Brothers Wii. And there's some that disc holder next to my left shoulder with the 5 1/4 inch floppy disks for use with the Apple II. Yeah, the only thing in the background here that I painted myself was the Bob-omb painting. I painted that like back when Mario 64 was still new. Yeah, I had tons of stuff all over the walls. Okay, let's keep going.
Lighting might not be good, or the camera might be positioned right, or something like that, but I just wanted to get this out immediately.
If this is too quiet, if the video we're watching is too quiet or too loud, let me know.
And now every morning I just went on my Twitter feed and I saw the Nintendo News.
For the most part, I will be watching. I had to watch these a little bit to edit them together, but basically this is the first time I'm looking at any of this since I. Yeah, that turtle. I don't know. Turtlenecks can be kind of futuristic depending on the. Yeah, I used to have a thing where I liked to wear orange a lot back then. I'm not really sure why. I used to like orange shirt and like black pants. I don't know why. I had so many different orange shirts and tops and sweaters back then. It was weird. But for the most part, this is the first time I'm going to be watching a lot of these since I posted them. Yeah. All right, so that's enough background. And yeah, there was a trend where, in the lead up to this, well, I'm probably going to explain a lot of this myself in the video, so let's see, because I'm not exactly sure what exactly I say or not, so let's see.
That Nintendo's announced the Nintendo DS successor called the Nintendo 3DS. Now, it seems probably really random.
And of course, you got to keep playing Pachinko.
Nintendo back in 2004. But this is exactly how the first Nintendo DS was announced. Just one day we woke up and there was a press release all over the net saying Nintendo's announced a new system called Nintendo DS that'll have 2 screens. Wait for more at E3 in May, back when it was in May. And we're all just like, what? And they'd said not a word else until May 2004 when they showed the system itself. Now, this isn't as much of a surprise as because we've had some lead into this. A couple of months ago, Satoru Iwata, the president of Nintendo, was doing some kind of interview with some Japanese game magazine, and he said something about the next Nintendo DS will have equipment to track the player's face. And then Nintendo made like some statement that Iwata's statement has been misinterpreted, and he said nothing about the new Nintendo system, because I guess he probably spoke too freely than he was ready to announce. And recently there's been a Nintendo DSi downloadable game in Japan. It's sort of like a find the hidden stuff sort of game, like in Highlights where you look through a picture and find certain things that are hidden in a scene. And what it does is it actually
yes, I made a Highlights reference.
The camera on the DSi tracks the player's face.
We're about to lose.
And to make 3D effects in the screen.
Okay, we're back in the game a little bit.
To where the player's face is in relation to the system, and the new Nintendo 3DS is supposed to have 3D capabilities. So it's interesting. How is that going? Is that going to be the 3D on that? If that's the case, then why not do it with the current system? I think whatever 3D is this new system's going to have, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be more complex.
We're really cutting close to losing it.
DSi. And
a lot of
people are going to be upset. I don't know why. They should be used to this by now, being gamers and being into electronics, that whenever something comes out, it's going to be obsolete fairly quickly with something new and better. And I was just showing my mom yesterday the Nintendo DSi XL that isn't even out yet, I don't think. It says, pre-order now. And I was telling Mom, this new DSi is going to be out DSi XL, and there's going to be a new system probably announced at E3 that's going to succeed it. And the very next day, wouldn't you know it, they announced the Nintendo 3DS. Now, supposedly we know that it's going to be backwards compatible with all the other games. I'm going to be really bold. I'm going to predict that it's going to have bundled broadband wireless built in, kind of like the Kindle.
Yeah,
where
that
you
didn't
buy
happen.
it and it's going to have wireless for downloading and for gaming, just built in as part of the cost of the system. I've read something recently about Iwata making some comments about that, investigating that sort of thing, and I've even heard that Nintendo's they've actually launched some kind of satellite into space, and they did make it.
What did happen with that? Hold on.
Apparently,
yeah, okay. I haven't thought about this since like 2010. What? Huh. Yeah, I did hear something about Nintendo launching a satellite into space. That's something worth following up on. I'm not going to do it now because the stream will end up taking all day. It's already going to be at least 5 hours.
Some kind of satellite that they own in space up now, so maybe this has something to do with that. And I think the Nintendo DSi was... Remember the Game Boy Color? That was barely out for a year before the Game Boy Advance was announced. And
it was more like 2 years, I think.
Released to ease the public against the idea of a more advanced Game Boy, because before the Game Boy Color, the only Game Boy that now is the one that's been out since the late 80s. And I think the DSi is the same thing. It's sort of easing the public into the idea of downloadable games and, cameras on their systems and web and more internet connectivity. And I think Nintendo was sort of wanted to ease themselves into that idea too, to see how the public responds to that and to get their system in place.
How will the Republic respond?
With the
that
new
makes sense.
Nintendo 3DS. I think it's going to be a lot more connected online. I think we might even see something akin to the PSP Go and the PSP right now, where a lot of the games are downloadable.
We're up to almost 60 balls. We're almost up to 70 balls.
I really hope that it's like that, because we're giving you the option to own the game physically, but it makes the system so much more portable. And Nintendo knows now that they've got competition with the iPod Touch and the iPhone, and no one that's getting past the point where everyone's going to be willing to carry around a bunch of cartridges to carry multiple games with them. So I think it's going to be a lot more.
That was definitely a good point I made there.
A lot more download centric, but knowing Nintendo, they're still probably going to offer the games on physical, like flash media.
Oh, we're almost.
What else do I have to touch on? The graphics. I've heard there have been reports at Game Developer Conference.
Can we break 100 balls? Can we get over 100 balls?
Almost. So that you
109.
can use them as one big display, and that the graphics will be comparable to Nintendo GameCube, which will make it.
Yeah, it was more like almost struggling to match GameCube.
Put it on par with
definitely not matching
Wii, which is really
the GameCube or the Wii.
There's a noticeable step between the Wii and the GameCube. Not as big as with the PS3 and the PS2, obviously, but it's going to be one of the first times that a home system has been comparable in visuals to a portable system in the same generation. Yeah,
definitely a little over-ambitious with the potential for the visuals there.
I pretty much touched on everything everything that's known and everything I have to say, but this year's E3...
Mid-130s? Can we get up to...
Let's see.
140s. Oh, we got up to over 150.
Home system lifespan. The Nintendo announces a new portable, a couple months in advance, with new features that have never really been seen on a portable in this way before. And it's at the same time they're going to announce a new Zelda game, a new home console Zelda game that's highly anticipated.
And we were waiting for a new Zelda, which ended up being Skyward Sword.
And that was really one of my favorite E3s in general, not just for Nintendo, but in general, of my whole life. And E304 is really, for Nintendo, is really parallel in a lot of ways to what E3 2010 is going to be. And it's going to be really exciting, and I can't wait to see it. So thanks for checking out my opinion on this new Nintendo system. And I'm going to maybe have a couple of links. Obviously, there's going to be... The news about this is going to be everywhere. And I'm not really a news source. I'm just stating my opinion on this. And I'm very interested... And I'm very glad I wisely held off on the Nintendo DSi. Because I figured it was going to be a...
Even though I ended up getting a DSi XL anyway.
For the true successor. Oh, one thing I didn't mention, the name. I was predicting several names. Nintendo DS Plus... Based on, they have Wii Sports Plus, so they have that Plus thing. Nintendo DS2, Nintendo's never named a System 2 before, so I didn't think that was
We're
very
almost up
likely.
to,
One thing I was thinking that would have been cool was
getting close
Super
to
Nintendo
maybe
DS,
being able to
harkening
get up
back
to 200.
Nintendo Entertainment System to Super Nintendo Entertainment System. But Nintendo 3DS, interesting name. Just 3DS itself, it sounds almost kind of like a cell phone model or something very technical sounding. You know, not so much sounding necessarily
Almost
like a
200.
game. But that's my opinion on this. I'll probably make a little mini feature on my site predicting what this new system will be like and what we'll see at this year's E3.
Hey,
So
you broke 200.
The wait for E3
New high score.
2010 is getting
8
harder
it got
and
up
harder,
to?
and it's going to be hard to wait. But thank you very much for watching my opinions on this new announcement that's sort of come out of nowhere.
I forgot about this version of my closing jingle. Alright, I'll just pause it there for a second and just comment on it. I know, like, there was some whispers and rumors of a new model 3DS coming out eventually. And, well, a new model, a successor to the DS, right? I think we knew, there were pretty solid rumblings of a new PSP, well, a PSP successor. And I know I was talking, there were times, like, maybe even a week or two before this announcement where I was like, I know, I'm looking forward to E3. I want to see a new Nintendo DS is what I was calling it, or the successor to DS. And they were saying like, oh no, like there are enough DS models. I don't want to see another DS. And I'm like, no, I'm not talking about like a new model of the 2004 Nintendo DS platform. I'm talking about like the successor to the next generation of DS. And it was kind of, I had this thing where I like to talk about it online. It was sort of hard for people to even fathom, like, something that would be to the DS what the PS2 was to the PS1. So, alright, let's see what my second video on this is. I really forgot. Like, apparently I left a little gap in here.
To see a mind.
Okay. This is weird. Alright, here we go. I don't know what happened with that. Alright, so I guess I didn't make any 3DS specific videos until we're getting up to the Nintendo E3 prediction. So this is going to include predictions about, I guess, the 3DS and just Nintendo in general. And then I know I made another video for all the other companies.
As I'm recording this, there are 5 days left until Nintendo's E3 2010 presentation, and only 4 days
90
until
balls.
the E3 activities begin with Microsoft's press briefing, which I understand will be aired on Spike TV in high definition. I don't know if it'll be on G4 too. Anyway, it's going to be awesome. All 3 keynotes are going to be awesome. I heard Sony would be...
I guess I can comment on this. Little bit of a better view of what my wall was like back then. Upper left, and everything you're seeing here is basically the conglomeration of everything. It was like in 2000, yeah, in 2000 my parents repainted the room. Everything you see on this wall is the accumulation since then. So on the left, you can see you can see my Eslo hat that my mom knitted for me. Upper left, you got the psychedelic hippie blacklight poster, and I did have a blacklight to go with it. I still have the poster, I just haven't hung it up anywhere. Right above my head against the wall, there are 2 drumsticks that were signed by the cast of Stomp as it existed in, like, I think 97. And then above my head are those are the 2 first Lunarian drawings that I ever had commissioned. Because I already invented Dorms and Lunarians, I just never had anyone... I didn't have the skill and talent to actually draw Lunarian. So those are both sort of versions of my own sort of character, avatar, persona, or whatever. And there's like this weird plaque someone made. Me and my mom, we found this in a thrift store. And what it is someone like it's basically just a sign of it's like some fabric that says "Smile" with Snoopy on it, and they like plastered it with like glue onto a little plaque. Then besides that is like a sign that must have been in an old intended for an old computer lab, and I had an Apple II right there, so it's kind of up to add to the period flavor of the. Yeah, sorry, I'm just there we go. So I set up my controller. And there's that Star Wars figure. All right, so we can keep going now. So my E3 predictions.
Showing the PSP 2, which got me really excited because then it'll be just like E3 2004 with both Nintendo and Sony showing their new portables with all these crazy new features. And usually each year before E3.
So once again, I'd later, and I addressed this, I'd get comments from people saying that I hated PSP or the Vita. And here I'm like talking about being excited that Vita was going to possibly be shown at E3.
About 5 days,
which I don't think happened right then.
But reading all the blogs and all the news sites and about the games because I really like to be surprised at the presentation while watching the presentation themselves as to what the big announcements are going to be. You know, kind of like spoilers, you know, or whatever. So and in fact, a couple of days before, I might even stop really reading my tweets, even though I'll still be twittering, but I was going to probably stop reading my tweets in case someone gets excited. But with that in mind, I wanted to lock in my E3 2010 predictions for
game
Nintendo
over.
because they're the ones I'm most excited about and the ones that are typically the trickiest and the most secretive and elusive to know what they're up to.
Right,
so I'm going to start before all the final information maybe starts leaking out. So my predictions: Nintendo 3DS. I think they may be bundled wireless broadband of some kind, and if there is, I think they might be one model with it, one model without it. The power, I think it's going to be comparable to the GameCube in terms of gameplay graphics. There are rumors
comparable,
that it might even
but
be
not
as
matching
as
it.
The 360 and PS3 rivaling those systems in power, which would be really impressive. And frankly, for Nintendo, I'd be kind of surprised. I expect it to look really sleek, like along the lines of the DS, of the Nintendo DSi, but maybe even a little sleeker, a little more iPod-like. Not in terms of copying the design, but just in terms of being a really sleek, you know, device that you wouldn't feel uncomfortable whipping out in public. I think it's going to be backwards compatible with the DSi library, backwards compatible with the DS, and I think a lot of the games, maybe they'll just do something where, like with the PSP, where you could download the games or buy them on a physical sort of semiconductor card format. Now, the games, I made a feature on my site.
We broke 100 for a second there.
I think we're definitely going to see a Mario game, a big, you know, full 3D Mario 64, Mario Galaxy type, not a Mario Galaxy game, but a 3D, roaming, free camera Mario, Super Mario platformer.
It's interesting. I talk about a free roaming, free camera 3D Mario, and this is before 3D Land and 3D World were even announced or shown. And once they did reveal, like when they revealed 3D World, I know a lot of the criticism was, oh, I wanted a free roaming Mario like Galaxy. But at this time, before the Super Mario 3D subseries was a thing, when I said a 3D, like a free roaming 3D Mario, I was talking about Mario 64 and Sunshine as opposed to the Galaxy games. Because even at the time, and I love the Galaxy games, and one of the things I appreciated was now they're exploring a more linear concept for 3D Mario the levels are almost more like Super Mario Brothers 3 levels in 3D as opposed to the more sandbox design of Mario 64 and Sunshine. So it's funny how I talk about that and we got the exact opposite with 3D Land, and making the handheld 3D Mario concept work in a dedicated handheld device or a dedicated handheld platform. Because I say dedicated handheld platform because you could say that the Switch Lite is a dedicated handheld device, but the platform of Nintendo Switch is not a dedicated handheld platform, you know. So device versus platform. But anyway, okay, let's go.
Showcase off the system. Let's see, maybe. So that's pretty much it. We're gonna see lots of amazing things. They've been talking about a couple of years ago. Reggie, there's been rumors of some kind of big Metroid project for the DS. I talked about that maybe being a 3DS game. I called it Metroid Double Prime in my projections and predictions thing for the 3DS. Maybe an F-Zero game or something. Now, for the Wii, oh, well, obviously I have to talk about Zelda.
When I was saying predictions, I'm talking about a feature on my website that's still up there. I haven't checked, but I don't really take things down from my website, so it's certainly still up there under the game section
Zelda.
if you want to go hunt for that.
Time, I said
My website being supertrainstationh.com.
Princess. Then I said, only I would say this, they should make a Zelda game about trains and steam engines, and then they made Spirit Tracks, which I still haven't played for some reason. Lately, I've had a pretty big gimmick for airships and zeppelins and all kinds of steampunk flying machines. I think the next Zelda game will have something to do with flight or flying somehow. And
how did I guess that? That is really crazy. Listen to that again.
About that, maybe being a about that.
Okay.
Maybe being a 3DS game, I called it Metroid Double Prime.
Now listen to this whole section where I talk about Zelda.
Predictions thing for the 3DS.
It's the wall, Collective Boy. The wall is more of a soft, like earth tone red color, but on this is a 2003 Kodak 4 megapixel camera. It really wasn't intended for use as a video camera, but at the time this was a decent video camera. For like when you see the Nintendo World footage, most of that is filmed with this same camera. Oh, and we got up to 210 balls.
Maybe an
okay, but listen to my Zelda predictions here.
For the Wii, oh, well, obviously I have to talk about Zelda.
I don't know how I got this so correct.
Once upon a time, I said they should make a Zelda game where Link's a werewolf, and they made Twilight Princess. Then I said, only I would say this, they should make a Zelda game about trains and steam engines, and then they made Spirit Tracks, which I still haven't played for some reason. Lately, I've had a pretty big gimmick for airships and zeppelins and all kinds of steampunk flying machines. I think the next Zelda game will have something to do with flight or flying somehow. And the format, I don't know, when they say they're going
how did I guess that? That is so weird.
You know, go into town, then you go into the dungeon, then you go to the overworld, and then back into a dungeon or town, and it's really repetitive. I'd like to see something, a really vast world, like Zelda 2.
Now, it's funny, if I know what rant I'm about to go on here. I'm basically about to say that I wanted Breath of the Wild. Basically a decade before Breath of the Wild actually happened. Which is really interesting. Wait, what? So this would have been going through 2010? And then it came out in March 2017? Yeah, so I basically am asking for Breath of the Wild the better part of a decade. And really before the open world games that Breath of the Wild was kind of inspired by, like, were just starting to become a thing.
Imagine playing through Zelda 2's world, but to full scale. That would be so epic. There hasn't been a Zelda overworld like that yet. The closest maybe has been Twilight Princess, but even that's still stuck in a little sort of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask sort of hub setup. Imagine a world like Twilight Princess, but it's the full scale of, say, the world from Zelda 2. That would just be incredible. Motion plus sword play. I think the character we saw in the concept art last year is definitely some way or form an incarnation or representation of the Master Sword. I know when you see the Master Sword you want to think Ganon, but unless they try something really novel about Ganon, he's sort of becoming like Team Rocket, sort of like just keeps coming back, and it's sort of really pathetic. I'd like a original.
Yeah, they really haven't explored the traditional humanoid, Gerudo King Ganon concept really since Twilight Princess.
Like, oh man, he's some kind of badass vampire monster or something. And then he's just sort of some freaky chicken dude at the end.
Minor.
That was a nice twist in its own right,
Twilight Princess spoilers, everyone. Watch out.
Original villain who's a serious enough threat to warrant needing the Master Sword. I predict it's going to take place with the same length of Twilight Princess, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally got that wrong because they moved it back to the earliest point in the timeline with Skyward Sword.
It's sort of hard to do because you want to have an original world. I'd like it to take place in Hyrule, but when you have the two games taking place so far after each other, so close, if these games are just like a Twilight Princess and this new Zelda game, then I think it's going to be hard to explain how the world's totally transformed. But going on Zelda, I think we might see a new Pikmin, maybe even for the 3DS. Pikmin 3 would be a great game for the 3DS.
Yeah, so we got a Pikmin game for the 3DS. We got Hey Pikmin eventually. During the waning days of the 3DS. I think Switch might have already been out at that point. Yeah. And that's talking about having the two Zelda games set so close to each other, both taking place in Hyrule. And traditionally, all the different depictions of Hyrule have been radically different from each other, even if certain landmarks are grossly in the same. Oh, like Lon Lon Manch is always kinda in the center, or the Gerudo area will be kind of to the west. And the castle tends to be kind of in the center or kind of to the right, I mean, kind of to the east. With all that, like, but most of the Zelda games featuring Hyrule have taken place centuries apart from each other. Whereas Breath of the Wild, they do the direct sequel thing, and it's going to take place in the same Hyrule up to maybe even just a year or two later. It's going to be interesting how they make the game world feel different enough.
Pikmin, Kirby Wii. Remember, like in GameCube, been like either 2004 or 5, they showed a brand new Kirby platformer for the GameCube that never saw the light of day, just sort of vanished, maybe like canceled or shelved. Project Hammer.
Now, eventually we got Kirby's Return to Dreamland, and a lot of people assumed that was the Kirby game for the GameCube that got canceled, and they just brought it back as that. As I understand, it's a completely different project. I also heard rumors, or people just assuming, that somehow the unfinished Kirby game got turned into the Subspace Emissary mode for Smash Bros. Brawl, and there's no evidence of that. People will make weird assumptions. Like, I remember at one point, people were assuming and stating as though it was just fact that Yarn Yoshi, as it was being called at the time for Wii U, because the Yoshi, what became Yoshi's Epic Yarn for the Wii U, was announced like January 2013. Then we didn't hear about it until like 2014, like until E3 2014. So at some point, people like assumed that Yarn Yoshi got canceled, and it was turned into the Yoshi's Island DLC for Sonic Lost World. And there was no evidence of that. There's nothing about that even makes sense. So, but anyway.
It's been canned. It would be nice to see Project Hammer with Motion Plus controls, because really looking back on it, the Project Hammer they showed at E3 2006 would have just been a waggle fest. Star Fox.
And it's funny, that basically was the reason the game got canceled, because when we first got shown Project Hammer, you're thinking like, oh yeah, motion control hammer smashing robots, that's going to be awesome. But knowing what the limitations of the original Wii Remote, it was just going to be you doing this instead of pressing A over and over. It really wasn't going to be as good as a game as it would have been if they had Wii Motion Plus. And the whole, if you don't know about Project Hammer, or Machine X as it was being called behind the scenes, there's a huge, like, apparently the development of this game was somewhat scandalous within Nintendo, led to the downfall of Nintendo Software Technologies, and accusations of, anti-American racism on the behalf of some Nintendo employees, if enough of this is true. So if you look up Project Hammer, What Happened on YouTube, there's a pretty interesting sort of mini documentary about it. So, okay, going on.
This E3 is going to be so awesome for Nintendo. Their presentation is going to be like the best possible 2 hours, they're saying it might be 2 hours long, of related entertainment things, short of actually playing video games, I'm ever going to have. It's going to be so awesome. It's going to be epic. It's going to be like E3 2006.
Do you think I was excited? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Those two E3s, like, just seeing your Nintendo itself.
Oh, notice I'm wearing this orange button-up that's unbuttoned, and I have an orange t-shirt beneath it. For some reason, I was fixated on having orange tops back then. I even, like, my character on the upper left, you could see, like, I even gave him the orange sweater I used to wear all the time back then.
The way you play games.
But weirdly enough, I didn't make the character that closely based on me, because he had blue eyes, and I didn't give him my locks at that point. So it's kind of weird proto-design of how the character is now.
Seeing that for the first time, seeing the Wii for the first time, it was just so magical. Just sitting in that behind your computer, or sitting amongst those other fans at Nintendo World back in 2006, just seeing that transformation take place before your eyes, it's so incredible, and it's going to be so awesome. But really, if they want a big freak out, like when everyone freaked out at Twilight Princess back at E3 2004, the only thing I can imagine doing that is Kid Icarus. Now, people call Kid Icarus Wii. Like, oh, it's Nintendo's Duke Nukem, but that's not fair, because Nintendo never even announced it. They haven't said a thing about it. They haven't announced it. There's no reason for us to believe it. There's just...
Now, apparently there were a couple of pitches that were, like, proposals and concepts for a Kid Icarus game for Wii that didn't get very far into development, but apparently rumors of those were leaking, but there was no formal announcement of it yet. And well, Kid Icarus ended up getting announced for 3DS. But okay, let's keep moving.
A really strong hope for the fans, and I personally, I keep from time to time I'll play the original Kid Icarus for the Virtual Console on the NES. I don't like it that much. I mean, it's good, but it keeps kicking my butt.
I ended up learning to love it. I beat the 3DS version of it.
Enthralling to me, but it's like it's so.
3DS version of Kid Icarus has some quality of life features, like you can slow Icarus down. I mean, slow Pit down with the A button and so forth.
Among the hardcore fans.
Made it a little more playable.
It's Wii Vitality Sensor. Maybe it'll be used with Zelda. They'll be using some sort of. We know there's some sort of new Wii Sports type game coming out. Some kind of Wii Sports Wii Play sort of game that will employ that. Wii Relax maybe will employ the Vitality Sensor. But I think there's also going to be some kind of major
Vitality Sensor never. That if you don't remember. With the lighting on my face there, it's a fantastic
offering that.
Yeah, when you pause when you're watching people in general, if you can pause right as the middle of as they're changing facial expressions, you can get some weird expressions out of that. But anyway, Wii Vitality Sensor, it just seems like Iwata needed. Okay, I need 5 minutes to fill my E3 2009 state keynote with. So just give me some prototype that we have or working on, and I can use it to fill up a few minutes of the speech. And then they never mentioned it again. Apparently, from what I heard, they couldn't even get it to work reliably. Which is kind of interesting. So when you hear about why Nintendo doesn't announce a lot of things, like
the Vitality Sensor.
Vitality Sensor was definitely announced prematurely.
Remember, in Twilight Prince, in Ocarina of Time, the Stone of Agony that lets you use the Rumble Pack to find secret items. It might be something like that, where it won't be necessary to play the game, but it'll be a cool bonus feature. Like you could use the Vitality Sensor, and you could sort of get a feel. You
almost got up to 500 balls.
Read your pulse or your vital signs, and it'll throw more enemies at you the more excited you get.
Oh, 511. We beat 500. I think that's our best today so far.
Wind Waker had that dynamic music.
Oh, almost up to 550 that quickly.
Hits every time your sword struck the enemy. Something like that, using the Vitality Sensor. And it's just going to be really cool and awesome, and I can't wait to see it. Oh, and for the Twilight Prince, for the name of the 3DS, I think it's either, remember back in the E304, they said 3DS they said Nintendo DS was just a code name, and Reggie even said it would come to the market with a new name and with a new price. I think the final name might end up being 3DS. And if it isn't, it's going to be something not Wii-oriented, but something really hip and something really brand-oriented, something really to forge a new image for this product. Because I really feel that Nintendo is going up against Apple. Iwata even said that Apple is Nintendo's enemy of the future. It's not just Sony anymore. So,
man, we're gonna break 1,000 at this rate. We're doing pretty good in Pachinko.
We're gonna see what's going on, and in 4 days, I'm gonna get to see Microsoft's conference. Unfortunately, due to my plans for E3, for Nintendo's media briefing, I'm going to have to probably miss seeing Sony's press briefing, but it's still going to be awesome. I can't wait. This is going to kick so much ass. It's going to be just totally awesome. So I'll see you then, and thank you very much.
So at this point, I don't know if... I know originally I intended to meet up with a friend of mine who I'd watched E3 with the year before, and we set up a camera in his house with the TV there that was just on G4, and we did an E3 reaction video to Nintendo's E3 2009 press conference. And this was before, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but basically I was the only person who found it interesting or specifically important to record people's, I didn't even have the job at the dollar store yet. My parents were pretty chill about, we didn't grow up rich or anything, but my parents were like, hey, you're productively occupied, you're working hard in school, as long as you're keeping productively occupied in other ways, you don't have to get a job. I was the one who wanted to get the job, and I didn't get the job until a little while after. I think it was a little while after the 3DS came out. But what happened here? It was kind of a surprise when Nintendo announced that they'd have a live viewing of the Nintendo E3 presentation at Nintendo World, because it was the E3 2010, as far as I know, was the first time they had done that since E3 2006, which was a special occasion since they were announcing or revealing the new system. And I don't think they did that again until 2010. And after 2010, it became an annual tradition. Obviously not last year due to COVID and E3 being canceled anyway. But, okay, so the next video might be the vlogs from E3 2010 when we're going to Nintendo World. And by the way, I don't think I've shown this yet on screen. This is what it looks like when I actually draw a Dorworm with my own hands, which is a lot of a longer and drawn out and slightly painful process, like physically painful process than it might seem for something that looks like it was drawn by a kindergartner. I drew this with pen and pencil, then I scanned it, I photographed it, and then I traced over it in Photoshop and colorized it. But this is actually not my own Lunarian character's Dorm. This is the Dorm of another character called Taylor, who's from one of my unpublished novels. But we'll keep going. Alright, so we're going straight into the E3, stuff. For the actual E3 conference, I only included the part that pertains to the 3DS reveal. Later on, we're going to go through and watch my entire reaction, the full-length things for E3. But, okay. And you're going to probably recognize, if you're around a lot on the retro community on Twitch, you might recognize some of the other people in this video.
For Nintendo's E3 2010 media
this is at the train station.
The train's about to come in like 15 minutes.
Usually I just go to bed at this time.
I'll cover it if I can, depending on... I'll cover the digital E3, depending on if, if I can get appointments. Yeah.
Insane. Even I couldn't do that. We're going up on the platform now.
You might recognize some faces and voices from this video.
Perhaps. The sun is rising.
Hey, Tundex.
It's all really bulging out.
Oh look, maybe that's our train. Alright, see you guys at Nintendo World. Hey, everyone say hi.
Hello. Howdy.
We're in the city right now. We're at
if I have to turn this up or down, let me know, because I know the volume here is going to be very different.
You're gonna end up with like...
Who's that dork?
Yeah.
Who knows? Who is that weirdo?
Order them to do it. Yeah, we're buffering up.
Oh yeah, that's me with my freaking hat.
Here we are. We're here. Yes, we're at Nintendo World right now, and the lights aren't on yet.
And I was among this little group. I was kind of the one who went into the city the most. For living so close to this city, most people I knew or hung out with didn't really go in that often. So I was kind of the one leading them around. Okay, here we go. We turn here. We go down 48th Street and at 6th Avenue. At 6th and 48th, and we're basically at Nintendo World.
We're getting here. What time is it?
We're the first ones here.
7:25, and we're the first ones.
We're the first ones here.
Now, nowadays, from what I hear, it basically for E3 events, you have to get there at like 6 in the morning. I think this was like 7 o'clock, and we're the first ones there. The culture around like the sort of crowds, the sort of crews, the sort of people that would be attracted to these kind of events, I think what changed a lot is a lot of the people who would be more interested in this began to graduate from high school, so more of them were available in larger numbers. Hey, Azure S714, thanks for showing up.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, we get to hang out for a couple hours. There's something going on over there. I can't tell what
They're getting stuff ready.
So we hope for some big announcements today.
Yeah. Okay, what do you want to see now?
Yeah, so yes, that is Pete Dorr. If you look on his own YouTube channel, he might have his own videos up from these events, because he's definitely filming with his little flip camera back then. That lets you know how old this is. He has a doggone flip camera. Yeah, Broadway's pretty close. Like, Radio City Music Hall, for instance, is one street over from where we're at. Like Radio City Music Hall is like one street over from where we're at.
Where's Daquan?
We're basically at 30
It's
Rock right here.
8:45.
We're at
Some
Rockefeller
guy,
Center here.
Some dude with a banana, awesome guy. He left, and so I'll talk to you when something's going on. Bye. Okay, those guys are setting up the thing so we can watch E3, and right in this spot, in 2005, and this very spot is where I met Shigeru Miyamoto, and where I shook his hand and he gave me a dude hug, and he told me that this
A
hat I'm
dude
wearing is
hug.
awesome.
Oh my gosh.
And this is a moment that I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and it took place right at this very spot inside Nintendo World. And it's 9:24.
Wow, look at that! Look at that phone. I had a flip phone still. Man, 2010 was a lot longer ago than it might seem.
Where back in 06 there was a big bank of video screens here, and we were watching.
I do believe I cut in some E3 2006 footage here.
And right here, where I'm standing here, is where I watched E3 2006 from.
There we go. And I do, to this day, I have the only fan reaction footage to the moment Mario Galaxy was
revealed.
revealed.
On that projection screen over there.
I guess that's something me and my friends were saying back then in our little circle. I don't know.
I've been to it before, but it's nice to see how things have changed. Talking with employees about my past experiences here, and I will see you when they broadcast E3. So good. Doing this, I'm gonna do this one quick. These are like kind of food.
I actually have a deck of those cards now. They just started selling them at the Nintendo store eventually. Wow, we're almost up to 8. Oh, we broke 800 balls in Pachinko. I think that's high score for today.
And here's some funky Club Nintendo stuff. These Mario Hanafuda cards are particularly awesome. And here's a Nintendo Famicom.
And to this day, the Famicom that they sometimes put on display at the Nintendo store is the only Famicom console that I have ever seen in person with my own eyes. I've seen Famicom games in used game shops, so I've never... It's the first time I've seen that Famicom in person.
Other people's ways here, and
there's the Gulf War Game Boy.
The infamous Gulf War Survivor Game Boy. Nintendo will survive the end of the world. And here's a bunch of funky Game Boy systems.
I used to say funky a lot.
I have that black Game Boy in pocket, in mint condition almost. And here's some Game & Watch games. And here's a Game Boy SQ signed by Miyamoto. It's, what time is it? 11:47. Oh my god, like barely 10 minutes. And they've got the feed running up there.
Yeah, now, see that wall there that has all that merch against it? Now, that wall is a gigantic video screen. At this time, they were still using the projector. And, yes, I still have the, I will keep, if the house I'm in is on fire, that would be one of the things I would save. That, that my mother crocheted for me. That Minish Cap hat. I don't know if I'll ever wear it on stream because look at where, see where my head is? You'd only see a little, it would just look like I'm wearing a green beanie because that is such a gigantic hat that my webcam can't even can't even capture it in frame.
Screwing around with the projector up there for a while. I was a little scared that they were having some technical issues. I wish they had those big screens over there, right behind Quant's head, but yeah, in a few minutes. Holy crap.
And
Megaton. A loading symbol.
Now it's interesting, at this point, in 2010, they were basically just going to the e3.nintendo.com website to view the E3 presentation. In 2006, the streaming infrastructure really didn't exist as it would, even just a few years later. They literally brought out a gigantic satellite dish, like a giant satellite receiver dish, with a diesel generator that they set up in Rockefeller Plaza to direct link them to the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. Because the streaming technology really just wasn't like it would be later on. Anyway, let's keep going.
Freaking...
holy crap. In approximately 5 minutes, we will be showing it on a screen on the second floor as well as separate monitors on the first floor.
Crap.
So pick your prime viewing spot and enjoy all of the announcements that Nintendo has to make. Thank you very much.
This is really the first time I've seen this stuff since.
This is going to be awesome. This is going to be so awesome. This is gonna be awesome.
I think we had we're over 900 balls for a second. I think.
We'd like to start off the press conference with Nintendo's 2.
No,
which basically actually
they'll
ended
start
up
with,
coming out
like
for the
Mario,
3DS.
Like last year, they started off with Mario, and then they went to like they started off with Mario so they could get away with having Wii Sports Plus afterwards. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Cammy Dunaway. Yeah, she first appeared in E3 2007. Yeah, I think Cammy first appeared on stage at E3 2007. And 2008 was like the infamous... No, actually... No. Was it 2008? I forgot if Cammy first appeared at E3 2007 or 2008. But she was definitely there for 2009. I think she headlined, was the main figure on stage in 2008 and 9. 8 was a disaster, as we all know, the infamous Wii music memes. 10 was better, but we were pretty pleased when nothing against her personally, it's just that, Reggie's more charismatic. They really used Cammy to appeal to the more, soccer mom kind of audience at the time. When they incorporate her Mother's Day card into the presentation, in 2008, was it?
Pretty big crowd. Not as big as E306 by far, but... Yes, Reggie.
Yeah, she did not take the stage at E3 2010.
Everything will be fine. And don't get Sean White up on stage.
We're gonna break 1,000 balls, or if we didn't and I just missed it, because this is Pachinko, believe it or not, is a very low.
Oh man, this is so awesome.
I have to dedicate very few brain cells to actually operating this game. It's a pretty mindless game.
All right, I'm gonna stop for now.
Yeah, this was back when you could. Yeah, this is back when all YouTube videos had to be under 10 minutes. So I had to break this up into an obnoxious number of segments. So this is, I believe I cut straight to the announcement of 3DS, or the reveal of it.
This is better than 06.
If you can hear Reggie good, let me know. But if he needs to be louder, let me know. I'll turn it up a little bit. And by the way, this was definitely one of the top 3, and if not top 3, definitely top 5 Nintendo E3s, and definitely one of the top 3 stage shows. I had a fantastic time watching this E3, and it really just, a lot of good energy. It was a good show, a really strong showing.
We're going to close today by throwing you in the other direction, far into the future of gaming.
Oh boy.
It was Super Mario 64 that first moved us into fully rendered game worlds. It was the Wii Remote.
Oh yeah, we broke, look, I got over it. We're over 1,000 balls now.
And today, as I mentioned at the outset, we're not just raising the bar, but we're making that bar extend far.
Hey, Serial Wars, how you doing? You're out putting your broadcasting 480i on your 27-inch CRT? Yeah, so here we're watching the reveal of 3DS.
3D in your living room.
Don't skip, oh my god.
An initial investment there is going to run into the thousands. And then there's the fact that there's nothing to watch yet or play on big screen 3D. But maybe, most of all, it's the glasses.
Yeah, this is footage from E3 2010 at the Nintendo World Store. I was filming this before the concept of live E3 reactions was a thing, and you're going to see that later with a Game Developer Conference 2011 with the reveal of 3D Land. It really wasn't until E3 2011-ish that people started doing live reactions. I actually also filmed me and the crew I was with walking, taking the train and going to the store. So you missed seeing some 2010 Pete Dorr action there because he was with me. But so if you think you hear his voice or see glimpses of him when I'm doing the crowd chops, that's why. He was like standing right next to me.
Yo, man, those glasses. And make no mistake, that kind of fashion-forward statement doesn't come cheap. Don't be surprised to pay a hefty amount of money for those glasses.
And yes, and I'm playing Pachinko for the SG 1000, which came out in 1983. And so I'm playing this on the Mega SG, so that's the game you see up in the upper right-hand corner there.
A solution that lets you take 3D along with you wherever you go. With ample game content available the first day on the market.
No boy.
And baby, best of all,
That was ample game content. That's debatable, but
Hail Xeon.
man, I really just miss reveals like this. Yeah, if you're able to hear Reggie speaking properly, then great. But if you can't hear Reggie, let me know and I'll turn the volume up there. Oh, and Awada's about to start speaking. Awada tends to speak a lot more quietly than Reggie, so I might have to turn him up a bit. Because in past E3s, whenever they switch from Reggie to Awada, I'd have to turn up the volume a bit so we could hear him good.
What is it? Oh. Whoa.
Yeah, they went with that weird teal color as sort of like the highlight color for the 3DS early on.
Wow. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Images look right on.
Nintendo 3DS.
His hot screen is white.
The last Satoru Iwata grab out of pocket reveal.
I can't wait for you to try this. As you can see, it has 2 screens, and the upper screen has 3.5-inch widescreen display. And yes, it will show you full 3D graphics without the need for special glasses. As you know, Nintendo produced.
It's hard to. We take it so for granted now, because, 3DS, I'm doing this for the 10th anniversary of the 3DS's release. And 3DS was released basically a year after this. And yes, you could just, Oh, and just for clarification, I have, the button rubber banded down on my, Genesis controller for the Pachinko, so it's basically just playing itself, and I'm just adjusting the pitch of the ball swings every once in a while, or the pressure, but the strength of the ball launches. But anyway, just the idea of 3DS, it was just the concept of stereoscopic 3D illusions without glasses. It was just such a bizarre thing to try to communicate. So it was very, very mysterious at this point.
First 3D video game, 15 years. And since then, 3D has been a constant consideration in our other planet. What we searched for was a way to make 3D games a reality, a product for mass market. And Nintendo 3DS is our answer.
2 cameras.
Let me introduce you. Here on this part, we have installed the 3D depth slider. Adjust the 3D effect.
when I played with I usually like for the first. I typically played with the 3D cranked all the way up, except for in a few games. Like Power Resort, the 3D was so intense that I did turn it down often. But typically, my eyes could see 3D illusions fine, so I typically had the 3D cranked all the way up.
It naturally comes with a touchpad. As we experimented, however, we realized that fingerprints and other smart tools reduce the 3D impact. And solving the decreased transparency of the touchscreen itself. In other words, a touchscreen and 3D screen do not get along very well. Because of this,
Probably took the cost down a lot too, not to have 3D on both
a
screens.
touchscreen only on the bottom, just we did for Nintendo games. And what makes the
Man,
image
we're creeping up on potentially 2,000 balls.
not just a 3D image, but the nature of the graphics.
Oh boy.
It been 6 years since we launched Nintendo games. So while we now added 3D, we also made improvement to the graphics capability of this hardware itself. Nothing healthy, this alone might cause a lot of enthusiasm in the development.
More hardcore games.
Next, let's consider control. We installed what we call a slide designed for analog,
Slide pad. They ended up calling it a circle pad in the final version.
both a motion sensor,
Yes.
gyroscope.
Yes. I called it.
Just as with Nintendo DS and Wii,
And gyroscope.
number of new game ideas will be
It's weird. I kind of low-key forgot that the 3DS even had the motion sensor and gyroscope in it.
Of course, it has compatibility with Nintendo DSi. Nintendo 3DS has a camera too. But look here, there are not one but two camera lenses on the outside.
You know, there's like this whole era of my life that was documented in like 0.3 megapixel 3D photos. And the 3D photos looked fantastic on the 3DS screen. Off of the, you know, if I had a little more time, I was thinking I need to dump all the photos off my 3DS and just look through whichever ones I could look through without revealing personal info.
That lets you take and enjoy 3D digital pictures. You may want to try out this function at home.
Hopefully they show some gameplay.
And I want to mention one more aspect.
It's a water. He's all
Nintendo
about
3DS is also capable of displaying 3D Hollywood movies.
With 3D Hollywood movies.
Specific plans is
Someone actually gasped. 3D Hollywood movies did a single. Yeah, they really stuck to short form video content. Even Netflix, I don't think even had any kind of support for 3D videos as far as I remember. So 3D motion pictures never really became a thing on 3DS. I mean, if they tried to release 3D videos on like UMD, when they did the UMD movies for PSP, that would have been hilarious, especially at this point.
our booth. You will find demonstrators showing 3D movie trailers for releases from Disney,
Yeah, they had 3D. They did have 3D movie trailers on 3DS for download. I remember looking at the trailer for Green Lantern in 3D.
No reason for a 3D TV anymore?
Legend of the Guardians,
I don't even know what that is.
Disney's Tango, all played in 3D on Nintendo 3DS.
It's better not fizzle like GBA video.
This is the first time any such 3D content has been demonstrated without the need to wear graphics. However, in the end, gamers care most about games.
Yes.
Yes.
You may remember an announcement we made in January 2009 establishing a joint venture called Project Sora.
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation about Project Sora.
Today, I can announce that
would I have liked to see Nintendo make any more games for 3DS? I think 3DS ran its course. I know from, like, at least on the IGN boards where I go because I hate myself, on the Nintendo boards there, like, from the day Nintendo Switch launched, there was pretty outspoken anger whenever a new 3DS game got announced, and people were like, "Oh, Switch is out." Like, Nintendo broke they're betraying Switch owners by still supporting 3DS, as though the release of 3DS was like a signed like agreement Nintendo made that they would immediately discontinue all 3DS support the day Nintendo Switch came out. And for like years, people were like, "Oh, why is Nintendo stealing games? Why is 3DS stealing games from Nintendo Switch? Why aren't they just released on both?" As though there's a button that Reggie can press to make there be a Switch version and a 3DS version. And I think a lot of people are just failing to realize that, hey, if this game it's not like this game came out on 3DS instead of Switch. A lot of these games were like ports of DS games and GameCube games and stuff like that, where it's very clear that they're just doing easy output content, or like that 100, like that minigame compilation of Mario Party games for 3DS, or that WarioWare game, where it's basically they're just doing this to give 3DS more support as long as it continues to sell and enough units in stores that stores are continuing to order it. Because like with the DS, there's a period where the DS was still being purchased by parents as like a first system for their kids, because they could get a less sophisticated, less expensive option for a kid who doesn't really care about having the most advanced system available. And the 3DS served the same purpose after the launch of the Switch. Therefore, I said, like, they're gonna bring the Nintendo 2DS line. They're gonna make a 2DS XL eventually. And like a week later, they announced the 2DS, and I'm like, if I made a video about that, I would look so smart. Oh yes, I still value my 3DS. I don't bring it with me everywhere. I missed earlier. This is the 3DS that was transferred from my launch day 3DS. It has more than 5.5 million steps on it, on its step counter. I brought this thing with me everywhere. And so that's the distance of 5.5 million steps is the distance from New York to Los Angeles. You know, if you're able to walk in a straight line with no elevation changes or having to divert because of like obstacles like rivers. So it's pretty incredible. Yeah, so I think 3DS had a good run. What I miss about 3DS is like, yeah, there's the Switch Lite, but there's something nice about having this really truly pocket-sized device. The most ergonomic, possibly I don't know, they're both equally ergonomic to me. I have pretty average-sized hands, I guess. I know with the original DS, using the D-pad for a long time could make my thumb cramp a bit, but I tended to play in such short sessions that didn't really become a problem.
We felt such a project designed to feature a character who is already familiar to many of you, especially if you've been playing games.
I never got the dual analog attachment for 3DS. I never even got any games that supported it. Yeah, that ridiculous, for you playing at home, that's great, but I was an on-the-go gamer. I had my 3DS with me everywhere I go. That was not an option for me, and plus I didn't really even play or own any of the games that took advantage of it. If anything else, I'd see maybe a smaller version of the DS. If they're able to eventually shrink down the DS Lite even further, the Nintendo Switch Lite even further, and make a truly pocket-sized version. That's the only future I see in terms of like a dedicated, as far as a dedicated handheld platform, I don't see it happening. As far as a dedicated handheld device, maybe a small version of the of the Nintendo Switch Lite in the far future. As for when Nintendo was still when they still seemed serious with their mobile stuff, I said maybe they might make a really lightweight device, like a more toy-like handheld without any buttons, specifically for running Nintendo their mobile games. And that was really a stretch. But all right. Now I have to say, if I remember this correctly, I get very annoying because I keep saying, it's Kid Icarus, it's Kid Icarus, and you can't really hear it. The people around me, like, didn't know what it was, and I just could identify it immediately. Like, this is obviously going to be Kid Icarus, so I kept saying it. Like, oh, it's Kid Icarus, it's Kid Icarus. You know, and the device I imagined was more like an iPod Touch than a proper phone, where, like, it wasn't even going to, like, have the phone capabilities in it. I just imagined it as a way to give, like, a really cheap device to a small kid and have a lot of free Nintendo mobile games on it. No, the second I saw Medusa, I'm like, okay, it's Kid Icarus. But a lot of people around me were, like, really weren't into, like, the Kid Icarus lore or anything like that, so there was really no way.
It's Kid Icarus. It's Kid Icarus. It's Kid Icarus. Oh my god. It's a Kid Icarus. It's Kid Icarus. Oh my god.
Yeah, the watch phone. Yeah, that was basically a phone on your watch before. I got this game. I didn't even like it that much. I didn't even get that far into it. This was before it was clear that the game was going to have a pretty much a comedic mood to it.
In 3D.
And that scene, I played through that scene. I believe that did look really hype in 3D. Oh, we broke 2,000 balls. We're gonna be able to change in our balls for a teddy bear if we keep it up at this rate. No, wow. This is the first time I've really seen this trailer in years, and I mean, I'm watching it off of another screen, but it's like...
That's not even with the 3D. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Train FTW, well, thank you.
I'll lend you my video. Make whatever comments you want.
What you notice is that when 3D effects are added to the game, the surprise it can offer is not limited to the characters themselves. In addition, there is a much better sense of the height, width, and the depth in the game world.
That is very true. Like, being able to feel the height, width, and depth in Pilot Wings and Mario 3D Land made it. It wasn't just. It was a novelty, but I think that. I mean, you could turn it off, but it did add. If you were able to see, if you could see 3D illusions without getting a headache or anything, the 3D was very. I think it did. I feel like it did add to the games.
Periodically searches for Wi-Fi access points or other Nintendo 3DS systems, which are also ready to restore.
Oh, they're talking about Street Pass and Spot Pass here. Oh, really fond memories of Street Pass.
Fox didn't say that.
Let me look in here.
For child molest.
Go on my Street library.
No.
Well, not a bad place to call it.
Oh, you guys.
Could have been on Kick.
Okay. Whew.
But in that case, community started playing another game. The communication stopped. PS works
I'm just
differently.
looking for my.
The hardware itself
Yes, a hub.
I forgot where the meat closet is.
Proper online.
what software
Okay, there it
being
is.
placed.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Nintendo 3DS
Actually, not
can also communicate using
forgetting where the meat closet is on your 3DS.
Owners can navigate valuable information without having to do anything proactive.
Yeah, making like the tag mode from like one of the Dragon Quest DS games had a tag mode. Okay.
That's what they said about Wii, and then nothing.
I want to show this off. Alright. I don't want to leave off of my layout here because that would make me have to redo the interact window for the video. But there's my Street Pass Me Plaza. 2,730 people. That's what you get for... I mean, I was fortunate enough to have 3DS during, while I was in college. And I lived in the New York area and went to the city a lot. I never played Phantasy Star. I look forward to playing that for the first time on stream. I might play the Switch version with the quality of life functions added to it. Yeah, look at all those Miis. Those are all, yeah, and these are all like actual people I street passed with, so, and I am it's interesting because some of those people's Miis. There's some Miis of people that I street passed with who I know have passed away since then. So it's kind of, a strange feeling of like a happy reminder, but also kind of somber when you see someone's Mii, someone you actually knew, and, in the background of a game like waving in Mario Kart or something, or in your plaza, and they're no longer in this world. 2,730 people I've street passed with. And I know there are people who definitely have a lot more than that.
This kind of very unique communication stuff in a way that can be used by anyone, regardless of their technical knowledge or their gaming.
Yeah, this is just what he said about Wii and nothing.
There's no need to
Yeah, well, that comment, yeah, that's just what you said about Wii. I was commenting on the Wii Connect 24 feature, which basically was what Spot Pass was supposed to, Wii Connect 24 is basically Spot Pass for the Wii, but they effectively never really used it in the way, like in E3 2006, they made it sound like Wii Connect 24 would be this major revolutionary aspect that changes the way the game consoles connect to the internet, and they really didn't use it for anything. With the Wii, with the 3DS, they actually used Spot Pass to push updates and new content and stuff like that to your system.
I won't
They
clap
actually
yet.
did use it this time.
Let me conclude today by returning the topic of games.
I want to see some more DS up. 3DS.
The majority of people in our industry cannot believe that these unprecedented ideas of Nintendo would work. So, in those cases, it was our job to build an install base, first by developing and marketing all first-party software.
Yeah, so I think... Yeah, so we're going straight into the next part of this presentation. This was back when YouTube videos were limited to... They had to be under 10 minutes, so I had to cut this up into a bunch of parts. What? What? Why did I do that? Sometimes I play weird little games where I edit stuff weird just to like catch people off guard, and after 10 years I caught myself off guard. So.
Biggest long support ever from Android 5. Of course, internally,
3DS, it did have a drought early on, but it did have a relatively strong launch compared to some others. Like, it was, I think, better than the DS's launch.
Okay.
you are going to find it contains some new details.
I might make a site. I might make a new website that might have like some new material on it. I mean, I did purchase a new domain name lately in relation to some business stuff that I'm developing. I'm not gonna show that now. It's not gonna be something people watching this would really be interested in, but
Okay.
I am looking at potential new stuff I'll be doing.
Atlas Level 5, Atlas, Sega,
Warner Brothers. Ubisoft. They'll make a breathing game where you use a microphone.
Draw your attention to several of the active and DJ
Wait a second, I just said something, and I have to look something up.
It better not be a rail shooter.
Oh. Well, thanks. Thanks, Serial Wars. You're cool, too.
Ridge Racer!
And I appreciate all the, I'm glad I could provide some enjoyment to you.
Remember that 3D thing for the PSP, that big huge goggles?
I said the DS, I meant the PSP. I was just remembering the Solid Eye 3D viewer thing for the PSP that works with, Metal Gear Acid. I don't know if any other games even used it.
First party. New Super Mario.
I said New Super Mario. I don't think I literally meant the New Super Mario Brothers series. Maybe a half hour, I might do a little break. And at this point, he had already... Yeah, they ended up porting Metal Gear Solid 2, but... I know... Was Peace Walker out at this point? Because I feel like Peace Walker... If Peace Walker had come earlier in the PSP's life, it would have got more attention. I know Peace Walker... Wasn't that announced E3 2009? And, you know, they were... Yeah, I don't think it got a lot of attention. I know Metal Gear Acid got a lot of attention, just because it looks like Metal Gear Solid 2 on a handheld, which is like a ridiculous, likely awesome thing at the time, but it was a card game. If they had gone with a more traditional Metal Gear experience, which Peace Walker kind of was, I think it would have got a lot more attention than it did, which is a bit of a shame. I personally never played either. I'm just commenting on my perception of things at the time. I feel like games in general will evolve into something completely different.
Show some first-party stuff besides Kid Icarus.
I don't think they did show any first-party stuff aside from Kid Icarus either. Is there games that... I'll see the rest of them, don't worry. You haven't played it for the 3DS, but that I will revisit. Like, I got Yoshi's Woolly World. I only played the first few stages. I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and get the Wii U version and play that so I can play it on stream. You know, so I can play it, you know, through my... There's not much in terms of, like... I mean, there are lots of virtual console stuff, but I do have it. I have the new Pocket Go handheld, but, like, the battery doesn't work. Either the battery doesn't work or the contacts on the handheld don't work. So that, I mean, that's just an emulation handheld that I'm just going to put a bunch of, like, 16-bit era and 8-bit era ROMs on eventually, but, yeah, in terms of 3DS-specific titles, there's nothing specific that I'm, like, eager to get my hands on and play through it, and basically I really don't play games off-stream unless, you know, it's on 3DS and I'm just playing, you know, some virtual console retro stuff at, like, in a waiting room or something like that. I really don't play off-stream anymore, so anything I buy or want to play mostly is for streaming. But no, I do use my 3DS, doctor visits and stuff like that. It's not something I just use every day.
Oh boy.
Because you can't, like the Switch and the size of the system and the nature of many of the games, it's not something you just throw in your pocket and run with, really. So that's what I use the 3DS for. From some place where, I might need to calm down a bit, or if it might be, a little stressful or something like that.
What's added literally is a new dimension. All of you watching this on e3.nintendo.com, please stay connected, because we've got more news and additional content coming up momentarily.
Well, first off, I already have YouTube on my phone, and I'm constantly debating just deleting YouTube. What I did was I put YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, which are like YouTube, it's just YouTube, and Twitter, Twitch are the only social media things I use. I put them in a folder on my phone that I labeled distractions to force me to consider when I open those things up, do I need to do these right now, or is this going to take time for something that I'd enjoy more and that's more important? So I really don't need... last thing I need is more things I could watch YouTube on right now. Oh, and by the way, speaking of YouTube, let's type this in here.
No! Everyone in the world's looking at this. I know. Oh boy.
There we go. Those are my two latest YouTube videos. One of those videos is, well, they're both cut downs of the Airship History Lesson stream. The first video is specifically like a cropped down, cut down, like condensed under 10-minute version of me just tearing apart all the things that were wrong with Cheddar's Airship History video. And the second video is just a condensed version of the entire Airship History lesson, even condensed with, some of the hemming and hawing and awkward pauses cut out. It's still like a 3-hour video of just the entire Airship History lesson and the video critique. So... Yeah, this is one of those videos that was very clear that Nintendo was kind of aware of the meme status of some of their executives and top developers at this point. This is kind of the soft announcement of Nintendogs here. Yeah, that was the soft announcement of Zelda there. There are the barrels for Donkey Kong. I don't know if there's any particular Donkey Kong. They eventually released Donkey Kong Country Returns on the 3DS.
The coin's money.
And this is kind of, look at that there. That is kind of, because this is a 5.25 hour long video, it's not easy for me to rewind through this. But that was kind of vaguely resembling some of the stuff that ends up being in Mario 3D Land.
Reggie used to get the point.
And he comes out with like a scorched suit that he takes off. Wow, 2,500 balls. We're doing pretty good in Pachinko.
Even with this video, it's still not a perfect answer. In fact, we've spent a lot of time trying to convey.
Thank you, YouTube's 2010 video length restrictions.
Like the real thing. So we asked ourselves,
We're creeping up on 2,500 balls. And by the way, I do believe I'm being way more successful at this fake Pachinko game for the SG-1000 than I'd ever be in an actual real-life Pachinko game. 2,500 balls. Oh. Yeah, they brought out like models that had like 3DSs like strapped to them for people to test the 3D effect before they even left the theater. And from what I understand, the 3D demos that were being shown off were basically what ended up becoming used as images that would become the puzzles, like the Street Pass puzzles. You know, still some of the most impressive visceral 3D on the 3DS, believe it or not, are the Street Pass puzzles. And because I had so much access to being able to Street Pass with people, I was able to actually complete the vast majority of those 3DS Street Pass puzzles. But like the 3D on those images is really great. Yeah, those. Oh yeah, okay, I have to mention this. Yeah, this was the review. This E3 was. I didn't play it here because we're focusing on the 3DS aspect. But this was the reveal of Skyward Sword, where all the interference from all the wireless devices in the theater made the game look unplayable. I know there's still controversy as how effective the 3D controls were, but the controller flat out was just flat out malfunctioning in a way that made the demo go really poorly. And I think part of what salvaged that was that right at the end of the presentation, they basically used, like, at the Nokia Theater, there's a stage that's on hydraulics for the orchestra pit. And they used the orchestra pit to set up these gameplay demo units for Skyward Sword, so that the demo units like rose from the stage, which was a cool way to use the venue.
Enjoy your gameplay. There's no rush. The shuttles that will bus you to the next event won't begin leaving until 11 o'clock. And for everyone, when this week is over, we trust that you'll agree that Nintendo has once again raised the bar. Thanks again. Have a great week. Enjoy Nintendo 3DS.
So at about 2 o'clock, I'm gonna take a little break, just like a 5-minute break.
No Cammy. That was the Nintendo's best E3 ever. That was even better than 06.
Potentially, actually, yeah, potentially.
Well,
okay. The lady that's about to interview us is, she was from Nintendo's PR company, and she's not on, the stream's awesome. Well, thanks, because it's going to be a longer than normal one. If, I mean, you can see there, we're only barely an hour into a 5-hour and 15-minute video. She was from, Golan Harris, Nintendo's PR company, and she's not usually on the gaming scene, so she didn't know what questions to ask. So I kind of volunteer a lot for her. Now, I have to admit, this goes the way I remember it, to a certain extent, I kind of just feed back a lot of Nintendo's talking points, because I was like neck deep into it. I was like, I believe you, I trust you, take me on this journey, Nintendo. So I kind of sort of feed back a lot of their own talking points. I'll send you a picture of the broadcast on the 480i on CRT. Oh, that's awesome.
It's really incredible that, with 3D in gaming, with Mario 64, before that there was 3D in games in terms of like polygonal 3D environments, but Nintendo was the one who really established how controlling your viewpoint independently of the gameplay.
So she's taking down these responses for use in Nintendo's feedback to see, because Nintendo would actually like have people take our people's reactions down, like, and interview them, so that Nintendo themselves could analyze this, and also quotes to potentially use for press material. So that's what's going on here.
High-end television sets that require expensive glasses and have limited content available right now. With Nintendo, they're really pushing them. If people are going to get used to 3D without glasses, these TV engineers are going to have to find a way to get it without glasses in the living room too, or they're going to look out of date and really behind the times.
Yeah, 3D in the living room really did not take off the way they're hoping. Basically, I think the real thing is there's finally mass penetration of HD televisions, and the whole thing with HD TV, I know it got adopted a lot quicker than Nintendo was expecting, but it's basically this art of how do we convince people to replace something that's not broken. And it's easier to do with video games where, like, a new console, there's more obvious benefits, whereas a TV, you're just viewing things on it. So it's like, okay, everyone has HD now. How do we get them to get something else? They try to push 3D TV.
I think they're really going to establish sort of 3D.
And the limitations, the expense of it, the lack of...
with polygonal 3D environments in the with N64 and with touchscreen gaming with the DS.
Excuse me. Whisper it to me, Serial Wars.
Before that, they were all
and I'll post the link in chat.
Experimented with and talked about as something sometime in the future. It was really Nintendo who really made that industry standard, and that's what we're going to probably be seeing with the 3DS as well.
I don't know why I can't...
That's awesome. Do you have any comments about any of the
I haven't got too many spam bubbles lately. I might deactivate the auto block filter thing for links in chat.
Kirby looks incredible.
For a while, I was getting a lot of spam bots. Not really so much now.
Powerful hardware system, but it really shows how you could leverage the abilities of the system, not the disabilities, to make something that looks really beautiful and really engaging. You don't see that it doesn't matter about the numbers.
There we go.
It's how you use that to make something that's really incredible and really engaging. And Kirby, the art style is simply incredible. It has nothing to do with HD or...
Oh yeah, I'm talking about Kirby. I'm talking about Kirby, how they made a really strong system. Oh wow. Oh, that looks cool. I posted the link in chat. Yeah, it looks really cool. Yeah, I was just talking about how they, even though the Wii couldn't display HD images, that they were able to get around that and make a really great looking game. And by the way, the reveal of Kirby's Epic Yarn, I never even played that game, but the reveal of it was one of my fondest Nintendo E3 moments, where I really felt that warm feeling, where I felt like I'm seeing the introduction of something really special. And I remember on GameTrailers.com, I think that year, Kirby's Epic Yarn won the Best Graphics Award for E3, and a bunch of dude bro hardcore gamers were so mad when Kirby's Epic Yarn won Best Graphics. And there were comments that were unironically like how could Kirby win Best Graphics? There are not even guns in that game. And stuff like that. People were so mad. I look good with scan lines? Yeah, I gotta agree.
Yeah, it's visual, but it's how that it's not just the same old game with a new visual style. It's really engaging it into a world that's made of felts and glue and paper and zippers and denim and stitches and knitting, and it's really incredible. It's really artsy, and it just shows that making beautiful visuals isn't just...
Yeah, when I do a general E3 history stream, like, I actually think I got wow, I was really courteous, because I deliberately didn't film her face. Even though I was aware I was still filming, I deliberately didn't film her face, which is pretty courteous of me.
Okay.
For the most part.
Okay. But, yeah, that's awesome. Do you have anything you want to say about the 3DS or Dragon Quest? I don't have anything about that. Yeah. If you don't feel passionate about it, that's okay, but...
Hold on, I just think we're talking about this thing right here, actually, that I really wanted them to implement a way where you can, that's actually cool to have another RPG game that you can play with your friends.
Yeah, this is just my crew from back then.
So the social aspect of that is important to you?
I think he's talking about like the tag mode that one of the 3DS, the DS Dragon Quest games had.
I used to think it was Meteor when I was a little kid too.
Yeah, I can't read, obviously. I read okay, yeah, so what about Metroid? Like, is there, like, I heard a lot of people cheering during that.
Well, Metroid, when they brought Metroid to Metroid was dead for a while. I thought the series was over. With GameCube on Metroid Prime in 2002, it really revived the series from a first-person shooter sort of style gameplay. When Metroid Other M, it's a new art style and it's a new gameplay style. It's going back to the 2D for the classic Metroid, but also their first-person elements where you'll be seeing the world behind Samus's visor, not just a first-person view, but actually seeing what she sees from inside her helmet, her computers, her gauges, how she interacts with her world, and then moving back out into 2D. When they first revealed Metroid Other M last year, it was really shocking because for the first minute we didn't even realize it was a Metroid game. Yeah, and then once
we didn't. Okay, for the first minute we didn't even realize it was a Metroid game. That should have been the first warning sign right there. I I respect what Other M tried to do, but yeah, it had issues.
Younger Samus, we're seeing Samus's backstory. She's been a very
they should pay me to be a full-time, a Nintendo employee, full-time content creator. Yeah, it would be tough not being able to openly criticize Nintendo the way I like to do. Oh wow, we got a game. Oh, you know what? I think we maxed out at some point. We maxed out at 300 balls. I think you get a maximum of 3,000 balls in this game, so we actually kind of beat the game. So let's start a fresh one. Starting from 50, see how far we can get. Yeah, yeah, that would be some good... It would stink not being able to openly criticize them as much, but getting paid, Nintendo money. I heard Nintendo pays really good, but they keep you on a tight leash with their social media and stuff like that. So it's very easy to get fired if you... How often do I wash my bed sheets and blanket? Often enough to keep them clean. I guess, like, it's not, it's not super hot out, so I'm not, like, sweating buckets every night, but, so in the summer I have to do it a lot more often, but,
karate type moves, flinging enemies around with the beam on her arm cannon.
Yeah, just keep them off frequently enough that they're clean to the touch. That's all I just play it by ear.
The Metroid Prime series, they were great games, but we were always seeing it from behind the visor, so we couldn't see the action as much. And now we could really interact with more kinetic, more energetic, which is really what Samus is, when you the image of this character.
Man, I wonder if anyone else I was with that day has that much footage.
Okay. Hey, do you have anything you want to tell me about Golden Sun or GoldenEye or Epic Mickey?
I want to get a little closer to her so she can hear you. It's loud in here.
It's been a while since we've seen Mickey.
Wow, I'm like, oh, get a little closer to you so she can hear you. I'm like talking like I'm her assistant or something. And yes, that is Pete. Like, so I knew him like since before he was even like big on YouTube. I just like knew him just in my everyday life. So just for the sake of, I otherwise wouldn't. I tried to keep it low key that I knew him, but just for simplicity's sake, like yeah, I just knew it. I just know him. So so this is kind of coincidental to everything. So. Yeah. I knew he was a Golden Sun fan, so I just threw her at him for this question. I don't know if I filmed more past this part of her interviewing him or what, but I mean, it wasn't like I was a member of his crew or he was a member of my crew. Like I just lived a few blocks from him, so I just knew him.
Because the 3DS.
Okay, so now we're back into non-Nintendo World. I think I did film more stuff in Nintendo World, but it really was focusing more on the immediate reaction to the 3DS announcement. Yeah, you could see my room back then. You could see my Apple II. You could see, oh look, next to the disk drive on the Apple II, there's my my D199 diesel from Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, one of the Thomas characters that didn't have a face, because some of them... there are a number of Thomas characters in the original books that actually did not have faces, this being one of them. Yes, there's lots of stuff in the original Thomas books where there are characters interacting with Thomas that doesn't even have a super early 2000s. That's a little concerning because it's 2010 by this point. So you can see my Apple II, you can see the old lamp I had. With a lot of these videos, you get to see a lot of different shots in my room. And I'm filming this with the same camera that I used for... and then you can see, this is basically also kind of a snapshot of early YouTube, because that's only 4 years into YouTube's existence, and a lot of videos were just talking to a camera. You weren't expected to edit, like editing in screenshots from websites. Like even just that simple title screens I do with a little jingle from Modest Mussorgsky's Pictures of an Exhibition. Just having that simple title screen was considered somewhat impressive production values at this time. Yeah, this is... yeah, a 4:3 monitor. 4:3 videos were the average were the standard at the time.
According to MSNBC and several other sources, which
Wow,
are now
MSNBC.
starting the seasonal
Back when I'd give them the time of day.
Nintendo is doomed articles are starting to trickle out onto the internet.
If you can't hear me good, let me know. I'll turn the volume up a bit. I might turn the volume down a bit.
Called 5 Reasons Why Nintendo is Doomed. Nintendo's
I turned the
3DS
volume up on
doesn't
the
stand
YouTube
a chance,
video a
which
bit.
is from MSNBC, which coincidentally are...
So, reasons Nintendo 3DS doesn't stand a chance. I'm just reading off my first gen MacBook, which probably... yeah, it was probably the Intel Core Duo. Yeah, it's crazy, because my hair... like, yeah, my hair was a lot shorter back then. Well, I mean, it's 10 years of growth since then. So look at that video and look at my hair now, and I can't even get the bottom of my hair in shot. It's like a little below my navel. If I could travel back in time, would I want to visit this time of my life? I wouldn't want to. Would I? I'd rather go back to the early 90s and enjoy a lot of things that I would have liked to do at that time. Actually, no, I'd like to go back to 1997. 97, mainly because I would love to ride the Long Island Railroad trains that were retired in the year 1999. Because I was still a little kid, because I only got to ride trains when I was with my parents. So I'd go back and just visit a lot of places in New York City that are very different now. Like the Dumbo District. I always loved the Dumbo District, but back then, now, even like in 2010, I did some videos in like 2010 when I was doing like my Nintendo, or 2011, I was doing my Pokemon Black and White location hunt videos, what I called the Real Unova videos. I went to Dumbo, and it was kind of becoming a little more of a touristy area then, but it's like a night and day difference between Dumbo now is like visiting a manicured theme park for the public. Back then, even in 2008, when I first kind of discovered Dumbo for myself, it was really just kind of a derelict warehouse district with, you know, now it's kind of manicured. It still it's still really nice to go to. It's probably nicer to go to now than back then. But it was really kind of just a sort of area that was the way it was because it was kind of forgotten. Now it's the way it is because it's...
if you don't know, stands for the
they basically wanted...
National Broadcast.
Basically, Dumbo is the area between the Brooklyn Bridge and the Manhattan Bridge on the Brooklyn side. And basically, Dumbo became a place to go to because people would walk over the Brooklyn Bridge, like, that were visiting from internationally. And, well, I don't know why Dumbo was blocked. Dumbo is in the Disney Dumbo. It's spelled the same. It stands for Down Under Manhattan Bridge Overpass. And basically, Dumbo was basically kind of developed, and from my perspective, it was kind of made as a way for there to be a touristy, because people would walk over tourists visiting Manhattan would walk over the Brooklyn Bridge, because that's a major thing to do when you're visiting New York City, and then they'd get over the bridge onto the Brooklyn side, and there was nothing really to do or see, and that's kind of how Dumbo became just the sort of a forgotten warehouse district to becoming kind of a touristy area.
Company.
let's get on
I wonder
with the
if that has
video.
anything to do with it. Probably not, but it's interesting. And Gadget Review has another.
So
an
after
article
this
called
video,
5 reasons why Nintendo lacks depth for 3DS. Interesting enough, both of these have 5 reasons. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if there's some sort of conspiracy. I don't think there is. I just think people are making the same mistakes that they make every time. It seems like whenever you see a bunch of Nintendo is doomed articles that like really take themselves seriously and list all these reasons why Nintendo does not stand a chance of surviving this coming generation, it usually means Nintendo is on the verge of releasing their most successful platform in history, as we've seen both with
and
all
at the
the
I mean,
articles.
at post Wii U era, you could kind of laugh at that, but at the time, like DS, like that was not supposed to be a success. It had the potential to be the next Virtual Boy. People are, hey, Abel Rebel, who's the man in the video? Some loser. I don't know. I don't know that guy. We're just watching his videos. What 3D DS wasn't supposed to be successful. It was. Wii wasn't supposed to be success. I mean, there was lots of Wii naysaying that became a success, and now 3DS. There were some naysayers, not as much as with DS. And so then once the DS, Wii, and then 3DS. So it really seemed like Wii was positioned to become the next...
They were coming out when Nintendo first announced the DS, and when Nintendo
Oh, you missed,
first announced
before we were
Wii.
watching the reaction to the
remember
reveal of the
specifically-
3DS at the Nintendo store. And of amusement to, I guess, the circles with, you know, this sort of little niche of the retro gaming section. Pete was in the video because he was just standing right next to me in the store. So
GameSpot,
that was kind of
as their
interesting.
2006 April Fool's joke, released an extensive article in which made-up analysts predicted that the Wii would be not only would be Nintendo's most successful system and would be the dominant system of the current generation. And at the time, that was could release that as an April Fool's joke, is how seriously people took the Wii at the time, and still do now for some reason.
Right, I didn't prepare. I didn't really do anything to
prepare.
prepare for this, but let's.
I'm saying specifically, I have to cut down on those buzzwords, but when it comes to the DS,
I'm trying to be conscious of my vocal tics at this
E3
point.
2004 coverage, they pretty much
using the same words
they
too often.
compared the DS and the PSP, which both made their debut at E3 that year, and it wasn't overtly biased, but you could tell they're pretty much counting the Nintendo DS out and basically saying that the PSP was going to take over Nintendo's portable dominance in the same way that the PlayStation eclipsed the Nintendo 64, and now the PS2 eclipsed the GameCube in terms of market share.
Right,
and going into that generation, the Game Boy line had nearly 100% market share of the portable game market, and that can't go up. But the PSP
in the background, that is the attract mode for the Apple II version of Galaxian, not Galaga, Galaxian. I don't think Galaga came out on Apple II. So that's the 8-bit. That's the Apple II version of Galaxian. I mean of Galaxian. Galaxian was the first one. Galaga was the sequel. Okay. Yeah. So I'd often have just my Apple II running the attract mode of one of the Atari Soft Apple II games in the background, just as set dressing.
They didn't take away from Nintendo's pie. They sort of made their own pie. They added to the market. They didn't really take away from Nintendo so much as Sony and a lot of the gaming universe expected.
Some laundry on the line? All right.
Also, a lot of people, even in E304, were expecting the PSP's price to be maybe $300, even $400 or $500, which probably has a lot to do with the fact that no one has seen performance that good on a portable system at that point. And as maybe September, when the PSP's US launch price was announced to be, I think, $250, which was $100 only $100 more than the DS. People expect like a $200, $300 gap. When the PSP was announced to be only $100 more expensive than the DS, there was a cartoon in EGM which literally depicted the $250 price point for the PSP as an atom bomb being dropped on Nintendo's headquarters. it was common knowledge that the DS was going to be totally wiped out by the PSP, and here we are now, with the PSP being successful in its own right, but in terms of crushing the DS and making it irrelevant, and that's all sort of long. It seems like everyone forgot that people actually thought that. Now, like looking back, it's like, oh, obviously Nintendo's going to win. Of course, they own the portable game space. Now, once again, there's some legitimate uncertainty on the surface. Not if you look into it or know the history or have been following games for further than the past year or so. That the iOS platform, which includes the iPad, the iPod, and the iPod Touch, is starting to be.
I said
taken
iPad,
more seriously
iPod,
as
and
a
iPod
game
Touch. I
platform.
think iPad, iPhone, and
But
iPod
it's not
Touch.
going to make the 3DS irrelevant. And once again, we have a lot of articles coming out, just like we saw for the Wii, just like we saw for the Nintendo DS, saying, oh, Nintendo's doomed. They're coming out with this silly, gimmicky, underpowered system with features nobody wants and that no one's going to care about, because the mature system, the grown-up, the hipper, more technologically advanced system, then the PSP, now the iOS systems, and people are saying the same thing about the PSP 2 already, just because it's going to be as powerful as the PS3. But whatever. But here I've got my my 3DS pre-order from Nintendo World, so you can see where my bets are placed. Now,
I'll be watching this on my
I'm going
phone,
to go,
so.
now that I can have the time to do this, I'm going to go point by point on these, I guess all 10 reasons, some of them are repeating, between these and the MSNBC and the Gadget Review article, and refute these one at a time. Let's see. The 3DS, Nintendo's best hope at regaining its now fading relevance. I remember when, who was it, Cammie Dunaway stepped down, some iPod, iTunes site, some iPhone fan site was saying that the unstoppable freight train force of the iOS platforms had forced Cammie Dunaway out of office. Nintendo was feeling the burn, and that's not what's going on. Anyway, Nintendo's best hope at regaining its now fading relevance is finally coming. Okay, let me go over 5 reasons why I believe the 3DS is going to fizzle rather than sizzle in 2 months. Number 1, it's too late. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm just going to go just take the bold. I've read the entire article, but I'm just going to take the bolded points and just refute them one at a time. Number 1, it's too late. No, it isn't. Nintendo's getting to the market exactly when they said they'd be. I think within a week. They said that it would be out in by March 2011, and the 3DS in North America is launching within a week of when they first announced I think within a week or two of when they originally announced the 3DS. They're getting there exactly when they said they would be, which Sony did not with the original PSP. And another thing I'd like to point out, in terms of people counting out the DS, it's just a gimmick system, back when G4 was a video game channel and had lots of good programming, there on G4TV.com there was a battle between whoever it was that went on stage at E305 and previewed Nintendogs with Mr. Miyamoto. That lady and whoever that, I think, was it Jeff Keighley? I don't know. Whoever it was on there who would go on rants about how, like, oh, Nintendo is going to be a third-party developer by 2008 because they keep saying they're going to be for adults, but then they go around making Donkey Dongo bongos for their, as though adults don't play rhythm games. That was before Guitar Hero. But anyway, they were having an argument over which system would dominate, and the lady was saying that the DS, it sold the most systems at the time. This is maybe like summer 05 this came out. And then the other guy was saying, no, that's not, you can't judge it on that because the DS came out like months first. Well, no one gave the GameCube or the Xbox a handicap when the PS2 came out a year earlier. So, I mean, when you get there first, that's not an unfair advantage. That's, playing playing it smart and getting there when you say you're going to be. So Nintendo's getting there exactly when they lined out that they'd be getting there. So it's too late. That doesn't. I don't take that seriously. Point number 2 in the MSNBC article. No one cares about 3D outside of the multiplex. Television manufacturers put pretty... Okay. 3D TV, it's just getting into the market. I mean, when HD came out, it wasn't like, boom, everyone is HD, you know? It was really expensive to be an early adopter, and if you were one of those early HD TV adopters, there wasn't a lot of content out then, and only now is there are lots and lots of HD content, and the HD TVs are finally coming down in price. So you really can't judge the receptance to 3D based purely on the first generation of bleeding edge HD TVs that display in 3D that came out, you know, in the last year or so. And okay, I'm gonna go into that a bit more about receptiveness to 3D, and when I get to the other article. Number 3, toddlers are out. Unfortunately, the 3DS maybe, you know, he's saying that, you know, oh, it would be perfect for little kids, but it's maybe a health risk. They're advising 7 and unders not to buy it. That's a silly point to make. I guess this guy didn't realize that a great deal of the 3DS's unprecedented success has been due to Nintendo. Even the Game Boy Advance, like what, a third in 2004, like a third of their user base were 18 and up, even with the Game Boy Advance. Them saying that because 6 and unders aren't supposed to be playing the 3DS according to Nintendo, that they're going to lose this huge amount of market share, not realizing that Nintendo from the beginning geared the DS to expand into teens and adulthood, starting with, you know, they packed Metroid Prime Hunters as, you know, the Metroid Prime Hunters, the tech demo of Metroid Prime Hunters as their launch pack in. And, you know, they did an advertising campaign with the Wild Boys on MTV. Nintendo started skewing older from the very beginning, up into, you know, 30 plus with the Brain Age and those types of games. Number 4, the price is too high. Maybe if you're in Europe, that must hurt to have to pay like the equivalent of what, 300.
All right, so that was probably the most egregiously, like, late I've been of my break timer compared to when I actually showed up. But after closing in on a year doing this, it's not so bad. I've typically been right on time with my break timer. Yeah, I'm sure I'm doing a great job talking about this MSNBC article, where I instead start talking about a G4 segment from like years earlier. Let's see, taking a strand and make the timer go away. Now, I missed a few seconds of what I said, but in about 40 minutes, I'm going to eat. I'm going to stay on stream.
$350.
I'm just going to turn off my webcam and just mute.
A perfectly reasonable price, unless you literally think Nintendo owes you a free or extremely low-cost system.
So I missed a little bit of what I said. It was mostly when I was out stretching. Just went out outside for a moment.
Now this is a good one.
Apple owns Nintendo.
They're basically just saying.
I don't know. I guess I must have said something wrong or something, and I just had to redub in the audio. I like ADR'd in the audio. That was kind of weird.
Saying that Nintendo has, like, Apple sold nearly 43 million devices running Apple's iOS in the past quarter. Yeah, how many of those are? How many people are playing I'm gonna be a gamer, and how many people are buying this as their gaming device? It's sort of a side dish. I mean, even it's not. There's a comparison to be made. When Nintendo came out with the DSi, I could see that they were preparing for this battle that's taking place, projected to take place between iOS and Nintendo's portable. Nintendo's preparing for that battle, and as soon as I considered in my mind that should I get a new iPod, this is before the iPod Touch was even blew up like it is now. iPod versus the Nintendo DSi, as that could play music too. As soon as I even thought that comparison was relevant, that battle's already started, and Nintendo's prepared for that with the DSi, and so Really, Apple owns Nintendo. That's laughable. We can't write off. This is a quote. We can't write off Nintendo entirely. It still has a major advantage over Microsoft. Over Microsoft and Sony in its biggest games or proprietary franchises. Sure, that didn't help Sega in its waning days. Yeah, or whatever. Okay. So now on to the much more...
This is like, if this is a post-Wii article, sure. But this is like at the height of the Wii, and then... And the height of the Wii, the DS sales didn't even start slowing down. They're announcing a successor, and they're talking about, oh, Nintendo's waning relevance. Oh, Sega had proprietary games that didn't help them, and like, what basis? Like, because I don't know, like, people just, I mean, it's still like a thing, but like, people are just really, like, I remember they used to, I don't know if they still do this. They used to be betting pools on when the Pope is going to die. And in the age before Pope, like, you know, like, before, recently the trend is they'll actually, like, retire before they pass away, but they used to, like, would hold the position for life no matter what, so I guess eventually you're gonna win that bet, and I guess that's what they're kind of trying to do with Nintendo, you know, here.
More sensationalistic article on Gadget Review, 5 reasons why Nintendo lacks depth for 3DS. Number 1, nobody wants 3D. Nobody wants 3D. Just Nintendo's own.
Whatever point I'm about to make, just having the next generation successor to the DS would have been enough, even without the 3D. I mean, there was probably. Oh yeah, that's something I guess I can mention about E3 2010. Apparently, like, when Iwata lowered the price of the 3DS, I believe he said straight up that they overestimated the excitement for 3DS based on the reaction at E3. Like, a part of the reason I guess Nintendo doesn't announce prices at E3 is because they're trying to gauge the public response to get a sense of how much they might pay for it. Apparently, the response for 3DS at E3 2010 was so positive on the show floor and the public that was watching from home that they overestimated how much people were willing to pay for it. We'll continue.
Just their own, the reaction at E3 proves that that's rubbish from the outset. And if you're going to talk about no one wants 3D in terms of just the sales of HD TVs, which is in terms of 3D TVs, which is exactly what this author is doing here. That's not a good comparison. The 3D on the 3DS is kind of an X factor. We don't really. It's nothing like it. People haven't been exposed to 3D in the way that the 3DS provides. So to just judge, oh, no one wants 3D based on this polling that was done on the sales of HD TVs that display in 3D with special glasses is pretty
excuse this.
Pretty unwise.
Just getting this ready for something later. If I thought about this earlier, I might have did this. But I'm going to. I just ordered.
I know kids in elementary school with more iPhone apps than me, and Nintendo is putting in I guess Nintendo's new model is useless hardware and junk software. That just makes them sound like a fanboy. Battery woes. Now, in terms of 3D TVs.
All right, I want to replay that bit, but I want to show off something. Well, I guess I could just get rid of Pachinko and show away one. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Where is? All right, I want to make the Pachinko window go away. There we go. Yeah, so my character up there, my artist, they drew him with the black DS I had originally, and then by the time I got this one here commissioned, there's my character with I'll blow it up here, with the Pikachu new 3DS that I got later on. And actually that picture is hanging on it's hanging on the wall behind the register of the IHOP that I used to go to all the time. Because my friend took a picture of me at that IHOP, and then they made that. Excuse me. No, actually, no. I took a picture of an empty seat at that IHOP, and I'm just doing this for a little gimmicky thing for while I'm eating, so I could turn off my webcam and just have my microphone on, so you don't have to see me eating. Because I heard a lot of people say they don't care. Then I heard a lot of streamers say that, oh, I'm not going to stream. That's the most disgusting thing ever.
This was exactly what this
And I heard a lot of
author's doing.
then other
here.
streamers just make it part of their stream. I'm just going to go in between, and when the wrap comes,
on the 3DS,
and I ordered an artichoke wrap on Postmates.
We don't really. It's nothing like it.
I ordered an artichoke wrap on Postmates, so when it arrives, I will. These were a long time ago, so the prices probably aren't current anymore. And the artist I work with is currently not doing any art business. They're just doing smaller bumper sticker types, like what she calls stickers, through her Patreon. If you're interested in checking out that artist, what was it? Okay. Yeah, there we go. You can check out her website. So when I go to eat, I'll just turn that on. But for now,
people haven't been exposed to 3D and the way that the 3DS
because this video is a single 5-hour-long compilation video.
To just judge, oh, no one wants 3D
it's
based
tricky
on
to rewind and fast forward through it precisely.
Of HD TVs that display in 3D with special glasses is pretty unwise. 2, software, it's serious business.
Software is serious business. Why would you not think Nintendo's serious about software?
I know kids in elementary school with more iPhone apps than me, and Nintendo is putting in I guess Nintendo's new model is useless hardware and junk software.
I don't even know where that disc came from. Yeah, it just makes him sound like a fanboy.
Now, and mind you, I do not own a Nintendo DSi. I haven't really had any experience with the downloadable games. I've heard there's some shovelware on the DSi.
I have to adjust the volume on the video we're watching. Let me know, and I'll turn it higher or lower.
Even if they're sort of overlooked, even if they haven't pushed them the way one might expect, that they have basically demonstrated that Nintendo is willing to put out a selection, develop and put out a selection of downloadable, low-cost, high-quality titles. That's specifically, when I say low-cost, high-quality, I'm quoting someone from GameSpot or something, I think, so just for full disclosure there. Number 3, battery woes. Nintendo, talking about the battery life. The 3DS couldn't last a flight from LA to New York. Now, I haven't flown from LA to New York before, but like I said before, in terms of, at no point, even like when I was in high school, and I rode the bus to school, the bus to my tech center, the bus back to the high school, and then the bus back to home. So that's 4 bus rides a day. Plus, I had a lot of free time during the day, just at no point, as much as I play my Nintendo DS Lite, I've never, very seldom have I drained the batteries on them. When I drain the battery life, it's like I charge it maybe, once every couple of weeks, and I play a lot.
Yeah, I do miss that. The Nintendo DS, and then later the DS Lite. The Game Boy Advance SP, the DS Lite, those systems had insane battery life. I'd play those systems at least an hour. I'd play those at least every day. I definitely played those every single day, and I was charging them. I think Friday was the day I charged them, or something like that. I charged them like once a week or once nearly every other week.
My
3DS put a stop to that for sure, but with the charging cradle, it made it a lot simpler to charge your thing.
And I think maybe in the other article, we're saying that the battery, 5 hours battery life. That's just what the Game Gear got, and the battery life on the Game Gear, is what killed it. I had a Game Gear back then. That's the system. That was my first system. I wish the battery life on the Game Gear lasted 5 hours with 6 AA's, 8 AA's it took. So 5 to 8. That's enough battery life for me. and I know, your mileage, your individual experience and how you're going to be using it's going to vary, but based on what I'm hearing, the battery life sounds like it's going to be adequate to me. Number 4, sharing is overrated.
I mean, it was good enough, but just barely. Like, at the end of if it was a day where I'm going out to the city and I'm going to be adventuring all day, I have Street Pass on, and if I was I play through the, and it's funny because for me, any train ride in and of itself was an active thing of entertainment. So I probably didn't play my 3DS for entertainment as much as others might. But by the end of the day on the train ride home, I might be flirting with the very bottom of my 3DS battery.
That's just talking about how, people around you aren't going to, if you're looking at it, aren't going to see the 3D effects, just going to look blurry to them. And that's sort of an interesting point, because that's sort of what Nintendo was saying about the Nintendo DSi XL, was that part of the point was to make it playing the system more social, so that, you have people sitting around you and look at the game with you and enjoy it with you. So, that's an interesting point. Don't think it's going to make or break the system. Number 5, too little, too late. Once again, sort of, saying that this one, they're specifically commenting on Nintendo's technical specs here. And I quote, Nintendo comes in like a hipster trying to be retro. Every part of the 3DS is old except for the 3D tech and the processing power, which remains a mystery. 3 VGA cameras, a resistive touchscreen, 400 by 420 and 320 by 420 resolution displays. If I were to describe such a device to anyone today and not say it was from Nintendo, they'd ask who'd make such crap. Well,
you could say the same thing going back to the very original Game Boy. Even in 1989, the original Game Boy was old technology. So that's one thing. Like, you got a bit of it with the 3DS, a lot more with the Wii U. Like, I remember there was it was like on Attack of the Show on G4. It was like when the Wii U came out, and they're like, and they have the studio audience, and they're like, oh, it has a touchscreen, it has a resistive touchscreen, and the audience were going like, ooh, ah, like sort of sarcastically, or whatever, as they're just looking on the specs. And they're like, no, that's the bad type of touchscreen. That's the kind of touchscreen that like those bad ATM machines use. But the type of screen that those unresponsive ATM screens are actually capacitive touchscreens. They're just bad capacitive touchscreens. And it really frustrates me. People with the 3DS, with DS, it didn't really matter because touchscreen was kind of a new thing. Like, you had to think, in 2004, like modern smartphones as we know them today are not even out. The only things that had touchscreens in terms of handheld devices were like PDAs. So in 2004, touchscreen is just new technology to most people. By 3DS, smartphones are more of a thing, especially by the time Wii U came out in 2012, where people were saying like, and then I remember even like on Pat the NES Punk and Ian Ferguson's podcast, the CU podcast, which is I actually like that podcast, but they're talking not even like half a year ago, Ian said something about the 3DS having an unresponsive touchscreen, and it's like that is so revisionistic. If the 3DS had not had an unresponsive touchscreen, it would have flopped. People are just thinking, oh, just because it's not the same smartphone technology, the same touchscreen technology that's on a smartphone, then it's bad technology or it's unresponsive. And the touchscreen on the Wii U, it is all the problems Wii U had. That touchscreen was perfectly responsive. They're just like, oh, there's like a net and you have to touch, like, yeah, because that's how the touchscreen technology works. It's not like the Gamecom touchscreen where there's like a visible like fishnet over the screen that you have to push into to make contact with it. It's the Wii U touchscreen, the 3DS touchscreen, they are perfectly responsive. Yes, it works ideally with the stylus, but that's just how it works. That even with your finger, if the adaptation, like even on like DS, 3DS, with stuff like Pokemon where they just had large buttons that were clearly meant to be pressed with your thumb, that worked. For precision stuff, you used a stylus. But as I understand, even like the most high-tech drawing tablets now, not like a iPad, not a tablet in the sense of a tablet computer, but in terms of a tablet, like a drawing tablet, those are still using resistive technology. It's not that resistive technology is bad. It's just different technology from a modern smartphone. I just want to get that off my chest. Because, and obviously these guys are wrong. They're talking about, oh, it has a VGA cameras. It has a resistive touchscreen. Who would make such crap? It's only getting it passed because it's by Nintendo. Nintendo's whole thing is taking technology that's inexpensive and using it to do something fun in video games. It's not about using the most advanced, bleeding-edge technology they could possibly get their hands on. So
whatever, you know, the DS, the original DS when it came out was underpowered.
And if I'm too quiet in the YouTube video, let me know. I will turn it up.
Which came out in the same time period. You know, people like, oh, you know, why doesn't it have an optical display? Why doesn't it have, you know, CD quality sound? Why doesn't it have, you know, this and that? And once again, Nintendo sort of proved that, you know, the dual screen and the touchscreen, though they were called gimmicks at the time and are still called gimmicks, referred to as gimmicks, proved that, you know, how you use your technology is much, a million times more important than having the best available and most powerful technology. So
made my own point there. I left out a few things, but
I expect any
pretty much made the same point I made now in 2021. So
are sure to make are going to probably make references like, oh, you know, what, adults won't want to play adults will want to play on a phone and not a game system because only little kids will play on a game system.
I mean, that's true, but most of the people who would play on a phone weren't a lot of people who play games on phones are the same people who wouldn't have been in the market for a dedicated handheld in the first place.
There's going to be a certain terminally hip crowd that's not, you know, would rather die than be seen playing on a system put out by Nintendo, but it's pretty minimal. I mean, it's saying like Nintendo are hipsters because the technology in the 3DS is old when it was the most powerful handheld on the market when it came out. It's not like they made something like, even like the Playmate where it's deliberately like black and white even. This time I'm saving these articles so that when the 3DS, you know,
I don't think, and I looked at the original video, I did not link to these articles, which is something I should have done, because it's probably not easy to find these articles now, if they even are still up online.
That these links aren't dead, and we could actually say like, yeah, remember when you said that the 3DS was going to be a huge disaster? Yeah, well, that's not how it turned out. So the PSP 2 news is coming out soon. That's going to be really interesting to see. I did.
One thing I want to mention here, there's an oil lamp. Wait, let me let the camera focus a bit.
It was a nice system.
Yeah, there's an oil lamp on the on top of the monitor of my Apple II. I still have that oil lamp. It is an olive oil lamp, but I can never like. There's a little feed, like a little twisty thing to advance the wick. And I could never find a cotton wick that's exactly the right diameter for it to go through that hole. Either it just falls through and won't catch on the little gear, or it's too thick to fit through the hole to begin with, and it won't properly advance through when I turn the knob. So I have had this oil lamp for years and years, and I have never actually used it.
I ended up selling it because the games were really slow coming at first. And I had to choose, you know, I ended up selecting my DS and selling that for some college money. But the PSP 2 is going to be a very interesting system, especially if it's as powerful as people claim. And they're talking about a touchscreen on the back of the system. That's going to be very, very interesting. Wow. This video's.
I forgot that the rumors of the touch panel came out before the actual reveal of the NGP
probably
itself.
Probably long enough as it is, so I'll make another video about that later. So. Thank you very much for watching, and
so this is post E3 2010 right now.
Nintendo World on launch day for the 3DS. Bye.
And this was still in that era where my signature title and closing cards and jingles were still on the very first, they're on the very tip of the iceberg of being impressive. 3DS. Now that's interesting. 3DS launch info revealed. This ended up pretty much so as far as 3DS specific videos, we're jumping, I think, close to a year in the future at this point. Serial Wars asks, what was my favorite launch game for 3DS? Definitely Pilot Wings Resort. I mean, the 3D in Pilot Wings Resort really felt... there was lots of great 3D, but there's certain moments, like the trophies in Mario Kart 7 and in Pilot Wings 3D in general, really felt like the objects in the game were physically... Like, if this 3D screen was here, it felt like the object was, like, several inches above the screen, where it really felt like I could reach out and pinch these these objects. Like, yeah, Pilot Wings Resort, for sure, was my favorite. Now, I missed being able to actually crash my vehicles. Like, in Pilot Wings 64, if you're playing with, like, the gyrocopter, and you actually crashed it, you'd crash the ship, and, you know, the level would start over, and it'd be like, dun, 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 dun. You know, it shows you crash, and shows you, like, wiggling around, like, I crashed. So it wasn't like you died or anything. Pilot Wings, the launch titles, I believe, on the North American Super NES were, if I'm not mistaken, Super Mario World, which was bundled with the system, then Pilot Wings and F-Zero. And Pilot Wings Resort, which was taking a lot of cues from the Mii Sports series, if you crashed your ship, it just was like boing, and you just cut to you being back in the vehicle. So they really toned down the consequences for crashing the vehicles.
For the 3DS came out yesterday at the event they held in New York City, simultaneously with one they held in Europe for the European launch information. And I have to say, I'm extremely pleased. A lot of people were expecting the price to be $300, and it's a mistake people make every time.
Wow. It's crazy. DS launched at $250, and they were kind of struggling. N64, DS, and 3DS, Super NES, 3DS, and N64. Those are the three Pilot Wings games. There was a proposal for a Pilot Wings game on GameCube. I think Unseen 64 did a feature about it. There was a concept for a pitch for a Pilot Wings game on GameCube that was actually going to be a world, basically kind of like Call of Duty, but with aircraft. I mean, like classic Call of Duty, or Medal of Honor, where it was kind of a World War II game where you're playing as a fighter pilot. So it's kind of going to be a bit of a more realistic flight sim with emphasis on combat, as opposed to just casually, just learning how to control the vehicles and getting your pilot license. It ended up not being greenlit, though. What was I getting at? Yeah, so there were rumors the 3DS was going to be up to $300. They announced it at $250, and that was cheaper than people were expecting. And I kind of forgot this, so it's cool watching this. But eventually, they couldn't even launch it at $250. They ended up dropping it to like $200 pretty much.
Time a new system comes out, especially from Nintendo, they keep converting the price from yen directly into US dollars and assume that's going to be the US price. And it always ends up being that it's less expensive in the US than it is in Japan, relatively. So it could have been possible that it was $300. So I'm very pleased with the $250 price point. And there's been a lot of bad press about the battery life. My personal situation, I don't even... It's
funny how the battery life really wasn't optimal, but it wasn't really that much of a problem. People who want the benefits ended up outweighing the drawbacks of that relatively short battery life. Just having the cradle instantly charge the system whenever you're at home did a lot to, I think, mitigate that.
On my DS Lite, when I'm playing it out there, I don't put that much time on it when I'm out because I don't have any really long commutes or anything. So that's not going to be too much of a problem for me. And putting it in its cradle every night, that's not going to be an issue for me. So I'm pleased with the battery life considering all the
One thing I will say, eventually, like how the cradle worked is when you place the 3DS on it, it would hit these little levers, and the levers would make these little pins come out and contact these two. You can kind of probably see them a little bit on. Okay, there's no equivalent on the XL, but on the even though I don't have the dock for the new 3DS, you can kind of see them here. They're kind of little little metal contacts where on the dock, when you placed it on the thing, tiny little pins would come and touch those little plates, and that's would would transfer the charging action to the
battery
system.
intensive stuff it's going to be doing.
Over
And I know
time,
Nintendo's engineers
those
probably
kind
shed
of wore
tears
down, right? Have to
over,
kind of tilt
just
the
having
dock
battery
back in
life
order
as
for it
low
to
as
make
it
contact
is, even
properly.
with, 3 or 4 hours with the 3D on and maybe the brightness on really high, because I know Nintendo will sacrifice anything to have really low battery life in their systems. Like almost every system up until
3DS was really the first
sacrificed
the first
performance somewhere
Nintendo
or other to
device
have
that
better
did
battery
not
life,
have
I'm
incredible
pretty
battery
satisfied
life.
with the battery life, all things considered. Very pleased with the wireless. Just one friend code this time, not a different friend code for each individual game. It's going to be tied to the system, and you're going to be able to exchange.
And once again, as always, if I need to adjust the volume between these, because
wirelessly
from video to video, these are all recorded with different
so
settings at the time. So if I need to adjust the volume on the videos, let me know.
Wirelessly locally, and then from there you'll be able to connect, through Nintendo Wi-Fi connection when you're, at distance from each other. So really, everything they've done with online in terms of the Street Pass and one friend code and being able to see your friends and what they're playing in real time without having to, before with the old Nintendo DS, you basically had to directly prearrange meeting online with your friends, be it through a forum or through.
Yeah, they got closer to having properly what I consider like good online multiplayer, where you could just jump in on other people's games and see what they're playing. You really couldn't communicate with them still, so you're really still kind of stuck to arranging play sessions off of the device, as opposed to something like Xbox or the Xbox 360 or PS3 at this time, where it was easier to communicate with friends and jump in on games and stuff like that. 3DS was probably whatever. Let me keep going. Let's just watch it.
Or call your friend, say, hey, let's go online. This time, there's none of that. There's no. It's very unlikely.
I was a
you're
little
just going to
overly optimistic
go
here.
online and just see that your friends there the way Nintendo Wi-Fi connection was set up with the original Nintendo DS. So really, even though it's still using a friend code, I think the way Nintendo's implementing it this time solves about 80 to 90% of the complaints that gamers had with the system. And keep in mind, Nintendo really didn't have to do this. Well, they had to. Ultimately, they had to, but relatively speaking, Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, as it existed with all the flaws with the friend code system and all the complaints from hardcore gamers, it was hugely successful. They had a huge adoption rate for Nintendo Wi-Fi connection as it was. So Nintendo could have had it in their head that they didn't have to change or improve anything. So I'm glad that they finally stepped back and looked at it and how they could improve it with the new hardware. The launch lineup, they didn't say specifically what games would be there on launch day. They just sort of had a launch window period of what was coming out from the 27th.
Wow.
Yeah, stupid phone. What would be coming out from the...
Is that nostalgic or what? My landline phone rang while I was filming. I mean, it was a wireless handset at that point, but wow. Yeah, 2000? Within a year, we got rid of the landline phone in that house, and we never plugged it back up. Yeah, I didn't... It's weird what the little things that... Yeah, that was just a different age. We actually had a hardline phone in the house still. And the phone would ring, and I'd just pick it up, and not knowing who was going to be on the other end. That is so quaint by today's standards. That's so weird.
March 27th up into E3 in early June, I think E3 is going to be. So they have the launch window. They did, apparently Ocarina of Time 3D and Kid Icarus Uprising. Surprisingly to me,
that was the yawn. If you're wondering what that weird
the Japanese lineup.
Trying to yawn without being like.
At least one of those, either Star Fox or either Star Fox 3D or Ocarina of Time 3D and or Kid Icarus would be there on launch day.
Yeah, Star Fox 64 3D didn't even come out until really, after E3 2011.
What I would like to have on launch day is Pilot Wings out of what Nintendo's offering.
Okay, and I got my wish. That's the main game I wanted.
That I would really love to have on launch day. That would be a great, way to show up to.
I still had a flip. I still had a flip phone at this point.
Rayman 3D. They're making Rabbids 3D, which is going to be, I guess, a Raving Rabbids minigame collection. And they're also Ubisoft's making Rayman 3D.
Rayman 3D,
which is apparently going to be another port of Rayman 2: The Great Escape. And Actually, the original Nintendo DS
Here it is
launched
right
with
here.
a port
It's
of
in my,
Rayman
my new
DS.
3DS right
the
now.
launch window of that was
Rayman
what
3D.
also Rayman DS was a port of
Which
Rayman
I really,
64
it was a
and Nintendo
fine
64.
port. I just didn't play much
And
of
Rayman
it.
2 is also
I
ported
played like
to
the
about
first few
every
levels, and that's
console,
it.
like the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, PlayStation
Yeah,
1,
I forgot Rayman. I had
N64,
even
Dreamcast,
with it in my
almost every
system. I forgot I had Rayman 3D for
has
years.
had a Rayman 2 port of some kind or another. And if they improve the graphics and make it in full 3D, I haven't played this Rayman 2 since it first came out, so I wouldn't mind playing it again. My dream lineup on launch day
I
for me
want to play
personally
Rayman 2 on stream,
would be
some version or
Rayman
another of it
3D
eventually, and I'll be pretty much. I
and
remember it,
Island
but
Resort. Now,
I'll be pretty fresh on it. I haven't really played it
there
much
was
since
also
2003
official talk,
or
not just
4 at the
rumors,
latest.
of Rayman Origins, which is going to be a completely new side-scrolling Rayman platformer coming to the 3DS.
Now, Rayman Origins did come out on 3DS, and I downloaded the demo of it, and I did not like it much because Rayman Origins, if you play it on like PS3 or 360, I believe those use the shoulder buttons for running, unlike like a typical most platformers. They use the shoulder buttons to run left and right, and oh yeah, you have to catch the beginning on the VOD. We watched E3 2010, but soon we're gonna be doing the 3DS launch. The 3DS is a launch event in New York City, and then after that we've got E3 2010 at the Nintendo store. So you'll get to see all that at least. So thanks for dropping in. In about 15 minutes.
Yes, and for a while we thought that Rayman 3 might have been
ordered
that.
a sandwich. It should be. I
apparently
ordered a
Rayman,
wrap on Postmates. It should be here pretty soon. So at that point, I'm just going to turn off my webcam, and it'll just be audio only for a little while.
Rayman Origins, I haven't heard any talk of it being on the 3DS.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. Oh, that's what I was getting at. 3DS. Rayman Origins. I believe I never played these versions, but when I played the demo on 3DS, you did not run with the D-pad. You ran with the left and right triggers, because I guess that's how Rayman Origins worked on the 360 and PS3. And on those more traditional controllers with the big bumpers on the shoulders, that would work better for running left and right, even though I would probably just prefer D-pad controls. But they did the same thing on the 3DS version, at least in the demo. And with the little time on the 3DS, the shoulder button controls there. The shoulder buttons on 3DS are good for secondary things, like targeting in Zelda games, but they're not good for primary controls in my experience. So I really never really played any version of Rayman Legends properly.
I really hope it is. That would be a great game to have on the 3DS. So ultimately, I'm very pleased with the news.
Yeah, so you get to see my 2010 era room. Oh, at this point, it would have been early 2011. Because this is leading up into. I'm talking about the leading up into the 3DS launch.
Is going to come fairly soon. Surprisingly, a couple of days later than Europe. It's funny. The United States.
If I need to adjust the audio to make me a little bit louder if I need to make the video we're watching a little louder, let me know.
I guess North America, all of North America, maybe, I'm not sure. Anyway, the US got the Nintendo DS and they got the Wii before Japan or Europe, and this time we're going to be getting the 3DS after both Japan and Europe, so it's sort of interesting how that flipped around on us.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. 3DS launched in Europe before America.
We got both the Wii and the DS, and the original DS before Japan, because people were saying, like, when the 3DS was announced to be launching in Japan first, so of course, you know, Nintendo system always come out in Japan first. Actually, both the original DS and the Wii both came out in the United States first. Reggie in the meeting called it the Virtual Console, but he only specifically announced the Game
I don't
Boy
know how much
and
sooner
Game
Europe got it. Honestly, I did compile all these videos into one single mega video in chronological order, but this is the first video this is the first time I'm properly watching this stuff. Really, probably since I put these videos out a decade ago. How do I feel about kombucha? Not wild about it. I don't hate it. Some people think it's gross because like the mold stuff, the fungus stuff in it kind of looks like snot. If you ever see like an actual vat of vinegar being made, it just looks like there's just a bunch of mold on top of it. It's, you know, it's made with living, you know, cultures, so that's just how it's going to look.
Boy Color games to be out for the Virtual Console for the 3DS. And the interface I've never actually touched a DSi, so I don't know how the interface is for the shop system there.
Yeah,
but
I
it
ended
looks
up getting a
lot
DSi
cooler
XL
now. How
after
you
the
can browse
3DS
through
launched to play
different
Pokemon Black and White on.
It looks a lot more user-friendly, a lot more streamlined, a lot cooler, a lot more exciting than what the screenshots I've seen of the DSi system. But they only specifically mentioned Game Boy and Game Boy Color games.
Oh,
No.
and yes,
okay,
in the corner,
there's no reason that
Megacom, in the corner, we are playing the SG-1000 version of Pachinko. Come on, please show up. There we go. Yeah, we're playing SG-1000 Pachinko. This cartridge goes for $2,000 on the secondhand market because it's one of the rarest SG-1000 games. Apparently, Sega recalled it. Apparently, based on Sega realizing that the game itself sucked. And they released Pachinko 2 like weeks later. That's this with like 3 tables and apparently slightly improved ball physics.
3DS is technically...
Yeah, and Sega flat out recalled the game entirely, and you can see how little attention it requires to actually play Pachinko. I mean, that's true in real life as well. But, and apparently this is the earliest known version of an actual proper simulation of a Pachinko machine in video game or computer game form.
Any reason why I can't emulate?
Yeah, so the debut of the SG-1000 on the stream. This is being played on the Analog Mega SG.
Some licensing issues, like they made a deal specific to the Wii for a certain console for a certain game, and that they would have to work out a new contract to have it on the 3DS Virtual Console. But there's no reason why there shouldn't be N64 games. Well, I can imagine N64 games, like, if they want to have N64 games but not have the games that are remade in 3D to protect the sales of the 3D
how you
version.
doing?
Like, they don't want to have
Yeah, Pachinko's kind of an onomatopoeia, where it's like, it's a word based on, like, it's a word that's meant to simulate a sound, like, let's say bark for the sound that a dog makes.
That... having all those games
or
that
cling for the sound of like coins jingling, like jingling, the sound of coins rattling. We call it jingling. Those are, you know, it's one of those sound words.
That I could see being the deciding factor as to whether somebody is going to be doing all their gaming on a Nintendo system or on their iPod Touch. Not that I think even if someone does decide to buy an iPod, like an iPhone or an iPod, in addition to a 3DS, I think it's going to really keep them playing on the Nintendo system and spending their money on the Nintendo's system's downloads rather than iPhone application games. So Nintendo really needs to get on expanding their horizons for what is possible on their Virtual Console.
Oh, and by the way, I'm wearing my...
If they don't really pursue having those console emulated games on their system, I don't want it to be just because
this is the only 3DS related shirt I have. I did have a shirt from the 3DS launch that we're going to see me at the 3DS launch event in a few minutes.
Not to pursue.
It should only be a couple minutes from now, because this is really the only shirt related to a 3DS game that I own.
They really need to. If that's holding them back, they really need
to
I have
another.
Go all out.
I have
with
another
their
Pokemon
content, considering how much
I do
stuff
have a
already sitting on,
Pokemon
in addition to what they could be developing.
X and Y shirt with all 3 starters.
Content.
So that's the only 3D related shirts.
That's my take on the 3DS news up until launch, and thank you very much for watching.
That's so nostalgic. Like, and for those who weren't there, like, this is how I used to open and close my videos back in the day. It's how I still close them now, but this was back when having a title and end screen like this was actually on the lowest echelon of being a relatively high production YouTube video. And also, this was back when YouTube videos had to be under 10 minutes, so therefore the length of a lot of these videos probably saved a lot of my videos from going on a lot longer than they should have. But here we go. Put Grand Theft Auto on the 3DS. I know exactly what argument I'll be making here. Ironically, that 3DS didn't end up getting a Grand Theft Auto game. Oh, you saw the streetcar video. Did I record? Oh yeah, I recorded those videos when I was over in Charlotte visiting a relative. If you're looking for my latest YouTube videos, all my alerts and my commands are scrolling on the bottom of the screen right now as I'm saying this. Those are both those videos. I would recommend the first video more so. Those are just cut downs of the airship history lesson I did on Twitch. The VODs on Twitch are expired. They're still up on my YouTube. If you type in the command for VODs, that'll show up. A link to that will show up in the chat. But basically, I was just talking about a video that Cheddar put out on YouTube that very poorly researched video about airship history. And I just go through very quickly and talk about all the things they messed up and got wrong. And then the full-length lesson is basically mostly what I did on Twitch.
Time has come for Grand Theft Auto on a Nintendo Portable. Rockstar, believe it or not, you may not have noticed this, but Rockstar, for almost as long as the Grand Theft Auto series has been around, has, as strangely as it seems, had a really soft spot for Nintendo's portables. The original, there was, I think, Grand Theft Auto 2 came out on the Game Boy Color.
I feel like I want to turn this up a tiny
then
bit.
Game Boy, I think there was a game, I think it was called Grand Theft Auto Advance, came out on the Game Boy Advance after Grand Theft Auto 3 on the PS2 came out.
And by the way, and if the sound of the pachinko balls,
the
sound of the pachinko game is too annoying, let me know and I can just mute it outright.
The map they used for Grand Theft Auto Advance, of the map they used for Liberty City, was actually larger than the one they used for Grand Theft Auto 3, and Rockstar was proud of that. They weren't making a little chintzy side story. They really were dedicated to making a full-fledged Grand Theft Auto experience on Nintendo portables, which, especially on the Game Boy Advance, seemed extremely strange, extremely out of place, and the game really didn't take off like it could have. And then on the Nintendo DS, Rockstar, they really poured their heart into Chinatown Wars. They really wanted to make a unique, full-fledged Grand Theft Auto experience for the DS,
announcement,
and leveraging all the strengths and weaknesses of the 3DS to make the best looking, the best playing game, using it, taking advantage of all its features to really make a real great Grand Theft Auto game. But unfortunately,
I still haven't played Chinatown Wars, by the way.
A lot of the sort of gamers, the taste of a lot of the same gamers who make Grand Theft Auto 4, on the console such a big hit, are the exact sort of people who will look at a single screenshot of Chinatown Wars and say that looks like crap, and never think of it again. I remember how Rockstar timed Chinatown Wars to come out about the same time as the Nintendo DSi, which the DSi has a little more internet connected, a little more upscale features with the music player and all that.
I'll be right back.
So sort of trying to reimagine the DS's image a bit as something that a Grand Theft Auto game would be at home at. And Rockstar really tried to take advantage of it, and it got excellent reviews. And I could not go to a single gaming-related website without seeing pop-up ads, banner ads for Chinatown Wars. But when you look at those little grainy thumbnailed screenshots, and you look at that, and it looks, you're gonna think someone's gonna look at that and think that looks like a Super Nintendo game. Who are they kidding? And in terms of style, and not just in terms of the graphics, but in terms of the style, how they went back to the top down, even though I knew of and played the Grand Theft Auto games before it made it big with Grand Theft Auto 3 when they went from the full 3D sort of free roaming style, I preferred that. I found Grand Theft Auto 3, enjoyed that. I enjoyed just driving around and smashing into things and blowing stuff up. And
so maybe at the end of this video,
from little Chinatown Wars, I really couldn't get that sort of satisfaction.
I'll turn off my webcam and I'll leave the mic on.
Did the remakes of they did the side stories for Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City on the PSP.
I've never been recognized by drivers or anything, the way the driver deliveries go, they never see my face anyway. I got an artichoke wrap with some fresh fruit. Yeah, I've never. Yeah, no one's. Not since I moved away from the New York City area but back when I was still where I used to live, people would recognize me around this time period. Actually, I've had a few people recognize me from YouTube, and not like in a GameStop. Once it was just in a supermarket, and someone recognized, like, "Oh, aren't you on YouTube? Aren't you the Nintendo? You do Nintendo news on YouTube?" Then another time was in a bookstore. Now, I almost don't want to count this, but in the Nintendo World Store, people would recognize a few people would recognize me. A lot of people recognized Pete because I was often with Pete because Pete was big on YouTube at that point. So yeah, I did recognize it in Nintendo World, but that's kind of like a concentration of people who would be looking for that kind of stuff. But I have been recognized from the internet, like just out shopping or in a bookstore or weird things, places like that where you really wouldn't expect. So.
And now we finally, and as I was saying in a previous video, the games, the grittier, sort of more realistic, mature games, they lend themselves to having the best sort of graphics available, the most realistic graphics available. And as big as a leap as the Nintendo DS was over the Game Boy Advance, it still wasn't quite there in terms of something that would really appeal to someone who, likes, their high resolution, high performance graphics. The 3DS, amazingly, on that little tiny card, we're seeing stuff like Dead or Alive.
It's funny. I remember like around the time, if you know Stuart Ashens on YouTube, around the time, I don't remember the numbers exactly. But around the time that Stuart Ashen's first movie, Ashen's and the Quest for the Game Child, around the time that movie came out, where he was like, oh, he's a big YouTuber, like Stuart Ashen's, I was like, I think Pete has more subscribers than him. And I looked on, and at this time, I don't think Pete was big on Twitch at the time, but I looked on Pete's YouTube, and Pete had significantly more subscribers on YouTube than Stuart Ashens, which was interesting because Ashens was already more famous at that point entirely through YouTube, yet Pete had a lot more subscribers. So it's kind of interesting how those kind of things work. Now Ashens definitely has more subscribers than Pete does, but at the time, like by a significant margin, Pete still had more subscribers than Stuart Ashens.
Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid 3, the 3DS we've moved beyond the stage where you'd have to compromise the graphics or the gameplay in any way to make a full-fledged Grand Theft Auto experience akin to what you'd expect on a home console. So I really hope...
I mean, at the very least, like, the PSP was less powerful than the PS2, but they were able to have, like, the Liberty City and Vice City Stories games on the PSP. And the 3DS is clearly more powerful than the PSP, so at the very least, like, they could have had a free-roaming polygonal 3D Grand Theft Auto on the 3DS, and it just didn't happen. It's like Game Freak will only... I mean, the Game Freak. It's like Rockstar would only put Grand Theft Auto on Nintendo handhelds that clearly could not handle
Grand Theft Auto for the 3DS, and I really wouldn't mind if it was, even if it was some sort of a remake, because the 3DS is an opportunity to really expand in terms of age. The DS really expanded the user base.
The thing is, it looks because we're I filmed this on a potato. You really can't tell what this is. All this is, it's an orange sweater with like the top, a bit of a turtlenecky type thing, and there's like a little zipper on top. It's not even like a jacket. It is just flat out a sweater. Chinatown Wars, I believe, did all right. Like it was a successful game on the DS, but like at the same time, like 90% of the people, all the sort of dude bro-ish kind of gamers who made the home console Grand Theft Auto games at the time a hit, would take one look at the DS game, and I saw this my first hand on forums and stuff, and be like, that looks like BS. Like, what the heck is that? I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Like, I want to play a real game. So, and whereas on 3DS, if they had actually taken advantage of, whereas those same type of people, they would play like the Vice City and Liberty City Stories games on PSP, because those are played and looked more like what you expect from a Grand Theft Auto experience at that point.
Your citizen age.
That Star Wars figure in the background, my mom's friend got me some Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones figures. I've only seen Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones once in IMAX, like right before it left theaters. I remember there's a scene in a 50s diner. There's a scene where they're in flying Jetsons cars in traffic, jumping from car to car. I remember like a conveyor belt where they're assembling robots, and I remember like a gladiator scene. That's like all I remember. And at the end, like some guy has a little hologram of the Death Star plans. That's all I remember of episode 2. So I don't even know what was. And when I moved, I think I just took all those toys to Goodwill. You know, they weren't rare, they weren't super collectible or anything. I wasn't even that into them. I just put them on my wall with thumbtacks because I had nothing else to do with them. So let me just add them to the nerdy clutter that's all over my walls.
Whereas the nature of the games and the
you're watching on a Sony Trinitron TV
range of
War
possibility
says,
in terms of
yeah,
the content, in
you have
terms
a lot
of
of
having,
warmth.
not only family
the
friendly
orange
stuff,
is
but
vibrant and
more
deep.
visually intense, the more gritty little games with darker themes. The 3DS, I think, is going to be as we're seeing from the outset, is going to be a chance for those games to really shine on a Nintendo Portable.
It's funny because with that
to
being true, there ended up being more first-person shooters
in ways that we haven't seen so
on
much
the
on
DS
the Wii,
than on the
except for in a
3DS,
few
which is
specific cases
much
which are
arguably
treated as,
better suited for first-person shooters. I think
deals, sort of like how,
what Moon Chronicles, were they any other first-person shooters aside from Moon
those,
Chronicles? Whereas DS was getting like
I can't think
ports
of
of like
right now, but
or versions of like Grand Theft
3DS,
of like Call of Duty
it can
and Medal of
handle
Honor and stuff like that.
uncompromised, completely uncompromised, graphically intense Grand Theft Auto experience, and Rockstar certainly should take that opportunity to investigate the possibility of such a title coming out. And thank you very much for watching.
Wow. Well, I used the Pokemon Gen 1 battle theme end theme for that. That's interesting. Check for links in this video's information box. I don't know what links I would have had in the information box. Alright, so I don't want to eat on camera. If you could hear it on the microphone a little too much, I might even mute the mic except for when I'm not chewing. And because I just happened to, I wasn't planning to do this, because I happened, instead of just having a blank, I still have that orange sweater. I don't wear it that often. I need to put the chat box up higher, above. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so you have art of my Lunarian character, my Doorworm at an IHOP. And actually, there on the table is the 3DS that I actually do have that's the 3DS I had in real life at that point. So just to liven up the stream instead of just having a blank thing there, if I had art of I have an artichoke wrap I got on Postmates from a local place. So I'm just going to be using this little artwork here thing. I really don't like doing things like this. Like, I've stumbled into, like, streams where, like, someone who's, like, neck deep into the furry fandom, like, has, like, just a picture of their character, and they're trying to represent it as being them. I'm not doing a role-playing thing where you're supposed to believe you're talking to a dog alien with a giant parasitic worm. So if this isn't anyone's thing, it's, if people don't like it, I'll turn it off or whatever. Not that... Now, if you're just... Okay. Actually, this might... Actually, I want to be on camera for this. I forgot that this was the very next video. I'm actually going to wait before I eat. I'm going to turn I'm going to turn my webcam on. I'll wait a little while to eat, because this is a wrap that's served cold. Yeah, I forgot that my 3DS launch event coverage starts here. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think what happened was we went to the Nintendo World Store originally, because that's where we typically go for these launches, and like nothing was happening there. And I know that the official event was going to be at Union Square Best Buy. So what happened, what we ended up doing was we had pre-orders at the Nintendo World Store. And so what happened instead was even though we had pre-orders at the Nintendo World Store, when it was clear that all the events, all the revelry, all the partying, all the, DJs and giving away free stuff was going to be at Union Square Best Buy, we camped out there instead. We got there at like 7 in the morning, I think. And then later that night, after the store already closed, but we went there because they knew, not to name drop like they know me at Nintendo World, but there were enough people there who knew me when I showed up after they closed. After at midnight when they sold the systems, they let me... No, I think I called them and asked if I could go, like, get a refund for my pre-order. Like, and it's like, so as soon as we got our systems, we went there and we got refunds for our pre-orders. They unlocked the door to let us in. And so me and Pete got the refunds for our pre-orders. And yeah, that's what happened. So I don't know if I filmed this or I've incorporated that, because it's very clear by this. I think I might have even made this title screen in advance that I already intended to. Go to the Nintendo store, so I might too.
Nintendo 3DS will
okay.
hit the United States in just a few days, and
all right. So I forgot I made this video. Here I'm just announcing that I'm going to be doing the coverage. So
Nintendo
I guess
World or near
right,
Nintendo
I guess
World.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my
online
little
to pick up the Nintendo 3DS on launch
all
day.
right.
The second they start selling it, be it at midnight or when the store opens the next morning.
And as always,
it's the 27th.
if I need to adjust the volume, or if you could hear me eating on the mic, and it's gross, let me know and I'll turn off the mic except when I'm not chewing.
On Saturday morning. And I plan to either be... I'm definitely going to be tweeting from the store. If I'm not tweeting, I'm going to be tweeting. I hope to be able to, if there's a decent Wi-Fi connection I can access for free, I hope to be posting videos, semi-delayed, once maybe every couple hours, every 2 or 3 hours, depending on how long I'm there, depending if there's good Wi-Fi connection. And if I can't post videos there, I'll just post one big long video after the fact once I get home and get settled in. But I want to hopefully be able to post videos.
All right. So when I say that I'm going to be tweeting and possibly posting videos, when I say I'll be possibly posting videos, when I say I'm tweeting, I'm talking about tweeting via instant message off of my flip phone. That's how long ago in age this was. That, since I'm not chewing now, I can turn off. I'm literally talking about, there was a thing where if you tweeted an instant message at a certain tweet, it would automatically push it to your Twitter account. And so I'm talking about tweeting via instant message on a flip phone. Oh wow, we beat the game. We beat Pachinko. 3005 balls, and at that point, the game restarts. So we'll start again. This is the second time we maxed out the board on Pachinko. Yeah, so I tweeted, Serial Wallace remembers all that. So I was tweeting, the tweets were via instant message on my flip phone. And then when I say I'll try to post videos if I can, what I'm talking about doing is taking my Kodak, digital camera, filming a video, taking the SD card out, getting out my laptop, putting the SD card in an adapter, then putting it in my computer, then uploading the video to YouTube from my computer if I could get Wi-Fi. That's how long ago we're talking about. GG. I was first thing I was like, GG for what? Oh yeah, I did theoretically actually beat a video game there. And we've already doubled the number of balls we have. If real life Pachinko was this easy to win at, the Pachinko's would have went bankrupt many decades ago. But we'll continue for now.
There at the launch day, and I know most of the Nintendo gamers in the New York area made their plans to be at Nintendo World for the launch months in advance. As soon as they announced the official price and release date, and you were able to reserve it at Nintendo World, they got their pre-orders then. But in the last week, Nintendo announced that there's going to be the official 3DS launch party at the Best Buy in New York City, a few blocks away. I don't plan to be there. I made my pre-order plans at Nintendo World. Hopefully they have something cool for us.
I say a few blocks away. It is a little further than that. It was a notable distance away. Did I play Pokemon XD? I rented Pokemon XD. And actually, Pokemon XD was my first exposure to Gen 3 of Pokemon. I didn't play that far into it, but I loved that shanty town. I think it was called Pyrite Town. And the way the town looked, the way it was laid out, and even the music, I'm like, okay, someone really liked Wall Market in Midgar from Final Fantasy VII. And when I look up online, I don't see many references to it. But Pyrite Town from Pokemon, actually no, excuse me. I didn't play Pokemon XD. I never played that game at all. What I played was Pokemon Coliseum, and XD was the sequel to that. So, okay. as we continue. And I'm still eating, so therefore I turned off my webcam, so excuse me.
Nintendo World, since we made our plans in advance, and I think all the real hardcore fans really wanted to be at Nintendo World. But Reggie's going to be at Best Buy. Hopefully, if I don't know if they'll be selling the 3DS at midnight, but if they do sell it the next morning, hopefully Reggie will show up there after he's done with the Best Buy event. If not, I'm going to be sorely disappointed. But in any case, I know it's going to be a great crowd. Lots of fans are really going to be there, sort of, planting the flag in the ground for Nintendo's new portable. So I'm going to be there. I'm going to be tweeting. Hopefully I'll be able to post some videos.
Yeah, Pokemon XD was definitely... It was more linear, but it had more... I know, at least with Coliseum, probably with XD too, because it's based on the same sort of mold as Coliseum. And the Pokemon Coliseum name was so misleading, because Pokemon Coliseum makes it sound like it's just a sequel to Pokemon Stadium, when it's actually basically just a single-player RPG quest. And I always liked the idea, and we're kind of flirting with going back to this with Pokemon Legends Arceus, which is the idea of having a story. Colosseum wasn't an open world RPG, it was kind of a linear RPG, but it was like a sort of linear storyline. It was very more plot driven, a little more condensed. It was just a plot driven point A to point B linear RPG that was with a bit more of an emphasis on story. Well, not more of an emphasis on story than the main Pokemon RPGs on the handhelds, but it was an RPG quest, but it wasn't like the basic like badge quest format of the mainline Pokemon games.
And I'm going.
You don't have to play Coliseum first to understand XD, but some things, as I understand it, some characters may reappear. As I understand it, most of the world from XD is recycled from Pokemon Coliseum. So
I'm going to be with Pete, and hopefully what Pete wants to do is, if there's a good Wi-Fi connection, he wants to do a live stream from the line or from the backseat of my car, from in front of the store on his Justin.tv account.
Oh, the nostalgia. Wow. I actually mentioned Pete when he was still on Justin.tv. Wow, before it became Twitch. And I don't even... wow. Yeah, but if you like either one of those, Pokemon XD or Coliseum, if you like either one, man, I feel kind of, I gotta admit, it feels slightly like weird talking about me, like, I guess, like, Pete hadn't exploded on YouTube yet, so it was kind of just like, hey, he had, like, so many, I had a lot, not even like he had a lot of viewers on YouTube. I had, I think, around 1,000 to 2,000 subs at the time, which is, at the time, was on the lowest echelon of being kind of notable. So I'm talking about this in the sense that, like, I know a certain number of people who watch me also watched him. I'm, like, out of context, I don't know, I just feel so weird. Like, I would not be drawing attention to the fact that, oh, I'm going to be with Pete and we're going to be doing this and that. I would not be making stuff like this nowadays, and it's kind of weird watching this. I'm not, like, yeah, like, I don't want it to seem like it's like, yeah, it's not like I'm using him for clout or something. It's just so weird. Like, if it wasn't so, if it wasn't so indelibly entwined with this era of my YouTubing, I probably wouldn't have even drawn attention to it.
There's going to be a link to that in the info bar. We don't know if there's going to be Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he's going to try to stream live on Justin.tv. That nostalgic. But okay, I'm back to eating, so.
And he could do it. He wants to be able to stream. If not, you're definitely going to be seeing tweets from me, possibly tweets from Pete as well, possibly some crappy cell phone pictures posted on TwitPic, which you'll see through my Twitter feed. or just cell phone pictures from my camera that I'm just sort of posting up on my Twitter feed. So we're definitely going to have some form of coverage, whether it's semi-live or we just put it all up the morning after. Possibly me and Pete, we might hang out afterwards after we get home and take some video of us playing our systems and maybe.
Yeah, notice me mentioning TwitPic. Back when, if you wanted to post pictures on Twitter, there was like, I don't know if, I forgot if TwitPic was like, yeah, I think it was actually officially part of related to Twitter, but it was like a separate website run by the same company where you'd post something to like TwitPic and it would forward to the Twitter account. It was so, yeah, I haven't thought of it. I literally have not thought about the existence of TwitPic as a separate site from Twitter in many, many years. Not since maybe 2000. Not since 2011, probably, have I thought about TwitPic in any form.
Maybe giving some first impressions. I'd like to be able to be in front of Nintendo World, maybe taking some videos of people's first reaction to the 3D. If I do, I'm probably going to be looking at it through my camera screen, my camera, because I actually don't want to see the 3D effect until I get the system home. I want to have a special video just of me, like my first reaction to the 3D, and maybe have a compilation video of me showing the system to my friends and family, seeing how they react to it. But I actually, quick note, I was at Best Buy the other week, and I wanted to see if they had the 3DS demo unit in there, and I actually had this notebook with me. So when I walked up, when I saw the system was there, I held the notebook up in front of the unit so I could examine the booth without seeing the system, because I didn't want to spoil the 3D effect. I wanted that to be a really special surprise for when I get the system back.
I forgot I went through all that trouble.
Hopefully,
and wow, someone tried to, the Walmart employee tried to convince you not to get the Vita. I remember, like, I think it was when I got WarioWare Twisted. I mean, no, WarioWare Touched for the DS. Because I got my launch DS games. This is the original DS now. Launch DS games. Then I got Polarium, which was the first post-launch DS game. And then I got, like, WarioWare Touched, which is the second WarioWare game to come out in North America. I believe in Japan, WarioWare Twisted for GBA came out first. But I remember when I was getting WarioWare Touched, the cashier was like, oh, wow, like, you have that DS thing? Like, I heard, like, basically the cashier said, like, oh, I heard it really, like, the DS wasn't that good, and that it's not going to last long. So, like, even, like, there are a lot of naysayers about the DS. I remember when a GameStop opened in this mall, like, this strip mall that was, like, a 10-minute bike ride from my house, before I could drive. This I think it was the first time I even went to this GameStop. This GameStop opened. I walked in, and there was like two, like a manager and like two of them, like manager of the store or something. And there was like the DS section, and the PSP section, and one of the guys was like, "Yeah, man, he was saying, I can't wait till we can get rid." I can't wait till we can get rid of all this DS crap and make room for more UMD movies. And the other guy's like, man, like UMD's not, like, these UMD, like, it's not gonna last. Like, and just the idea that, like, even when DS was established and successful, there was this notion that, like, yeah, it's just this temporary fluke of a success, but long-term PSP is gonna just crush the DS. Because it can't even play movies. It's still using obsolete cartridges. Like, what are they thinking? This is the same mistake they made with N64. They stuck with cartridges when clearly optical media was the future. Then when the PSP successor came out, they used the same obsolete cartridge technology as the DS did. To be fair, the technology landscape had changed a lot in that time. And I mean, I got PSP, like, day one. It's not like it's easy, if you hear me talking, it's easy to get the impression that I'm a, like, anti-PSP or that I'm just a Nintendo fanboy and wanted PSP to flop or something. That's not the case. But moving on, as well as moving on with my food, so.
Semi-live coverage. At the very minimum, I will be tweeting and posting some crappy cell phone pictures. If better, I'll be able to post some decent actual camera photos with the camera I'm using to film me right now up on TwitPic. for me, the best I could do is probably, hopefully, I'll be able to post some videos every half hour, every hour or two, depending on how long I'm there. And absolute best case scenario is that Pete will have a decent connection and we'll be able to do some streaming live from the line or from the back seat of my car, because I could fold down the seats in the car, and I could fold down the back seats and combine it with the trunk, so it's kind of like we have a little room back there that we could film from if we need to. So
yeah, we were in my station wagon at the time, so there was some space in the back where you put down the seats where you could kind of like camp out, such as it were, in the car. And when I say like Pete's gonna try to stream on Justin.tv, I'm not even talking about like with a smartphone. I'm talking literally like him with a laptop trying to like get leech some free Wi-Fi from somewhere, which in Manhattan, even back in 2010, the Wi-Fi situation is not like it would be just a few years later. It's like being on a laptop with a camera plugged into it, hoping you could just get some stable Wi-Fi that's free. Very different time and age back then.
Or if you're not gonna be able to get the 3DS, or you just need something to do, way to get in on the action some way or another. Hopefully, I could help satisfy your interest in what's going on in Nintendo World Store. So I hope maybe I'll be seeing some of you at the event, or you'll be seeing me if I'm able to get out any coverage from the line. And so I'll see you when the 3DS launches. And thank you very much for watching. Check for all.
I just wanted to pause there. In the background on the Apple II screen, I believe that is, what game is that? I think that's Centipede for the Apple II. And in the back, on top of the monitor, is an energy drink. And I ended up writing, when Satoru Iwata passed away, they left kind of like a shrine at the Nintendo store, or Nintendo New York as it was then known. And let's see, I might have, it's very likely I was in his, some of the videos he filmed. If you look back in 2010 era, there was a point where for technical reasons, he had to hide certain videos that had me in them. He had to hide it's not anything nefarious or serious. It's just for a brief time he had to hide. Might have privated any videos that had me in them at one point. But that Mario energy drink, I wrote a short poem for Satoru Iwata and left it at the shrine, and all that stuff was eventually sent to Nintendo headquarters in Kyoto, I believe. And because the soft drink was sealed, but it was way out of date, so I wasn't gonna drink it. So it's like I might as well, do something with it. So I just wrote a poem to Satoru Iwata and said, like, this one's for you or whatever, and left it there. So we'll continue on.
All the links to all those different places in the info section, in the info box of my video.
Now the interesting thing is, it's like, I guess Pete's video would have had a lot of me in them, and then my video is going to have a lot of Pete in them, and I don't know if Pete privated those videos, or if he just made them unlisted. He probably just made them unlisted. It's not that it's important, but I might, now that the reason from a number of years ago that he had to, might have had to unlist some of the videos that had me in them is gone. Yeah, maybe I could get him to make them public again. Almost forgot to put my little thing back up, because I'm still eating over here.
Yeah, 7:50. We're at Nintendo World.
Me and that flip phone down.
There are people here. They're basically just here. They're just tourists. They're not here for. Might be either getting in to get into the store when it opens, or for some taping of some show over there. And Hey, Pete.
No launch line.
Yeah, no launch line. So we're going to head over to Best Buy right now. I know I said Nintendo World and made the video. Plans are meant to be changed. So we're basically screwing Nintendo World over and heading over to the big launch block.
I forgot I did that. I made a separate title card. I forgot I made a separate title card.
We just got here for the 3DS. We're at Best Buy right now. There may be like, not even 30 people here. So, that's all.
Now, I'm probably going to mention this. This was like late March, because, 10th anniversary. This is late March 2011. That day was so cold. I'm funny. I'm glad I could provide some entertainment. Yeah, that day was so cold. That was like the most brutal in terms of weather. I mean, it was a sunny day, and it's an area in Manhattan that had very tall buildings all around. So only for about 40 minutes during the day did we ever get direct sunlight on us. When the sun was shining directly on us, it was so nice and warm. But as soon as it went behind a building again, it was freezing. It was the most brutal late March that I can remember. So, yeah, I can never remember. In terms of weather and enduring the weather, probably the most severe launch line I had ever been on.
A lot going on. Like I said, there's no crowd at Nintendo World. They're setting up all this stuff here. And that's pretty much all that's going on right now. What time is it? 8:27?
So 8:27 at this
Reggie
point.
just walked right in the store like
Hey,
it was
Swift
nothing.
Bro.
Oh, what time is it? It's like 9:45. Yeah, I'm here with Pete. We just got a new blanket on top of our space blankets.
Still freezing.
Oh yeah, what happened? Oh yeah, okay. So I had a what do you call it? I had a sleeping bag. I had a sleeping bag in the back of the station wagon I had at the time. And so I unzipped it to make a big blanket. And me and Pete were bundled up under it, and we had those foil space, what they call space blankets. You see them used a lot for camping and for disaster relief. So yeah.
Yeah, it's still freezing, but over there, all this black over here, they're gonna have two screens up there. All this area over in there, that's all gonna be the demo area. There's a food truck in the distance over there. And
oh yeah, later on they gave out free tacos to everyone in line, including yeah, I couldn't, with all my hair, it's hard to comfortably fit a hood over all this hair. So I have my share of hoodies, but I don't actually pull the hood up unless it's raining really hard, in which case kind of a last resort. And it's not very comfortable, nor does it look
part of it. And we just got word that Reggie just walked right in there, so I'm gonna hang out and see what's going on. Damn, if my fingers were warm, I'd tweet about it.
Reggie.
Hey, Reggie.
Reggie! How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Cold, but it's worth it.
We're hanging in there.
Yep, there's Reggie with his little entourage.
So we just got a acknowledgement.
Yeah, there's
by
Reggie drinking coffee.
He came and spoke to us for a moment, and right now he's talking to all his media people. I think he's going to be on that stage. So I'm going to take a closer shot of Reggie. Update: they moved us on the line. We're actually right where Reggie was standing. We're talking to his people before. It is what is it? It's like 10:30.
Okay, I didn't pause it, and because this is a 5-hour-long video, it's hard to rewind easily. But on my desktop is an extremely low-resolution image of the map of Unova from Pokemon Black and White. Man, I remember those gloves too. You can see on that finger there. I haven't I did a repair on those gloves and stitched it back together. I forgot. Yeah, I really would have forgotten. I still had a flip phone at this point, and it was not uncommon to still have a flip phone at this point either. And it seems really oddly recent for me to still have a flip phone, but yeah, and there was a really bad version of Sonic the Hedgehog for this, and it was a bad version of the Genesis version of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I was like, if they just used the Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog, this phone could probably have handled it pretty fine, because this is before gaming on phones was kind of a standardized thing. Did I ever have a friend with Atari Jaguar in the 90s? I forgot if Pete had an Atari Jaguar at that point. Because that would have been the only person I would have known then who would have had a Jaguar.
34, and there's a crowd down there. And there's a bus with a dirty old man on it, on the side, not on the bus itself, as far as I can see. And they sort of have this in this cordoned off area, and that's about it. That's all that's going on right now.
Not a whole lot going on here.
Okay, we're here. I'm back at the 3DS line, and they have the countdown clock up. We got 12 hours to go. Oh, it just disappeared.
Okay, those little things that look just like a pane of glass on top of a stand. Yeah, those innocent days before the plague. None of us wearing masks, all bunched up together in the cold. But yeah, those things that just looks like panels of glass on a stand, those are actually teleprompters. And if you're standing at the right angle, you can see like the text of like the prepared speeches that Reggie is going to be making later, as well as the president of Best Buy.
So I got it just in time. So 12 hours. Oh, there it is again. 12 hours, 53 minutes. Oh, it's just trolling me now, damn it. Okay, so we're all freezing. We're all enjoying ourselves nonetheless.
And I have to say, someday I'm going to get out. I have to find a scan of the particular EGM this is. For some reason, like, I remember it was the EGM that had the cover story of, like, the first preview screenshots and coverage of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. They had that also, the EGM with the cover story for the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 preview also covered the Japanese launch of the PlayStation 2. And in there's an article describing their experience where they sent like a few of their editors to Japan to camp out in Akihabara for the PlayStation 2 so they could get units to review. And so for some reason I haven't got you could whisper that to me, Mecha Kong. But pretty much the VODs, because I haven't gotten any bots lately, I could go ahead. I feel safe like re-enabling links. But if you whisper that to me, I'll post the link in chat. There, but basically something about the fact that something about reading that account of like camping out for the PlayStation 2 and all the people like gathered that were excited for the system, the wait, the anticipation, and the going to get your tickets, your pre-order things to like your place in line so you could leave and come back later. Something about all that for some reason like struck me as romantic. The idea of like going on this quest to get the system and meeting with all these people, and there was some guy who had a PS1 with like a TV and a generator, and they were playing PS1 on the line, which is a bigger ideal back in like 2000 than it would be later on. Yeah, but since then I always had this romanticism for like camping out for the official launches of systems. I really didn't. DS Lite was the first system I really kind of actually did that with. I kind of tried to with DS, but it was just me and one other person. It was only like an hour before the store opened. 3DS, DS Lite was kind of the first proper. Actually, DS Lite at Nintendo World had a pretty big launch event for it at the Nintendo Store, believe it or not, even though it was just a redesign of an existing system. But yeah, the Mecha Kong, if you can whisper that to me, I'll post the link in chat, and I'll also keep the link for my reference, because I do want to eventually do a reading for this issue, because when I do read that, it's going to be very nostalgic for me, for the reasons I just mentioned. The last time I did a camp out for a launch line was for a system. Really, the last time it was really viable and safe to do that anyway was with the Nintendo Switch, and at that point, all the romance of it kind of wore off. Where it's like, okay, I'm no longer in love with doing this. This is just a bunch of drama, and the toxicity and bad energy, and I just was not feeling the magic anymore. So I'm no longer will I ever again camp out for a system like that. So I'm going to. That's the link Mecha posted in chat. I'm using two computers right now. I'm using one that I'm watching the video on, and also operating the stream on, like my broadcast software. Then on the other monitor, I just have my stream manager set up. So one I have my broadcast software and the video I'm watching. The other I've got the stream manager. So all right, let's go ahead. Let's get back into the coverage of the event here, and I'm going to turn off my webcam because I'm going to be eating again. All right, here we go.
You got more people coming in line minute after minute, and I'll see you soon. I don't know what time it is, but we just got some music going, and I'm
surprised I didn't get copyright
down
claim.
here.
There's Pete. What I tried to pause on the screen he was playing. I forgot what game he was playing. I think he's on a DSi XL there.
Still down here, and the sun is still with us. As soon as the sun goes behind that building, it's going to get a hell of a lot colder. But until then,
yeah, and it did.
Compared to this morning, it's like being out on the beach on a sunny day. So, no complaints. And
you know what's funny? I didn't even
line so far. The demo station's over there.
Oh yeah, I know just from looking at the cover. That is definitely that's the right magazine, Mechacom.
All right, video up. That's it for now.
And one interesting thing is that I'm gonna pause for a second. I think I'm about to deliver a little voiceover here. No, but they talk about. I know one thing they talk about is the Japanese launch lineup, and also about the fact that in Japan, with the first batch of PS2s, the drivers for the to watch DVD movies were actually stored on the memory card, and it was a memory card that came included with the system. And you had to run them off. You had to have this memory card inserted to watch movies, which is something they fortunately got rid of for the Japanese version. But let's continue. Okay, that was just a selfie then. Oh, these are just a few random
guys,
photos.
I'm out here at the Nintendo 3DS launch event, the official North American launch event at Best Buy in Union Square in New York City in Manhattan. I'm number 19 in line, and I've got my bracelet here. And the line goes down pretty far. I got here about 8 o'clock. It was mad cold earlier, but now it's a lot better because like the sun's out. But it's going to go behind that building soon. It might get a lot colder when that happens. They already have some demo stations set up over there so that you can play the system. I personally still don't want to try it until I get my own. They got the music going. They've got the screens up there. And they're about to come down the line and hand out the 3DS bags. And
yeah, they had drawstring bags.
And yeah, he's not. Yeah, before he was freezing. We've got our blanket here, our space blanket, and
and yes, those foil blankets do make a big difference.
And there's me. If you want to check out some more videos,
yeah, I forgot they claimed that the PS2 would enhance PS1 games.
Jiguru1 there, if you don't know, and I'll maybe post some more videos later. What is it? What time is it? Like 2 something?
You know what's weird? I'm making these videos. I'm filming these from the standpoint that I'm gonna be posting these somewhat in real time. Where at this point, as I remember, it was pretty obvious to me that there was no way I was getting these videos up before I got back home. And I actually had my my first gen MacBook with me, but I couldn't get any Wi-Fi. You see the phone I'm working with. There was no way I'm, doing any online stuff at that point. But let's keep going.
Yeah, so that's what's going on here at the Union Square Best Buy right now. And thank you for. Hey guys, they are 9 hours and 21 minutes left, and it's getting a little cooler now that the sun is passed behind that building, but we're hanging on, and we're having a good time. Got like 9 hours, 17 minutes to go. We're just gonna basically just walk down the line and just see what's going on, see if they're serving food yet. I'm not looking at that until it's time. I'm not looking at the system. 9 hours and 17 minutes. And counting.
What? Hold on. Hold on. Can I? Alright. I can't rewind. But yeah, you see me with my doggone Polka Walker on my jacket pocket. That's another encapsulation of the time period.
Pretty sweet remix going on of some Mario and theme stuff. And I heard that there's a huge countdown calendar down at the down around the corner, so I'm gonna go take a look at that right now. All right, I'm in the park itself right now. Nice hair.
Nice hat.
Thanks. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, they said I can keep it for whenever I want.
Frankly, this is the first time I'm looking at all this footage since I edited all this together. No, I live far away now from New York. I now live elsewhere. Once things settle down a bit, I would like to visit again, of course. I mean, I still have a lot of friends back there. But, it's kind of weird. Because, like, okay, look at that. What that is, someone who was like a couple of spots over in line, alright, somehow they found Reggie's yearbook picture from high school when he had this huge fro, and he like put signs everywhere of the yearbook picture with "My body is ready" on it. And somehow I think he tricked the people running it into displaying that image on the screen. I think he took a picture of himself holding the sign, and the picture ended up appearing on the billboard. And it's funny because Reggie grew up within negligible driving distance from where I grew up, actually. Like, I lived close enough that his high school football team would have been playing games against my high school football team. So, not regularly, but, just like, they have, like, the leagues, like a county or tri-county league where different high schools play each other and so forth. But, yeah, okay, let's keep going. Okay, I'm turning the volume off because I don't want to have copyright. I'm surprised the original video didn't have copyright problems because the DJ is playing a lot of copyrighted music at this point. Hey, there's me. Yeah, so the employees, I think they were working for Best Buy, either for Best Buy or a company that Best Buy or Nintendo like licensed out to run this. And so they're taking pictures of people in the line and they're just broadcasting them up on the monitors for the people who were in line to see, which is weird. Which I think is how that ended up happening. That someone had the... Yeah, look at... Okay, yeah, he was holding the sign. I mean, thank goodness this was... I mean, I'm not sure how Reggie would have felt about that. But, well, I mean, he references... He makes a joke about that on stage. He's like, yeah, you know, no more glasses. Like, the glasses in that old photo of me. Like, he says some kind of joke, like, referencing it, you know, just playing it off, you know, like, you know, laughing with it. But, yeah, good thing this was this was pretty innocent. Like, it could have been, like, some kind of, like, horrible meme with, you know, dark intentions or lewd intentions or something, and they could have put it up on there and had no idea what they were doing. So, fortunately, it was relatively harmless, but... Okay, we're gonna mute again. Because we're playing, you know, the New York, dun 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 dun. They're playing that song, so. And I'm not saying anything, so.
No, the Wii line.
Yeah, so Nintendo just distributed hand warmers to us. Hand warmers. Hand warmers. Hand warmers. Yeah, they just distributed hand warmers to us all.
Could have used these a couple hours ago.
We could have used these this morning, but when we get closer to midnight, we know it's definitely going to be mad cold. I got 2 pairs here. 2 I'm going to put in my socks for my feet, and 2 I'm going to put in my gloves. It's not too cold now, especially not compared to this morning very early. So, Nintendo certainly does care about their fans. They've got an ample supply of these. And,
yeah, Nintendo, and at least in their New York City events, they're really good, with these major events, really good about having lots of freebies, lots of actual, you know, free food. Like at the Mario 3D Land launch, that was done in Times Square. You could buy the game a day early, and they had like a Mario 3D Land themed, like, obstacle course thing. What did they do? What did they have you do? They had a food truck that was giving away free slices of Sicilian mushroom pizza, which will make it the first and only time I've had Sicilian and mushroom pizza. But you just had to tweet with like the hashtag Super Mario 3D and show it to them, which I believe at that point I did do using my flip phone still.
So they're making sure we're taken care of.
Like at the Wii U launch, they had which was actually held at Nintendo World.
Yeah, just a minor distraction there. So
there's some elements of how this was run that I don't think Nintendo was especially impressed with. So they decided to maybe do it themselves for the Wii U. And it's kind of crazy because like with the Wii U launch, Nintendo did this big, like, crazy event where they built a stage and they had DJs and they had mascots running around in like Mii costumes and made a big production out of it. And then the system went on to flop. But then with the Nintendo Switch, they basically had absolutely none of that. All they did was just like, here's the line. They passed out a goodie bag with the cookies and with like a Switch cookie and some other stuff. It was a very no frills event. And then the system was a huge like success. So, because like for the Wii U launch, Nintendo was trying to make like a press event thing that would be circulating like, oh, Nintendo holds event or whatever. With Switch, they didn't even really bother. And the Switch launch ended up being better. And the cool thing with the Switch launch is like about like 3 or 4 hours before they started selling the systems, they passed out like menus with all the available games and accessories. And so you basically just like, if you had your pre-order, but you basically would just cross out on the menu all the stuff you wanted. So then when you got up to the counter, when they started selling systems, you handed your menu to the person. And when you wrote your name on it, so they'd go by, they'd hand it to someone else. It was like a line order thing, like in a diner, where the other person would just go get those accessories, bag them all up for you, ring them all up, so you're just ready to go. Super efficient process. No one walking around and like shopping for stuff. It was a very efficient way to run it. So, okay. back to the video and back to me eating a bit.
Right now, what time is it? We've got how many hours? 5 hours to launch. 5 hours and 42 minutes minus to launch.
Too long.
Launch! Yeah, and that's all that's going on. And I'll talk to you closer to launch hour. Hey, what time is it now? Like 8 something? 7 something? 7:15. Yeah, 7:15 or 50. Well, either way, it's like
Yeah, I did not
something
want to
now.
watch at this point,
We just had a swag
and getting out your
storm.
phone was...
Like 100 people just crowded all around me to get a mother load of Nintendo stuff for free. This hat that Pete's wearing. They were throwing them out like they were garbage.
Do I
into the
have
crowd.
that
Like,
hat? Hold on.
hundreds of lanyards,
Hold on.
dozens of...
I might have that hat. I think I have that hat handy. Hold on. Hold on. Wii U. All right. So I don't have the 3DS hat, and I don't have my 3DS shirt anymore. That's why I'm wearing the Froakie shirt from Pokemon X and Y, because without the 3DS shirt I got at this event. And by the way, how this was supposed to happen is they were supposed to hand out in an orderly manner all of this swag, the paraphernalia, the memorabilia, whatever. They're supposed to hand it out in an orderly fashion. Instead, they just sort of like threw them out into the crowd and started like mobs of people trying to grab them, and it was a mess and potentially dangerous because there was one woman there who had a broken leg and she was on crutches. But anyway, I do have a hat from the Wii U launch at Nintendo World. Basically, the 3DS hat was this exact same hat, but with a Nintendo 3DS logo. This, it does not. I mean, it goes. Hold on, where is it? It like fits over my head. It doesn't feel very comfortable. And my hair already makes me warm as a person with short hair would have with the hat on, so not much benefits to that. I do still have this Nintendo Switch hat. This was from the Nintendo Switch launch. I mean, red's not especially my color anyway, so, and it doesn't feel comfortable because I have so much hair already, and my head's already warm because, you know, I've got so much hair. So, yeah, so I don't have the 3DS one anymore. I kept one of each. I think I have the one 3DS hat out somewhere, but I gave the hats away to friends with shorter hair who like that kind of stuff, who could better appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
Of hats, a bunch of bags. It was really crazy, and they have a bunch more. Hopefully, they don't just
Yeah, the
give them out
3DS
right
drawstring bags. I still have those somewhere. I have a couple of those. Yeah, I have a couple of those somewhere.
And I fear for getting trampled for a Nintendo hat. So that's what's going on now. And the sun is beginning to set now. It's getting a little darker. And got some psychedelic stuff going on the wall there.
Somebody take it, please. Take his pretzels. Throw it away for him.
Yeah, they're giving out pretzels, hot dogs, everything. And I'll see you closer to launch. Or closer to launch hour.
I forgot about the pretzels and hot dogs.
They're projecting a gigantic Best Buy Nintendo 3DS logo up there on that building. So everyone definitely knows what's going on down here. You can see that sign. Heading back to my base now, my little camp. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, and everyone is rushing to the front of the line area to get T-shirts. I don't know. All I know is all of a sudden everyone's. And after asking 4 people, I was able to piece together that they were giving out T-shirts.
Yeah, during all this. Yeah. Will this be the first video of mine that actually gets DCMA'd?
It's gonna get cold out here. We've got an hour and a half to go. 3 hours and a half, excuse me. And lots of news crews are coming around interviewing people, mainly the woman who's cosplaying as Zero.
Yeah, I forgot the local news covered this too.
That's all that's going on right now. I'll talk to you close to the launch. I gotta preserve my battery.
Man, I forgot how much stuff I actually filmed.
I think comes out. So that's it for now. See you close to the launch. 3DS, 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 3DS. Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I remember from the launch event and you wore that hat.
Yes, thank you.
Good to see you again.
I still have your copy of Blue Ocean Strategy you signed for me.
Cool. Reggie, you got a great vision for Nintendo. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you.
Reggie.
I forgot I had that footage of Reggie saying hi to me and saying that he remembered me from the an earlier event. Yes, I did. I did get my 3DS this very night is when I got my 3DS, and this is getting closer. Well, on the other hand, you got it when all the best games were probably really cheap, right? So you can think of it that way. People are shouting for Earthbound from him even here. And if you don't know, you can see in front of Reggie that glass panel that's on a stand. That is actually his teleprompter. And I think the other guy is like the president of Best Buy or something.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? I want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight, and especially want to thank Nintendo for partnering with Best Buy to put on such a great event. Really appreciate all of you coming out here, spending your afternoon and evening with us. You know, each day hundreds of thousands of people come to Best Buy and to BestBuy.com looking for the latest and greatest in technology. You know, it's a responsibility that we take very seriously. We want to do that every day and introduce great technology like we have here tonight with the Nintendo 3DS.
Hold on, let's see if we can...
I remember from the launch event.
Oh wait, I didn't.
Yes, thank you.
Good to see you again.
I still have your copy of Blue Ocean Strategy you signed for me.
Cool.
Oh yes, I did mention that. Yeah, I do have a copy of the Blue Ocean Strategy book. That was basically the business plan that was the basis for the DS and Wii, and he signed a copy of it for me. It's in storage now, though. I only wanted to go back for a second, but look at the end when the Best Buy president...
Reggie, you got a great vision for Nintendo. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you.
When he looks down at, like, he almost forgets the name of the product for the Nintendo 3DS. Like, you can see him very specifically look down at the teleprompter. But I just love what a flagrant commercial this turns into for Best Buy, which is, of course, the point to begin with.
I want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight, and especially want to thank Nintendo for partnering with Best
Alright,
Buy to put on
Serial Wars, I'm not trying to flex, but yeah, he did. He was happy to see me.
Really appreciate
it was cool to see him.
coming out here, spending your afternoon and evening with us. You know, each day hundreds of thousands of people come to Best Buy and to BestBuy.com looking for the latest and greatest in technology. You know, it's a responsibility that we take very seriously. We want to do that every day and introduce great technology like we have here tonight with the Nintendo 3DS.
No, in fact, it looked like he was looking at his hand. He was like, Nintendo 3DS.
Is going to revolutionize gaming, changing the very nature of this immersive gaming experience. The Nintendo 3DS is changing the way the game is played, and we're delighted to offer the first U.S. sale of this device later this evening. And with any new technology, we want to do the best that we can with our job to make sure that we can help you get the most out of your gaming devices. So to tell you more...
I mean, I gotta say, as cheesy as a explicitly, like, this is now a Best Buy commercial, this is now B-roll for... that we're probably going to show at the next investor meeting about how good our year was. It's true that I did get a lot of my 3DS accessories from Best Buy. No, at the launch event, I don't know how much I show. I'm going to show it in a later video, but they included a very sturdy and significant. They included not just like a little case to carry the system in. They included like a travel pack where like if you're going on vacation for like a month, you got to put your 3DS, a bunch of game cards, accessories, your charging system, the dock to charge it with, not just the wire, but the dock. Everything you need for your 3DS could be stored in this. It was a nice little case. I sent it to my friend when I sent her my the DS that I bought this very night. So let's keep going. I think Reggie's going to be speaking next. But it is true that I did get a lot of my 3DS stuff from Best Buy during the years. So
About all that the Nintendo 3DS has to offer, I'm going to turn it over to the man who's made this all possible, Nintendo's president, Reggie Fils-Aimé.
My body's ready.
Thank you, Mike. How y'all doing? Wow.
Oh, that's so nostalgic.
This is what Best Buy
Wait.
and Nintendo is all about, right? It's about
Hold on. This is what Best Buy and Nintendo is all about. This is what Best Buy and Nintendo are all about. Use the wrong article there. But that's just being silly. Yeah, someone wrote some bad copy for him there. Dude, Reggie should have recruited you as Nintendo. Yeah, and I was a lot younger at the time. Not that I was a child, but maybe now I'd be better suited to stuff like that. But yeah.
The passionate gamer, the gamer who wants to be here and have a great experience, and we are just thrilled to have you all here tonight. I want to pay
He's already added Best Buy to himself.
To our partners at Best Buy.
The copy just said Nintendo. Huh.
This is
That's
a very. Thank you,
let's You're probably right, Mecha Kong. Let's hear that, because now that you mention it, it'll probably stick out like a sore thumb.
Wow. This
Oh yeah, and you know what? If the writing intended for there to be a singular and he inserted a second party there, and it would go from is to are, but he used the older article. Yeah, what Mecha Kong said. Like Mattel probably said this is what Nintendo is all about, and then he added the Best Buy in there, and so that changed which, the number.
Best Buy and Nintendo is all about, right? It's about you, the passionate gamer, the gamer who wants to be here and have a great experience, and we are just thrilled to have you all here tonight. I want to pay a special tribute to our partners at Best Buy. This is a very special opportunity for us to be here at the official first sale of Nintendo 3DS here in the Americas, here in Union Square. We appreciate everyone's enthusiasm and thank you for being a part of history, because tonight the Nintendo 3DS will turn the page in gaming history. And let me tell you
Whoa.
what I mean, right? Playing in monochrome was great. Remember Game Boy in monochrome? Okay? But that was the 80s. Playing in color was great, but that was the 90s. And until tonight, you could only see games in 2D or the occasional 3D, but you had to wear those funky glasses, right? Who wants to wear those funky glasses? No! Right? I don't know about you guys, but I've been told it's not my best look. Just like those glasses in that picture. Not my best look, right?
Yeah.
So, it's 2011.
Yeah, he actually referenced the picture that was circulated.
Right? We're ready for something new. So, let's get rid of the old and seize the...
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. What they did, this is genius, by the way. They handed out a bunch of, like, red and blue 3D glasses all over the place. Like, they handed out 3D glasses to everyone, and then they all had us throw our 3D glasses away because we are not going to need them anymore for 3DS because there are no more glasses. A lot of, like, it was, yeah, I did. And it's funny, I could see that the 3D worked so well for me on the original model 3DS. I could sit there on a moving Long Island's Railroad train with the 3D cranked all the way up playing Mario 3D Land, and I saw it, and it was just fine. And I tried I was really interested in, like, the face tracking 3D with the new 3DS here, and I was really interested in it, because, like, I liked the 3D for the original 3DS worked great for me, so there's an even better version, like, of that 3D, and I really felt like the 3D in the original 3DS was better than the new 3DS, at least in the little bit I've used it, the 3D, because by the time I got the new 3DS, a lot of more games were coming out where the 3D was not really used so much. But okay, let's keep going.
The new tonight, the era of 3D glasses ends right here and right now. So, as you may have heard before, Nintendo 3DS is more than just games, right? It's 3D photography, it's 3D videos, it's taking 3D pictures,
I have a few pieces
but
of
games
fruit
are the
left, so
centerpiece,
excuse
and you'll
me.
be playing games installed on the system. You'll be doing that right out of the box, right when you buy it. And at the same time, it's important to remember that walking out of the store is just the beginning of the experience. Once you connect to the internet, more good things will happen, and there's already an update available right now. And when you do...
It's interesting how we worded that. Once you connect to the internet, more good things will happen. It's like, no, connect to the internet, an anvil will drop on your head, bad things will happen. You do not want to connect to the internet with your 3DS. It's like, no, you connect to the internet, more good things will happen. And if I remember correctly, when you did that first update, you got, you know, whatever that OK Go video was, where they're all on the treadmills. I think it was the 3D, yeah, it was the music, whatever song by OK Go had them dancing on the treadmills. And they, yeah, that video looked really cool in 3D, and it was and when you got, then the second 3DS update came right on the morning of E3 2011. Now, I'll get into this later, because we're going to cover E3 2011 too.
You'll get a wonderful 3D music video by the band OK Go.
Okay, so I was right. I remember that correctly. But it's not just a 3D music video, a wonderful 3D music video.
Be another update coming in May, and that's going to be a whole new exclusive gateway to all kinds of different 3D content. A huge live...
Yeah, that update, the May update, ended up getting delayed until the morning of Nintendo's E3 media briefing. And when that update came out, it gave 3DS the Virtual Console and the eShop. And that morning, that was a crazy morning, because as I woke up that morning, it was like at 5 o'clock or whatever, and I do the update, and it's like, for the first time since, you know, the 90s, I could play Game Boy, like Super Mario Land again. I discovered, the Game Boy game Alleyway, basically a Game Boy Breakout clone that launched with the system, I did not know that game existed. I never even heard of Alleyway before. So I'm discovering new original Game Boy games. I'm playing them in you know, on a black and white, but in high resolution on a super crisp screen. You watch the entire 3D Tekken movie on 3DS, like a 90-minute film. How did that... and by what means was that film distributed? Was it like through Nintendo Video or something? That's interesting. I never even knew there was any feature-length movies on the 3DS. I know there are trailers, but... Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, but it was cool because that morning, to have your 3DS upgraded, it was included with a Tekken 3DS game. That's very interesting. On the cartridge, okay. I feel like, yeah, to have your 3DS get such a massive upgrade, it's like as... I don't know, like, getting 3DS at launch felt like I was getting, like, a Kickstarter prototype of the 3DS, and then by E3, I felt like now I have the actual final product by E3 that year. Yeah, there was a Tekken 3DS game, and it was, like, one of the first Tekken games on Nintendo in a long time. I know, like, the Tekken on Wii U was, like, I think the first Tekken game on a Nintendo home console.
library of nostalgic as well as brand new games, but that's in the future. Right now, hold tight because we're getting closer to opening the doors here at the Union Square Best Buy and starting a whole new era of 3D gaming without the glasses, right? Nintendo 3DS, just a few moments away. Thank you all. Thanks for being here. Mike, thank you. And we'll see you soon.
No more glasses!
Nintendo!
Yeah.
Nintendo!
That was badass.
He's such a dork. It's
he
so
did that
precious.
without a teleprompter.
Yeah, I did not. I didn't realize that those like things on the stands were actually teleprompters, and only the person in front of them can read them.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe I was referenced.
Yes, that was me that yelled no more glasses.
It is like 11:40-ish. They're now lining people up in preparation to get the 3DS system. And that's all that's going on now. And maybe next video I'll have the system. All right, they just gave us these really dorky 3D glasses here. Says the guy wearing the Poke Walker out in public. But yeah, so we got about maybe 15, 20 minutes.
All right, say goodbye to the Marion H because I'm done eating. So you don't have to look at him anymore.
T-minus 4 minutes.
I do prefer being on camera directly more so.
Majora's Mask all over again.
Someone play the oath to order before it's too late.
Link saves us all.
We're going back in time again and again and again.
Oh my god. 3DS. 3DS.
I'll be right back. I just want to grab something.
3DS. 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 Wow, everyone stopped at once. We talk about a hive mind.
Okay, real quick. So we're talking about. I've got this new Pocket Go handheld, which is the screen is muddled in prints right now. I have to clean the screen off. I haven't really used this yet. This is one of those. This is one of those newfangled emulation handheld things. They just dump a bunch of ROMs on there. Pretty much, PS1 and anything before it will run on it. I haven't really got to try it yet because, well, I wanted a true handheld, something that was truly pocketable, and this is even smaller than the new 3DS. You know, something I can throw in my pocket, something I don't have to worry, even though it has, like, the exposed screen. I'll just throw a screen protector on there, throw it on there, have all my favorite retro games on this little thing. Don't have to worry about it much. But, I can't get it... I can only get it to work when it's plugged in. I don't know if... I'm hoping it just has a bad battery. I got this actually closing in on a year ago, probably. But I just haven't felt like ordering a new battery. Hopefully it just has a bad battery, because it only works when I plug it in. If it's not a bad battery, then it means something's wrong with where it won't, like, accept a charge from a battery or something like that, in which case I'm way past the return on this thing, and plus I bought it directly from China, and I don't want to have to deal with trying to return something to China. And in fact, when I bought it, it took like 4 or 5 months to get to me or something crazy like that, because I had to go through customs and stuff. In fact, no, I know, actually I had to have gotten it more than a year ago, because I definitely got it before COVID. It definitely came to my house before COVID. I don't think it's broken. I'm guessing it's just like a bad battery or something. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I've had that thing in my house for over a year. I've never even used it. So I have to... Actually, I'm going to keep it on my desk so that next I remember to order a battery for it.
You guys ready?
Yeah!
Alright, so we have a choice to make. You can either listen to me talk some more, or we could just open up the doors and get right at it.
Yeah!
Alright? Alright. So that's how I vote too. Now, before we do this, we've got one last thing. We need to give a proper send-off to the 3D world that you had to experience through these, right?
No more glasses!
Oh, Reggie. Oh, it's so cheesy. It's so pure. It's so cool. I actually did grab a few pairs of these. I think I still have. Actually, I don't know. I said I still have a few pairs of these. Then like my neck sort of looked over, and I'm like, no, that is in a house that is like hundreds of miles away, and it's not there anymore. It was useful because I had a few different things that like comic books and there's weird random things that used the red and blue 3D glasses, and I just happened not to have those handy because not a whole lot of things use those anymore. So
I don't know about you, but I am not going to miss these things at all. So we're going to do this the right way. I'm going to turn it back over to Trent, and we're going to kiss these glasses goodbye.
Thanks, Reggie. So here's how it's going to go down. Let's take our 3D glasses, like this, raise them up over our heads. Let me see them. Up there, up there. Yeah.
Wait, that's someone else. That's some other guy. I think that's like the DJ of the event or something.
Let's take these things and throw them up in the air as high as we possibly can.
Yeah, and this is clearly like all the Nintendo like official people. See them all taking the photos at this point.
Nice and tight. There we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh man.
New era of Nintendo 3DS, Reggie and Mike.
Yeah, I forgot. Like confetti, like little like pyrotechnics went off and confetti was flying.
Hey guys, the 3DS is officially on sale in the United States. And what that means is
hopefully this doesn't get me in trouble, this music.
As a souvenir. And second, that I'm about to get my system.
I wonder what it would look like playing the 3DS wearing that.
It would probably use its cameras to laugh at you. It's like, why are you wearing that? Take those off immediately.
Yeah, so,
yeah, I wouldn't even be able to identify who this music was by.
It's been an awesome day here. I couldn't have possibly been better. I can only imagine what is or isn't going on in Nintendo World.
You know, it's funny because when I upload, in the times where I've had problems, copyright problems with music here on Twitch, like really uploading it on YouTube, I really don't have as much problems.
Okay, guys, the 3DS is officially on sale in the United States. And what that means is, that I'm picking up a pair of these shredded relics as a souvenir.
Wow, okay, so when we can mute this for a moment. So when I was editing this, I actually put the same section twice. You're gonna go pump at the gym. Hopefully, when you're done in a half an hour, the stream's still live. Well, let's see. We're 2 hours into a 5-hour video. So if you're here in an hour and a half, it'll definitely, I'll probably still be up unless something crazy happens or I physically can't deal with it anymore. So I have a productive workout. I hope you're able to meet your goals.
3 years, number 20. And we're gonna get our systems.
Yeah, I just flat out put the same video in this section twice. Alright, so that's the end of the 3DS launch coverage. That's the end of the 3DS launch coverage. Okay, this should be interesting. I know I think I did a video, I don't know if I included it in this thing or not. I did a video at some point. Yeah, I think chronologically, this is the next video that I made. Apparently, unless I made some kind of mistake. For how the rest of the day went, I guess I'll finish off how the rest of the day went because there's no more coverage from the event. So I got home. No, actually, no, I got home. So we went into the store. There was an incident. I made a video complaining about some of things that are worth complaining about. It wasn't like petty. It was unfortunate things that happened at the 3DS line. There's things not being run efficiently. And stuff like that. And then there was what happened? Oh yeah, so we got it into the store, which is the only time I've ever been inside the Union Square Best Buy. And I know I took a photo op. Like, my card didn't work at first, which, like, got me scared, like, my bank card. And so, but one of the photographers wanted a picture, so it's me, like, shaking hands with, like, the cashier as he sells me the system. And we just are smiling really awkwardly, because we're in the middle of trying to get my bank card to work. So, the sale wasn't finalized. Like, if the card didn't work, I couldn't have got the system. So, try to keep Super Train preoccupied with obscure questions, so he frequently pauses the videos. Well, if anyone, well, there is the I do have plenty of Sodor lore redemption content that I have yet to read on stream. So if someone wants to try and hold up the stream with a couple of those, because there's a cooldown period on those, but there's time for at least to get a couple of those in, before the end of the stream. So if someone wants to donate some premium tokens to stall me, they're free to do so. So let's see. How such Sony TO disses Nintendo gamers?
I don't have my camera, but I wanted to make a quick comment.
Alright, so this is definitely... I'm going to turn the volume up on this a bit, because I seem a little quiet here. But if it's too loud, let me know. Yeah, this is definitely something I did no rush. If it sounds like I'm using the internal mic on my MacBook, and I just have a stock image of the 3DS playing Steel Diver. Oh yeah, and by the way, the launch games I got Rayman 3D. I got Rayman 3D, Steel Diver. Okay, I'll see you soon, Mechacon. I got Rayman 3D, Steel Diver, and my favorite of all, Pilot Wings Resort. I have not played a single one of those games since 2012 at the latest, so you could question how much I really do love those games, but out of the three, Pilot Wings Resort definitely the best by far.
About some things that Sony CEO Jack Tretton recently said about the 3DS. Basically, he's still selling the old Nintendo is for babies.
And the thing is, I kind of like Jack Tretton, honestly. I kind of do like him, but this is, like, the whole Vita versus 3DS thing was really the last time I could remember actual console manufacturers and official people within a company really leading onto the whole console wars thing where they try to pit fans of one system against each other, be like, oh, well, like, oh, like, you know, our system, we have the real gamers, those other people, oh, they're just little kids, or oh, they're not serious connoisseurs of games. Like, this is the last time I really saw this console wars kind of nonsense coming from an actual manufacturer. So, but I do actually kind of like Jack Tretton. And, you know, but anyway, but he made some antagonistic comments against the 3DS and 3DS gamers. So let's hear what 2011H had to say.
Systems are for mature grown-ups line that you see on forums and occasionally spouted from out-of-touch CEOs like Jack Tretton himself. The quotes I have here from Wired are, quote, our view of the Game Boy experience is that it's a great babysitting tool, something young kids do on airplanes, but no self-respecting 20-something is going to be seen sitting on an airplane with one of those. He's too old for that. So, apparently he thinks I personally have no self-respect because I like a video game that he doesn't like or something. I mean, I don't think people play video games to be seen as cool or having self-respect by CEOs. And additionally, isn't Sony the ones that very recently had a PSP advertising campaign featuring a, 13 to 15, 16-year-old kid, and one of which he was actually playing the game on a school bus talking about how awesome the PSP was. And then a while ago he said something about how, like, oh, we have a huge, like 17 and under demographic on the PSP, and we're coming out with a new Hannah Montana game that's going to be so awesome. Talking about, like, how UMD games sell great with little kids. So he's one to talk about being, oh, we're so mature, Nintendo's just for kids.
So at this point,
And additionally, there's just the fact that he's talking about...
So at this point, the NGP was already revealed. Okay, I forgot if I included that or not. I made a video specifically about the reveal of the NGP, as it was called at the time, before they dedicated to the PS Vita name. And my impressions were positive. I was interested in it. I was excited by it. I mean, more so than ever before. You have near parity between a home console. Because just remind you, this is before PlayStation 4 was even like announced or like revealed yet. So compared to PS3, like we have a handheld more so than ever before, you know, on parity with a home console. That was really exciting at the time. It's just this console wars, like taking digs at like customers of the other system type thing that I was really complaining about more so than Sony itself.
But no self-respecting adult's gonna want to be seen on an airplane with one of those. It makes him just sound like an out-of-touch CEO who's too busy flying from around the world to different business meetings to really pay attention to what's happening outside of fanboy land, where games are about being cool or being seen as being cool and mature rather than having fun and playing an engaging product. Which is, even when Nintendo speaks about the competition, they really speak in terms of, I think, generally in terms of the market and what people are receptive to. Whereas we've seen the same thing with the PSP, where Sony's sort of keeps dissing Nintendo.
Yeah, they did
like,
kind of.
you know,
We into that a little bit. Not so much as with the Vita, though.
About them, you know, they don't matter to our business. And basically, I think they're setting themselves up for, particularly this time, with the PSP, they're basically saying that, like, oh yeah, obviously we're going to win because only little kids are going to buy the DS and we're going to be the mature handheld. They're basically, now what they're doing is they're basically saying, no matter how awesome Nintendo's sales are, even though they're probably going to be a lot better than ours, they don't matter because they're like the kiddie category and we're you know, the mature.
And I think someone from Sony actually did eventually kind of try that line when the PSP was out.
Even in 2004, the Game Boy Advance, more than a third of their core user
was out. When the Vita was out, selling the 3DS
over 18. And if you had been paying attention since the last,
eventually someone from Sony actually did try to play that line. I think I might have mentioned it in a video eventually.
Demographic has been going up and up and up for Nintendo systems. And it's funny how he's talking about the DS.
It's weird seeing he keeps calling it the Game Boy. Why is he calling it the Game Boy?
The Game Boy brand Nintendo hasn't used the Game Boy brand since 2004. That's 7 years ago now. I guess he is wanting to depict, either doesn't know what he's talking about, or wants to evoke the image of the Game Boy being an obsolete toy from the 1980s.
Why did I include this screenshot? What the heck? Yeah, this is from the band. This is from the band Dratini episode of Pokemon, where like Jesse and James hold a guy up with realistic firearms. So, yeah, no, it was like it's the same thing with like DS and PSP, like, except I guess arguably like Sony kind of loosened up or was a little more adventurous in incorporating experimental UI stuff into the Vita, as well with the DS versus PSP. Like the PSP was just a straight up just conservative like experience in handheld form, whereas DS was doing like experimental input-output stuff with the microphone and the touchscreen and the dual screens. But like with the second time around, Vita kind of, and one thing I mentioned in the Vita, the NGP reveal, as it was called, I pointed out that like the dual screens on the DS and the touch panel on the back of the Vita were kind of solving similar problems, because what the DS did, it allowed you to dedicate an entire screen just to input through the touchscreen and have all your output be on the upper screen. And it was kind of solving the problem of your fingers or the stylus or the interface blocking your actual game content. And to a certain extent, having the back touch panel on the Vita solved a similar problem, where you could have touch inputs without blocking the game content or blocking the game screen. But wasn't there some kind of touch? There was some kind of device, some kind of peripheral. I don't know if this actually came out, and I think it was official, that like clamped onto the top of the PSP on like the face of it. So it was almost like a faceplate over the screen, and it had a transparent resistive coating on it, so that it kind of gave the PSP a touch screen, like a external touch screen almost. I remember that being talked about. I don't know if that actually happened. There was literally one game that used I never even touched a PS Vita, unfortunately. Yeah, by the time Vita came out, I really only had time in my life for one system, and I was 100% handle at the time. I only had time to support one system, and because I got PSP when it came out, and I ended up, I mean, like a week after I sold my PSP, they announced a parappa the Rapid game for it, and I would have kept the system if they announced that like a week earlier. So I kind of jumped the gun on selling it.
Game Boy, many of whom are now DS and 3DS.
Yeah, but it's so weird seeing James holding a realistic gun.
Nintendo DS is just, and the 3DS are just babysitting tools that only little kids play. Well, it's funny he should say that because I've seen just as many small children with the PSP as I've seen with the DS out in public, in supermarkets or whatever, to distract their kids while their parents are shopping.
I'm saying this from the standpoint of having frequent, like, I rode buses and trains a lot in New York City, so I had a higher frequency. I saw a lot more people, like, in public playing, like, a higher concentration of people in situations where they'd just be sitting around playing a game or something than a lot of people otherwise might. So I just wanted to say that. Only good game that made use of everything Vita can do. I just knew the concept that you could potentially, like be touching something on the top and bottom, like through the bottom of the screen or from the top, was just interesting conceptually to me, even though...
Whereas I've also seen just as many, if not more, adults out in the wild with, on the train or wherever with a DS than with a PSP. So he wants to talk about people who own the 3DS that aren't kids having no self-respect. I mean,
you have to say there was a lot of people. There were a large number. There was a certain number of people. You have to forget those Touch Generations games.
I mean, outside of
got a lot of older people, like older ultra casual gamers who would be like the Wii Sports Wii Fit crowd playing
video game
DS
want
games
to be seen with by people they don't know playing in public.
Wherever they might be reading a book or something. So in rating rooms, on trains and stuff like that.
They're basically echoing the same mistakes Sega made when they were marketing the Game Gear. Effectively, there was a commercial where Sega pretty much said that Game Gear is for cool people.
I mean, this kind of just shows how long ago this was on YouTube. If I were to make this video nowadays, I'd probably actually include a clip of the commercial. Here I just talk about the commercial, and I just edit in random photos from my computer just because I didn't want to set up my camera and everything.
People, and literally depicted a Game Boy owner as being a fat nerd smacking himself in the head with a squirrel so that you get dizzy and see colors on his Game Boy. Whereas... so that the Game Gear was like the cool system. That's what you want to be seen with. So you can't insult gamers into liking wanting to be interested in your system. That might resonate in fanboy land with your loyal consumers who already would have never bought a Nintendo 3DS to begin with.
Yeah, the person who depicted Lucas and the Wizard. Yeah, I grew up into a not very great person, to say the very least. So I just, if any, just wanted to mention that he's not going to be appearing at any Wizard reunions anytime soon. Hopefully he doesn't. Rather him not appear anywhere. So, yeah, really creepy guy.
But that's not going to, in the mass market, win you new customers. It's just going to sort of stroke the egos of maybe your more extreme loyalist fans and stir up a little controversy on the game blogs and maybe a couple of forums, but that's about it. So thank you for listening, and hopefully next time I'll actually have my camera so I can film myself.
By the way, if the Pachinko noises are too loud or too annoying, let me know and I can just mute it. So I think the next couple of videos are more videos related to the 3DS launch again. I think I swear I must have made this video like the morning after I got home with the 3DS. Oh yeah, I never finished that. So after we got our systems, I called Nintendo World and I say like, hey, we had pre-orders at Nintendo World, but we wanted to be at the party, so we got our systems at Best Buy. Can we go like before you leave for the night and return our pre-orders? So we went there. They let us in. The store was locked. The lights were out at that point, actually. They let us in. The lights weren't even on. I guess I knew enough people there that they knew who I was. You know, I was a regular, and it would be cool. So me and Pete returned our... Apparently, they really didn't do anything at the Nintendo store. I think Reggie dropped by and said hi to him at some point. But after that, we... And they did sell the 3DS at midnight, so it must have been probably closing in on 1 o'clock by the time we got to the Nintendo store. And then we just drove home and just clonked out. They just went... I dropped Pete off, I got home, and I just clonked out. And I woke up the next morning, and that's when I set up the 3DS... And I played it for a minute before, and I actually have live reaction to seeing the 3D for the first time, which is going to be interesting. Why is this so... Why is this holding for so long? It's really uncomfortable. Oh.
No title card, no editing, no nothing. No editing unless I have to cut for time to make this more concise.
Whoa. Okay. Alright, 2011 me. I know what video this is, and I know I walked in like that. I was not... That was intense. Gee whiz. I was mad. This had to be like the... If this wasn't the night I got home, so I would have been filming this at like 4 in the morning that night, because it was a long drive to get home. Okay, let's listen to this. I can't remember... yeah, those glasses. From 2002 or 3 to 2011, I wore these dark glasses. It's a special prescription. I suffered from what were called complex migraines. It's like a migraine, but it has like stroke-like symptoms. And you know, it sent me to like the emergency room a few times, and I'm on the autism spectrum, and there's some postulation. I don't know if there's anything like nailed down that there could be a correlation, but I wore those. It's a special prescription. I had to go to a special doctor like several hours away to get prescribed those. There's a whole system of different filters because there were no vision correction in those lenses. It was just the filter, and there's a whole system of different colors, and I just ended up getting prescribed one of the darkest colors. I don't know if they were ocular migraines. I just know what they were called for me. They were called complex migraines, and so I basically wore those at all times until sometime in 2010. No, actually, it's not long after I was filming these videos. And he got up to 2,000 balls for a second in Pachinko. I said, like, okay, if I can go a year without having any symptoms, I'm going to stop wearing them and see if I do all right. And I stopped wearing them, and fortunately I did. Because looking the way I do already, having dark glasses on top of that look like sunglasses made life difficult in some ways. Like, constantly getting literally grabbed by security at school thinking I was running around wearing sunglasses. Or, having to tell teachers and later professors in college, no, they're not sunglasses, they're not being disrespectful. And I could not get any kind of a job, even when I presented documentation and proof. I just so happened that I didn't get any job I applied for or did an interview for until I stopped wearing the glasses. So fortunately, I was able to stop wearing them at that point. Everything looks like there's a cracked glass over it. No, that's not, that isn't what happened with me. But, yeah, it's like, when I would tell people, like, I think I'm having a migraine, when I tell teachers in school who didn't know, like, they did not take it seriously the way, like, oh, like, it's a migraine, okay, yeah, it sucks, but, just, it'll be fine. And then, like, I can't speak to them, and they think I'm having a stroke, and that was, yeah, it was, yeah. In fact, my Lunarian alter ego still wears those dark glasses, even though I actually don't in real life anymore. So, but whatever. Okay, we'll keep going. Yeah, so I was pissed. I was pissed in this video. You'll see why. And I don't think I've watched this video since I made it. So, let's see what I had. I remember kind of what happened. We'll see what I have to say. It's going to be interesting. And I don't know why I held so long on this end screen. It's very interesting. And because this is a single 5-hour-long video, I can't really fast forward or rewind just a few seconds with it very easily. So, all right, here we go.
No title card, no editing, no nothing. No editing unless I have to cut for time to make this more concise. I do not feel like having to make this video. I wish I didn't have to make this video. I wanted to wait. My throat is sore. You know, if I hadn't set up my tripod to record another video, I would not be making this video.
Yeah, I didn't have quite those symptoms. I did have vision issues. They weren't quite what you were describing there. But, yeah, it was a really extreme aura and visual issues, but it wasn't like looking through a correct window. It was just like, yeah. But let's hear what angry 10 years ago me had to say.
This morning. This is the morning of March 27th, 2011.
Okay,
and
so I made this the morning after.
And a friend of mine, Pete Dorr, is also on YouTube. We went to the Nintendo 3DS flagship.
Oh, and and the reason I wore the shirt was just to prove that I was there. I think I lost or misplaced that shirt when I moved out of my childhood home. Yeah, I don't think I have that shirt anymore. And it's like the 3DS shirt they were giving out, but it's so cryptic. It doesn't actually say 3DS on it. It might have said it on the back, but with the length of my hair, if any shirt that has a design on the back, you're just flat out not going to see it. So anyway, let's keep moving.
Launch event in New York City at the Union Square Best Buy, and we had a good time. You know,
I don't know why this video is cropped kind of weird. I don't know what's like. Yeah, I don't know what happened to make this video be cropped so odd. But whatever.
Unfortunately, there's a huge scar on the whole experience, and I don't like being negative. I don't like making negative videos.
Yeah, I don't.
But the only way I could say this is that the way Best Buy handled certain aspects of the event was very poor. They did in some.
All right, so it's like, I mean, I'm 10 years older, 10 years wiser. The things they messed up on, as I remember, because I'm probably about to remind you of a few things I forgot about because I was upset, but at the same time, I'm upset in regards to a promotional event for a luxury item that I was able to afford the day it came out. So in that sense, it's like, you know, as I say, first world problems, and I tend to... So I was 10 years younger, 10 years more impatient, 10 years less experienced. I could potentially come off sounding like Karen-ish. I don't know. Let's see.
Some aspects, they just didn't have their act together. And it made me mad enough, upset enough to make me want to make this video. Now, first off, I'm number 19 in line. Pete was number 20. And I believe in the Business Wire press release, and all the promotional material I saw for this event, the flagship North American 3DS launch at Best Buy with the president of Nintendo there, president of Best Buy there, you know, a huge spectacle. They gave us these 3D glasses to throw up at midnight because we wouldn't need them anymore because the 3DS doesn't need glasses. But there were some problems. And they started towards the end. Well, first off, okay. And all the promotional material I read, from employees, I don't know who specifically they're working for. If they're working for Best Buy, if they're working for some agency that came in to run the event. If they're working for Nintendo, I don't know. But what I know is that we were told numerous times that the first 25 were going to get special stuff. Hats.
Oh my god. I gotta say, like... it sounds suboptimal to be complaining about not getting special stuff for being first. I mean, I understand. They advertised it. It wasn't there, but it's like like this here is like This is like the angriest footage I ever have had of myself. And I remember making this video. I remember being unhappy with how the event was being run. I don't remember being as mad as I'm looking here. Okay, let's keep going.
All right. Hats, hooded sweatshirts with the 3DS logo on them, T-shirts. I happened to get the T-shirt purely by chance. Going into that later. Yeah, T-shirts and hooded sweatshirts, And these were supposed to be these were special perks for the first 25 people in line. I was number 19, Pete was number 20. And they gave us out the hats. They had plenty of hats. They gave out the lanyards. The lanyards were like they couldn't give those away. They had too many of those. They gave the lanyards, the hats, the bags, the sort of zip-up bags with the drawstring.
I still have I have a lot of Nintendo lanyards from back then.
We got plenty of that. The nicer stuff, the more upscale stuff that the first 25 people were supposed to get. Well, a lot of us didn't get it. You know why? Because when it came time to distribute the shirts, because we were in a line before, and when the DJ came up, they had everyone rush to the front because they were throwing out. There was instead of in an orderly fashion handing out the shirts to the first 25, and then maybe throwing some to the other people who showed up later. Maybe they'd have a chance to get a shirt. Instead, they had all I knew was that I saw a bunch of people rushing past me where I was sitting in 19th in my sort of queue. They were throwing T-shirts and hooded sweatshirts out to the crowd like meat to a pack of starving rabid hyenas. It was ridiculous. People were shoving each other. People were getting knocked to the ground. There was a woman with crutches that almost got knocked to the ground a couple of times. She was with her young daughter.
Yeah, I remember that. That was serious.
And people, let's just say, I got my hands on 3 shirts. All 3, I got 2 shirts besides this one, as I was trying to get a shirt before I finally got this one, were snatched out of my hands. And then one or two of the hooded sweatshirts I got in my hands, and they were snatched out of my hands. And people were I'm surprised a lot of these shirts aren't ruined, because people were fighting over. They weren't fist fighting, but they were tugging back and forth. Excuse me, my dog's barking. I'm not going to refilm this video because I don't have the time to. But anyway, dogs barking. But yeah, they were pulling the shirts from each other, and they were throwing them and walking down the line. They'd throw a couple out. They weren't handing them out. They weren't tossing the shirts to us so much. They were just tossing them out there. If you caught it good, it was like trying to catch a home run ball. It was ridiculous. And because of that, a lot of the people in the first 25, Pete did. I eventually got my hands on a shirt. This is pure chance I even have this shirt. It was a big mess, and I went up after when I talked to the cashier. I thought,
I turned it down a bit. If the volume's not balanced good, let me know.
25, because they made a big point out of the first 25. When they were lining people up and distributing the bracelets early on before more people showed up. That was a big deal that we were in the top 25. We're going to get all this special stuff, and we did. And so I thought, maybe there's something else. So when it's time to buy the system, I'm up in the Best Buy store, and I talked to the cashier, what are the first 25 going to get? He didn't hear anything about this. They have no idea what's going on. He asks, his manager or supervisor or whoever, what's going on with the first 25? You get a carrying case for being in the first 300. I did get the carrying case, by the way.
That was a really good carrying case.
The first 300 get a carrying case. I'm like, but the first 25 were supposed to get something. And it's there's nothing. And afterwards, I talked to a few different Best Buy people on the floor, and I was like, hey, the first 25 and all your promotional shows said the first 25 were supposed to get something cool. I came from more than 50 miles away to attend this event. I could have easily just walked into my local GameStop on Sunday morning, no bother, no waiting, no drama. But I went to the Best Buy event because that was the big flagship event for the 3DS launch in North America. And I was in the top 25, and I was supposed to get some special stuff. And I didn't get it, and there's sorry, we sort of just tossed them out to everyone. And I don't know who made that decision to do that. I don't know who made that decision, but it was a mess. And
yeah, it was a mess. And I'll say this, I won't go into detail. Someone who was on the line, who you may have heard about before or not, specifically came to me and basically tried, encouraged me to basically go up to the manager and be a straight up, Karen over this. And just be, a huge, rude a-hole over this and demand them give me stuff. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I just even as mad as I am in this video, this is the morning after, I'm still this upset. So I must have probably been even more upset when I'm actually talking to the people at Best Buy. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not showing my butt over this. Like, I'm going home and sleeping and playing my brand new video game system that I got the day it came out that I've been looking forward to for more than a year. Because that was still ultimately what was going on. So, okay. We'll keep moving.
And another thing, I was standing next to the camera platform, and they were going to film Reggie. This is in the line.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This was not cool. I forgot how much I made explicit about this. You could probably infer certain things. But I'm upset, but it was actually me that was getting the preferential treatment. And if it was the other way around, it would have been just as messed up. But it's like I was getting preferential treatment. So let's see how much I actually make explicit about this.
Basically, I was standing someplace, and they said, okay, everyone who has a bracelet, near the front of the line, the top 25 and so forth, organized yourselves towards the front. So I stepped away. This wasn't a cordoned off area. This wasn't like someplace I wasn't supposed to be. Me and Pete were standing next to each other for the longest time, watching the DJ up top and waiting for Reggie to show up. So we walk past sort of this area next to the camera platform, looking for. We talked to a couple of people who were working there, and they was, oh, where are we supposed to line up? Where are we supposed to line up? Oh, we don't know. So I start walking back towards where I was, because there were. First off, I was standing there before, no problem. No one told me to, kicked me out. There was no issue with me standing there, and me and Pete was actually in front of me there. So we walk up, and the guy is sort of blocking the area, like he just has his leg up. I'm like, excuse me, and he lets me through, and then Pete comes and he doesn't let him through. He says hey, just go ahead, don't stay on the camera platform, and then he lets me through. But then he refused to let Pete through, and I'm not going to go into these social issues, but I'll just leave it at the fact that the security guard was most certainly playing favorites, letting me through and then not letting Pete through, as though we weren't together. I don't even think he realized we were together. He let Pete through. Really he let me weird. Through, and he refused to let Pete through. He held out his leg and wouldn't let him come with me, follow me. And he just was like, forget this, and he walked past, because we're trying to talk to Nintendo. I was talking to a Nintendo employee who was telling us where to arrange to buy our systems, and he just walked past him, and we didn't jump over a rope. We didn't go over he didn't go over a sanction, and the security guard started shouting at Pete to, if you don't go where I tell you, if you don't go back, I'm gonna eject you from the line, Meanwhile, he's giving us grief. I'm saying us. He was talking to Pete, but I'm with him. And if he's giving Pete trouble, he's giving me trouble as far as I'm concerned. And so we're talking to this some sort of employee who knows what's going on. It's like, goes here and here, and he's trying to pull us back and start trouble with us. Taking his authority over his square inch of the line, and he's yelling at us, and meanwhile we're just trying to get our instructions on how to leave the area that he wants us to leave anyway, which there wasn't a problem with us being at anyway. And I'm gonna say one other thing. I did overhear a Nintendo of America employee mention, I'm not gonna name names, but he was talking to another Nintendo employee that they themselves were dissatisfied with some of the ways in which Best Buy was operating during the event, and I'm still probably going to shop at Best Buy. It doesn't hurt my opinion of the brand, but I'm not happy. I was supposed to get a hooded sweatshirt.
Yeah, I forgot that. I overheard two Nintendo people, and you know what?
Not have to nearly die.
There's a snowball's chance that it might have even been Reggie. I didn't want to I don't think it was though, but it was someone. I think if it wasn't Reggie, it was someone I knew of that was a name within a notable name within NOA that wasn't someone who's a stage appearance, but someone you would know of if you look down NOA's some of the bigwigs of NOA. Yeah, I think I overheard. I don't think it was Reggie. I think I would have flat out said it, or maybe that's why I didn't say it. I heard someone whose face I recognized to be a significant person who I had seen online or something in interviews. Someone was notable looking was unhappy with the situation with Best Buy.
For it. I mean, they weren't fist fighting, but it was a mad rush. They didn't take care of the people in the first 25 in the way that they advertised that they were going to. And that was a disappointing experience that, unfortunately, despite the good time I had, I got free food and all that, but it made me have to make this video, and so that alone shows you that they didn't do this video like we're supposed to. Like, they didn't run the event as well as it could have been run. For an event that's supposed to reflect on Best Buy as a whole, and the whole experience of shopping and going to Best Buy and being catered to by Best Buy. And that was disappointing.
Yeah,
so...
I don't think I've watched this video since the moment
I had to make this video.
Because this wouldn't be a fun video to watch casually for sure. Okay, so here we go. I mean, there's going to be no gameplay in this. I mean, a 3DS capture card is years down the line.
I said I would not absorb the graphics of the 3D effect until I got home on my own system, and I'm going to share that experience with you. I'm going to record my first reaction to the 3DS's 3D visuals. I'm going to open my wireless. My 3D
and yes,
is
Pachinko
turned off right now.
Yes, I am playing Pachinko. It basically just plays itself. There's not really much I have to do with.
I'm
playing Pilot Rings Resort here.
Unpause it. I'm going to turn the 3D all the way up, and now. Whoa! I'm not kidding. Holy... That is... Wow. Wow. This is...
I didn't know if the 3D would work with my glasses or not. It actually worked fine with the glasses I wore back then.
This is incredible.
And this was not comfortable to do because I had a bunch of lights, and they weren't like LED lights. They were just like old-fashioned incandescent really light bulb lights shining on me for this.
I know people are going to think, oh, I'm having it up, I'm messing around, he's, exaggerating. This is...
That's such an annoying tick.
This is amazing.
Verbal tick of mine.
This is genuinely...
Might be a little better by now. Hey, the Mechacon, glad to see you back.
I
don't know if you got to see me complain about the horrible way that the event was being run.
The environment is... I feel the depth of the environment, and I feel like the tail of my airplane is sort of coming back in at me. It's sort of a mix of popping in and popping into the screen and coming out of the screen. I could genuinely... I'm going to turn the 2D off. Wow, the difference is incredible. This is something that's going to improve the playability of games where it's properly implemented. I could genuinely... my 2D's off right now, and
I'm so hyped. But then when I think this can improve games in which it is properly implemented in such a technical, sort of conservative way. Like
sweet spot.
with asterisk, like yes, when it's properly used, this could enhance games.
If you don't look at it in the right fashion, you'll see it'll just be like... when you don't look at it right, it looks like you're looking at one of those holographic postcards, or one of those like holographic Pokemon cards. But I'm starting again now. My game.
Yeah, I forgot I was that mad.
All the way up, but it almost goes into double vision.
I think I was probably maddest because of the security guard.
My eyes aren't focused right, but when I move the 3D slider in just the right position, I see the 3D. I see. Okay, guys, all I can say is you need to try this yourself, and give it a minute if you don't see it right away, if it doesn't do anything for you right away. I've played this game a while without the...
I'm just trying to not yawn with, like, look down my throat, like, not trying to yawn all
10 minutes, and I feel the difference. I feel that I'm able to better judge the distance
weird
between objects
facial expression
and
instead.
The plane. I just... Yeah, I haven't quite gotten the hang of the controls yet, but it's just like it is. This is. I'm sort of at a loss for words. I mean, I expect. It's one thing reading about it. It's another thing to see it.
We're on the way to winning it for a third time tonight.
It's like my eyes.
Actually, no. I think we lost once, and then we won once, and the rest of the time was just us playing.
My eyes are feeling the environment. It adds volume to the image itself.
I forgot how long this video is because now it's getting a little awkward.
Yeah. I'm sort of being reckless and crashing around a bit. So you might hear me parachuting out quite a bit. I only have a few seconds left in this free flight test.
Yawn.
I'm gonna try to fly under this bridge here if I have any time left.
This is the face I make when I yawn.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no.
I just did
when I yawn.
I just did a barrel roll. Cool. Okay. So that was my first experience with the Nintendo 3DS's 3D visuals, and let me tell you, everyone's eyes are different. Everyone sees a bit differently. This sensation, I'm sure, is not for everyone. I can see how it could be dizzying. I see how it could potentially.
Yeah, it's kind of funny now that we're
played for a long time. I haven't played for a long time. Obviously, I just played.
When we
this
both have the
minute
black shirt on, it makes it a little disruptive.
This video with you, but
hey, Similarian.
The 3D works.
Yeah, they're both me. That other guy is just 2011 me,
absolutely,
as opposed to 2021
positively
me.
Works. It's real. It's not something they tacked on. It's something that I just experienced can change
before
your
too
your
long.
gameplay
We're definitely
experience.
the next set of E3 coverage is going to be coming up soon. I can't say how soon.
Wait to see,
so what this is one giant. We're 3.5 hours into a 5-hour, 15-minute mega video with every video I made about the concerning the 3DS.
That's about all I can say without rambling on and repeating things I've already said. So Nintendo 3DS,
and we're also,
the 3D is real. The 3D does work. And thank you very much for watching my video.
On the Sega SG-1000. This came out in 1983. This game goes for over $2,000 now because Sega basically this was a very rare game in Japan because Sega recalled the game. And the reason they recalled the game was basically because Sega realized that the game sucked and that they shouldn't release it. So they actually recalled the game, even though the game was fine, it just wasn't that good. And they instead released Pachinko 2, which contained 3 pinball tables instead of just this one. But this Pachinko game we're playing right now is actually the first ever Pachinko game, the first ever adaptation of true traditional Pachinko. Now what this is the Game Developer Conference 2011 keynote, and this was back from like the early 2000s onward. It was a tradition that they'd let Satoru Iwata do the opening keynote at Nintendo's E3, and especially up until 2006 when E3 was in May instead of in June. So instead of March, so only 2 months. GDC was in March, so only 2 months later in May you'd have an E3. So basically, Iwata would do a keynote about the state of the industry in general, but it was a very thinly veiled like pep rally for Nintendo's E3, which was only a 2 or 3 months away, depending on if it was in May. Then after, from 2007 onwards, it was, 2007 I think it was in July, and then after that it was in June. The year that E3 was in July was like such a long wait. That was like so torturous to wait all the way until June for E3 after it being in May traditionally. But on the other hand, that meant it was better because I was still in college then, so it was a lot better that E3 was now during the summer. But I was basically waiting to see if Iwata would talk about. There was talk of a new 3D Mario game being made for 3DS, and so I just kind of, this is very, even in 2011, this is very early because I've started doing E3 live reaction stuff in 2006. Like, I have live reaction stuff for, like, the reveal of Super Mario Galaxy at the Nintendo World Store during E3 2006. As far as I know, I have the only live fan reaction footage of the reveal of E3 2006 and the reveal of the Wii. Oh, you're playing some Pilot Wings Resort right now? He got you hyped up? Well, I'm glad even 10 years later I was able to provide some enjoyment. But basically, like, the idea of live reactions to game announcements was a new thing. So I remember filming, like, this part because I wanted to get my own live reactions to the reveal if he revealed the new 3D Mario game. And all we're going to see is screenshots of Mario for 3DS before they even properly revealed the Tanuki suit. They teased that the Tanuki suit, or at least the raccoon tail, would be coming back. Because you have to remember, in 2011, the last time the raccoon tail had appeared in a Mario game was in Super Mario Bros. 3. Now it's like, okay, it was in 3D Land, it was in 3D World, it was in Super Mario Bros. U, it was in Super Mario Bros. 2, and so it's a common thing again now, but at the time, the idea of the raccoon tail coming back as a power-up Mario was like a huge deal. So I was excited to see what the first 3D Mario game made from the ground up for a Nintendo handheld would be like. So I filmed my reaction to this moment of the keynote, and basically a lot of the reactions on the comments on YouTube were people being like, stop talking over it, like, why are you talking? Like, we just want to see the thing. And so the idea that you'd deliberately be watching specifically for reaction wasn't even like a common thing. Now it's like, yes, it's okay, they're talking, reacting to it. At the time, and this is still, like, I'm just doing this guerrilla style with a camera pointed at my screen. So just to give a sense of, like, how kind of a new thing it was to have live reactions. So after this...
96. When Mario appeared
and honestly, like, Game Developer Conference was pretty generous in letting Iwata use, like, the opening keynote from... Actually, I need to get up and stretch a bit. Excuse me. I don't have to get up and do a long break or anything, but... Just a little 30-second break. Alright, here I come. Alright, it's amazing. We've been streaming for 5 hours already. And I don't know, like, I could do long streams when I'm not... It's a lot easier to do longer streams when I'm not playing games, because here we're just watching stuff. But when I'm playing games, I guess I'm staying a lot more still. I'm not free to, like, move my arms around stuff. I just get, like, fatigued from standing still for so long a lot quicker. Oh, the artichoke wrap was great. Similar, you know, I didn't want to eat on camera, so whenever I was, like put it up to my mouth and was, like, eating, I just, like, put up this picture of my character eating. So, which I didn't plan on doing. It's just something I thought of on the fly. Okay, here we go.
always been hard
Holy
for
crap.
players
Alright,
just
here we go.
how to jump and hit a block floating in a 3D space.
Oh man, this is gonna be awesome.
And it's interesting, because the moment he said that, I realized, yeah, in Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy, they really... It wasn't until Super Mario 3D Land that they started placing emphasis on striking blocks from below in 3D Mario games. And 3D World did it too, because it was derived from the 3D Land format. But it wasn't until the stereoscopic 3D that they really even placed emphasis on striking blocks from below in the style of the 2D Mario games. Like, they did... There was a very small amount of it in Mario 64. But notice in, like, Mario 64, the coin blocks you hit from below with Mario's head, you hit it, then it drops all the coins to the ground at once. You don't have to keep hitting it repeatedly. And then the coin blocks, you only have to hit it once. I mean, the cap blocks, rather. So, let's keep going.
Watching as Nintendo 3DS was being developed, Mr. Miyamoto told me, finally the day has come when we can solve this. This applies to all movement as players move deeper inside the world or come closer to the screen.
Oh
Game
man.
developers are now able to embed any worlds that we imagine. And this leads to a new Super Mario review on Nintendo 3DS.
Oh crap.
Yep, so this was the reveal. No gameplay footage, just these screenshots.
Back in 3D.
Which created the Super Mario Galaxy series.
Super Mario, oh my god.
Working on a brand new Super Mario that incorporates the
What?
opportunity of 3D display.
Raccoon tail.
This logo is temporary.
That's what you said about new Super Mario Brothers.
Something that looks like a tail at the bottom.
Ooh.
You might wonder what that indicates. We will reveal the the answer at the E3 this year.
Small Mario in 3D. No, they're
Yeah,
taking 3D
before
Mario
3D
back to the
Land,
roots
the
of 2D
small
Mario.
Mario
Oh
to
my
Super
gosh.
Mario mechanic was never used in a 3D
I'm sure
Mario
some
game
of you
before.
may also want to hear about Zelda.
Oh shoot. Holy man.
Concerning Ocarina of Time,
And it's funny because
Yeah, stupid telephone.
our intent is for you to
okay, once again, this is the second time this has happened in these videos that we've been watching today. We're 2,500 balls. We're getting close to beating the game. If we get to 3,000, we beat the game. But, yeah, just the idea of having a landline telephone that rings suddenly while filming. Like, it's so, like, quaint. And it's, like, to think this was only 10 years ago, but to think the idea of having a landline phone in my house seems, like, so ancient. It seems...
be playing this coming June. 13 years ago, Link began running around a 3D
I
Hyrule
wonder why
world.
3D kind of
Now
died
he
out.
will
They even
be
stopped
doing
adding it to TVs.
in
Well, I
full
mean,
3D.
it was the glass. The thing is, I think there was a few factors. The TVs were more expensive. Then there wasn't only a small number of movies. You know, here's the problem. That I think the number one problem. 3D content was basically limited to just movies. Like, if a movie got a 3D release in theaters, it often have a 3D version on DVD or Blu-ray. And that was it. It wasn't like... Yeah, I think that's the real problem. The fact that regular... Yeah, the fact that regular television stations really didn't try to provide any 3D content for people at home to watch, I think is what really kind of killed it. And made it hard to, Yeah, they didn't even bother adding its last few 3DS games, and I think a lot of that was because at that point, a lot of the DS sales were probably going to parents of younger children, who, so for as a budget option, they're probably going to get younger kids, and also for the safety recommendations, also probably going to get them the 2DS anyway, a 2DS or 2DS XL anyway. So yeah, that's probably had a lot to do with it.
Last year marked the 25th anniversary of Super Mario. This year,
Yeah,
it's
and
the
so Legend of
25th
Zelda
anniversary
Skyward Sword
of
came out. I
Legend of Zelda.
was waiting
Nice
for it. I
logo.
could not wait to play it, and I was playing it, and I just kind of
All Zelda lovers
just did
celebrate
not capture
together.
my attention.
Ooh.
I also want to update you on the new Zelda, new Legend of Zelda.
Yes.
You know what? And wait,
I called
and
it on.
And if Luigi's Mansion, I don't think had 3D on 3DS, did it? And which would be a shame because the original Luigi's Mansion had a 3D version. Like the GameCube apparently had dedicated 3D circuitry built into it, and there is a glasses-free stereoscopic 3D display for the GameCube that they just never actually released because it would have been too expensive. So it's kind of sad that we never got to have, like, yeah, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon had the stereoscopic 3D, but the fact that the original Luigi's Mansion, which was had 3D programmed into it, that was never deployed, did not get 3D when it was released on a system that was capable
On
of it.
Twitter, I knew they'd be talking about this.
Has advanced to take further advantage of Wii Motion Plus. As a result, player control is shaping up nicely. It feels very solid and is free-ranging. Nintendo in Japan have sent along some new CDs
Yeah, we watched the
showing
E3 2010 earlier, but we only watched the parts that were related to the 3DS. We didn't
First new
watch
footage in
the
C3.
reveal of Skyward
Oh, it
Sword.
looks
Someday
gorgeous.
I'd like to do a E3, well, I guess some streams like this specifically for E3 footage, and
Nice.
including some of the footage I took myself at the Nintendo store in certain years. But at the end
They
of
made
the
it
day,
bright again. There were some screenshots released a while ago that made it look really sort of brownish, and now it looks colorful again, which is good.
yeah, and Virtual Boy on 3DS was a lost
Whoever's calling
opportunity.
this is gonna. Ugh. Oh, no. Ooh.
Yeah, that's so interesting. And we're getting at
Skeleton
20,
Warrior looks
we got
awesome.
26,
Oh, who's
66.
that?
We're on the way. Like the early version of the Colossus fight right here.
It's like a Hindu god.
Yeah.
No new plot information. Alright. Oh my goodness.
Well,
Those are the big megatons, I think.
spent a lot of your time talking about the last 25
Alright,
years.
let's see what's next. I think E3...
I'd like to finish with some
E3
thoughts about the
2011 is got to be coming up soon. And that was an interesting time period because we got the launch of 3DS, then 3 months later, we get the system's first E3 since it came out. Alright. So this is going to be some 3D... This is at the Nintendo store.
Everyone's got to shush up though once Reggie comes out if it's going to be this quiet.
Yeah, this is the first year Nintendo brought in like an HD TV to watch the presentation on instead of the big projector screen. So on one hand, it was a clearer picture, but then the TV was so tiny. Yeah, I don't think Pete was with me for this one. No, wait, no. Actually, Pete was with me for this one, because this was the reveal of Wii U.
Everyone turn off your phones.
Yeah, this was the reveal of Wii U. Pete was with me for this one. Pete and Rob were with me. And I say Rob because that's the name he uses on model, so. If you can't hear it good, let me know. I'll turn the volume up higher.
More volume, please?
Yeah. Oh, there's this
Yeah, this is... Yeah, you're kind of seeing as more and more people... Like, this year was tough because I think the audio might be coming from the TV instead of through, like, the sound system of the room. But even when they cleared that whole wall of merch and had the giant monitor up there, the more and more people were starting... As the years went on, more and more people started coming to the E3 events. And basically, watching E3 at Nintendo World became... You're basically just looking at the presentation, and you don't actually hear anything. And then you go home and actually watch it again so you could listen to it. Like, in the first E3 that was E3 2017, where we had the second trailer for Mario Odyssey, I didn't realize until I got home and watched the presentation again that the Mario Odyssey trailer had lyrics in the music. Like, as all of us are watching, everyone's just cheering and talking to each other. It just got more and more impossible to actually listen to what they were saying. Because as the years went on, more and more people who would have been interested in this kind of stuff, like, were graduating from high school, so they were free to come on a school day to stuff like this. So, and travel in the city on their own. So, yeah, it was. So by 2017 was the last year I went to Nintendo World for E3s, and I moved after that. But looking at, if you want to look at the scene at Kirby GCN 17 on YouTube, he basically, like, I got E3 2006, 2010, 2011, 2012, 13, and 14 they didn't let us film. From 2015 onward, I think they started letting us film again, because starting from E3 2012, I guess Nintendo's PR company was complaining or something, and they told them to stop letting us film in the store during E3. Which actually led to a conspiracy theory where people were claiming that I was trying to cover up footage from inside the store because everyone was, like, after E3 2012, there's so much negativity that people were saying, oh, he's not showing the footage because everyone was booing and at the TV or whatever, which is kind of ridiculous, but whatever. Okay, let's keep going. All right. I really did think that I had this stuff. So we're talking about the Zelda anniversary here. I thought I had it cropped down a bit more to just be the 3DS sections.
used to hearing it at work every day now, but to hear it performed by an orchestra like this.
No. Okay, actually, I think.
Is exhilarating.
Yeah, actually, I think what happened. I think I cut this up. I think the Zelda portion and the 3DS stuff was the first half. Then I made the Wii U reveal the second half of the video, so that because the Wii U reveal, I knew more people would be looking for that. So I think I just made that its own video. So I think that's why. I thought this would just be the 3DS stuff. So it looks like we're unexpectedly going to get the entire first half of the Nintendo Z3 presentation in 2011. Suffering a lot of lag, not nowhere near as bad as the lag from E3 2011. You can see I'm getting my absolute top effort into making into the Pachinko game that's going on.
Raise the volume. You can't raise the volume, the screen is low.
Yeah, that's the year they had the live orchestra. This is basically, I think, when they announced the Zelda. When they announced the Zelda anniversary tour, like the concerts. Yeah, this is when those got announced.
Isn't that nice? Getting United one last time.
Something's gonna happen when he does it.
He's gonna pull out the cafe. Exactly.
You hear that? He's gonna pull out the cafe when he does it. Yeah, they actually kept really tight grips on the Wii U name. We did not know that it was going to be called Wii U until the moment on stage. So at this point, even during the conference, said, "Oh, he's gonna pull out the cafe." Because like the code name was Project Cafe.
Like, what's going on?
Is he winning? What's going on? I think that was a Charlie Sheen reference because that's when he was going through that weird like meltdown phase he was going through. Well, not phase, but like he was having like some kind of mental breakdown and giving weird interviews and stuff.
Starting today, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening will be available as the first time nearly every color virtual console land.
Oh yeah, and also this was the day that they pushed the update to 3DS that gave us the Nintendo eShop on 3DS. And unfortunately, you know, I would have bought this, except you could only buy the color version. But for me, I played the original Link's Awakening on the black and white Game Boy, so I have no nostalgia for the colorized version. It's sort of like watching a colorized version of Citizen Kane. For me personally.
At least we know that date.
If we keep doing this.
As far as I remember, that's something that never happened after they switched to like the giant wall monitor.
There's a new sense of realism when you're riding swinging scenery at high level. For those of you who are playing for the first time, we've included hidden movies to help you along the way. And for those of you who have played the game past, we've included the mirrored Legend of Zelda Master Quest.
Was Master Quest, you said the mirrored Master Quest one? Was Master Quest for Ocarina of Time mirrored when it came out on the GameCube promotional disc? Was that version also mirrored? Or was it only mirrored on the Ocarina of Time 3D version? Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot about this. They released Legend of Zelda Four Swords, the version that was bundled with Link to the Past on a cartridge for the Game Boy Advance. They released that Four Swords separately as a free download on the DSi for like only a few months. And to this day, that's the only that download for DS, and it wasn't on 3DS. It was only on DSi. And it was the only. And that was the only time I ever used the DSi eShop ranking, because I never even purchased any DSiWare games. The only one I would have purchased is Electroplankton. And by the way, I do own Electroplankton. I wonder what that game's going for now. Because it was otherwise, I think it was like a Target online exclusive or something. But they just sold it retail at Nintendo World. Yeah, notice everyone were constantly having to tell everyone else to be quiet so we could hear them. I wonder if I were to edit this in, if I could edit in a louder version, if I could like just download the video of this, rip the audio, rip the audio from this and overlay this on here so we could actually better hear what the people, like what Bill and Miyamoto are saying, and later, you know, Reggie and Iwata as well. Better hear what they're saying. But it's not a one-to-one thing, because of all the stutters on this version, I'd have to like account for that and try to resync them up every time there's like a lag like right there.
Wow.
And frankly, at this point, I think I'm still using this. At this point, I'm filming this with a camera that's from 2003, a digital camera from 2003 that was primarily for photography, and the video camera was just kind of a bonus feature. No, at this point, I think I am using my smaller, more pocket-sized digital camera that died while I was in England. That's the crowd behind me. I have one of these CDs because it was included with, it was either included with Skyward Sword in the box, or I happened to get it because, like, as a bonus for getting, I got Skyward Sword on launch day from Nintendo World Store. To talk about right now, and plus I don't know how well you all can hear, but I can just kind of barely hear over the chatter in the group.
And we have several of them here today, so I would like to invite them on stage as well.
Yeah, what I think I might do, I might when it comes time to edit this, because I want to do versions where I incorporate this, I might just have just the vanilla direct feed video, and then for specific moments where there's a lot of cheering, I'll play, you know, the vanilla direct feed of the conference, but then replay the same moment with the reaction in the store. That's what I think I'm going to do for at least this year. Because honestly, this is the first time I'm rewatching this since back in like 2011, 2012. And I remember this being far more watchable than it is. And plus, let's see how much. I'm going to try to skip ahead a bit, frankly. Okay. If you can hear Satoru Wada well, let me know. If not, I'll turn it up a little higher.
Some hardware is seen as appropriate for only the most active passionate players. Others, like me,
He's basically leading into the announcement of Wii U, and they're trying to make something that was equally appealing to hardcore and casual gamers by basically releasing the system that they otherwise would have released in 2005 or 6, which did not go over well. I mean, I've got my Wii U off screen right here on my little table. I love it. It's been my main workhorse since I started streaming nearly a year ago. But, yeah. Hey, 3,000! We won! 3,001. No more balls! Give up! GG! We beat Pachinko for the 3rd time today. Actually, I think the 2nd. No, okay. So on one hand, I want to pause for a second. So we're just going to, there we go. And we are back to it. Back to launching those balls. At 40, here's to another 3,000. But something about this, if their intention was to convey a sense of depth, they did an incredible job with this stage. This might not be their best E3 presentation. I mean, no matter how good the actual stage show was, just the fact that this was the reveal of the Wii U, and it left people so confused. Like, after this presentation, like, I have a recording from G4. Adam Sessler was interviewing Reggie on stage as people were still leaving. No, he was interviewing Reggie, like, sort of in a balcony box or something, where you can still see people leaving the theater. This is moments after the end of this presentation. And Adam Sessler is, whether you like him or not, like, he's asking people, like, well, basically, Adam was interviewing Reggie, and it's very clear when watching this interview that Adam Sessler thought that the Wii U was a new controller for the Wii. And Reggie's interviewing him and answering his questions, but Reggie does not realize that Adam doesn't understand that the Wii U is a new console and that the tablet is its new controller. And the fact that Reggie didn't even understand that Adam didn't understand. I mean, you know, Adam, you know, he's not everyone loves the guy, you know, in his game coverage, but just the fact that it wasn't just a matter of like, oh, you know, Wii Sports Soccer mom being confused by the Wii to Wii U thing. It was people at the heart of the industry, people watching the presentation. Watch the presentation where they called, I counted, one by one. I counted, and I counted at least twice. They called it between Satoru Wada, Reggie, other people on stage. They called Wii U a new system, a new platform, and a new console. Exactly 30 different times on stage. And people watching the presentation, including the people sitting around me. I don't know if it's on this recording, and I don't cover the Wii. We're not going to cover the Wii U section of this presentation today, but there are people sitting right next to me as they're revealing it, saying, "Oh, it's not a real new system. It's just a controller for a new controller for Wii." And I'm talking to people afterwards, people being like, "Man, I don't know how they managed to make a controller that, like, just by connecting to the Wii gives it HD graphics." Like, people who went to the presentation. They traveled many times from out of state to watch this, who were confused by that presentation. So it's not just like, oh, it's, you know, the soccer moms and Wii Sports Granny that were confused by this. It was people who follow the game blogs, follow the rumors, going to expect a new console, and yeah, G4, they basically, like, the people running G4 were just ashamed of the fact that they had a channel about video games, were doing everything they could to make it not about video games. If they actually weren't ashamed of their own subject matter, they could have had a great station on their hands. They did for a brief moment. But anyway, the point where I pause is just, even watching this on TV, the sense of depth that they managed to convey with all these different layers and these mini screens. Well, that's what got me on that tangent. The fact that this is the reveal of a system that basically failed to properly convey the concept of the product is always going to be a mark against this. But in terms of the actual stage setup, this is the best stage Nintendo's ever had for an E3 stage show. Wow, we're on the verge of losing, actually. We need to start winning. We need some wins. We're about to lose. Oh no. Hey, 13. Yeah, reveal the paraglider. Okay, so we're getting some wins in again. 20, 40. See, look, we were 13 balls away from losing. We're already up to the better part of... We're nearly over 100. 70s. And mind you, each of the... If you don't remember this or didn't see this, each of these little concept moments, this is the first glimpse we're getting of each of these games in real time.
That's the new theme.
Yeah, people actually cheering and clapping just for having the Tanuki suit. Yeah, and we hadn't seen any Kid Icarus material since E3 2010.
The sound? Turn it all the way up.
And even with that little glimpse in Luigi's Mansion 2, as it was called at the time, they ended up calling it Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. I'll be right back. I just need to turn off the AC in here. I'll be right back. Just need to turn off the AC. It's a little too cold in here. Alright, I'm back. Alright, where were we? Oh wow, we're under 100 balls, but we're getting close to... You know, I never even played Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. It probably looks fantastic on 3DS and
Please welcome the President of Nintendo of America.
My body's ready! My body!
My body's ready!
You know, and it's interesting, just thinking of the sheer, number of times, Reggie has been in the building that we're in, I've met Reggie twice at Nintendo World, and it was with the Nintendo. If you look at Reggie, if you look at not Reggie, Kirby GCN 17's video of the January 2017 Nintendo Switch press event. They had a viewing of it at the Nintendo store, which was interesting because that event was in Japanese time, so it was in late at night in Eastern Standard Time. And there was a part where Reggie, Miyamoto, and Eiji Aonuma are filming. They appear on camera in the Nintendo store. So we're watching the event on the giant monitor at the Nintendo store, and it was so surreal. We're watching where they had us sitting. Between where they had us sitting and the giant monitor was the exact spot where they were filming Reggie and Aonuma and Miyamoto. So it was we could just look straight ahead, see the exact spot on the floor to the exact inch. It was very explicit exactly where they were standing. And then past that spot where they were, we saw the giant monitor, and we just saw them on screen. And they must have filmed it only a day or two earlier. So that's interesting. But anyway.
What you've always wanted.
Wow, we're only about 20 minutes shy of the 6-hour stream at this point. I wish I could, and I don't even have my massaging back chair. That thing broke and I haven't gotten it fixed yet. I wish I could have this kind of stamina during actual gaming streams.
No problem. They come with the territory. But is it fair to ask, and is it even possible to deliver something for everyone? Okay. Well, someone suggested with our new home console, this is exactly what we're also aiming for with Nintendo 3DS. And that's coming in several ways.
Several wares. Yeah, Reggie is a lot louder than Bill and Miyamoto were.
As you just saw, we've got 5 key ones to show you this week. On the show floor, you'll see these games in full 3D. But here on stage, of course, we can only offer you 2D.
Yeah, and it was cool because they were able to push 3D trailers to us so we could get a sense of what the games looked like.
Is Mario Kart. But now, it's a tricked out version you haven't driven before. Is it my father's Mario?
Yeah, they didn't name it Mario Kart 7 yet. I'm messing with my 3DS if you're wondering what I'm looking at. I know. Oh yeah, we got over 100 balls in Pachinko, so. Yeah, that's when they first revealed the paraglider thing. Yeah, I played a whole lot of Mario Kart 7. And I still have, to this day, I still have this same trailer on my 3DS. Because I don't think you can't even download this anymore, so. Yeah, I forgot they had a first-person mode in that game. And I'm just looking at it in because like with pre-made videos, the 3D is binary, either it's on or it's off.
Mario Kart 4x4.
Because even in 3D. Okay, I'll take the home button. But I have the Mario 3D Land trailer on here.
Mario Kart races into the stores this holiday season.
I'm just looking at this again. It's been literally years since I've looked at the trailer for Mario 3D Land on here.
Without Crystal.
Yeah, was not a Crystal fan.
You can use buttons for traditional control, or turn the hardware itself into the control unit. That means turning and tilting the system itself does exactly the same thing for your fighter.
Yeah, here's the trailer for Super Mario 3D Land, when it was still just called Super Mario with the raccoons on.
Oh. Nintendo 3DS cameras record every
Right now, this is the most time I've spent in years actually looking at the 3D on the 3DS, and I totally forgot how good this was. And I'm not even looking at actual gameplay. I'm looking at just the sort of baked in 3D of just like watching a video.
If it's true that software sells hardware, then it's also true that no franchise has sold more systems than Mario.
Yeah, I'm looking at the trailer that you're about to see on screen. I'm looking at that right now on the 3DS. It's the first time in a long time I've looked at this trailer on the 3DS screen.
This is the first 3D Mario adventure created from scratch for a portable system.
Which is something I was very, it's kind of sad in a way. This was it was the first 3D game made for a dedicated Nintendo platform, and it was also the last, because after that was Switch. And I mean, their Switch Lite is a dedicated handheld device, but the platform is still of a hybrid nature. And the game was structured and paced as a home console game, whereas 3D Land was specifically made for like 3D handheld play. That's one thing I kind of regret most about, well, first off, I just like the idea of a truly pocketable, ultra small portable, no moving parts, no fans. You don't have to worry about it getting hot in your hands like the 3D, like the Switch can sometimes. But just the idea of, there was sort of this certain sensibility to making some of these smaller scale games that I'm sure it's lived on to an extent in some of the eShop stuff Nintendo's put out and other developers have put out, but it's not quite the same. I think Nintendo just had super bad branding at the time. If they called it something else in 3D World, it would have been better received. You have the exact same new 3DS. Yeah, this is the Animal Crossing edition, and this is the Animal Crossing edition, which I never redeemed the download code for, and I got the Pikachu faceplates for it, because I got the black 3DS at launch, but you'll see it if you watch the first part of my VOD, but I basically just wanted something, like the black 3DS was a very sleek and sort of more staid, more mature looking device as far as handheld game consoles go. For safety related reasons, I decided that it was time to get something as toy-like as possible. So I just got a white 3DS with Pikachu faceplates, and yeah, the faceplates weren't widely available, but I did have access to Nintendo World Store at the time where they did sell a lot of faceplates.
Everyone shush.
And this is interesting to look back on, because I think, Mecha Kong was referring to, 3D World had a certain amount of backlash because people were expecting a more Mario 64 or Mario Galaxy style 3D Mario, and instead it was it was obviously derived from the 3D Land formula, and so to a certain extent, let's Mecha Kong whispered me the one I have. Do you want me to post that in chat for everyone, or you just want it to be between you and me? I have it copied. I'll paste it into chat if you and I'll probably, because I haven't been getting many bots in the last few months, so I'm probably just going to turn off so people just post the links themselves. But I feel like to an extent, maybe the reputation of 3D Land on 3DS kind of got dragged down as part of the backlash against 3D World, which kind of subsided a bit, but it's kind of still a thing. But at the time, this expression of 3D Mario was generally very well received, and to see, I mean, even when Mario Galaxy, a lot of the positive buzz, and something I was saying even before I heard other people saying it, was like, wow, it's like this plays like a natural evolution of Super Mario Bros. 3, and because Mario 64, for that game to be the way it was at the time it was kind of like an anomaly. That they made that sort of free-roaming sandbox gameplay breakthrough the way they did. Because 3D Land is almost, logically speaking, 3D Land is almost what Mario 64, should have been to a certain extent. And if you look at the way the world of Mario's world was depicted in the Deke cartoons of the late 80s and early 90s, like this, the Mario 3D Land and 3D World kind of more resemble how Mario's World was depicted in the DiC cartoons than when Mario's World actually was first represented in a non-side-scrolling way when they went to Mario 64. So this was a throwback to an earlier concept of a more primitive concept, but just an evolutionary path for Mario that kind of got skipped over. And the idea of that we'd be playing this on stereoscopic 3D on a handheld, it was just very exciting. So it's gonna, yeah. And when I first saw this, seeing Mario 3D Land for the first time, I felt the same sort of sense of, wow, this is a new evolutionary step for Mario. I felt that same thrill. Seeing Mario 3D Land for the first time, I felt the same thrill as when I first saw Mario 64 back in '96. The same thrill as when I first saw Mario Galaxy. The same thrill when I first saw Mario Odyssey. Where it's like, this is a new concept for what Mario can be. So, yeah, so let's go ahead and watch the trailer.
Music, no box.
If you need to turn it up, let me know. But it should be bounced good.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I forgot about the top-down levels.
Donut lift.
And that's one thing that kind of frustrates me. I mean, I've been sticking up for 3D World since it was first revealed. But I feel like there's some aspects of the game that I really feel do suffer because it's not in stereoscopic 3D. And I have not played I unlocked, like, the final, like, secret, like, super hard, like, challenge level at the end for 100%ing everything else. So I have, like, 99% of this game. Doing the stream and getting that new 3DS, you think you'll be driving back to the library?
I cried, oh my god.
You got it? You're getting a new 3DS today? You are? Did you mention that, or?
Before the year is over.
Yeah.
A lot of you came away satisfied knowing at last that Kid Icarus was returning. Well, Mr. Sakurai and Project Soul are happy to provide more details.
Oh, you got one a month ago. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Diving back into the library. Do you mean your library of gaming magazines? Is that what you meant? Is that what you meant? Because when you say diving back to the library, I'm imagining like a physical library, and that diving was a typo of driving. Oh, the library of games. All right. There we go. Yeah, and this was the trailer that kind of revealed that this game was going to be kind of comedic, because I know, like, there was an idea, like in the GameCube era, I know, expressing this, that they could bring back Kid Icarus as, like, a mature game, and use it to, like, combat the kiddie image back when that seemed something specifically worth fighting, and, you know, you're not going to have many Wii U era Nintendo powers to choose from, because the final issue was the cover story of the launch of Wii U and New Super Mario Bros. U, which allowed for them to do that beautiful, bookend cover emulating the end of, apparently I think the models for I don't know how this happened, but the clay models for that first cover of Nintendo Power apparently still exist. And they were photographed, and only the fronts were actually painted, because that's all that would be seen for the shot. So the backs are just, like, totally unfinished and unpainted, and it's kind of, like, ugly and creepy. But, yeah, this was the trailer that kind of revealed that this was going to be kind of a comedy-themed game in terms of the writing and voice acting. One thing I'll say about this game, I played it, I didn't like the controls that much. But I feel like people didn't understand why they didn't like the controls. Because what I was hearing a lot of were complaints that the game had bad controls because you had to hold the system in one hand and the stylus in the other. And that had nothing to do with why the controls were bad. If that was the case, then every DS game that used the touchscreen had bad controls. And then, I know, like, Yahtzee was, like, going off on this a lot. The fact that the 3DS, like, the Kid Icarus Uprising, came with a little stand to hold, so that if you're playing on a tabletop for a long time, you could just have the stand, and it would just, you know... And people were saying, like, oh, like, you know, this game is a disgrace. I don't know what his exact wording, but he kept going off on the fact that this game is supposed to be a handheld game, but you need a stand on a table to play it. And you did not need the stand to play the game. The stand was useful. Like, I played this game maybe 5 hours. I did not play that far into it. I was not that big of a fan of it. But I used the stand. Like, when I was playing, like, when I had my job at a warehouse club that was near me, I was always using the stand for playing Pokemon, whatever, any game. Whenever you're playing, like, and on my DSi, too, that game, the stand was useful whenever you're playing the game on a tabletop, the 3DS on a tabletop. It was just useful. You know, it was just comfortable. It wasn't like there was something defective with the game because you could use it included a stand.
Because you're going to discover 3-on-3 multiplayer action.
And at this point, they hadn't announced online yet.
Augmented reality cards to conduct battles. The new pricing comes to the event even later this year.
You know, it's kind of funny how Nintendo actually has a trademark for for AR games, but all they ever used it for were the cards that came packed with the 3DS. Oh yeah, I forgot, they did have the Luigi's Mansion. They were still, you know what, it's funny, because they ended up calling this Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, but they probably should have kept, the Luigi's Mansion 2 label, title, because the third game they ended up just calling Luigi's Mansion 3 anyway. So you have Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, and Luigi's Mansion 3. And that annoys me. Either keep giving them different subtitles, or they could have called it Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon. Anything. But the fact that changing, like, the fact that it goes from the touchscreen having just a subtitle for the sequel, and then the second sequel gets an actual, just a number without a subtitle. You have 1 and 2 on the 3DS. I have not played Luigi's Mansion 1. I got my, honestly, like, the Luigi's, GameCube and Luigi's Mansion. My parents got me GameCube, Luigi's Mansion, and... GameCube, Luigi's Mansion, and Star Wars Rogue Leader for GameCube for Christmas in 2001. And that was probably my last great, like, because after that point I was kind of older, I could buy more of my own stuff. That was probably my last great, like, you know, Christmas morning surprise game, because at that point you didn't really have, like, a Christmas tree and all that. You know, we had a few presents, you know, my, you know, relatives mailed me. By the way, it's streaming 6 hours at this point, and we still have, like, 2 hours left of video, not counting the parts where I'm pausing. But what happened was, I went to because at that point we're still going to a relative's house who lived out of state, so we had a long, like, you know, 2-hour drive to get to their house. And what happened was, I went in the shower. Then when I got out the shower, I went to my room, and there was a big box and some little boxes on my bed that were wrapped up, that my parents planted there while I was in the shower. So I'm like, okay, let me unwrap one of the small ones first, and it was Star Wars Rogue Leader. Or it was either Star Wars or Luigi's Mansion. I'm like, okay, they got me a GameCube. And that was my last great, you know, and with no memory card. So I played up to the first boss of Luigi's Mansion. We brought the GameCube with me to my relative's house, and we just kept playing through. Me and, like, you know, some relatives were also kind of young. We kept playing through Luigi's Mansion up to the first boss, and it wasn't until the day after Christmas, or even a couple of days later, that I was able to go out and buy a memory card 59. No, it was memory card 51, I think, was the original one. It's either memory card 59 or 51. I forgot how many blocks they called it. And at that point, that's when I started playing after it. So I just keep playing through Luigi's Mansion up to the first boss. Your nostalgic gaming memories, your mom coming home from work one day and giving you Ocarina of Time and Mario Kart 64. Incredible day. Wow. Yeah. And then after... And it's funny because I was going to originally buy myself a GameCube when it came out. But I saved up for it. But then 9/11 happened. And I had this idea in my head that 9/11 was going to cause a Great Depression. And so I thought, well... I'll get, instead of getting, hold on, I have to do a little math real quick. Okay, 2001. So, okay, this is easy math to do. So it was 2001, and I thought, okay, I already had NES. Me and my friends were, we were playing NES, because to get the game super cheap by 2001, in 2001. And what I thought was, okay, why don't I be more conservative with my money? And instead of getting a GameCube, I'll just get a Super Nintendo used from Funko Land and a bunch of games. Because I had a friend who was willing to give me like 4 or 5 Super Nintendo games. It was like Super Mario World, Donkey Kong Country, Jurassic Park, a number of games that were like, a few good games that you'd want to have. So it was, at this point, it's not vintage yet. This is like, and so it was 2001. So the Super Nintendo was 10 years old in North America. So that would be, at the time, the Super Nintendo, when I was like, oh, look, I got another old system. I got a Super Nintendo. And because we've been so used to NES that it was actually, even though we were like little, we were younger when the Super NES was out, but it was like really kind of impressive to see first, because this is before YouTube. This is before you could easily watch videos of games on the internet. So it was really the first chance we had to see the difference in person between NES games and Super NES games. Yeah, renting Super Nintendo. Yeah, it was around 2001 when my Blockbuster finally stopped renting out Super Nintendo games. So from 2001 to 91 when the game Super Nintendo came out in North America. So at the time, like, the Super Nintendo seemed so ancient. But in 2001 and in 2021, that would be the equivalent of getting like a PlayStation 3 game. So it's kind of crazy how... Well, actually, not quite, because in 2011, PS3 was nearing the end of its run as Sony's flagship system. But talking about a game from 91 and 2001 would be the equivalent of talking about a 2011 game now in 2021. I know it's also different in that the level in which the technology was evolving was much different between 91 and 2001 as compared to 2011 and 2021. But it's just kind of weird just putting that into perspective. But let's keep going.
And featuring not just one, but several new mansions.
The Super NES then is the 3DS now, which I didn't even... That was so obvious, I didn't even think of it because I'm doing a stream for the 3DS's 10th anniversary. Even if I could... The only computer I have that would be viable for that level of emulation is also the computer I'm streaming on, so it would make it kind of tricky doing gameplay, even if I was going to use ROM emulation. And 3DS capture stuff is, expensive and tricky and delicate, so I'm not going to get into all that. So, short of actual gameplay, this is, I think, something unique I could do for the anniversary. What? Wait. Did this game... What game is... Okay. Weren't there... Yeah, was that what became Tetris Axis? I had to stop for a second, because in my head, I wanted to confuse that game with the Tetris DS that came out on DS. Tetris DS, one of the best versions... I think that's the second best version of handheld Tetris, as opposed to the original Bulletproof Software 1989 Game Boy release. Because Nintendo, I think Tetris DS was first party Nintendo, made with extensive... And I'm also very fortunate, on this 3DS, I've got a digital copy of the '89 Game Boy Tetris, which you cannot download anymore because the video game rights to Tetris went to Ubisoft, I believe. So Nintendo had to take theirs off the eShop. But you're a sophomore in your new 3DS. You can soft mod a 3DS to have for a capture. That's interesting. Would that mean that the 3DS can video out through its power cable somehow? Because that's the only way I could imagine getting video out through a 3DS without doing hard modding. And Serial Wars with all his different solutions for modding, hard modding, soft modding, emulating. He's neck deep into all that stuff. Is that that's Tekken 3D? Is that the Tekken game that included the movie with it? That's such a look how great Metal Gear Solid 3 looks on 3DS, and we didn't get the doggone. We couldn't even get a port of Liberty City Stories or Vice City Stories for 3DS. Such a shame. And I honestly, to be honest, I have not played a Grand Theft Auto game since GTA 3, and when I played GTA 3, I basically would just enter in the code to unlock the tank and just cause mayhem. I wouldn't even properly play the game.
Will move you well beyond anything Nintendo's offered digitally before. You can search for
That's true. That's true, in fact.
find multiple videos and screenshots. This week's system update is also the key to unlocking 10 separate 3D game trailers. And
I still have those trailers on my 3DS.
later this year.
When I already dedicate. Okay. Pac-Man 99 comes out later today. When I first play that, I want to play it on stream, and I already today. I was originally going to play, start with the back half of the Paper Mario stream, doing the because it's funny because I'm exactly halfway through the Paper Mario playthrough. So when I start that, I'd like to go. I mean, I'll take a break maybe if it goes on for a while, but I would like to finish that and get that done and signed, sealed, delivered. And I already delayed the beginning of. I already delayed resuming Paper Mario, so I could do this because I didn't realize if I had realized this would the 10th anniversary of the 3DS launch in North America, I would have probably even have done this last week. But there's a possibility I could be moving with it sometime soon or not. I mean, I thought I was moving before and it ended up not happening. And I don't want to start, and when I do move, I don't know what my situation is going to be with access to the internet and time and everything. So I'm not quite, on one hand, I'd like to have Paper Mario finished if in case I have to go on hiatus for a few months or indefinitely or even just a couple of weeks. On the other hand, okay. Here's the soft mod that Serial Wars was talking about. Then after you soft mod it, guide to screen capture. Okay, let's just paste that right in chat. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know, each week I kind of I only stream once a week. And one thing I do like about it is that it's long enough that I miss streaming and want to do it again. Because I've had times where I've streamed 2 or 3 times in a week, where it's oh, I gotta leave the lights up, oh, I gotta do this in just a couple more days, and it's kind of a bit burdensome. But when it's a week, it's just long enough that I want to do it again, that I miss doing it again, that I look forward to it throughout the whole week, and then it also forces me to choose, what do I want to do on stream that more than anything else? Because it's not I'm going to be doing it, every night or every other night or 3 times a week. It's what do I want to stream more than anything else? So it forces me to do the thing that I want to do the most, more than anything else. I also like that aspect. But yeah, I do want to get the Paper Mario run out the way, but if I end up moving, I don't know what streaming will be like in terms of my time availability, and if I'll be able to get good internet where I'm at that's as good as where I'm at now. So we'll see. I don't know. But that being said, I was considering the second I saw the Pac-Man 99 thing, or excuse me, 99 Pac-Man as it's called, I was thinking of pushing back Paper Mario another week. Yeah, I may move elsewhere. I was thinking of pushing back Paper Mario another week and doing Pac-Man next week. And heck, I ever wanted to go back to doing just Pac-Man Championship Edition on NES again. That was fun in and of itself. But let's keep going.
A virtual console service just for Nintendo 3DS. And that means classic portable games, starting with Game Boy and Game Boy Color.
And it's so weird because they ended up bringing Nintendo DS Virtual Console to Wii U. But then why wouldn't they bring Game Boy and Game Boy Color? If they had Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on the Wii U, I would have bought the heck out of so many of those. Nintendo would have made so much money off of me alone. I don't know if I'm moving yet, so it would be geographically closer, but not significantly closer to the point where it would be a lot closer to where I'm already at than closer to the West Coast. So, meetups or anything like that, not quite yet. Well, now their strategy with the Virtual Console is not to have one and replace it with. Oh, look at. Hold on, I didn't pause it in time. I had like the destination sticker on my backpack. It said Univa instead of like, you usually have a 3-digit country code like USA or a certain state or whatever. Okay.
Augmented reality. Yes. White versions are familiar with the Pokedex. And now, given to them in-game that registers and indexes over 150 new Pokemon.
By the way, it's just eShop online demo.
With Nintendo 3DS and enhanced Pokedex as a live.
Yeah, it's weird. Pokedex 3D only had the Pokemon from the Unova region. But they made Pokedex 3D Pro, which had all the Pokemon up. Hold on, I forgot. What did Pokedex 3D Pro have? I think it had something weird. It had like all the Pokemon up into before X and Y.
By scanning special AR markers. You can search, filter the data in multiple ways, making it the essential.
Yeah, I'm opening Pokedex 3D Pro for the first time in possibly 5 or 6 or 7 years. Whenever 3D Pro came out. And if you've never seen Pokedex 3D Pro, the cool thing about this. Yeah, they actually somehow got the actor who did the voice of the Pokedex from the anime, either that or a convincing sound-alike, to say the name of every single Pokemon that was in existence at the time. How do I... Okay. 5... Okay. It has every... I'm just scrolling through here. Okay. So, Pokedex 3D Pro has all the Pokemon up to the end of Gen 5. And then when Pokemon X and Y came out, they never updated it again. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know why. They never updated it again. And it's like, this, I pay for the new Pokemon models, and it's so weird. And you know what? I feel like, and it's like a lot of the models, I don't know if those are the models from, I think the Pokedex 3D Pro models they ended up using as sort of generic go-to models for a lot of stuff. Like, I think in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon on 3DS, they use the same Pokemon models from Pokedex 3D.
That's cool.
I'm afraid of what 4chan's going to do with that.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I have no... Yeah, why did they never update that again? Yeah, and the AR thing was cool, it just wasn't very versatile.
Bro, you a channer. You're a channer.
And so I think like I know like for like the His Dark Materials, there's like a My Demon app. And demon meaning just like a guardian spirit thing, not like like a devil or something like that. There's an app for like that was a time with the His Dark Materials show on HBO that like sort of you can AR interact with a little animal, and it looks pretty well integrated. I'd love to see something like that for Pokemon. I know Pokemon Go has AR elements, but nothing quite like. Yeah, they're basically familiars. Just using a really old a definition of the word demon that's not used in everyday speech. So like, I don't know if it was was it Keats who made a poem and he mentions like my demon Posey, but like it's out of context. What you think he's talking about like necromancy or something, but he's just talking about like his muse. But yeah, yeah, we're not gonna watch that part 2 today.
I was just watching.
Okay, this is a little sassy little thing I made. I'm gonna explain it in here, but basically this was the same E3 where Sony was also trying to push 3D on PlayStation 3. And there was a point where, like, they announced a 3D monitor for PlayStation 3. Probably about the size of one of the monitors I'm looking at right now. As a relatively inexpensive solution to make 3D gameplay available to PlayStation 3 owners. And one cool thing they did, there were a couple of games where you had on-the-couch multiplayer, and they used the fact that 3D is broadcasting 2 different signals. And instead of using the 3D to have like slightly offset images on a single, like for one viewer, they basically had split screen multiplayer, only it was like full screen split screen, and each player was wearing 3D glasses, and each player they'd both be looking at the same monitor, and each of them only sees their own gameplay. So you could have full screen multiplayer gameplay for 2 players that are, like racing against each other or in like a death match or something like that, where they can't see each other's screens or have to result in a half screen or anything like that, which is a really cool idea. Only I think a couple of games ever actually used it. But this was back when G4, like E3 was the time when, in spite of like the head honcho's like reluctance or aversion to 3D content, when those E3 was when G4 really got into gear and did a lot of their best coverage, but you still get a lot of like, oh, we need to look cool for the dude bro, so we gotta diss Nintendo a certain amount of times per hour or whatever. Even though by this point it wasn't as bad as it used to be, but someone was basically like, they did a segment where they compared the 3DS booth to like the Vita booth. And the person said, like, oh, well, Vita is obviously better because it has better graphics, and, 3D is for suckers, long live Sony, which is incredibly ironic, because Sony was also pushing 3D, only on PlayStation 3 instead of on their handheld. So this is the point I made, basically, in response to that.
Watching G4's coverage of E3 2011, and after visiting the PlayStation Vita booth on the show floor, a host ended the segment by saying, loosely quoted, "After seeing PlayStation Vita, Nintendo has some explaining to do. 3D is for suckers. All hail Sony." Well, if the 3DS's built-in glasses-free 3D is for suckers, then what does that make of the PlayStation 3's 3D that Sony wants to charge a minimum of $500 extra for in addition to the $300 system? Just some food for thought.
Yeah, that's the whole thought there. It wasn't even like a... Yeah, Yeah, it's, I thought it was the weirdest thing to say. If you're gonna make, like, I thought heck, I had a better, and I know, like, people who were like, you know, just, hey, I'm going with Sony, I can't wait for the Vita, I have the PS3, I know people who were like, ride or die Sony, that weren't like partisan, like, fanboys, slinging mud at other systems, but who were less receptive to the idea of the PlayStation 3 3D monitor than I was, and didn't even have a dog in that fight. I didn't even have PS3. And I just thought, like, hey, it's a cool solution to, I don't know how many games supported 3D anyway, but it's like, when a full 3D TV, and if you're in, like, a college dorm or something, you're probably going to have a smaller TV on top of a dresser or something anyway. So, especially if you're just getting, as a solution to just breaking into 3D, if you're interested in 3D gaming and 3D movies, it was a cool solution in my opinion. And the full screen multiplayer, also, once again, going for, like, the college dorm thing, if you have a roommate or if you have a small apartment or something, you could both play full screen, like, on the same monitor. I thought that was pretty cool. So I actually had a better impression, a warmer reception to the 3D monitor than a lot of actual PlayStation, like, fans that I read online. So it's not like I'm just dissing the 3D monitor, I'm just saying. And that's one thing I will say, no matter what stupid, crazy stuff Nintendo wants to do with the system, usually they'll actually build it into the system and build the system around it instead of charging you extra for it and barely doing anything with it. And there are exceptions to that with Nintendo, but, and, like, there's stuff like Labo, you can question how valuable that is, but a retrospective of Operation Blue Wave someday. We're gonna get a little bit of Op Blue Wave content in this video, today, actually. I'm holding up pretty good in terms of stamina. I haven't even finished.
Nintendo Video has finally been made available in North America, and the first video
I have to actually pause here. So this is when, actually, how I first found out about Nintendo Video, I got, because when you Street Pass with someone, it would show them, like, when you do the little handshake thing at the gate, the little handshake animation, it would show you the most recent piece of software they were playing. And I deliberately, like, if I was going into the city or something, I would do things like I deliberately make sure, like, the most recent game I played was Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear, so that when people handshook with me on Street Pass, they'd see that I was playing it, and hopefully they'd give it a try themselves, for instance. Or if, like, a new game just came out, I want everyone to know I have it. Not that that makes it sound kind of vain, but, I'd say, like, hey, I'm playing this, lately, or whatever. But so I Street Passed with someone, and I remember I was in a restaurant on Mercer Street in the New York University district in Manhattan, right near Washington Square Park. And it was this place called Dojo, and I'd been eating at this restaurant. I have vivid memories of eating in this restaurant, and I was literally in a high chair. So I've been eating at this restaurant basically since I was a baby. It's a Japanese restaurant. Really great hijiki tofu. And, great tempura, great hijiki tofu. With the Japanese barbecue sauce. But anyway, I sat down, and I think I went there with Pete at least once. I managed to get Pete to come with me there. But, what happened? And actually, I think he's the only, like, in-person friend I ever got to actually go to this place with me. Because I go to the city a lot, and a lot of my friends that were nearby, they just don't go into the city that much. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I was waiting for my food. I was going through my street passes, because when you were in Manhattan back then, you would get a lot of street passes. And someone had a street pass for an app called Nintendo Video. I'm like, what is Nintendo Video? And I didn't really find out until I got home that what it was, and, like, and downloaded it and everything. That's actually what Japanese food was I eating as a baby? Probably just rice and tempura and stuff. Yeah, probably just, like, they probably just mashed up some vegetables for me or something. I don't remember what I was eating. I just remember, eating there, basically for 30 years, which is kind of crazy. And it's one of the things, I don't think the times I've gone to New York since I moved in late 2017, I don't think I've been to Dojo since then. did have tried their ramen once right before I moved, but I really would just always get my favorite, which was the hijiki tofu with the Japanese barbecue sauce. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to run into, there's a potential in this video for me to run into copyright problems. But the way I use music in this video is the absolute legal epitome of fair use. There are times where people will just post a track from some random video game and just have the track play, and they'll just have the logo with the title of the game on a white background, and they're just posting the track online for people to casually listen to, and in the video description will say like, oh, no copyright intended, or oh, this video is fair use, and objectively it is not. Like, if they were to get sued, like if they got a copyright claim, they'd have a hard time fighting it. If they got sued, there's no way they could fight it. If they actually got brought to court over it. The way I use music in this video is the legal epitome of fair use. So if the estate of the person I'm talking about were to try to sue me, like, I mean, to an extent, Twitch, like, copyright holders can cut whatever deal they want with YouTube, and that's often why they'll settle it in YouTube instead of actually bringing people to court, because if they were brought to court, they'd probably potentially lose and set a legal precedent that they don't want to risk. But if I have copyright problems for what I'm about to play, this is one of the most rock-solid uses of fair use I could possibly have made, because there are also times where I'm going into a copyright rant right here. Like, for instance, I made a video in some of my real Unova videos where I'm doing the location hunts for parts of New York City that inspired different parts of Unova and Pokemon Black and White. There are parts where I'll play music for the relevant part of the game in the background. And in that case, I'm just flat out using the music from the game to enhance the production values of my own video. And yeah, I didn't have copyright problems from it, but like, to the letter of the law, that is not really fair use. They let me get away with it. I didn't, have lawyers knocking on my door. I didn't get copyright strikes or anything, or even copyright claims, but to the letter of the law, that is not fair use. But what I'm doing here, and that's what frustrates me, when so many people just do whatever they want with things and just claim it's fair use, whereas what I'm about to do here is like the actual epitome of fair use, I forgot, why does his name fly out of my ear all of a sudden? If Raymond Scott's estate actually brought me to court, I would feel very comfortable in winning this court case, because people with a lot looser, people have used far more material than me on YouTube, and when they got brought to court, were able to successfully make a fair use case, and the suing party actually had to pay damages to the person that was originally getting sued. So here we go. I just want to say that disclaimer here as we go forward.
Called Sunday Jog. And Sunday Jog at the beginning has a 25...
And this was one of the... this video, just some background, this is basically one... Nintendo Video, like every week or week and a half, they would refresh Nintendo Video, the app, with new videos. And this was, I think, one of the videos in the first set of videos for Nintendo Video. And they made this kind of logo, this sort of Nintendo logo thing, that I guess they were playing with the idea of putting this at the beginning of all the Nintendo Video features, but they ended up really not following through with it. Because it's kind of unnecessary, because you're already in the Nintendo Video app, and this is really kind of a cool solution Nintendo came up with to license video content to provide for 3DS owners. Like, because most of the 3D content out there was full-length motion pictures, and there wasn't a lot of short-form video content, and certainly not a lot of TV shows, which is, I think, why 3D, as I mentioned earlier, didn't really catch on the home consoles.
Introduction sequence, which I believe is being used by Nintendo to identify
on home TV
content unique to Nintendo Video, or perhaps that it may have even been funded by Nintendo themselves for use on Nintendo Video. I'm going to play that clip of that introduction sequence for you, and pay attention to the music.
This is guerrilla style, with me just filming my video, my 3DS with my camera.
I don't know how many of you
All
may
right,
have
so you heard that right
recognized that music, but that is actually not music that was originally by Nintendo. They repurposed it for use in this video, but the actual original piece was created in the 60s or 50s, in the 50s or 60s, by a fellow you may have heard of called Raymond Scott. And if you don't know who Raymond Scott is, Raymond Scott was a pioneer of electronic music in the 50s and 60s, if not the father of electronic music as we know it today. And he did a lot of compositions electronically and a lot of commercial pieces of music for use in radio and television spots. But before that, he was a jazz composer and performer, in the 40s and 50s, and you probably are aware of his work and have heard it. One of his most well-known pieces is Powerhouse, and I'll play a clip of that for you. Maybe you'll recognize this.
The track goes on, and it's kind of sandwiched in between two totally different compositions.
That was used in the Nintendo video intro sequence is called Domino. And
yeah, so that
aside
was
from Domino, that sort of those sort of motifs, the sort of DNA of that piece, Domino, also appears in several other of Raymond Scott's electronic pieces. One of which, very obvious, which I'll play a clip for you here.
What do you call a pair of eyes that sparkle and gleam, light up the skies?
Those are two main characters from a novel I wrote in 2011 that I kind of forgot that I put that art in this, because I was using random pictures on my computer.
Raymond Scott in some way or another, because really he was sort of bridges the gap between traditional music and electronic music, which has a direct lineage to the the chiptune music that we associate with video games today. So if you like what you've heard or want to hear more, you check out his music on iTunes. A lot of his instrumental jazz and his electronic music is available on iTunes if you search Raymond Scott in the iTunes store. And if you're going to, I would suggest you listen to both his instrumental stuff and his electronic stuff, because you could really sort of bridges the gap. You sort of understand
this is
how
making me sound like I'm some kind of music aficionado like Kyle, and I'm not.
What do you want to do electronically?
This is probably the only informed discussion about music I could ever possibly make.
Something you'll be interested in, and definitely if you're interested in, go ahead and buy the albums on iTunes, because if more people buy the music on iTunes, hopefully they'll be more interested in the rights holders releasing more of his music commercially as well, so we could get our hands on more of it. So that's the jazzy little secret of the Nintendo video introductory theme, and thank you very much for watching.
I have no idea what video is coming next. How far are we through this?
Nintendo is making some of the most aggressive competitive moves I have ever.
Okay, 320. I think this is a video I made about the price drop. Oh wow, you get to see I forgot I made these videos. Here. So here you get to see my bedside. That black table, I brought that with me. That white wire frame thing, that is just a that was a shelf from my closet, and what I did was I took a couple of chains and secured them to the wall and sort of made a suspension shelf. That potted plant there, I think that has a bunch of peppermint growing in it. And then there's a notepad. Oh wow, in the background on the upper left, you could see my my D3 Digivice from 2001, which is worth a lot of money now. I'm sorry I kept it there because it's right next to my main desk lamp, my main lamp for my room, which didn't have a shade on it. So the plastic kind of prematurely discolored because of it. What else? There's the huge box that was almost the size of a GameCube that my first iPod came in. I had like a second generation iPod. You know, back when I was of the weird nerdy kid. Like, I had an iPod so long ago that I was the weird nerdy kid in school who has a weird little computer to listen to music on instead of just getting a CD player like everyone else. In the background, you can see my red and white Pokeball Trico pillow, which was an awesome pillow that I sadly I forgot it in a hotel in like 2017, only a few years ago. I went online to look for a replacement, and I got that pillow in like 2006 or 7 from the Nintendo World Store. That pillow, at least as of 2017, was going for like $70 to $100 online. And it was otherwise a Pokemon Center Japan exclusive in-store purchase. You can see the black thing that's hanging from the white wire shelf. That is the case for my Game Boy Advance, which now has a Game Boy Pocket and stuff in it. So it has straps to put on your hip if you want to be a dork like I was. And then that white case there that's hanging, that is a case for a DS Lite that came with my DS Lite when I got it in the Nintendo store. What else have we got going on here? That white, that you can see a pillowcase that says Nintendo on it. And I think I have, that was right before, yeah, that's when I still had my TIE Fighter Star Wars comforter. I wasn't the biggest Star Wars fan in the world, but I got that when I was a little kid, and it's not that, it wasn't super easy to find twin-size comforters that weren't, like, themed for kid stuff. And so that comforter was probably way past its prime at that point. And so I got rid of that. Then the last piece of those curtains that I had, I think, were these really dark black curtains that I don't think I brought with me. I might have brought them with me. I don't remember. But I haven't needed them at the where I moved to since then. So, yeah, and I set the tripod up with the camera facing down. You could hear this you can know when I'm using, whenever I have a laptop on screen, I'm definitely using the external. Yeah, at this point, I think I'm still using the 4 megapixel, like 2003 Kodak camera. But that's enough stalling. Let's keep on moving with this. I can't believe people are actually watching me
sort of stuff
look at all these old videos. Thank you guys so much for
I
watching.
do if I ran Nintendo, a really provocative, aggressive moves to position their systems in the best way possible to compete. This is the sort of stuff they're doing, and this is something that yesterday I would never have dared imagine them doing. Nintendo is dropping the price of the Nintendo 3DS from $250 to $170 US. And these, let me make sure I'm on the right
they didn't
site.
drop it to 200. I remembered it being them dropping it to 200. No, they dropped it all the way down to 170. Okay, excuse me. I need to.
Or some site for some other region. Nintendo is dropping the price from $250 to $170. And let me tell you, I bought the 3DS on launch day knowing that, of course, there's going to be price drops and such. I genuinely believe the experience I've got, not on launch day, but since then, has been worth $250. But I know that's a lot to ask, and to make it really irresistible, they had to add even more value, and that's what Nintendo's doing. And to entice people to buy it at the new price, and to as a goodwill gesture.
My MacBook's classic. This is a 2006 MacBook. It is when they first brought the switched over from the IBM G. I had a G3 iBook because I don't think did they eventually bring the G4 to it got destroyed eventually, but all the data was saved. But it eventually got wrecked, And actually, a few months, not too long after this, actually. Yeah, did they ever... I forgot whether or not they ever brought the G4 processor to the iBook line. I could find that out very simply by typing in iBook G4. Yeah, so there was eventually an iBook G4. But I had a G3 2001 iBook through high school. And then when I graduated high school, I got a MacBook right when they brought the Intel Core Duo line of processors to their low end laptops, and so I have a first generation MacBook right here, and it's weird because the MacBook Pro came out before the regular MacBook because they went from the PowerBook, whatever the last PowerBook was called. Yeah, I forgot what they called it. But they called it the PowerBook. They just called it the MacBook Pro, which is the successor to the PowerBook. And then, but they still had the iBooks with the G4 processors, which I never had a G4 iBook. I went straight from the G3 2001 iBook to the Intel dual core MacBook. How was that Mac for gaming? I never bothered with gaming on that MacBook aside from just basic like NES and Game Boy emulation and some DOS emulation. But
towards the people who did pay $250 on launch day, they're offering 20 free downloadable games. And in this news,
wow,
we're getting
look at that
confirmation that
look at that how new that Sonic shirt looked at the time, because I have that Sonic shirt now. And it looks like a Sonic shirt that I've been wearing since, well, not, I mean, I would have been too small in 92, but it looks like a Sonic shirt that's actually from 1992 when Sonic 2 came out. Because I was supposed to only set it for light in the dry cycle, instead I set it for like super high or something and burned it up.
NES games being on the virtual console.
I have the glasses and they are beat to heck. At some point, because I've been wearing those glasses from 2003 to 2006. In 2006, I got the lenses reframed, and I still have the glasses. I haven't had to put them on or use them in years. Occasionally I've had sensitivity issues where I've considered going to seeing if I could find a doctor who works in this system to, re-prescribe me glasses, see if I need the prescription adjusted or anything, because I might not need as dark as those glasses, but all the same, if I end up, it made my life a lot easier when I was able to stop wearing those glasses.
They're saying they aren't even going to release
for reasons that if the world were a better place would not have
kind of confirmation that there will be Game Boy Advance and NES games, and surely others as well, on the 3DS Virtual Console, which is incredible news in and of itself. But the titles, if you log into according to this press release, if you log into the 3DS eShop just once with your 3DS by 11:59 p.m. August 11th Eastern Time, you will be able to eventually download 10 NES Virtual Console games at no cost. Super Mario Bros., Donkey Kong Jr., Balloon Fight, Ice Climber, Legend of Zelda, and before they're downloadable to the public, and exclusively by the end of the year, you'll be able to get Super Mario Advance 3, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Advance 3.
Man, this is such a time capsule of YouTube, because nowadays you'd probably be, the standard practice would be to actually take a screenshot of the webpage and edit it in. And this is an era where I was able to get 2,000 subscribers just talking at a camera. Sometimes for a bit too long.
So. Metroid Fusion, WarioWare Mega Micro Games, Mario vs. Donkey Kong. And those, they say there are no plans to release them.
Production values just escalated more and more and more. So what it took to do a basic, simple YouTube channel became more time than I could.
Video.
I had to be making lifestyle sustaining income off of YouTube in order to make it worth doing what would be considered a basic video these days.
Nintendo Video, and while the only criticism I can make of Nintendo Video is that there's no streaming element for when you are in a Wi-Fi zone. They should have been like.
Do I still have my Nintendo 3DS launch box, cardboard box? I might. I know I definitely have the box for my launch day DS that Shigeru Miyamoto signed for me. And I have the box for my one-of-a-kind on Earth E3 2006 Nintendo DS. But I don't know if I still have my box for my 3DS. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. If I do, it's like a few feet away from me in a storage container, but I just don't remember if I kept it or not.
Maybe
I think I know the box for my new 3DS I probably got rid of.
Be a few streaming videos,
or rather, frankly, just left because like I still have my GameCube box that has a bunch of VHS tapes in it, and that's probably the reason. That's probably the reason I kept it as long as I did. But like I had a box for my Wii, my box for my Wii U, and the box for my Nintendo Switch. I had to leave them all behind when I moved. I practically fled my house, and there's only so much I could bring with me. I wasn't genuinely in danger, but we had to get out of that house as quickly as possible. So.
The system. Nintendo Video is basically a way, instead of having a bunch of icons on your screen, for Nintendo to be able to have 4 videos, push the videos to you, pull them off when they're done with them, and to really just make.
What did I think of the Nintendo cardboard game series, Labo? I thought Labo was cool. I think it was a lot of people. It's so strange because with Labo, I saw a lot of people railing against Labo, saying, how dare Nintendo charge so much for cardboard? And I'm like, since when is the value of any product reduced to the literal value of the raw materials? I mean, in that case, it's saying I've been saying for years, how dare Nintendo charge me $50, $60 for 1 or 2 cents worth of plastic for this game disc? No one was ever saying that. It's about they're literally judging it based on the value of the material, the little cost of the raw materials instead of what it is as a product. And people were saying like, oh, you're just brown nosing for Labo, and you're gonna buy this because you'll buy anything. I'm like, I don't even want Labo. Why are you accusing me of buying this, and I don't even want it. I'd only buy it if I had a relative who was maybe a younger relative who was interested in that type of thing, who already had a Nintendo Switch and was into like STEM construction sets. And I know people like as soon as Labo didn't become the next Amiibo, where it's sold out everywhere and people are driving across state lines to get one and people are scalping them online, I don't think it'll be a big ticket item one day. They made millions of them. I mean, maybe they even provided patterns for them. I think they still make Labo. They even made Nintendo even made like the patterns. So if you have some cardboard like from a craft store or that you were able to get from like a warehouse club or something, you can cut your own pattern. They made available the patterns to cut your own Labo stuff together and make it from scratch. So for a material that's easy to work with, that's relatively durable, cardboard makes a lot of sense as a building material. And when you're talking about customization and doing, hacking stuff, cardboard is a sensible material to use for something like this. Could I stream Labo? I could theoretically stream the toys. I need to have a webcam set up on a tripod and show me the process of me building it. But it would be tricky to stream me going through the step-by-step process, because I'd want to be able to stream that through the HDMI, my capture card, and it would be hard for the things where you actually have to insert the things where you have to insert the Nintendo Switch console itself into the things you build. It would be impossible to stream the screen for those types of things. It's something I thought about. It's not something I'd be that interested in. Plus, I don't have much space to keep the finished items in, and I'd really only I would just build them. I'd mess them on stream once or twice, and that would be it. And I don't think it's quite worth the value of it for me. I will say though, I did pick up the Labo variety kit, the original Labo variety kit at I think it was Best Buy, And if there was ever such a thing as $70 worth of cardboard, that box felt like it, because I was surprised by how hefty and heavy that box was. And I know as soon as it didn't like become the next Amiibo or it was sold out everywhere, I heard people saying, "Aha, Labo's a flop. This will teach Nintendo not to," because people were literally saying, "Oh, they made this and they could have made Metroid Prime 4." And I'm like, do you really think that this diverted resources and time that would have went into Metroid Prime 4? Come on, be real now. What was it? Metroid Prime 4 and Labo, and when they said it was a flop, and people were accusing it of being a flop the second it didn't become an insane smash hit, I'm like, okay, is it a flop for a video game title? Like, the numbers that might have been a flop for a $70 video game might have been numbers that were actually great for a high-end STEM construction set. Nintendo never released the numbers as far as I'm aware, but it's like if Virtual Boy, in terms of a video game console, that was a flop. But if Virtual Boy were to be judged as a product in terms of a toy, as a toy, Virtual Boy actually sold pretty good numbers. But they weren't trying to make a toy. They're trying to make a video game console that was going to last several years. Yeah, I'm insanely good at Pachinko. You know, the rubber band and 2 earplugs I have on this controller. You know, it was tough putting the rubber band on the controller like that. What was it? What was it saying? The Mario Kart toy car thing. It was a cool idea. It was a cool high-end toy. But Nintendo apparently released a survey to people saying, like, have you bought it? And what reasons did you not buy it? And the reasons they had were, like, too expensive for multiple cars, not enough space in my house, too much work to set it up just to play it once. And it's basically all the reasons why most people who saw it thought it was cool and didn't get it. I can adjust the dial on the Pachinko machine to aim for different parts of the board. But where I'm at now, it's pretty successful. I'm far more successful here than I'd ever be in an actual Pachinko machine. And once again, you have to remember, Sega recalled this game basically because they realized it sucked.
Make videos available.
They basically realized people will buy this, but we don't want to associate our brand with this. And at the time, and the ironic thing is,
from me that I already have.
As this came out, if they actually properly released this would have been the best Pachinko game on the market by far. And even so, Sega still recalled it. So
I understand why for the purpose of having video where there's rights issues with the deals they make. I appreciate that, and to have stuff with you when you go out that you don't have to manually download, that you can just watch on the go. That's very cool. And Nintendo seems really serious about providing 3D video.
Sitting there on the
hopefully
pillow.
we have Netflix sooner than I expected. Hopefully they'll eventually be
so
3D
many memories with
content
that
on
pillow.
Netflix.
And actually, how I use that pillow,
20
like
free
when I was
downloadable
laying on my using my laptop with like the laptop little mini table,
these games
I'd use that pillow
later,
as my
Mario 3D,
headrest.
Star Fox, we have Zelda 3D out, the
And
game's
then,
already out. That's
when
not
I'd
even
sleep at
considered
night,
the
I'd
third
actually
party
put
stuff.
that pillow
Hopefully
between
we're
my
gonna get
knees.
a lot of 3D content for the
I have a little
eShop, exclusively
I
for
can't
the
quite reach
3DS.
it
And
from
mind you,
that.
I don't mind the DSiWare being on the eShop at all. It's important that it's there. I was just concerned about the fact that it seems like they were using the eShop, the DSiWare stuff to pad the eShop until there's
What's
more
my fondest
3DS
arcade
eShop
memory?
content out there. That was my concern
Alright,
with that.
fondest arcade memory. There's a arcade called, I don't live there anymore, and it's been out of business for years and years. But if you looked up enough online, you could probably find this place. And this is kind of a destination, like where people from all across the county would know about this place. People from all across Long Island would know about this place. There's a place called Sunskates on Sunrise Highway on Long Island. And I did not realize it at the time. But basically, this was an arcade where time kind of froze in 1986. And, like, time kind of froze in 1986 at this place. So I got to play. They had like lots of places had Miss Pac-Man, but they had lots of like 80s cabinets. Like it was the only place where I ever see they had like arcades of the original pole position. This is before like there was a movement to. This is in like the late 90s. This is before mid to late 90s. I was visiting this place. This is before there was a movement to preserve arcade games as we know it. Only place you could find things like Pac-Land, Rally X, pole position. Lots of these earlier arcade games from the early to mid 80s that otherwise were kind of rare to find, and like the decorations and the atmosphere really hadn't been updated. That basically probably led to the place going out of business. It was actually a skating rink, but it had a very large arcade in there. I mean, just having a roller skating rink like that itself was just a very like early 80s remnant. Did I frequent this location? I mean, this was I was a kid at the time, so I was at the mercy of when if my mom would take me and my brother, or if there was a youth group I was belonged to, where they'd go on occasionally. They'd take us, all the kids, in a van. Just to keep us off the streets and out of trouble. They take us to, different places. There's just different things to do, for kids whose families didn't have a lot of money for little days out like this. But, yeah, I had lots of fond memories. Just the atmosphere being there at night, the lights, that brutally hard concrete floor, actually roller skating. Yeah, lots of fond memories of, yeah, like, and the thing is, this is before I had the internet to look things up, so I never heard that there was a Pac-Man side scroller that's older than Super Mario Brothers. I mean, that's such a weird thing to just discover, just seeing it there. And the music from Pac-Land was the music from the Hanna-Barbera cartoon that was off the air by the time I was coming up. It was very rarely on Cartoon Network by the mid '90s. So I got a unique historical experience of what gaming was like, 10 years earlier, at which point I was definitely way too young or wouldn't have been born yet. So,
Nintendo is intent. They seem really intent on not ceding any ground to the PlayStation Vita. They are not going to let the PlayStation Vita launch at the same price point as their system. And I have to tell you, this is probably going to be the deal breaker. I know at least one personal friend who's probably going to may buy a 3DS very soon because of these developments. So that's my take on this new news.
Use the yeah, those games were pretty tough, and I was a younger kid. I didn't. Those PlayStations did not last very long. In fact, I did think the arcade used tokens.
With a $250 price option when it comes out next year, which is probably a major reason Nintendo's gone and made this really gutsy move. So that's competition working to the consumer's favor. And thank you very much for watching.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, that is competition working to the consumer's favor. Yeah, I want to show this off here. I've got my, it's going to be inverted, but here's my ambassador certificate. This is it's weird. It's a little video file, and as you play the video, it just shows the phrase ambassador certificate in various languages. And it's a unique app on the 3DS, and having that app is what gave you access to all those downloads. And when the GB... Do you think quarters provided more gameplay over tokens or vice versa? Basically, the games were priced such as that one token was the equivalent to what you'd otherwise be paying in quarters. The reason I think they wanted you... Chuck E. Cheese is kind of one thing, but I think the reason a lot of arcades switched to tokens in the 90s was because once you buy those tokens, once you buy the tokens... The houses made their money off you once you buy the tokens, because you can't get a refund for the tokens, right? So, if they have a cash machine where you put into the dollars and you get the quarters, you could be playing for a while, and it's like, yeah, I'm tired, I'm sleepy, or I'm done playing, I'm so sick of all these games, I'm gonna go home. Now the arcade doesn't make the rest of those quarters. But whereas if they have you buying tokens, once you bought the tokens, that's it, you're locked in. And for legal reasons, they really can't exchange the tokens back, because there's some games, like the coin drop games, that might give you tokens that there's certain games where if you got there's concern where the tokens could be a sub-in for gambling currency, where you might be able to win tokens back and then change them in for money. So for legal, and also it does protect the art in certain, depending on the laws in certain states or counties. The tokens allows them to not get in trouble for circumventing gambling laws.
People are going to be purchasing or receiving Nintendo 3DS systems. So
Wow, this video is really quiet. Hold on.
To keep your 3DS in tip-top shape for the
Hold on.
it's promising in
Did
the
I?
future. First thing I'd recommend for Nintendo 3DS, absolutely not. None of this is
Alright.
actually necessary, but
Hold on.
I'd definitely recommend the screen.
That was
protector
way
set.
too quiet.
In the
Is that
past, you know,
does this
Nintendo
volume
DS
good here?
Lite, Nintendo
Here I'm
DS
just
Lite,
talking. I think this is a
company
video is just about
Ori
different
has been
3DS
a very
accessories.
Trusted and
Oh, and you'll
high
notice in the
respected.
background of the. Oh yeah. Oh, this is okay. This is the. There was that one video where I talked about, like, you know, that sassy 3DS, you know, like that comeback about the PlayStation 3D monitor. Here on the wall to my left, there are a bunch of CDs that are on thumbtacks, and I kept a bunch of CDs up there. Some of them are computer programs, some of them are burnt CDs, a couple might be actual music. But yeah, those are my Star Wars curtains. I don't remember if I brought those with me when I moved or not, when I moved out of my childhood home. But I do that curtain, that little towel. That's a little hand towel with the symbols for Nintendo on them. And on the wall to my right, those are some postcards, because my mom used to, she was a comedian, and she'd get a lot of there was a fad in like 99 through about 2002, where there was this advertising fad where they'd give away lots of postcards with all kinds of different things on them. New TV shows, new products. I have like ads, like little postcards for like from the first flip phones, postcards for MTV, postcards for like the second season of Digimon. All kinds of postcards, and that postcard was cool because that was actually a jigsaw puzzle that punched out. But I used those. I decorated my entire wall with them. I don't think I ever did a proper room tour video. But yeah.
Did producer of screen protectors for Nintendo systems. Right now, however, with the official screen protectors, like they sell at the Nintendo World Store, actually
I'm going to mute my mic. I'm just going to get up and stretch for a couple minutes.
Nintendo of America, they're good screen protectors. I've also seen official ones sold at Best Buy by Rocket Fish.
I'm not even going to bother putting up a timer. I'm just going to say be back in a minute.
Is some of their sets will come with a lower screen protector, but no upper screen protector. And the reason I would recommend a screen protector, I personally wouldn't use one, except for the fact that you see these two lines on the border of the system, and how the lid closes on top of that. What I've noticed happened with my system before, over the first few weeks I owned it, was that two lines started forming along the 3D widescreen where the border of the lower screen closed. So under certain lighting conditions, you could sort of see the lines, and it got to the point where it started to become permanent. It's not something that you notice normally while playing, but under very specific lighting conditions, you do notice those lines. So I'd recommend a screen protector set. Change them out every few months so that they won't become permanent. And plus you don't have to worry about jacking up your screen.
Volume. Where's the volume?
Usually, for applying the screen protectors, I would recommend. This is just generic. This is Apple products.
Okay, I was looking in the wrong section of my
stuff.
Here we
just
go.
general screen protector, screen cleaning fluid, and I'd use canned air. Just very gently blow the air off the screen. Make sure you don't frost over your screen blowing too hard. And what I would recommend, I'd recommend putting them. I'm using the screen protectors right now. This is like probably the best application I've ever done, but I'd recommend putting it from the top down and not doing it the long, because you do it from the top down, you have less time to get air bubbles under it. And even with a totally perfect application, you're going to get, if you turn the screen off and look at it with a flashlight, you're going to see maybe like a little tiny speck of dust or something, but when you're playing, it's not going to be a big deal. On the touchscreen, like you'll notice a very, very slight gap between the screen protector and the border of the screen frame, sort of. That's just it's sort of designed so it could fit in that way. While you're playing it, you're not going to notice. Just take your time, do it very carefully, and your screen protectors will last, a good few months, and you can change them out, and you don't have to worry about any normal wear and tear on your screen becoming permanent. Now, as for when you get your 3DS screen protectors, they sell like in Nintendo World. There's some online retailers you can buy the screen protectors by themselves.
but often they'll come in a kit. And with that kit, like the kit I most recently bought, it included some things to hold your 3DS game cards that opens both ways. It holds 4 cards at a time. So if you just want to carry it in your system in your pocket, you want to carry some game cards with you, so it just makes it so you're not cluttering up your pocket so much. It'll come with a couple of extra styluses. I personally don't need them, but if you're getting this for a younger kid, perhaps they might lose the stylus. It's good to have extras around. It'll come with a microfiber cloth. This is like the perfect cloth for cleaning the system with. It has DS emblems on it. Now, for carrying the system, you can just put it in your pocket if you have large enough pockets and you don't mind the bulk in your pocket. But for throwing it in a bag, well, I use the Club Nintendo reversible pouch just for casually throwing it in my bag. But for really, this is a very good case. This is a mock leather case. This is also by PowerA. It's $15 or $20. I'd say it's worth it. Very, very nice case. Inside, it has a sort of a felted surface. It has spots for 2 games. It has a spot for an extra stylus. And the system, it looks really nice inside this thing. Especially my 3DS happens to be black, so it's a very nice case. It looks as nice as it deserves to look, because the 3DS is a very nice looking system. But if you're going to be traveling with it, going on vacation or something, or traveling long term, I'd recommend a big pouch like this. I believe this is also by PowerA. I got this at Best Buy at Union Square in New York City during the 3DS launch party. This is a giveaway, but it is a much bigger pouch. Here you have a nice soft pocket to hold your system in. Here you could put a power cord or an adapter. There's another pouch in the front here, and in the back there's spots for lots of games to be stored. So if you're going to be traveling with this and you want to just carry all your 3DS gear with you in one pouch, you can throw it in your suitcase or in a backpack for long, to keep it all in one spot. This is a very good pouch, very good carrying case to use, and it's nice and durable. Another carrying case I had is this one. This is kind of a capsule style case. This is also by Power. There's a 3DS emblem that goes here. It popped off, but I really don't care because I don't really use this one, and the emblem's just for show anyway. But you can very easily glue this back on with some crazy glue. I got this at Target for at Goodwill, thrift store, for just a few dollars, because Goodwill often gets stuff from Target, and the box was damaged, so Target just donated it to Goodwill. I just use this to keep all my old Game Boy cartridges and Game Boy Advance cartridges in, so I really don't use that as accessory, but it's a good set. I think it's water resistant, but not waterproof. Now, for powering, I went straight from the DS Lite to the 3DS, so I didn't have an extra power cord with it. And where I have my power cord, it comes with a power cord and it comes with a dock, and I have the power cord draped behind my dresser, so it would be I have to rearrange my furniture to remove the dresser and get to the power strip and everything. So when I'm going to be going somewhere for a few days, I have an extra power cord. It's just useful. This 3DS is compatible with the DSi.
Alright, I'm glad to
DSi
see
XL power cord.
that we're still winning
so
at
if you
Pachinko.
have one of those systems, you already have an extra power cord, so that's convenient. No.
Did I show off the game case yet?
Another set. The set I got that capsule style case in. It also came with a Nintendo 3DS car adapter.
Okay, so I think I did show it off already. That case that with all the pockets. Let me turn this.
My experience with the battery is for day-to-day use. I
There you go.
Killing time throughout the day.
Yeah, so that case with all the
playing 3D games,
pockets and stuff, that big case, that was the one that I got from the 3DS launch as a gift item.
I'd recommend a car adapter. You can just throw this in the glove box, and I'll tell you, a couple of weeks ago, my car broke down, and I was waiting for the tow truck, and then I actually forgot I even had this, but I didn't have it with me. It was sitting at home, so if I brought this with me...
Yeah, after that, I always brought my 3DS charger with me, and there was at least one time where my car broke down, or I got a flat tire or something, and I actually made good use of that charger.
I'd recommend... this is a SD card reader and writer. It plugs into your USB port. You put in your SD card here.
Back when your computer just didn't have a USB slot built into it.
SDHC. I don't even know what happened to that. I don't know what happened to that USB reader writer. I think I got that from Best Buy. That was a good SD card thing, and I don't know what happened to it. I mean, the modern ones where it's just like a little stick that you put in are more convenient, but
if you have a digital camera or whatever, but you're gonna use that to put your music on your 3DS for the music player.
Peas and carrots, carrots and peas, peas and carrots, carrots and peas. Okay,
off your 3DS
this video is really quiet.
Or,
Oddly
online,
quiet.
Through the web browser thing.
Why and how? I made my interact window go away. I need storage, to bring it back up.
An extra memory card. It comes with a 2 gigabyte SD card.
We've been streaming for 7 hours and 12 minutes.
I have a ton
so far.
I have many. I have hours of music. I have a bunch of virtual console games.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I didn't mention.
Loaded with it. And a bunch of stuff from my computer that I just have stored on there just to make
the launch of the 3DS up until I finally got an iPhone in like 2013.
Video game trailers. So
the 3DS was no joke my main music player.
If you go on, let's say Newegg,
which probably is the reason
20 gig
why I have like oh yeah, I don't know if anyone wasn't here for this. I know Mecha, you were here for this. I have 6.5 million steps on my 3DS step counter, which is the distance from New York to Los Angeles with a few thousand steps to spare. According to an online calculator I used, where I put in my height and then the number of steps. So
some people are taking a glance at the Nintendo 3DS, seeing its similarities to the DSi and Nintendo DS, and are thinking that Nintendo is running 3DS the same way they ran their previous handhelds, using an old...
Alright, this is like... I get like slightly rehearsed vibes watching this, and I don't remember... Oh yeah, at this point I stopped making title cards a lot, because I was making videos very frequently, spur of the moment kind of thing. At this point I was using the webcam on my MacBook, and the videos I do on the webcam on my MacBook actually are widescreen, but for the sake of having, for the simplicity's sake, because like the vast majority of these videos were 4:3 anyway, I have it cropped on here to, I have it cropped to 4:3. Like I placed my window, like the window in my page layout in the broadcast software. I have it set to 4:3, so all the 4:3 videos are fine. And for all the widescreen videos, I'm just sitting in the center of this frame anyway, so it's not like anything important's being cropped off. But yeah, this is kind of rehearsed. It feels a little stilted, maybe a bit cheesy, and I'm not sure what I'm about to say, so I'm a little nervous. I hope I don't say anything stupid or weird, or because there's some times where I'm like, there's certain videos I make where I'm like responding to a lot of naysayers, or I'm doing something specifically to reassure Nintendo fans, so I might come off a bit weird and like fake and corporate-y, and like I'm just totally kissing Nintendo's ass. But like I said, like I did the Vita video where I was talking about how excited I was about it. Not that I ended up getting it, because at that point I wasn't getting multiple systems in general anyway. But
formula that worked in the 6th and 7th generation.
Let's see what I have to say. I'm interested. I don't remember what because there's no title screen saying what the subject of the video. When it skips these new videos, I don't remember exactly what it's about. I just remember I just searched 3DS in my YouTube creator thing where I can look at all my videos, including all my private and unlisted videos. And I just put in chronological order most of the videos that had the tag or title 3DS.
The thing is, Nintendo isn't running 3DS the same old way. And Nintendo's adapting to compete in the smartphone and tablet and mobile revolution.
Oh yeah, okay. If I remember this correctly, I'm basically going to be talking about how the Street Pass and the concept of game coins encourages people who might have a smartphone and a 3DS. It encourages them to bring their 3DS because it encourages you to bring the 3DS with you. Like the Street Pass, Spot Pass, all that stuff. It encourages you to bring the system with you. And that will encourage, if you have it with you, you're more likely to play it, and if you're more likely to play it, you're more likely to move on to the next game, therefore perpetuating the business cycle. I think that's the point I'm making here, if I remember correctly.
Where every device with a screen is effectively in competition with Nintendo's, but Nintendo isn't doing that. They're not changing and adapting by raising a white flag and abandoning their hardware and becoming a smartphone developer. They're adapting to compete in their own way, and they're doing that in the ways that aren't obvious and are rather subtle. Really? The Street Pass, Mi Plaza, the implementation of Street Pass.
You're making chicken wings and waffles.
For example, Nintendo's just signed
that's quite the combo.
Partnership with Boingo to provide more Wi-Fi access in airports across North America. I think like something along.
I forgot about this actually.
About 3DS Wi-Fi access. The newest Nintendo 3DS update now adds the Nintendo Zone to participating public Wi-Fi access areas.
Yeah, I forgot about this. And why I'm going to mention this, I remember when when Nintendo Wi-Fi connection first came out, Nintendo made a deal with McDonald's so that like all the McDonald's public Wi-Fi would be like automatically compatible with DS. If I remembered that, yeah. I still have that sweater. I like that sweater a lot, but I now live in a subtropical region, and it's not often that I get to wear my sweaters and my jackets and my coats. So, yeah, I do like that sweater a lot. But now where I live now, there were like 2 genuinely cold days, like maybe 5 genuinely cold days all winter.
For all sorts of exclusive content, you have an update to the Mi Plaza, adding a sequel to Find Me, more puzzles. The fact that the Street Pass
those are the Japanese characters for Nintendo, and apparently the translation for the characters themselves, not just the sound they make, but the meaning of them, is Entrust Sky Company. So, yeah, that's what. So that's and you can see you can't probably see it with the definition of my webcam at the time, but beneath those characters you can see the little racetrack logo, as it's called, for Nintendo. But if you didn't already know what that was, it's not especially obvious. In fact, there was a special edition. No, I'm further north than that. In fact, not too long ago, I was potentially going to move to Florida, but that's not happening now.
Bundled in to begin with. All those things are Nintendo evolving to compete in the
but remember when Nintendo Wi-Fi connection first started, there was an exclusive deal for Wi-Fi
important to Nintendo 3DS as a whole.
And for Wi-Fi at McDonald's to automatically work with Nintendo Wi-Fi connection without special setup, because which was important at the time, because not a lot of people had Wi-Fi at home at that point. Like, I got a router. I purchased a refurbished wireless router online specifically to use with Nintendo for Nintendo DS for Nintendo Wi-Fi connection with Mario Kart 7, and it was actually a unsecured router. It was totally unsecured wireless connection. Those naive days. And in fact, because I had the Wi-Fi router just for use for doing online gaming with the DS, so when I brought home my MacBook, I was able to jump straight online wirelessly. Because with my iBook, up into 2006, I was still like dragging a phone line all the way across the house to my bedroom, or wherever I wanted to use my laptop, my iBook, my G3 iBook, and plugging in the phone line and logging in, dialing up with AOL back then still. Remember the old USB Wi-Fi adapters if you didn't have Wi-Fi for the DS? Yes, I remembered that, but I couldn't get one easily. Fortunately, I didn't. And at one point, someone major from Nintendo, I'm going to tell you the story, like, in the lead up to the launch of Nintendo Wi-Fi Connection, which launched alongside, like, Tony Hawk, some Tony Hawk game for DS, and the Nintendo Nintendo's own Mario Kart DS. Yeah, and the lead up to it, there was some major interview where someone, I don't know if it was Beth Llewellyn, but it was someone pretty high up within Nintendo of America did an interview with like IGN or GameSpot or GameSpy or someone like that. And what they said was that what this person said was the only way like that DS would like Nintendo Wi-Fi connection would work at home or someplace with the Nintendo Wi-Fi USB connector. But to use the DS with public Wi-Fi, you had to have a laptop connect to the public hotspot, then connect the DS to the laptop wirelessly with the Nintendo Wi-Fi USB connector. And what she said was that was the only way to use public Wi-Fi with the DS. And me and a lot of people were making threads about that sounds ridiculous. How could Nintendo do this? And what happened was on the official Nintendo forum, the official Nintendo of America forums, there is a remnant of those forums that still exist. In fact, like if I were to log in, it would still be with the same login credentials from this old forum that are closed down in 2000 after sometime between 2008 and like sometime after E3 2008 they shut the forums down. Because I know we're definitely talking about E3 2008 on the forums, but they, what happened was people were complaining about this on the forums. So the mods on the, because there were user mods who were just members of the public who the NOA employee mod selected to help moderate, but the NOA employees who were mods there, who were people who were actually working on the infrastructure for this stuff. When she said that, it drove them crazy, but they couldn't like directly contradict their boss and say that their boss was wrong. So basically, I remember, and for instance, one thread I made about this, like how could this is so stupid. They locked the thread and said like, don't talk about things you don't know anything about, and this isn't how it. But they couldn't say, they didn't want to directly contradict someone who was kind of their boss. But how did I find that out? No, this is something that a NOA employee, this was something like a big shot, like someone, I don't know if it was Beth Llewellyn, someone, a major name at Nintendo who was giving an interview with a major gaming website said in an interview about Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, but she was wrong. She was mistaken. So it gave the impression that it would basically be impossible to use the DS with public Wi-Fi. Now, the DS was very finicky with public Wi-Fi, so was the 3DS in many cases. But it wasn't as bad as made it sound. She made it sound like the only way to use the 3DS the DS Wi-Fi in public was to use the USB Wi-Fi connection, the Wi-Fi connector that was specific to Nintendo with a laptop that had Wi-Fi that would then connect to the public hotspot. But anyway, let's keep going.
Is the fact that Nintendo
we're closing in on 300. 3,000 balls, by the way. At which point we will have won for like the third or fourth time today.
That's nice, but as long as that person owns that system, that 3DS is going to be in constant competition with every other device that person owns, every other form of entertainment, whether it's television, whether it's smartphones or tablets. That's all going to now be in direct competition with the 3DS, not just for game sales, but for the owner's attention.
And even to give a certain amount of perspective, at this point, I think I still owned a flip phone.
Don't necessarily carry a game
so
everywhere.
So even just having,
you're always going to have that.
And
the thing is,
I had an iPod
bring their 3DS
video
with them wherever they go.
But I didn't have an iPod Touch or an iPhone or an Android or a tablet. So all these modern smart devices were kind of an alien thing to me.
3DS, it's my main music player. It's a good enough music player that I use it as my main music player. There's maybe 80% of the times I bring my 3DS out the house. It's because I want to listen to music in my car. Or while I'm walking. It's not necessarily, I'm not anything.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I had
games.
my dear old grandmother gave me her '94 Sentra.
having that
And
Street Pass in
it
there
didn't have a-
for that's in that spot.
It had
pass.
a like the I
Hey,
got
if
one
I
of
bring
those
my 3DS,
tape
even though I
cassettes that
might
has the
not-
wire
probably
coming out of
won't
it.
get to playing it. If I bring it
So
with
you
me,
put the tape
I just
cassette
might
into the
get
cassette deck
get some more
of the
Mii's and my
of the
Miipods.
car,
I just might get
and
some
then I plug
exclusive,
that into the 3DS,
spot
and I just
pass
use that as my
content
music
from
player.
a participating retail location. I just might find myself waiting somewhere, and I open up my 3DS and find the Nintendo Zone is accessible. You know, they also signed a deal with AT&T for all the AT&T's.
And also, before I had
Wi-Fi hotspots work
a smart device, the 3DS, using 3DS on public Wi-Fi was the only mobile web browser I had. And it's kind of amazing for how powerful the 3DS seems to be in terms of gaming, how limited that RAM and that performance gets you in terms of just loading up modern web pages. It's really incredible.
Because the more they bring their system with them, the more likely they are to play games on it. And the more likely they are to play games on it, the sooner they'll finish those games and get to downloading or purchasing the next 3DS game. And that's how Nintendo makes their money off the game sales. The key is to get them to be playing as often as possible. So, you know, keep them
Did I use
playing,
the web browser on 3DS a
encourage
lot?
them by having Wi-Fi in public to
I
bring
used
their
it
3DS
when
and they
it,
can play Mario
I could.
Kart
I mean,
7 online.
The most basic web
bring
pages
the 3DS,
often
they
would
know that
barely
they're gonna have
load on
great
that
Wi-Fi
thing.
access,
Now
right?
it's funny, the Miiverse that was on the Nintendo 3DS, that actually just took you to a kind of a web browser with all like the normal web browser functions taken off it, so you could only just be on that one page. You're basically accessing a web page that had Miiverse on it, and I had no idea when they brought Miiverse to 3DS. It was really cool when they brought Miiverse to 3DS because I didn't have a Wii U yet. It really felt like I was being included in all the modern advances to. It might have just barely worked.
Of the 3DS to compete,
and my SuperSensation.com might have just barely worked.
A game system competing with Nintendo's, and that is why, when Jack Tretton, for instance, comes out and says that no self-respecting adult wants to be seen in public with the 3DS, he's too old for that. No self-respecting adult's going to want to be seen on an airplane with a 3DS. When he says that, he's not just talking trash. He's not just some fanboy on a forum.
How did we get onto this? I kind of know how, but it's just still it's kind of like
that.
Okay.
What Jack Tretton is
really
doing,
did not take.
He is
like that comment.
He is deliberately trying to sabotage
really hit close
the
to
Nintendo 3DS, and he's
not even just at like Nintendo meetups and stuff, like just
with compelling games that make people say, "Wow!"
I just knew for a fact, just from first-hand experience, that just was not the reality.
He wants to do that.
Like I saw as many, if not more, people on
shaming
on the subway or the train or whatever, like with DSs and with 3DSs. As I did with PSPs. And I did not see that many Vitas out there, even when I saw lots of 3DSs out there. Vita was not as widespread as in a better world it would have been in terms of just seeing it out on the street.
Gamers, into not wanting by trying to shame gamers into being afraid to play the games they want to play. As a CEO, and you doing that, you're basically you're just basically throwing a brick through Nintendo's window and just playing totally dirty. And what you're also doing, you're not just trying to insult and shame and embarrass.
Wait, this is my excuse me. This is a different video. I forgot that because when you don't have the title cards there, the videos really do bleed into each other and I really did not notice that it was a separate video. So this is, here I'm actually kind of sticking up for the PS Vita, I was saying PS Vita is still cool, but not because you as the CEO of PlayStation or whatever, insulted 3DS owners. It's cool because it's a handheld with nearly the power of the home system that was PlayStation had out at the time. That's why, and just the things it did technologically, that was what made it cool. I think that's the point of this video.
The clientele, the people you want to be playing on your system, the people you want to think good things about Sony and PlayStation, you're not just insulting them and trying to shame them out of not choosing
We're almost
Nintendo.
77,
You're
76.
also
We're nearing
insulting
up on 3,000 balls and
every
completing this
reasonable,
this round of
sane,
Pachinko.
fun-loving gamer who's enjoyed any PlayStation system.
We've been streaming for 7.5 hours
since the PlayStation brand was first born in the mid-90s. You're creating ill will towards your brand, and you're damaging your system's reputation with people
handheld.
Who, if they own a Nintendo system or are interested in a Nintendo system, they should be the people you're appealing most to. And
yeah, just because they're trying to break into the handheld market that Nintendo has such a stronghold
dirty
over.
Like that.
Like,
and you do it.
I remember, like, their magazines, like Mecha Kong's covered magazines, where like portable gaming was kind of its own genre, just because it happened to be dominated by Nintendo. A lot of the Game Boy fans, a lot of the DS owners weren't like just Nintendo fans specifically. They were just portable gaming fans. 3003, no more balls, give up, GG.
And you will feel the response to the ill will you are planting in the gaming universe by trying to shame gamers out of playing the games that they love. And I'm saying this, and
I don't even dislike Jack Trenton now. Like, once he got off of like that, like making personal disses against fans of rival systems, like I really actually didn't mind him at all.
The direct consequences of you planting that seed of ill will. When you feel that, you will take notice, and it won't be a threat or anything negative. It's just gonna be the 3DS owners having fun at your expense, and you're gonna look silly. So that's what I have to say about the importance of
Alright, I gotta say this right.
And getting 3DS better Wi-Fi access, adding more features into it, music players, 3D photography, 3D
Edelheid von Amberg.
Did
I say that right?
Bring the 3DS outside.
You know, it's funny because I've seen there's so many people that I see
3DS,
around, but then when I'm live and they show up and say hi, I have to now for the first time I have to say this out loud.
Some of you more tech.
Oh yes, there's my. I still have that. It's really convenient when I actually change clothes in between videos, because now that I'm not doing the title cards anymore, it's a lot easier to tell what's going on. Hey, Edelheid, if I'm even saying that remotely correctly, I am, we're playing, yeah, we're playing, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to bring up. I wanted to bring up this. Yeah, we're playing Pachinko for the Sega SG-1000. And we are, yeah, this was a game that was withdrawn by Sega. And so, like, after they shipped them out and then immediately, like, withdrew the games, like, they recalled them. Yeah, he's been around. I just don't say his name or her name or their name that often. And so they basically, like, recalled the game before it even hit most store shelves because Sega realized that the game sucked. And like a few weeks later, they released a Pachinko 2, which had 3 Pachinko machines, and so it's Adelheid? Okay, so it's Adelheid. All right. If I'm saying that right still. So we're playing and it's funny because even this version that they withdrew would have been the best Pachinko game out on the market at the time, but like the Sega was like, this is not good enough because this is also entirely too easy.
3DS, but
we've beaten this several times already today. But
well, Nintendo's actually sent me the redesign. It's right in this case, and I'm going to show it.
Oh my gosh, yeah! There's the cool faux leather like carrying case that I sent with the system to my friend. That was the case when I threw it in my college school bag. Just toss it in there. Don't worry about it getting knocked around. It's a great little case. But what am I getting at here? So this is kind of funny. Oh, there's something I need to bring into chat that I forgot to. I wanted to bring this into the stream. I have to go to my my Tumblr to bring it up because I posted it lately. I found the screenshot I took of the bottom of a web page a while ago while I was doing a screenshot that I took right before the Nintendo. The 3DS XL was released. It was either the 3DS XL or the new Nintendo 3DS. Here, okay, this isn't about this video I'm making now is about the new the 3DS XL, not the new 3DS. But okay, so desktop, and we gotta add source image, add new source instead. Just name it a bunch of G's, because this is not about doing this fast. Well, this is all about doing this fast. This was right before they announced the new Nintendo 3DS. Look at this. This is at the bottom. This is right after they announced the new 3DS. Around the web. This is on the bottom of IGN. Look at these two stories. New 3DS unlikely. Nintendo planning next generation portable. Right next to it, Nintendo announces new 3DS. So that was kind of the state of things at the time. That this was what, right after when they announced the new 3DS after E3, and I have to bring up my interaction window again for the YouTube video. Excuse me. Where is... No. Yeah, there we go. Interact. We gotta open it up, drag it over here. There we go. Yeah, basically, I made this video, like, within a week. It was right after E3 2012. It was during the Speed Gamers 2012 Pokemon Marathon, because I was sick when they announced it, and I was kind of had a fever, and I was just playing a bunch of Pokemon Puzzle League and watching the 24-hour Speed Gamers Marathon stream. And my dad brought me home I wanted to play Pokemon Puzzle League, but my Wii Classic Controller broke, so he brought home a Classic Controller Pro that I've been using ever since. But all that is to say, yeah, there was rumors of a 3DS redesign. It was right after E3 2012, or it was right before E3 2012, and I didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, redesign does include, you know, the actual resize system they made. I think I made a bet on video. It may be in one of these videos that if Nintendo announces a new model of the 3DS at E3 2012, I would smack myself in the face with a raw chicken egg. And they announced the new 3DS like a week after E3. So I'm like, okay, I don't have to do it because I said during E3 specifically. If I said like by the end of the year, then I definitely would have followed through on that. I did follow through later on with Mario Maker, because of the way the Mario Maker initially leaked right before E3 2014. Was it 2014 or 2015? Whichever year that was. One of those 2 years, 2014 or 2015. Because of the way... No, it was definitely 2014. Because of the way Mario Maker initially leaked, I thought it was a hoax. And because it leaked in the way that a lot of hoaxes go. Hey, Kyle, how you doing? Yeah, because of the way Mario Maker leaked, I thought it was a hoax. Oh, yes, this stream has been going on for 7 hours and 40 minutes. And as you see, Kyle, we actually have been streaming Pachinko on the Sega SG-1000 all day long. This is live gameplay captured on the Mega SG. I do not actually own the cartridge for Pachinko, because the cartridge is very rare and more than $2,000 when it does come up for auction. Because Sega recalled the game before it hit store shelves, because Sega realized that the game sucked. And a few weeks later, they released Pachinko 2, which had like 3 different Pachinko tables in it. Which is kind of ironic, considering that if they did actually... for Super Mario Maker, I basically made... we'll watch this on stream someday. I made an extensive video on why Mario Maker had to be a hoax. And I said that... I didn't say this, but I just said there's no way this game is real. Like, because the way it leaked, someone snuck a camera into Nintendo's booth as they were building it, and there was this poster, and on the poster just happens to consist entirely of assets that could have been gotten from a combination of the existing Wii U press kit and a Super Mario Bros. Sprite sheet. You know, it was nothing unique existed on the poster that leaked Super Mario Maker. So because of that, I made extensive evidence that it was a fake. And I actually convinced a lot of people that it wasn't real. And so when it was announced that it was real, I smacked myself in the face with a raw chicken egg and filmed a video of it. Is this my longest stream ever? It's
now.
getting up. It's in the top 3 or 4 for sure at this point.
Ta-da! This is the Nintendo 3DS redesign. Notice it looks
And
a lot
by
like the
redesign,
old
I'm
Nintendo
basically
3DS.
just it's kind of
Because
cringy
that's
looking back because
exactly
they did
what it
eventually
is.
announce a
The
redesign
Nintendo
within a
3DS,
couple of
Nintendo
months.
launched back in March, is fully
But-
equipped to deliver.
I want to turn the volume down on this a little
8th-gen
bit.
portable gaming experience, and it doesn't need an update to evolve and adapt and to provide.
But the point I'm making is true.
you pay
What I bought
I
on
got
March
this thing.
27th or 28th of
It had no
2011,
web browser. It
by
had no Hulu.
right after
access.
E3 2011, so many more features and apps and the eShop and eventually they added Miiverse to it, and they added you could take 3D video with the digital cameras on the 3DS. And eventually you can only take photos. They retroactively put in 3D video recording on the 3DS. Because they were able to add so many features and capabilities to the 3DS, it really felt like a totally new device.
Some Nintendo 3DS XL that's coming out that's going to have a second circle pad here. You might not believe
They
this,
did
but
release the
adding a
Nintendo
second-
3DS XL
this-
and it did not have a
the
second
left
circle
of the
pad.
are pretty big. They take up almost the entire face of the system.
And I do the point I'm making here is valid, because when they did add an integrated second analog device to the Nintendo 3DS, they made it in the form of this little tiny analog nub little thing. You know, and not many games used it because they didn't want to make too many games that used it, and
the Nintendo DSi was just a field test, an experimental field test.
Someone
more advanced Nintendo system
redeemed
online
the Sodor lore reading. Alright. Okay. I gotta get, for maximum, I've gotta get all the Thomas trains that I just happened, all my 1990s metal Ertl Thomas trains. These aren't even all of them. These are all the ones I can fit in my hand. I can name these all. I've got what? Here's D199 Diesel. Here's Mavis. I've got Duke. I've got Godred. I've got Douglas here. And I've also got Coldy. But, okay. Someone redeemed Sodor lore reading. Which means it is time to read some lore. Some deep lore from the world of Thomas the Tank Engine and friends. Now, what I'm about to read you is, like, people have asked me, like, these things you're reading, these are actually from, like, what I'm about to read you is actually canon. So, if you look back, I've read about King Godred Crovan specifically. I've also did a lore reading on the economy of the island of Sodor. And, for our third Sodor lore reading, if this is the music's too loud, let me know. But we're going to be reading a general overview of the history of the island of Sodor as follows. The standard history of Sodor, which is considered canon, is Nicholas Druick's History of Sodor, written in 4 volumes by Chatter and Windows of Sudbury from 1899 to 1912. Its size makes it appear difficult, but the combination of subtle humor and lightness makes up for this. It was written at Cronk Abbey. The Romans did not bother with Sodor. They saw it from their camp at Lancaster and made a landing at what is now Ballyhoo, but were driven off. The inhabitants gave no trouble after that and were left alone. An Irish missionary named Lurach proved to be successful. He and some companions set out for Man in coracles. But Luke fell asleep, was blown off course, and ended up on the shore in Sudbury Bay. The locals treated him well, and he built a Khalil. He preached to the locals at a church, nowadays known as Sudbury Cathedral, which was later built on the site. He is remembered in the city's motto and coat of arms, the latter of which shows him as a bishop, standing in a coracle holding a crosier. Sudbury later became the ancient capital of Sodor. The island was Christianized by the men of Ionia school, who arrived on Sodor at different times during the 6th century and settled in the south. One of them, Saint Macan, settled in a cave near Coldy Fell. in the north. People came from around to be baptized in the nearby lake named Loey Macon, or Macon's Lake, in his honor. Saint Macon has been named the patron saint of Sodor. Godred MacHarold, known in legend as King Ori or Star Rider, the younger son of Harold, he, the Danish king of Limerick, was king of Sodor and Man from 979 to 989, seizing on his chance after the defeat of the Norse at the hands of the Irish. He harried Wales and then landed on Man. There he pointed to the stars reflected in the water and said to the locals, "There is the path running from my country to this place. That is my road to fame and fortune." Godred gave Sodor and Man 10 years of peace, and his reign is remembered as a golden age. In Sodor he is remembered affectionately as King Ori. Godred often fought off attempts by Earl Sigrid of Orkney to reclaim Man in 982 and Sodor in 894 at a ford near what is now Peel Godred, named after him, which has now been replaced by a bridge known as King Ori's Bridge. Sigrid was not captured during either of the battles and returned 5 years later. Godred and his 2 elder sons were killed in Man, but his wife, daughter, Gudrun, and youngest son Harold escaped to Islay. Sigrid fell at the Battle of Clontarf in Ireland in 1014. His heir, Thorfinn, was an infant at the time, and so Harold took his chance and claimed Sodor and Man, ruling for 20 years before Thorfinn drove him out. Harold's son was killed in battle, but Harold escaped to Iceland, where he married again in 1044. A son, Godred Crovan, was born in 1045. Harold died in a fray in 1047. Ogmund, born in Iceland in 1045, was the son of Sigurd of Kronk and his wife Helga. They returned from Iceland with young Godred Crovan and his mother Greta. The 2 boys were brought up together, and later as stepbrothers after Helga's death. Sigrid married Greta. Sigrid was the leading man in Sodor. When he died in 1063, Ogmund succeeded him. By the time Thorfinn's grip on power was loosening, Godred had set about regaining his father's former kingdom, leaving Ogmund in Sodor. Ogmund, meanwhile, welcomed Thorkel of Norwich to Sodor and settled his men upon the island, squeezing the last of Thingol's soldiers from the island. With Sodor secure, Godred completed his goal of conquering the Isles, Dublin, and finally Man at the Battle of Sky Hill in 1079. Ogmund fell in battle. After 2 unprovoked invasions, the Sudrians began to regard the Normans as arch-enemies. After Godred, Crovan's death, the regency of Dublin decided to send Olaf, Godred's heir, to be brought up in the King of Court Henry I. Sudrians took a poor view of this, however, and decided to break away. The move was approved by Magnus Bradford, King of Norway, whose fleet, deployed in the area, was enough to prevent any reprisals from Dublin. Sigmund was elected first king of an independent Sodor. He was crowned at Peel Godred, but chose to make Kronk his capital. He reigned until 1116. I don't know why. That number just doesn't roll off my tongue well. And was succeeded by his son Gunnar. Sigmund's descendants reigned for around 160 years until King Andreas and Prince Peter were killed in the Battle of 1263. Peter left no heir, so the Scots reclaimed Sodor and invaded. Yeah, and by the way, for those who just walk in, this is all lore that is this is all about Thomas the Tank Engine, and I'm not kidding. This is all actual canonical lore to Thomas the Tank Engine. The Sudrians fought them off, but the Scots were one of Sodor's predatory neighbors, had designs on the island. The next 140 years are known as the Regency of Resistance, with the possibility of Scottish attack. A successor with the ability, rather than royal descent, was needed. This came in the form of Sir Harold Mohun. His claim to the throne was weak, though, and was only worth a regency. Later, in 1263, Alexander III claimed Sodor. In 1267, brought Man from its last king with the power struggle between England and Scotland that started in 1290. The lands changed hands many times, depending on who had the upper hand at the time. Eventually, Edward III annexed them in 1333 and gave them to the Montesquieux. I have never read a lot of this stuff out loud before, who 50 years later sold them to William le Scrope. Henry IV had Scrope beheaded in 1399 and gave the islands to the Percy family. Sodor's annexation did not imply possession or occupation, but merely a time when the new owners of land had a large rebellion on their hands, with locals retreating to the hills and often attacking them between the area of Brindham, Cronk, and Rolf's Castle, which was usually occupied. Hold on, how big is this article? Gotta take a look here. Alright, we're like 80% through this article, so I'm just gonna go ahead and finish it. I probably should have, if it was a lot longer, I was gonna pause it and come back to it in maybe 20 minutes. But, alright. After rebellion in 1404, Henry IV gave Man to the Stanley family. Sidrians had never acknowledged the Percys and took great delight in sacking them under the leadership of their regent, Sir Arnold de Normanby. Sir Peter de Rigby was Henry IV's commander, and during the campaign, he and de Normandy developed a considerable liking for one another. I said de Normandy, I meant de Normanby. Upon de Normanby's surrender of Sodor and his regency, Henry showed wisdom and returned to government to de Normanby and the Abbot of Cronk. Some Sidrians were a little reluctant to accept the new order, but Henry created de Normandy the Earl of Sodor, showing Sidrians that he respected their former regent while bringing the resistance to an end and attaching Sodor to the English crown. Michael Colden, Abbot of Cronk, and Sir Geoffrey Rigby had thought the possibility of the Reformation, and both thought it to be for people to be harassed and thought it wrong for people to be harassed or persecuted. They were also aware of King Henry's wishes and of Cromwell's thievish plans, and were determined to ensure that the abbey revenues would be kept for the church and Sodor would not be wasted. To this period, from 1540 onwards, many churches and schools were built on the island where they were most needed, and many of these former children of the abbey found employment. Their policy of no pressure ensured that during the reign of Edward IV, relations between the Roman Catholics and the Church of England were good, and the Roman Catholic reaction, which swept swiftly through England during Queen Mary's reign, hardly touched Sodor. Colden died in 1565, but his policy was continued by Timothy Smeagol, allowing Roman Catholics to worship at their churches. It was in 1570 when Pope Pius Bull excommunicated Queen Elizabeth I that some reluctantly felt they must be recusants. That's a new word to me, recusants, and worship separately. I guess that's a form of derived from recluse. They made only 2 paragraphs left, all right? They made it understood that while on the subject of religion, they could not accept Queen Elizabeth as head of the church. This did not make their loyalty to her waver. By 1600, most of the people of that generation had died, and as generations lead towards the Church of England, there remained no ill feeling. The earldom was destroyed by the Attainder in 1715, but in 1873, Queen Victoria responded to popular petition and restored John Arnold Normanby to the earldom of Sodor and estates of Ulfstead Castle. The Earls of Sodor are active on the Council of Duchy of Lancaster, but as there is no Duke of Lancaster distinct from the Queen of England, the Earl is referred to as a Duke by Sidrians. The next major events in Sodor's history were the coming of the railways, which began with a railway from Wardfell to Baldwall, opening in 1806. The further rail investment in the island, such as the building of the Northwestern Railway during 1914 and 1915, later led to the island's growth and prosperity as a tourist attraction for the local industries. A government-funded joining of the island's standard gauge railways concurred in 1914. The railways concerned were the Sodor and Mainland, the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Elsbridge Railway, the Wellsworth and Sudbury Railway. In 1948, it became the Northwestern Region of British Railways, but this term was never used as the railway kept its operating independence. With privatization of the early 1990s, it officially became the Northwestern Railway. Of all of that, only the last, paragraph actually concerned the railways on the island of Sodor. Because, Thomas's railway, with, Thomas, Gordon, Henry, that is the Northwestern Railway. So yes, so we went from like medieval times all the way to the construction of the railways on Sodor. And I will make sure that future Sodor lore reading articles that I prepared are not that long. So let's see, how many viewers do I have? Let's see, -10, -20. Let's see. I'm just only somewhat kidding, of course. But that is why there is an hour-long cooldown period after. I think I put out like a 40-minute or hour-long cooldown period on Sodor Lore Redemptions. So yes. So now back to the 3DS. Now I have to open the interact window again. Yeah, so thank you, who was that? Was that Kyle? Was that you that, yeah, so when I said I'd be streaming at 12, I knew I'd probably be streaming this late.
And made this 3DS.
This is the I will say, this is the longest I've, how long? We're about to hit 8 hours. This is the longest stream I've ever done without my massaging backrest. And which is, I guess I'm able to move around a lot more since I'm not sitting with my hands on a controller the whole time, but...
And it didn't have all the features it has now.
So now we're back to watching video. Your people are watching videos of me, watching 10-year-old videos of myself talk about video games and talk about Thomas the Tank Engine lore. So thank you all very much, because this is quite at the esoteric stream. Let's see, what I did, for those joining in, I made like a 5-hour, 50-minute compilation of all my 3DS related content.
Didn't have before this,
and we're what 3 hours and 48 minutes in.
Library.
So how?
My advice to you.
So we've got like 340,
and if you pick the system up, it'll be.
So we're like the better. We're like 75% through this video. Once this video ends, I'm gonna call the stream there. So if you want to see the videos from, like, earlier we're looking at, this isn't the most interesting video. This is me talking about something we know I was wrong on, so probably why I'm talking over it so much.
Model 3DS, you're gonna be waiting.
So I will just mute me for now. Yeah, so earlier we had videos of me and P at the, and Rob 999, who really isn't on YouTube anymore. He was a YouTuber at the time, so. But it was me and Pete at the Nintendo World Store during the E3 press conference where they revealed the Wii. Yeah, you've been watching this stream all day, haven't you? And for me, it's like, it's already 8 o'clock where I'm at. So for me, my day's basically almost over, such as it were.
Whatever. And if you're worried about the battery life,
yeah, so you've been watching this since I woke up, huh? Wow.
Just the price you pay for having more
7:59. We're seconds away from hitting. I mean, the stream
it's going to be comparable to the
is a little like I run my I try to run my hold screen at the beginning of the stream for about 10 minutes. But in terms of, because I started on my watch here, I'm looking, so we're like 7 hours 59 minutes into the stream.
With the wireless on, very, very seldom in my many months of owning this since it launched, very, very seldom have I completely drained the battery on this thing. And the web browser on here, it works great. If you've used the web browser on the web browser,
I'm lying. I'm very sure I'm lying here. Hey TurboGrafx, how you doing? Yeah, it was cool. Finally, if you don't know TurboGrafx, he streams a lot of physical pinball tables, which is awesome. He was playing Stern Meteor, which has a kind of interesting connection with my stream, because I was playing Nintendo vs. Pinball on the Nintendo Switch release of the arcade version of the NES pinball game, and on the marquee for that cabinet, well, it was an interchangeable marquee, because the Versus system you could swap out the games and marquees. But the cabinet, they wanted to show a physical pinball table with Nintendo stuff on it, so they put a bunch of Nintendo stickers over the drop targets and the pop bumper for Stern Pinball. And I'm not versed enough in physical pinball tables to identify it, but because TurboGrafx is, more versed in his pinball machines, he was able to identify that for me. So and if you know what Stern Pinball looks like, it's a very distinctive table. And so it was cool actually getting to see him play the table that Nintendo tried to like dress up as though it was actually a unique physical Nintendo pinball table.
It is December 16th, 2011. And
so I'm basically
Game Boy Advance 3DS Ambassador games are now available.
Oh, this will be. I want to pause. This will be a gem to hear me talk about because they kind of jury rigged the 3DS. On the 3DS, they never properly released a virtual console for GBA games. They kind of yeah, I'm streaming later than usual because it's a lot easier for me to go on for longer and longer because I took every video I made about the 3DS from the video I made the day the 3DS was first announced until the last video I made concerning 3DS and just made a gigantic compilation video, which is why this one video I'm watching is 5 minutes long. And so I just made a video about all that. Actually, there is one video. We'll watch one video at the end. It would be fun to watch this with you all if there's anyone still left. But in the interest of getting on with this, we're gonna keep going. So there are videos that me and another streamer, Pete, we were both on YouTube at the time and we were on Twitch then. We were looking at the live viewing of the reveal of the Nintendo 3DS at E3, and videos we took of each other at the Nintendo 3DS launch in Manhattan, where like the president of Nintendo and Best Buy were both there, making speeches and stuff, and so it was really cool. Looking at all that stuff, and now we're getting to
glad I got my games at last. I was predicting that they...
And so this is after the 3DS price drop, but before the 2012 announcement of the 3DS XL. And what's going on here is I'm talking about the 3DS games they released to Nintendo 3DS Ambassadors, which I got because I got the 3DS before the price drop. And they kind of jury-rigged the Game Boy Advance games to work on 3DS. And I think what they did was, like, because the DS hardware can run GBA games. And so what I think they did, and the 3DS can run DS games, and I think the DS hardware on the 3DS, or whatever backward compatibility mode they put on the 3DS, they didn't take the element that could run GBA games off of it. But when you run GBA games on a DS, when you closed, like, the color wasn't quite right. The colors were really dark on the GBA games when played on DS. And when you close the lid, it didn't fall asleep. And basically, I think they're kind of jury-rigged, like, the DS backward compatibility mode that's baked into the DS's hardware that's on board the 3DS to basically be running a game in the GBA mode of the DS on a 3DS. I think that's how they got GBA games to run on the 3DS, because the colors were terrible, they were very dark, the sleep mode wasn't supported, there were no save state features. It was really, like, the games, they ran well, but it tells you they were, like, jumping through some hoops to get those games to run on 3DS. So
they dropped the Game Boy Advance
thanks
games
for
on Christmas
the
Day,
bits. You missed me seeing me talk. Someone redeemed Sodor Lore Redemption, where I talk about lore from Thomas the Tank Engine. But it's, like, deep lore from Thomas the Tank Engine, so I'm talking about, like, the history of the island of Sodor going back to medieval times, and, like, when the first Christian missionaries appeared, and all the wars and kings and battles that happened on Sodor, eventually leading up to the construction of the railway. So it's kind of ridiculous, like, how much actual lore and history there is for Thomas the Tank Engine. Especially when you see the current state of the television show, where it's like they basically throw out all that lore. But for the original books from the 1945 up until like 2011, there's a separate book series that has its own canon, where it's kind of more rooted in reality than the TV show. But anyway,
how they did for
So I'm just commenting on my old
Super
YouTube
Mario
stuff.
Brothers on the way they launched
And
that
I'm also
the
playing Pachinko
Christmas
for the
2006,
SG-1000.
sort of like a Christmas gift,
which
you have to buy it, so
was
it's sort of like not really a gift,
which was
it's so
recalled.
cool. But anyway,
I don't
so
want
I've
to bring
got
up
it.
the
I'm looking at
picture of
3DS
my
here,
character
wondering why I'm looking
eating
down.
crepes.
Basically,
I want that to go away.
I'm very happy with the game.
What I mean to brought up was this.
I got my 10
So I'm
NES
playing
games
Pachinko
already.
on the SG-1000 using my
Mario
analog
Land
Mega
4,
SG.
I had this back in the day.
I'm playing this on a ROM that I loaded via the SD card because that Pachinko game goes for upwards of $2,000 because
I'll talk more about that later.
Because
Kirby
basically,
and
I'm
the
going to just mute me. I'm not talking about anything that interesting. But basically, Sega recalled their own game before when it was just barely hitting store shelves because Sega realized the game wasn't that good.
Island 3, Super
But it's
Mario
kind of
Advance 3. I
ironic
haven't played the
because
Game Boy Advance version,
historically,
which is Island yet,
this
so
is
sad.
the
I played
first
Fire Emblem. I'm really
video
interested in seeing
game or
how this
computer
plays,
game
'cause this is gonna be
adaptation
my
of
first Fire
traditional
Emblem game. I'm
Japanese
not
style
that big on hardcore
pachinko.
RPGs, but heck, it's for free, so I might as well try it. And just knowing how well suited Fire
And
Emblem
I never
is
seriously played
to
any of these GBA games that were all
and,
put on the
which
3DS
they put on the
Ambassador
3DS, I'm
program.
willing to give this a try because I know it's going to be a great experience on the 3DS. And hey, if it comes up for the Wii U, I might have to give that a try too. So Metroid Fusion.
Definitely didn't do that.
I've
I've still never played a. I have played the first Advance Wars on stream as of last summer, but I've still never played a Fire Emblem game before.
Love the Minish Cap.
I think I have a Fire Emblem game on the GBA. I think the one they just called Fire Emblem in North America. So I'll play that on stream someday eventually.
GBA games.
I mean, it could be months or years from now, but I'll eventually play it.
So even now, some people are saying that it's a ripoff. Come on, really? Nintendo gave away 20 free games because of a price drop.
Yeah, giving away 20 free games as
Nintendo
compensation
absolutely
for
did
an
not have
early
to do
price
that.
cut.
It's
that is
100%
definitely a
damage
Satoru
control.
Iwata era
I mean,
move. I
if
don't
you
feel like
buy
that would happen
a
with
mobile-
today's
a new
Nintendo.
Smartphone, a new music player, a new any kind of electronics, a new TV, anything. And if they drop the price after 3 months, you're not going to get a refund or a rebate. You're not going to get a coupon to buy. The company's not going to send you your money back. This is a 100% goodwill gesture to avoid alienating the people who bought the 3DS at its launch price. And so
I turned the volume down a little bit, and as always,
I
these are all different videos
a fair amount of
recorded with
controversy when
different
I said,
settings.
And I said that I don't see a 3D,
I mean, and this is also kind of a capsulation of YouTube. Back when you could just, when I could just film myself talking with virtually no production values and end up getting 2,000 subscribers. Back when 2,000 subs was on the very lowest echelon of being mildly notable on YouTube.
If it wasn't for the 3DS Ambassador program, I could say I'm very confident that there'd be absolutely no NES games or Game Boy Advance games on the 3DS at this point in its lifespan. And Nintendo went out of their way to do that. And
the Virtual Console was out already, but it was only for Game Boy Color and Game Boy games at this point.
And this is all to affirm confidence in the 3DS as a product.
And just to prove that this is live gameplay,
go through that
I'm just pausing Pachinko there.
Just to
so I'm pausing it. So I'm just proving this is live gameplay of Pachinko.
Then to launch a major redesign of the 3DS within a year or two of its launch, adding another entire analog control and more buttons to it.
Yeah, when they made the 3DS XL, they did not make a second analog stick. They added the second analog nub with the new 3DS line.
I mean, if they added
they made that really
X and Y button to the Game Boy Advance, and a lot of games used it, then that would make everyone who had a Game Boy Advance, they'd be screwed.
I just kind of considered,
unless they bought I
don't know. It's weird. I never thought of this.
Redesign the games for this new system.
I do have the new 3DS
Nintendo within
and
the
new 2DS. For some weird reason, I never even thought about that. You know why? Because with my new 2DS, I'm basically got this mostly for Virtual Console stuff.
Obsolete unless you add
so I never played any games in which the analog stick, little analog nub would even be a factor.
Pocketability as a portable system. I just don't see that happening.
Hey, go play with your daughter. Hey, thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Thanks for the bits. And I'll drop in and buy on your next pinball night. Great atmospheric mood and TurboGrafx streams. The people he brings over. Sometimes he streams at other people's houses with other people's collections too.
To me, that just strikes me as
he does great physical pinball streams. He's my favorite physical pinball streamer. This one is mentioned. Definitely check him out.
Of arcade games. Because I remember when the NES Classics came out for the Game Boy Advance, and a lot of young
I'm about to go on an interesting rant here. I know I've gone on this on stream before, but
Super Smash Brothers Melee got Ice Climbers for the Game Boy Advance, and then immediately sold it back to GameStop. Excuse me, still a little sick here. The week after the NES Classics came out, there were 20 used copies of Ice Climber at GameStop. All right.
I'm
gonna finish this up before I die on camera here. So I'm really excited.
Yeah,
about
back
all these
when
games.
you could
I'm
joke
really-
about things like that. Yeah,
the
though.
fact that
Such an innocent
the
age.
Game Boy
Oh, and by the
Advance
way,
games
I
on
just want to
here,
mention
they
this.
don't- when you there's like a warning.
Yeah.
Like when
So when I was sick like this, whenever I left my room, I would wear a mask because I had a family member with a compromised immune system. So it's kind of been interesting watching people's reactions and things they say about disease control practices now that it's affecting their lives, because this is something that's affected my life since I was a little kid. So yeah, like I just had masks already. Like when this hit, I already had a big box of masks. Just when, like my mother. I don't live with my mother anymore, but like just out of practice, just out of habit. Like if I even thought I was sick, I would wear masks in my own home. Long. This is like 10 years before COVID-19 pandemic. So yeah, just something I thought I'd mention since it was
you
chance
close
to
the
talk
system
about it.
while playing a GBA game, it won't
was
actually
relatively
go to sleep, which is
something
kinda
we're already
confusing
talking about because
when
I'm
you're playing
clearly
a Game
sick
Boy
on
Advance
stream.
game on the 3DS and you close the lid, the screens turn off.
Man, I
and
probably
the
should have
sound
stopped filming.
stops.
This is
So
kind of
it's
scary
kind
to
of
watch.
Really baffling that the screens turn off.
Yeah, I'm
and
probably
the sound
holding
stops.
back coughing as
And
I'm talking
apparently
here.
the action pause.
Probably time to
that,
turn the camera
but it's
off,
not
kiddo.
asleep. That's really confusing. But especially since I'm surprised they couldn't add that, because NES games certainly didn't have a sleep mode, and Game Boy games didn't
Well,
have
the thing
sleep
is,
mode,
like,
but they added
with
those
the
for
NES
Virtual
games,
Console
it's the
version.
actual 3DS
But the Game Boy
emulating
Advance,
the
I think they
NES.
really just-
With the GBA
they really
games,
didn't make
they're
a proper
running
Virtual
like
Console
Game Boy
for the
Advance
Game Boy
ROMs
Advance
that are
games
being
are
loaded
offered via
in
Master Program.
the
But basically,
Nintendo
it seems
DS's
like how the 3DS
backwards.
playing
Like the
these
3DS is.
literally, like, you know how when you play
I say it here, I think.
GameCube games on the Wii, and it's basically acting as a GameCube, and the entire Wii is pretty much locked out until you restart the system. That's basically how these Game Boy Advance games are playing. I basically just threw a ROM on here, and it's just running it, acting just like it's a Game Boy Advance. Except for you can use the home button and exit out the game. But it's kind of disappointing that there's no proper, that you can't close it and go to
Yeah,
sleep.
and
on it.
even with the new
It
Nintendo
affects the portability
3DS,
a bit, but
they
it's
never
free,
got
and it's not
the
you know,
Game Boy
these
Advance
games all-
running on the
all these Game Boy
3DS.
games have a save mode anyway, and Metroid Fusion, Metroid Fusion, and what is that other one? And Mario vs. Stone.
Yeah, I talk about Metroid Fusion as a sleep mode anyway, but using like the button combination sleep mode on Metroid Fusion, at the time that sleep mode was a godsend for being able to play it portably on the go. Like, it's time to get off the bus, put it to sleep, put it in your pocket, don't worry about it.
I liked it. My second
Going back to that sleep mode after being used to just being able to close the lid on DS and 3DS is
not so
not
much
something
like,
that's easy
the
to go back
graphics
to.
are worse, because I was playing NES games at the time. It's just like sort of the style of it, where the whole world kind of rotates around your character, and now I like it even less because the boards feel very flat to me. I didn't like Super Mario Kart that much either, and
I'm
mind
talking
you,
about
at
Mario
the time,
Kart
I was
Super
playing
Circuit here.
games like RC Pro-Am for the Game Boy, and Anton Siena's Monaco GP for the Game Gear. So I was playing 8-bit racers with relatively low-tech graphics. I just didn't like the style
Anton
where
Sena's
the way the
Monaco
controls
GP2
work, it feels,
for the Game
now
Gear.
It feels
To
very
be more
like
specific.
I have to very gently tap on the D-pad, or else I go like screaming out off the path. I'm just not enjoying it as much as I enjoyed Mario Kart 64 or DS. And so, but it's for free, so I'm probably I'm enjoying it anyway. So that's just my talking about the Ambassador program, which is now complete. I guess I could delete that certificate from there. I don't doubt Nintendo's going to come out with another 20 games they want to give us. But thank you for staying good to your fans. Alright, I should stop recording now. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, I really should stop recording. It was time to call it quits.
3DS, and with that one app, the 3DS's full feature set has effectively been realized. Since the 3DS launched, one of the biggest new features was the integrated friend system. And one of its most egregious problems.
Yeah, I'm
was
talking
the
about
fact
PictoChat here.
Yeah, you
okay.
could see that your friends were online and what they were playing, but you couldn't do anything about it. And so when you saw your
This
friends
thing was
playing,
kind of
you're
useless
just like, yeah, that's
because
nice. So what am I gonna call
there
him
was
on
no
the phone
on-screen
and ask him if he
keyboard. You were
wants to play?
forced
I
to
mean,
use handwriting,
that's not what,
which was later
that's
revealed
not
to
anything
be
near acceptable
a.
for a modern
Actually,
online
I could
gaming
pull this up
experience
now.
when you're trying to connect with your friends. And so from the beginning, people have been asking, we want a messaging system on the 3DS so we can contact our friends. And Nintendo's been saying just as long, there's going to be...
I don't think I had a
just
fever. I
wait,
definitely had a cough.
We're going to come out with one. And SwapNote is now available. It came out a couple of days ago. I think it's called like Mailbox or something in Europe. And I have to say, on one hand, I kind of like it, but it's like, basically SwapNote, to me, is Nintendo listening to the 3DS owners saying, we want a messaging system. Nintendo listened to them, and they gave them what they asked for, while completely missing the point and failing to give them what they actually wanted. I think, well, I know in my case, and what I think when people said they wanted to message their friends on their friends list and communicate with them, I think they wanted basically an online version of PictoChat where you could chat with your friends on your friends list in real time.
And this information was not necessarily available. I don't think this was available at the time I made this video. This came a little later.
Basically a web-enabled virtual postcard app that updates via Spot Pass and Street Pass. And while that's cool and I like it, but it's like it's not what I was expecting. It's not what I asked for, and it seems like this
is not the
Nintendo's
kind of thing where you can just jump on, communicate with someone, hey, let's play Mario Kart 7 and go do it.
Answer to a 3DS messaging system, and it seems like what we're going to get out of them as far as that's concerned, which is kind of disappointing because really, this should have been something that was. This isn't even something that should have needed a separate app. It should have been something that's right on the top of your toolbar on the touchscreen that's integrated with the system that you could multitask with, so you could hop off a game if you see your friends online and message them and go back to your game or start a new game. This one, it's a standalone app, and you can't really carry out, as far as I can see, I haven't used this extensively yet, but it doesn't seem like this SwapNote system is capable of carrying out anything close to a dynamic, real-time conversation between you and your friends.
And it definitely wasn't.
And that really limits its utility in terms of just being able to communicate with your friends, dynamically in real time, like I said, in a meaningful way, getting together to play a certain game or whatever. Whereas the 3DS had PictoChat 7 years ago, and that's basically what we wanted this. And this SwapNote, there isn't even an on-screen keyboard. You actually have to write it you have to write it with the stylus, like you're writing on a piece of paper. And, well, one, that severely limits the amount of text or information you could put in a message.
Driving out to get a bubble milk tea collector, boy?
I'm dysgraphic, and just writing normally with a pen and paper and have it look anything close to legible takes a lot of effort and time. So if I'm on the go and want to send a message to someone, writing, it's even harder with a stylus and a touchscreen because there's even less traction. So it's like I could barely, taking all the time in the world, make this look legible and fit everything in. And then I send it, and you can't fit a lot of stuff in there. I'm surprised there's no option for an on-screen keyboard, and that isn't that hard to do. I mean, the PictoChat had that. You could either use this on-screen keyboard, or you could choose to draw it. And it's sort of dumb that they don't have an option to do that. So SwapNote, I like it, but it's really just a shadow of, I think, what people were expecting for a way to communicate with your friends on the 3DS, and I think it should have been a lot more versatile, and have a lot more features in it. But I do like what I got. I've gotten adorable little messages from my friends. You know, it's wishing me Merry Christmas. I've sent messages out to my friends, and I've enjoyed SwapNote for what it is, but to be the solution for friend communication on the 3DS. You know, I think it falls short, but I'm ultimately happy with it. You know, and it's free. So that's what I have to think about SwapNote. So thank you very much for watching.
All right, I'm pausing there. I want to bring this up. I think it looks like I'm about to talk about Pushmo, which will be interesting. So this is from an Iwata Asks interview. I don't have a link to the actual Iwata Asks interview. I just took a screenshot and made a post about it on Tumblr years and years ago. Okay. They're talking. This is Iwata and one of the developers of SwapNote. Iwata. In this day and age, with the spread of personal computers and cell phones, typing is a matter of course. So why did you decide on a handwritten picture diary? Imai. I think anyone would agree that with typewritten email that you can't fully get your feelings across. Iwata. There are pictograms and emoticons, but with text. It's still often difficult to express your feelings. People say it's easy to get in a quarrel via email. Therefore, instead of having the option, they just confiscate the ability to type on SwapNote. Just remove the option for an on-screen keyboard. It's like, oh, well, it's better. It's like when, like, there's this dumb thing called the free write. Yeah, the free write. It's like an electronic typewriter. And I have an electronic typewriter called the AlphaSmart Neo 2. It uses basically the technology from a child's toy laptop to make an awesome electronic portable word processor, and it's great. And, you know, as I wish I had one back in school because I wouldn't have had to lug a laptop around. But it's a great little thing. But there's there's like $500 or something, or like $1,000, some ridiculous price point, like e-ink screen, like electronic typewriter thing, and it's deliberately imitating the limitations of a 1950, like of a 20th century analog typewriter, to the point where there's no way to move the cursor. You can only type and add more to it. And there are no arrow keys. And the reason there are no arrow keys is because they want this thing to look like a 20th century typewriter. And 20th century typewriters didn't have arrow keys, and that would ruin the aesthetic of the design. So they didn't put arrow keys on it. And their explanation is, oh, well, we didn't... it's called the free write, and the point of it is to be able to write freely, and writing freely means not going back and editing things, because just writing and not going back and changing things is the purest form of writing. And it's like, no, you're just doing this because you want to copy the aesthetic of a 20th century typewriter, and that's why you just don't want to have arrow keys on it. You can just put a little scroll wheel somewhere on it, just a way to move the cursor so you can just edit things. And no, you're supposed to put it to the cloud and edit it on a computer. You can't change anything until you transfer it to a computer. And it's absolutely ridiculous that this thing that dysgraphic writers and, well, even non-disabled writers would love and need has these stupid artificial limitations put on it because of the aesthetic of this stupid overpriced hipster device, and they're buying like 10 and 15-year-old AlphaSmart Neo 2s off of Amazon that have been refurbished, because you just type on it, you can move the cursor, it has arrow keys, you plug it into any computer, you press the send button, and it just types it on any page. I mean, how is this digital typewriter from 15 years ago compatible with any computer that accepts a USB keyboard when so it's compatible with modern computers that weren't even thought of or conceived of on operating systems that did not even exist when this device was made, when so I went to this is the 3DS anniversary podcast, not the
3DS
AlphaSmart Neo 2
just like Super
free
Mario
write
3D Land,
rant
it is an
podcast.
absolute
So.
must-have title if you're a 3DS owner, unless you simply hate anything having to do with puzzle games.
That is
This is
one of the earliest.
Really demonstrate.
Yeah, back when you could do a game review on YouTube and not have any footage from the actual game. I feel like I have to turn the volume up on this a little bit. If it's too loud, let me know. But yeah, so push mode. I really miss having this title screen. So it made it, when this compilation video makes it a lot easier to know what I'm about to talk about next. But
how
only an hour. We only have an hour left in this video to go. Let's see if I can get through it.
Just,
there's going to be a little 10-minute bonus video at the end, and then I'm going to call the stream.
That really doesn't add anything of utility to the gameplay. This game is effectively
and push mode was one of the earliest original download only titles for the 3DS. They eventually made a push mode game for the Wii U, and the way push mode works, I feel like push mode is one of the games that really I feel would suffer without 3D.
To better perceive the distance between the different layers of blocks, and as you move in and out about them, and it's not, like I said, it's not about stuff flying out you in a really crazy, distracting, mind-blowing fashion. It's just simply using the illusion of three-dimensional depth to enhance a three-dimensional puzzle game, and it works beautifully. And this is
Tetrasphere
really,
would have been great on 3DS.
Game for Nintendo, I think, because they've had Freaky Forms, which I haven't played. It looks interesting, but I haven't downloaded it.
I never
yet,
even played
this,
Freaky
this
Forms.
This one
honestly
really got my interest enough for me to download this. And it is one of the, like I said, if you're a 3DS owner, this is I say it's a must purchase, and it's a game that really shows Nintendo's willingness to leverage their eShop, not just for the Virtual Console, not just to do the relatively limited things they did with the Nintendo DSi, where it was really sort of more the indie developers that shined on the Nintendo DSi shop. Here, Nintendo is really
I still have this sweater too, and I don't think I've worn it in years. I don't think I've worn this sweater once since I moved.
Nintendo 3DS experience on the eShop that probably would not. Frankly, if this game was a retail game, even at $20, let alone $30 or $40 like most 3DS games, I would never have bought this game. I would not have considered this game worth carrying around an extra cartridge for, in addition to Mario Kart 7 or Super Mario 3D Land or whatever other game I want to play. But having it always on hand on your system, it is a masterpiece. Nintendo made a game that's perfectly suited for the 3DS, for viewing in 3D, and put it at the price that was right, and put it in the format that it would flourish in. And for that, Nintendo really deserves a pat on the back, because if this game had came out back in March and the 3DS had launched, it would have been a $40 retail cartridge title, and I probably wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah, like Steel Diver,
really
that was an okay game, but it should not have been a $40 retail release.
And I think this is going to be one of the games that gets people who, it's going to really sweeten the pot in drawing in new 3DS owners. And everything from the number of levels built into it, the ability to create levels and share them through the internet, through the use of QR codes. It is.
Oh, I forgot that was a feature in Push Mode.
Nintendo really being serious about making the eShop a platform for Nintendo 3DS games, not just a side dish, not just not just something that we're going to throw in to have more stuff there. Nintendo really wants to. I think this shows Nintendo's interest.
Yeah, within about a year from this point, like almost, I think all their retail releases were also coming out
just because you have also
on 3DS.
Nintendo 3DS.
I mean, we're also coming out on the eShop.
Before I've made my videos about the things I was dissatisfied about with the eShop. Basically, all those concerns have now been addressed to me. There's now there's been a consistently available category just for 3DS exclusive eShop games.
Huh. I made a video about the eShop, and I don't remember.
The other categories changed, but they've been relatively sensible and easy to understand and navigate through. You can now add the difference. If you just need a certain amount, you can now easily add that difference onto your account, so you don't have a lingering balance. You don't have to add $5 if you just need $3 more to buy the game you want. You can now save your credit card
we'll watch it some other
information,
time.
and just all you have to do is input a password.
Because I remember that. I remember I made a very funny image for that video.
Pin
but
code, and you could easily just get on, choose the game you want.
I don't feel like doing what I have to do to try to pull it up
to your account and buy it right there. You don't have to go add money to your account and then go and buy the game, download the game, and then sit there and wait for it to download. No, you could download the game, and you could just select download later and just close your system. And when you go back to it later, it'll automatically be there via Spot Pass, automatically installed. You don't have to go into the eShop and do anything. It'll just be there, and it makes this process. The 3DS makes so little fuss of this process that it doesn't even light up your Spot Pass lamp. You'd think it would make a big deal that
I call the little LED thing a lamp. I mean,
joyous occasion. No, it is
so not technically wrong. It's just not typical language I hear.
It's just there later on.
Why I said that?
So you don't even have to sit there and watch the game download. It is basically everything I wanted of the Nintendo eShop, and this game is my first 3DS exclusive eShop game that I've purchased, not counting the Excite Bike, which was given away for free when the eShop launched, and Pokédex 3, which was a free application, not really a proper game. And now we have V's, whatever that game is, with all those, I think 6 or 9 V's, or whatever that game is. We have Mighty Switch Force, Freaky Forms. We have not just the arcade style 3D classics games like Xevious and Sweevious and Twin Bee and Excite Bike, but we have Kirby's Adventure on the eShop.
I forgot Twin Bee was on
console.
I mentioned Twin Bee, and all I knew about Twin Bee was that it was a shooter at that point. I really didn't know the history.
On the Wii's Virtual
it's interesting.
I'm surprised we haven't had it
talk
already,
about this at the time. I basically knew nothing about it.
With support for many different systems on the Wii's Virtual Console. Be really aggressive with the Virtual Console. Add NES, Super NES games to it, and come out with Dylan's Rollin' Western is on the way. And really, I think that the eShop is going to be a huge asset to the Nintendo 3DS.
I much more so even Western, but I remember playing it a lot at the laundromat.
Nintendo DS iShop.
You didn't have a washing machine at home at the time.
So that's what I have to say about Pushmo and the new Nintendo eShop. Thank you very much for watching.
A pair of new Nintendo 3DS television ads are going to start airing in about a week in North America, so I'm going to give my impressions on them, both the good and the bad. And good, first off the bat, is that it shows adults of many different ethnic and...
Man, this is such a different era of YouTube. I just talk about some Nintendo commercials, and I just talk about them. I don't even include clips from them with, the music muted and me talking over them. I'm just hey, I saw this stuff. Let me talk about this stuff without even showing screenshots of it. Yeah, it's really... yeah, it's just so interesting.
And gender backgrounds playing Nintendo 3DS. I made a huge rant recently about gender diversity and ethnic diversity and marketing portable systems. And so I'm glad Nintendo is doing pretty well with that lately. They've been pretty good with that in general, but especially lately. Then there's the fact that they're showing adults playing the system, and I know Nintendo handhelds have generally been sort of stereotyped as sort of a kids-only sort of systems, and that's just because they first became popular with younger kids, and the library has generally been skewed more.
But the thing is, they were marketing the DS successfully marketing the DS to professionals for plane rides
marketing. Nintendo's
stuff
marketed the Game Boy to adults back in the late 80s and early 90s when most gamers were children. Now most gamers are adults and they grew up with Nintendo portables and with Game Boy and DS.
I'm ahead of the game.
Even with the emergence of smartphone gaming, most of those big breakout games that are really popular with adults on smartphones, most of those are perfectly family-friendly games that aren't E-rated. Stuff is generally tends to make bigger splashes with adults who play on mobile gaming. So it's really not that far-fetched to pitch the system to adults. I mean, even with the Game Boy Advance, around 2004, more than a third of those players were over the age of 18, and that's only gotten that 18 and up user base has only gotten larger.
Those were the NPD numbers as of
and there's some
April of
overlap
that
with mobile
year.
gaming. But
I haven't kept up with what the
of-
numbers were since then.
It's not like if you're serious
That's
about
a really
games,
sophisticated
you're
looking sweater,
going
and
to
I
be
still
in
have
the
it.
market for
I think it might be a little
dedicated
frayed
device.
somewhere
If
at this point.
you
But
just want a phone and you're just going to play games on it because you have a phone, then that's a different market. There's overlap, but it's not the same market. So it's good that they're advertising in that sense. The second really awesome thing about these commercials is that Mario and Resident Evil are being marketed side by side. Nintendo's sort of they've talked about that, since E3, about those different styles and moods and audiences and sensibilities are equally important to Nintendo's overall business. But it's nice to see Nintendo sort of marketing those games as side by side, and sort of showing the range that Nintendo 3DS has to offer. And 3D, the DS, it had its grittier
I
games
cannot
as well.
believe
but the
no one.
3DS having
I
better
really thought
graphics
someone
is
would have
more,
complained by now about all the
adept to
Pachinko
those
sounds,
sort
but
of
no one's
games,
complained
and
about
the
them all
3DS
day.
can deliver the sort of graphics that
I mean, I was
players
fully willing to mute them. I kind of just had
more
it on as a
realistic
joke at
games
first, and I thought someone would say like
be more
please turn it
welcome
off,
to
but-
accepting and not really having to compromise so much as was the case with Grand Theft Auto 3, for instance, where the gameplay was awesome, but they went with a cartoonier style to better suit the 3DS's. Better suit the DS's capabilities, and a lot of players of Grand Theft
I think
Auto
I'm talking
4
about
on the HD
Chinatown
home
was right
systems
there.
were really turned off by that. Then the next thing I think is they did good was emphasizing the online multiplayer aspect of the 3DS, because there's still this image, even amongst gamers who are really knowledgeable about these things, that online gaming means some 18 to 30-year-old dude with a headset on playing a first-person shooter on Xbox Live, and not really thinking that online multiplayer gaming could be much beyond that. And this is sort of saying that yes, there is online gaming on the 3DS, and with Mario Kart 7, we're now having more robust features,
Yes,
supporting
another train
communities
FTW.
and all that good stuff.
Thanks, Serial Wars.
That's really gamers have come to expect on
just-
the home systems for
if
years
I could,
now.
Like, if
But
the next time
now it's really coming to the portable space in a really meaningful way with
I
Mario
don't
Kart
know what
7
I want to
with
do
the
next week.
emergence
Well,
of
I
Nintendo
already announced
Network,
Paper
so it's good that
Mario.
they're
I already
pushing
made the
that.
title,
Now,
the screen,
for the things
card
I
for it.
didn't like so much about these commercials, the
if
bad.
I go at it and I could
one thing I
play
thought was odd
like
was that
the
they
days I
showed
play it,
the
if I could put a
pink 3DS,
if I could
the
put
blue
4
Nintendo
hours into each
3DS,
Paper
and
Mario
the red
session, I
Nintendo
could get
3DS.
through the game pretty
Where's
quickly.
where's
I'd
the
really
black
hate if
one?
I end up moving. I
Nintendo
would hate
seems
to do
really,
it.
They've really placed.
There are
they've
250
really
people
sort of
online for
placed
Mario
black
Kart
on
Wii
the
right now,
back burner
and
in their marketing
GameSpy
for
closed
3DS.
in like
Whereas it's sort of funny 'cause
2013, so
the
that's
3DS
gotta
is
be
decidedly- the design
that's
is
gotta be
very
some kind of
untoy-like,
fan server,
unlike
isn't it?
the Game Boy Advance, and to a lesser extent
Hey, I
the
could
original
turn it-
model DS, which were very kind of more toy-like. The
Let's see, 44.
the 3DS, it's a much less toy-like, more of a device and less like a toy. But the colors, like the red and the blue, they're not. I'm not saying they're bad. They're not my first choice. But compared to the black,
Hold on,
they're very sort of
44?
toy-like. And
44 decibels. How about
when you're skewing 18 plus, you'd think they'd probably make the. I mean, I know like just having different colors boosts sales dramatically of a system. It seems a very arbitrary thing, but it's an important thing to consider. But you'd think they'd sort of make the option, the fact that there's an option to have it in a black, more staid, less toy-like color. You'd think they'd sort of promote that more as an option, make that. And if I was promoting, I'd probably make the black model the standard, like the default sort of version in the advertising and everything. Even though it's good to show their multiple colors.
Is that better?
When you see older guys, with a red 3DS.
Yeah, then
and
the bubble tea must be close
bright
by if
blue
you're
3DS,
back in
and
chat again,
You see the girls with the
boy.
pink 3DSs. I'm not saying those colors are bad, but I don't know. I'm just surprised they've really haven't placed the black one at the forefront, because you'd think that would be sort of the way to go, is sort of the default one, sort of like how they made the white Nintendo DS Lite the default DS Lite, sort of with that sort of Apple-like, sort of mimicking the iPods at the time with that enamel white color. The over-the-top acting in those commercials, I think, could be improved on, because it's hard to express people playing games. It's sort of watching someone play video games without embellishing it in
And
some
the thing
ways.
is, I don't even remember what commercial I'm talking.
Or they could be
the main
reasonably
thing I'm-
great, but
like,
to watch them
I
isn't
really
exciting.
don't
So
even
when you want to
remember
focus on
what
people
commercial
using
this
the product,
is.
you're sort of
It's a
going to have
commercial
them
that has
overact to a
Resident
certain
Evil,
extent.
Resident Evil Revelations
they got
or
so
Revelations
animated
on
about
the
it
3DS
that
and
it was
Mario
kind of
3D
over.
Land.
It was over the top. It was pretty. It was kind of cheesy. It wasn't too bad, but it was getting into cheesy
All right.
territory.
So what kind of bubble tea did you get,
because,
Clacker
I mean,
Boy?
you see these adults
You see,
you
I'm
know, going
deeply
all crazy
engaged in
playing the
Pachinko
3DS.
here.
I mean,
And yes, this is playing
adults
live.
don't
I'm gonna
play.
pause it right
I mean,
now.
kids don't even. I rarely see
Stop.
kids getting that
Stop.
over the top excited over video
Stop.
games. Let alone,
Stop.
I mean, I go to meetups where like you'll
Yeah,
walk
so
into a
definitely live
restaurant or
gameplay,
you just
but,
just walking through
see,
a
it's
Times
a
Square. You'll
very,
see like
demanding
people,
title.
you know, adults everywhere playing the 3DS, and where you go into the underground in Rockefeller Plaza, you see adults everywhere playing the 3DS. You don't see them like yeah, like going all crazy like that. And these are like the real adults 3DS owners. So it's to see. See him going crazy like that. Like when I see people playing the 3DS, when I see kids playing DS and 3DS in public, they are not going crazy like that, let alone adults. So I think maybe they went a little overboard in that respect. And they, in that vein, overuse of very game-specific esoteric lingo that'll be familiar to people who own the games and are really
I'll have to
into
hunt
it,
down
and
this
thus
commercial.
really
I'm
need
really
to be
interested
advertised
in
anyway.
what this commercial
But
even was.
like, oh yeah, I got the Tanuki tail, and it's like going when you go a little over the top like that, it makes the game seem very like something like a very esoteric obsession that you'd have to be really into, and not something that's like for everyone that's easily approachable.
23.
So, and then the line where at the end of the one where
So
the
only about
Mario
40
and
minutes
Resident
left of
Evil
this video. Then
at
I've
the
got a
end where it's
10-minute
just like,
video.
oh, I love you.
I'm gonna
to the
play
girl
at the end,
That
and then
really
I'll
didn't make
pass the
much
stream
sense
on to
to me.
someone
That
else.
was kind of random and cheesy, and they failed.
I don't
to
even know what
mention
taro
the
milk
eShop.
is, to be
And
completely
Nintendo's
honest,
been very
Clacker Boy.
aggressive
Tell me
lately
more about it.
marketing
What's
the
the
eShop
taro
on-
milk all
in
about?
banner ads and in ads for videos. They've even
Wow,
showed up on
I
some of my
actually-
own YouTube videos. And they've been very aggressive with that, but they need to mention it then, and they 3DS has sort of this reputation of just being only these $40 retail games. And the games are so
I did
expensive,
that. Yeah,
and they're all and
that lets you know this is. Yeah, I guess because I've got the countdown calendar. I made this custom wall countdown calendar to Nintendo's E3 2012 presentation. And the little blue wave thing, that's just a printout I just glued to the wall. It's not some special sign or anything. But yeah, the design for that I made myself. I mean, all it is, aside from the font, which is just the font, the same font from the Wii logo, I just made the little wave things. I forgot. I honestly have no idea where the name Blue Wave came from. I just made it up.
Meanwhile, we have this robust eShop
It's
with
an
all these
Asian
games
thing?
like
Alright.
Mutant Muds and V's, or however you're supposed to say that, and Pushmo, and
Tastes like coconut?
Mighty Switch
Alright.
Force, and Freaky Forms, and more and more. And they just say they show like some games like the plum of the best games, Zelda 3D and Mario 3D Land and Mario Kart 7. And Resident Evil Revelations, and all these, and tons and lots more great games on the Nintendo downloadable content on the Nintendo eShop. They need to just throw that in there. It'll just show that the game is more than just $40 cartridge games. That there are lots of budget, great budget games unique to the Nintendo 3DS. They're exclusively through the eShop as well. They need to, I think, push that a bit more in their advertising. They had one commercial specifically for downloadable stuff, which they mentioned Freaky Forms. I think they ought to do another commercial pushing that aspect of the 3DS. But it's good to see Nintendo be really aggressive with pushing.
Yeah, it was Operation
3DS,
Blue Wave.
and these
It was
commercials are
kind
good.
of
They can
a
improve.
grassroots
but I'm glad to see
hype
them.
campaign
Also,
that I started
bit of
on
trivia.
YouTube
My
and
mother,
Twitter.
I believe, was in a Game & Watch television spot back in the 80s. I'm not entirely sure about that. She doesn't remember much about it, but yeah, she was in some sort of commercial for some sort of Nintendo Probably the Game & Watch back in the 80s.
Yeah, it wasn't Game & Watch. It was for Coleco that my mom was in the commercial for.
And now,
and I
word from
really
our
haven't even gone looking for it. I
non-sponsors.
need to look up
If you're an
1980s
offer-seeking
Coleco handheld
publication,
commercials,
one
see
of
if I
the
can
first
find my
things you
mom in
probably
there.
do- Hey gamers, I'm gonna be pretty busy tomorrow, to say the least. So.
Oh, you also got popcorn
before
chicken?
Then, I'd just like to get something off my chest, and that is, Nintendo gamers are here to stay. We're not ashamed.
All right.
We're not embarrassed. And we certainly aren't lacking
What was this about?
in self-respect.
I'm guessing this has to do with Jack Tretton or someone from Sony saying something weird and aggressive against 3DS gamers again. I'm guessing that's what it's about. I know at one point, like basically, like starting from it actually started at this sort of, if you're not familiar with this sort of phenomenon kind of broke up, which sort of spread nationwide and possibly internationally as well, of like meetup groups of gamers for the 3DS, where they just meet up to exchange Street Pass data and also sometimes play multiplayer too. The first group was Street Pass NYC, and then other towns and other cities or counties would come up with their own groups.
They come in all ages and shapes and sizes and colors, and from all walks
And
of life. I mean, so it's cool.
Basically, Sony was trying to stimulate the same thing to happen with PS Vita.
Preconceived story about Nintendo games and systems just being for uncool little
And
kids,
a lot of some people I knew who like were just handheld gamers who might have had
hang on to that.
DS,
Hold that
possibly
close
PSP,
to your
maybe
heart,
even
because
Vita.
if you honestly need to believe.
Were kind of
You need
took
to
offense
say,
to that because of
at
all,
least I
or
hate
umbrage,
Nintendo,
not even
in order
offense,
to
just sort of
affirm your
like
own sense of
it ruffled their
coolness and
feathers just
legitimacy
because
in the
of
face
all the like
of the horrible
personal
fact
statements
no matter
that
what you do, you
some Sony
are
people were making about like
gamers.
3DS,
I mean, all
like
means
dismissing
just
3DS, or dismissing
Use
3DS
whatever
gamers.
coping mechanism you may need to cling to, because if
Like
there's
when
one
3DS was out selling
Nintendo gamers have
Vita,
gotten good at
someone
since
from
the
Sony
90s
was
is
like,
discerning
"Oh
the
well,
truth from all
you
the
know,
public
oh well,
relations
we're not
models
really
Nintendo
concerned
brings to
because
the world,
like
but
Vita
Nintendo
gamers are like
gamers
dedicated
are cool.
gamers, and like
because we
3DS
know
is
we're
really
cool. I
more
mean,
of a
Nintendo
kids
gamers
thing."
have
And
claimed the title of cool
because
since
of that,
video games and cool were considered incompatible with each other. Nintendo gamers have been out in the streets, out in the real
and
world.
so I think
since
that
the
was
80s,
I think that's what
kids
spurred this
and
on.
Teenagers and adults turning rating rooms into mushroom kingdoms, airport terminals into battlefields, buses into pinball arcades, and social clubs into wacky racetracks.
And so,
I mean, we're
like,
absolutely not ashamed. We're not uncool.
Wow,
we're
I
not too
put
old to
fast
play
forwarded
the games
footage of
we
all
love.
my
Not back then, and certainly
all these
not
Street Pass
in an
hits.
age where millions of
Really
staid,
blurry in
suited,
footage.
sober adults openly pass their time in public.
What was
flinging
that? Was that
cars
E3? I don't know if that line was from
stacks
E3.
of building
Because
blocks. I mean, so
judging
yeah,
by the poster,
the streets
this
are
at the very
Nintendo's,
least
and
had to
they've
be
always been
before
Nintendo's.
E3
They will
2012.
always be Nintendo's, and no amount
This
of
is probably
PR
I forgot
spin
when I announced
is
Operation
going
Blip. I
to
think it was
shame
like
Nintendo gamers out of
March
playing
or
that
something.
era.
I think
And Nintendo gamers have played out proudly out in the streets these days more than ever, and certainly long before certain newcomers to the portable gaming space sought to turn portable gaming into a fashion statement for beautiful, sleek models walking around.
Yeah, remember this? Yeah, this was some lifestyle shots from sometime between E3 2004 and the release of the PSP. Sony made these lifestyle shots of all these, like, you know, well, I guess just beautiful models. I mean, that's what they probably did the casting call for. Just every one of them with like a PSP around their neck or holding it or something. And the thing is, Sony was trying, and I mean, they gave a fair shot at this. Before the iPod Touch, and before the iPhone, before the iPod Touch, for modern smart devices, there was this gap where it was clearly like, it was clearly this gap where, all right, we have iPod for music, but people are listening to digital music. There's movie files, there's video content. That's, you know, this is just before YouTube blew up, you know, where it's clearly we need a device that can consume multimedia, and it's something the Walkman doesn't have. Has, you know, it was just for, you know, really for tapes and CDs, and the iPod is just music at this point. And Sony really wanted the PSP to be for digital music, for digital content, including I'm counting UMD as digital, even though it was like physical discs, but it was like, you know, they said explicitly they wanted PSP to be the Walkman of the future, and this was kind of them trying to position the PSP as that in an age before modern smart devices, with the emergence of the iPhone, really came to characterize.
All the Nintendo gamers under the mat and try to typecast us all.
Oh,
as
this was the 3D Land launch.
Occupied with our kids' toys to appreciate what
that was E3 2006, and it was so cool because you had all the Nintendo World armbands on, so we all like, yeah, you took the picture there.
Ghetto.
That was really cool.
I mean, to their credit, Nintendo systems aren't the only ones out there. They aren't the only portable devices out there with worthwhile games. I mean, as much as some of us more militant Nintendo fans get, I mean, there are great games out there on a lot of those other systems. I mean, but none of those devices, at the end of the day, none of those are ever going to come built in with features some console manufacturers want to charge $500 extra for on a home console. None of those systems are gonna have.
Yeah, so I'm talking about 3D right there.
Quite like Super Mario, a quest quite as legendary as Zelda, or planets quite as vast and deadly and deep as Metroid's, or a puzzler as eye-poppingly unique and intuitive as Pushmo.
Yeah, I'm just seeing how me writing all this, I had no idea how this was going to lead to my eventual professional life and professional aspirations and ambitions.
But that's just what makes 3DS awesome to us. It's just our opinion. Your mileage may vary, it may not be awesome to you, but it's awesome to us, and that's why. And so, with that much fun to be had, I mean, really, what's there for Nintendo gamers to be ashamed of? I mean, so the fact is, the streets.
I mean, the more rehearsed videos are kind of a tad,
us gamers,
like a little embarrassing to watch now.
Fan base as a collective. I mean,
but
no
like,
corporate
I appreciate the
PR
writing.
campaign
Maybe
has ever had to cue us or coax us into sharing our portable gaming passion with the rest of the world. I mean,
yeah, this is really just about the fact that Sony was kind of trying to astroturf a street gaming handheld movement. It has been 800 days since Nintendo last mentioned Metroid Prime 4. Okay,
out of openly enjoying the game.
Let's mute this for a second. How about let's hear this? Okay, 2002 minus 1996. Yeah, I could tell you some interesting stories about some of the people in that previous picture. Yeah, so when Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion came out and revived the Metroid franchise, it had been 6 years since Super Metroid, and people were like, oh my gosh, like after all these years, Metroid is coming back. And from Metroid, okay, Metroid Other M, was that 2011? I think it was 2011, so 2021 minus 2011. Yeah, so it's now been longer between Metroid Other M and today than it's been between Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. Now, if we want to be fully fair, we did get Samus Returns. That was 2016? No, it was 2017. Yeah, it was announced at E3 2017, so 2021 minus 2017. Okay, so that's only 4 years. But Samus Returns was a remake of Metroid 2. So for the last fully original Metroid game, it has now been longer since the last fully original Metroid game. And that's the sad thing about Other M. For all the things that it was a fail. I consider Metroid Other M a failed experiment. But Metroid Other M flopped so bad that I feel like Nintendo will never again attempt a non-first-person Metroid game for a long time to come because of the way Other M was received. Okay.
Blowholes from PR teams who make judgments on our self-respect based on a video game.
Man, I really did not let that self-respect dig go. I mean, that was pretty...
Take it up with the babysitter.
That was...
So, thank you for watching.
Pretty harsh.
In terms of boosting up the competition, there's no console manufacturer as generous to Nintendo 3DS as Sony. However, there's a specific loudmouth within Sony that wants to sweep adult 3DS gamers under the mat, insist.
Yeah, there were maybe it was Jack Trenton and maybe Kaz Hirai and maybe it really was just those two. Were making a lot of personal statements about Nintendo 3DS gamers when it was clear that 3DS was dominating the Vita in sales. Let's be honest. Like, if the Vita was dominating 3DS in terms of sales the way that the 3DS actually did, the narrative would have been that Sony is crushing Nintendo's handheld empire. Meanwhile, I wish we lived in a world where the Vita had done at least as good as the PSP. But it's like the second that the Vita was not an instant success, it's like Sony just immediately just left it out to dry and just did not even try to support it so it could be as good as it could have been. And it's really a shame.
Yet
and to a certain
Sony
extent,
feels the need to chum the
it's
waters
like
of their target audience with
the Switch in
scenes of
certain
pre-away
ways
models using the
kind of
PlayStation
fulfilled
Vita
the
in public.
promise of what
Why would
the
cool,
Vita could have been.
self-respecting, mature adult gamers need to be cued with images like these to acquaint them with the idea of bringing the Vita out in public? Is this how adult gamers are supposed to
So
look?
I kind
I've been
of
told I look
was
too
making
cool to
fun
be a
of
Nintendo
Sony's lifestyle footage for some of the Vita stuff. But I made another video right after this, kind of like saying, yeah, Nintendo does the same kind of things. It was just specifically in the context that, Nintendo wasn't going around talking trash about PSP owners and then releasing those lifestyle footage. It was just kind of like the idea that Sony was doing this lifestyle footage with, they do that when you do a casting call. You do casting calls to type. You want a certain weight, maybe certain skin tones, certain styles of dress. So, you are typecasting. That's just the nature of that business. So it's just the idea that Sony was pushing, making those personal insults against 3DS owners while also doing these casting calls for very specific types of models, and to a certain extent, you could say that the Nintendo DS models, or the GBA era models, were a little more diverse.
Savvy 20 to 25-year-old pretty boy. There are a couple of black dudes in there, but they're not too ethnic to the point where they clash with the rest of the white male hipsters handling this photo shoot.
I'm also gonna say, ethnic but not too ethnic, is in terms of casting type, could also apply to me because I do have experience in those lines of business. So that also could apply to me. So I'm not, and if I dress this, if I put on clothes like that and did the kind of posing that they were directed to pose for to get their paychecks, I could have been in these photo shoots. That could have been me. And actually, I think I took a certain number of photo shoots like that with my 3DS specifically because of that. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, so I do want to call awareness to that. Also, Shane, keep up the good work. Alright, so we only have about 45 minutes left. Pause this 45 minutes of this, then a 10-minute bonus video at the end.
Jack, the streets have belonged to Nintendo gamers long before you tried.
And then in the context of trying to AstroTurf a street gaming meetups for Vita when we were doing this from grassroots with 3DS, it kind of
games and systems they prefer. Now, on the other hand, if you want to see some real portable gaming lifestyle photos and video that isn't scripted or contrived, that dares to exhibit real people of all ages and dress styles and skin tones, not just beautiful young men, check the links.
Yeah, back when... I clearly did that specifically for the annotation boxes. Did I like growing up in New York? Well, I enjoyed my childhood in New York. I certainly enjoyed being able to see trains out my back window every 10 minutes. Coming in and out of going along the A train line. And imagine if I grew up in Ohio. Yeah, Well, I mean, if I grew up in Ohio, I probably would have liked to. If I lived in a rural area, I probably would have liked being able to see the cows in the neighbor's farm out the back window. You know, running around eating grass or whatever cows do. So, you wouldn't have met Reggie? Yeah, but hey, you can only wonder about
probably the worst picture
like,
of the lot. This picture of this dude.
I really this is worth calling out though specifically.
Photograph out of them all, and it just shows how fake these so-called lifestyle images are. Because look at that skateboard. Look at the perfect graphics on that skateboard. You could just tell that this guy has never ridden that skateboard for a day in his life. A real skateboard looks like this. It looks shot to heck. I mean, you might put, you know, some decals on it, and those eventually get jacked up.
I used to use that skateboard to go to my friend's house all the time.
A real boarder
who lived around the corner, good times.
Does not have a poser sitting around posing with a brand new skateboard looking like that. All right, that is just totally fake. Just something I wanted to get off my chest.
You used to leave the window open to hear the trains at night going to sleep. That's such a nice memory. Yeah, where I grew up, you really couldn't leave your windows open with the. But you could clearly hear the trains clattering by. Because when I say the trains out my back window, like I lived a 10-minute walk from the train station. The train was like. Actually, no, I'm not going to do it now, but it was I haven't really skateboarded since I moved away. Since I moved away, I really don't skateboard much anymore. But what I can say is, the train was several thousand feet away from my back window. So, and I could just see it and hear it, like, just going by every 10 or 15 minutes.
So, now, I opened my video drawing attention to the fact that Sony has said many good things about the 3DS over the months. Sony representatives and leaders have openly mentioned how the 3DS succeeding would help further Sony's goal of making 3D content mainstream, and how that the 3DS...
Yeah, I forgot... Yeah, it's easier to dwell on negative stuff than mainstream stuff, because I forgot about that. There were some less prominent representatives of Sony that were saying that Sony's goal is to make 3D content mainstream, and because of that, they wanted 3DS to be a success. But like it was just like it was just Jack Tritton and Kaz Hirai, who I actually like since they left Sony and they kind of just chilled down a lot and weren't so militant. I actually like them a lot. Like their on-screen presence in interviews and stuff like that. They're fun people, but like they were really cutthroat and making a lot of personal comments against Nintendo 3DS and its supporters at the time. Not even supporters, just like people who owned 3DS.
Success boded well for Sony because it proves that portable gaming devices still have a relevance in the tablet and mobile gaming age. Now, I said that to draw attention to the fact that even though I refuse to let go of Jack Tritton's comments about the 3DS being a babysitting tool and that adult 3DS gamers lack self-respect, I'm fully aware that he alone doesn't speak for Sony and the PlayStation brand as a whole, and to give context to the irony that Jack seems convinced that the idea of adult 3DS owners is absurd, but Sony needs to release a bunch of content which serves no purpose.
Yeah, that was a unique interaction. Like, it's kind of funny, like Nintendo, like they're so cutthroat, like their legal department can be so cutthroat, but at the same time, like at a company, they're so like
pretending to use their products. They're so advertising. They all do that. And sometimes it's pretty cheesy.
Approachable and friendly and warm, and also so cutthroat and litigious. It's so interesting how they balance all those different elements.
I actually discussed how Nintendo's promo materials, and I drew comparisons, and I even took some shots at Nintendo when I felt the need. But I refilmed that and cut that part because I really wanted to focus on the Sony and the Vita. Now, at the moment,
it's interesting seeing a model posing
to me with the 3DS promo photo
with the white GBA.
Right
They're trying to pose like an adult model with like the more toy-like original model GBA. Much easier to pull that off convincingly with the SP.
I think they demonstrate my point nicely in this case, because you see just these 5 promotional images from
the Nintendo 3DS exhibit more
Let's see what point I'm
diversity
making.
than the full set of 30 lifestyle photos Sony released for the Vita. The comparison I see here to Sony's lifestyle photos is that, for one, these aren't being
That's
passed off
interesting
as
for me
having
to-
anything to do with the real lifestyles of gamers. I mean,
Okay. And it's interesting that I'm making... there's some things like that I'm glad I did. Like me saying those things then about like the variety of people would be a very... come off more political if I were to make those sorts of observations now as compared to back then. Because those... like, it's something I was aware of, but it wasn't like a... diversity wasn't like the politically charged buzzword it's kind of become since then. So it's nice to be able to see me comment on this in a way where I don't have to be concerned about it being colored like I'm pushing a political agenda of some sort, where I'm just commenting on the variety of people just as an objective statement. I don't want to send the chat in a certain direction, but I just wanted to comment on that.
I mean,
It's
unless
interesting.
3DS gamers like to wear all white
I just
out.
have this... where did I don't remember. I haven't thought about that green. I think I left that behind when I moved. I left a lot of... I just flat out left a lot of clothes behind when I moved.
On the system itself and on the models pretending to enjoy them. And there's no focus on the fashion-savvy dress of the models, no full-body shots of them, you know, in hip-looking street scenes posing with an unused skateboard while wearing
We're almost
army
done with
boots
this.
that they could never wear while skateboarding. I mean, no. The white outfits and the backgrounds, the attention in the 3DS, in the 3DS photos is drawn mainly to the system itself and the player's face. And while this set of Vita photos compared to Nintendo's are lacking in diversity and make a belabored effort to create an aura of artificial coolness around the Vita. Now, there are other 3DS promo photos set in a cafe, in a restaurant, another in someone's house, but these include more diversity, aren't the head-to-toe shots of, you know, how cool the people look. They don't have the ironic background context of a company president making fanboyish remarks about the self-respect of gamers on other systems while trying too hard in this case to seem cool with their own system. Now, in short, to me, these 3DS photos are about how much fun you could have while playing, and the Vita photos seem to be more about how cool you can look while playing. And that, to me, is a misstep on Sony's behalf. Now, that doesn't mean that Sony's evil, or that they suck, or that the Vita won't be a fun system. It's just something that they could improve on in future promotional materials.
I wish Sony had more
And
faith in the Vita. They just
you
wanted
mentioned
an
something
easy
else
win.
about me
And the second
commenting
they
on
didn't
whether or
get
not
that,
Sony's photos
like
are
with the
racist.
Wii U,
Now, let's make
it was a
something
flop.
clear
Nintendo,
right now.
but
I
they
said
like
absolutely
E3
nothing about
2014
racism
was one
in
of the
regards
best.
to Sony's
Like
photos.
that
I
digital
commented
event,
on
that was one of the
diversity
best
in terms of
E3s
gender and skin
Nintendo
tone, but I
had.
never
They
once said a word
did
about racism or prejudice. You could talk about
they did everything they could to breathe, to resurrect that system.
They're different things. They're related, but they're very different. Now, and finally, you have accused me of what you call fallacies and falsehoods. But just really, name one thing objectively false or incorrect about anything I've said in my last video. Everything in that video is just my perception, just my opinion. So I hope that clarifies that for you, and that hopefully this clears up everything about my last video. And see the PS Vita. When I hope you do see the PS Vita, I hope you like what you see and you have a great time with it. I mean, I was there on day one when the PSP launched North America. I liked it. I even liked that little analog nub everyone complained about. And even though I had to sell my PSP, I didn't do so happily. And I liked become sort of a connoisseur system.
Yeah, well, I didn't have an HD TV at the time, so
who could look past the lack of frequent blockbuster
Wii games were still coming out at this point, but
that most gamers
so I didn't really have. I didn't have an HD TV. I was playing. I was spending a lot of time.
I miss just the way that
in like waiting rooms and a lot of time in hospital rooms, frankly, so yeah, the 3DS was a. I mean, I told Serial Ross. I don't know if you mentioned, but I mean that's how I ended up with 6.5 million steps on my 3DS. I brought it with me everywhere. You know,
I think that was one of the coolest portable systems I ever
don't know.
owned.
Like I just
and what I thought
And
about
when
it
I
being
get
cool had nothing to do
when I
with
get a little stubble, I get annoyed by it, and
contrived scenes.
so
of
I just want to buzz
how
that just
funky I
for
could
my neck
look,
to be clear,
posing with
and
it on
then
the
it's
street.
like,
So
well, I might as well just buzz the
hopefully
mustache.
That,
Like
that
it's
clarifies my criticism of the PS Vita lifestyle photos.
maybe.
And thank you very much for watching.
If I end up moving, maybe at some point I'll
It's already become
go a
fashionable
little while
to
without
consider
buzzing
the
it at all.
PlayStation Vita
So
a guaranteed disaster. And it hasn't even had a chance to get out the gate in North America yet. It launches later
Well,
this
I'm
month.
sticking
in
up for the
February
Vita now.
2012 in North America. It hasn't done
That
well in
one's a little
Japan.
this video's a tad
Sony's
louder.
reduced their shipments to Europe from what they were originally planning to ship. And
yeah, the reduced shipments to Europe. There was a Sony fanboy who made like a. I watched it on stream like months ago. We watched it on stream together. He made this deranged like half-hour. He had some kind of DJ for an online radio show on Blog Talk Radio, where he went on a half-hour rant against me, where he made incredibly severe. Like I possibly could have, if I wanted to, I could have actually sued him for defamation, and not just like he didn't just make fun of me. He made like severe accusations against me because I made a pro Nintendo video, and he basically made a video. He basically made this Blog Talk Radio. He made this episode of his show about me, expecting me to fly off the handle and make an outraged video against him. And instead, I just made a video of me listening to the podcast while playing Mario Kart 7, where I'm like basically not reacting to anything. And then I just looked at the camera and was like, really? And that messed with him so bad that he was like, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I shouldn't have done that. I can't believe I said that to you. Your dreadlocks are so much better than mine. Like, he really... No, it was someone else, and I'm not gonna mention... I mean, if we watch... if you look in my YouTube VODs archive, you could eventually... I forgot which stream it is. Actually, let me pull it up. I could just pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up, because it's not hard to find, because it's, I don't really number, I just, on my VOD archives, if you type in !VODs in the chat, it'll pull up the link to the entire archive. It's not hard to find. It started as a Klonoa stream, and it ended up turning into a stream of, yeah, it started as a Klonoa stream, and somehow it turned into a stream of us watching Nintendo E3 2001, E3 2002, and E3 2003. And actually, this isn't a bad video to link here. It started with Mario 64 and Klonoa and turned into... Alright, here we go. Here we go. And I actually... This will be cool, because I could... So it is 1:31 into this particular stream. I'll drop it in right here. You can watch me watching it, and if you like my watch party type content, this is the first. That link I just posted is actually to my first ever watch party stream. So it's pretty good for the people watching today who like this stuff in particular. But it messed with him so bad that he immediately apologized and was like, "I'm so sorry" and whatever. And it's the segment where he starts ranting about me actually starts with him talking about he was excited about Vita and he was disappointed because they already reduced the shipments and everything, and it was bad news. And I was like,
they really haven't sold as well as nearly as well as they should, as one would expect. What Sony hoped. I mean, people were pessimistic.
I forgot I made this video
before
actually.
Launch, saying it was going to fail. When it launched and was selling less than expected, you know, it was basically, I see Nintendo made a lot of the same mistakes with the 3DS launch that Sony made with the PlayStation 3 launch, when they have a previous system that has such strong brand recognition and the technology in the successor is so awesome that they really expected the new system to launch based on that. And the second that didn't happen, 3 months in, Nintendo went straight into survival mode and put on the brakes and just totally changed their approach. PlayStation Vita, if 3DS had a failed launch, this is based only on Japan, of course, at this point. If 3DS had a bad launch, then
Vita's launch is really just abysmal, and it's already become very fashionable to consider the whole platform just a lost cause. And Sony seems really intent, just with the fact that they dropped the PSP branding, they're starting a whole new identity for the system. They really did not want the Vita to be a stopgap, just sort of to be a side platform, sort of like the PSP was to an extent. They really wanted this to be a huge axis of the PlayStation brand going into the 8th generation, and that's probably a lot. Vita, the resources and they've put into Vita is probably a lot of the reason we're not going to see any talk of PlayStation 4 for quite a while.
You like to use your Vita to play Nintendo games?
Probably not even.
Well, I mean, heck, if Sony doesn't want to put games on it, if the world were a fairer place to the Vita, if life was fairer, Vita would be like retiring. Would have been retired within the last year or so at the latest. It'd be getting those last trickle out of games for Vita, just like with 3DS. And we'd be talking about like the PSP 3 or the Vita 2 or the PlayStation, like, I don't know. What's a pretentious Latin name? The PlayStation, I don't know, whatever they want to call it. The D-pad and OLED screen are the perfect match for classic Nintendo. Yeah, so if Sony doesn't want to put games on the Vita, I mean, then the hackers and modders are going to do it for them, because the Vita's a nice little piece of hardware.
Personally, I think it could catch on. I think it has a chance. I mean, most system launches aren't that strong. They don't have many games at all. Most system launches, the hardcore early adopters buy it in anticipation for the eventual games that'll be out for it. Like, what did PlayStation 2 launched with? Like, Tekken Tag Tournament and Ridge Racer and Fantavision? I mean, like, systems in general, they might have one headline game, but systems in general don't tend to have especially strong, amazing, varied launches. PlayStation Vita's launch, I see it being uncommonly strong for a new system.
I don't even remember what came out with the Vita at this point, frankly.
Launch with will be especially stronger in the U.S. and in Europe than they have been in Japan. A lot of those games are a bit more Western skewed that launched in Japan, like Rayman Origins and Uncharted Golden Abyss and Little Deviants to an extent. And what else?
Like, I never even played Golden Abyss. I haven't played any Uncharted game, but just seeing... I remember being in GameStop, just seeing
that's
Golden Abyss running on something the size of a Game Boy Advance. That was incredible. That was cool.
I rank that launch selection as being higher than Nintendo 3DS's Day 1 launch selection. And I think maybe as an independent platform, the Vita is not going to live up to its expectations.
If I realized this video was entirely about Vita, I wouldn't have included it, but I'm glad I did.
But I think as an extension of the PlayStation 3 experience, I think it has potential to catch on in time. No other system, no other device offers, the highest high performance, high definition, portable, game-centric portable game experience with the with the traditional controls, buttons and analog sticks. And Vita is the only system that has that. I mean, I have the 3DS. I love the 3DS. It's going to be my choice handle of the 8th generation, but I see I see value in what Vita has to offer for gamers on the go who really want to take their console style experience with them. And
I have to look up when I made this video, because this is going to be especially hilarious if
it turned out to be a viable
system.
Did
I make this after?
And I say did
I make this? I think I might have made this before.
The PSP was viable.
That guy made that rant against me, and he just saw that video where I was like thumping my chest, like, "Oh, Nintendo's going to do great." And it was like, "Oh, he hates Sony.
A viable platform.
Let me troll him and say horrible things about him."
And we'll see how it goes, but just all this negativity. I mean, and then there's the fact that now we have no news that there's going to be absolutely no UMD transfers on the Vita in North America, whereas in Japan you get paid varying, seemingly randomly decided fees to transfer certain UMD games onto your PlayStation Vita in a
I forgot that was even a thing in Japan.
Free of the UMD disc. And now there's going to be absolutely no system like that in North America, and I can't decide what's hurting Sony more: the fact that they've have no backwards compatibility with the PSP UMD library, and that's creating ill will, or the fact that, you know, if they did have the system and they're overcharging for people to play the same games they already own. I mean, if you buy a song on iTunes,
it's weird watching
you
this
don't have to
I
buy
went
one for your computer,
the rest of my life and never
iPod,
remembered that I
one for your
created this
iPhone,
video.
one to play through your Apple TV. You buy the product, and then it runs on all your devices and tablets and computers. You know, it's limited to a certain extent, but you don't have to rebuy it for every device you use it on. So this is sort of biting Sony
wow,
on the butt
we've
right
been
now.
streaming
It's
for,
gonna
I
bite
think this
Nintendo
might
on
be the
butt, too, if
longest
there's
stream
not a way
ever.
to
We've been
transfer
streaming for
over
9.5
virtual
hours so
console
far.
games in a
This is definitely the
reasonable
longest
fashion
stream I've done
onto
since the
Wii
Thanksgiving
U.
Day commercial
And, I mean, it's
marathon
ridiculous
stream.
with Nintendo. I mean, you could buy the game, it's registered to your Club Nintendo account, but if something happens, if your system gets destroyed or something, and you call Nintendo and say, hey, my game's got destroyed, can I transfer to my new system? They'll basically, I've heard experiences of them
a 5-hour
basically
video
accusing you of trying to
9
steal
hours
the games
and then
from
4
them.
hours worth of
Meanwhile, the My
commentary.
Nintendo account right there shows documented proof that you owned and registered these games. So it's
all
kind
on
of
the same.
ridiculous.
Okay, no, actually, I forgot. I did refill this water bottle
Console
once.
manufacturers are going to have to get with the digital age in terms of users feeling confident about their digital content if they expect digital to become significant.
Is this a 24-hour stream? Hey, Swift
sort
Pro.
Of smaller sort of purchases
no,
like legacy,
this is
games,
a 3DS retrospective.
Type stuff like push milk.
We are playing. We are playing Pachinko on the Sega SG-1000. We are playing this via FPGA on my Analog Mega SG. This game, I definitely don't have the real cartridge because this game goes for upwards of $2,000 because this is the first recalled game in Sega history. And the reason they recalled it is basically because Sega realized it wasn't that good. They basically recalled the game because it sucked. Which is kind of ironic because at the time, this would have been the best Pachinko game ever made. But like weeks after they recalled the first version, they made Pachinko 2, which had... and yes, I'm going to pause to prove. This is live gameplay of Pachinko. Yeah, they which had had like 3 different Pachinko tables on it.
This is all about Vita. I think it has a chance.
This is not a 24-hour stream.
I mean, I'm not going to buy it.
Once we finish watching this, what I did for the 3DS 10th anniversary.
You know, I had the PlayStation Portable. I enjoyed it. It was a nice system. And
so
you know,
basically, we have 25 minutes left of this.
Releases for it.
You'll go back and look at a little bit of the E3 stuff.
Most gamers wouldn't really consider playing, and in that sense, there are a lot of good games that
and
most people weren't willing to try.
a couple of moments just to
third-party
laugh
games on the
real
Wii
quick. But then I just have a 10-minute video
that
that's actually just a
really
condensed version of something that I streamed about last month.
First or second-party games, so.
That I know a lot of you weren't here for, but it's like the sort of the best part of it.
Well, that's all I have to say. Thanks for watching.
You're at Trader Joe's? All right. Hopefully we can grab some good stuff there. I still haven't been at Trader Joe's since I moved.
I'm known on YouTube as a Nintendo guy. I'm a Nintendo supporter. I'm a Nintendo fan. But I just want to go on the record.
This seems a little quieter. Let me turn up the volume a bit.
I like the Vita. I'm probably never going to own it, but I hope this system does well. I had the PlayStation Portable. I enjoyed that system.
There were a lot of people thinking that I was just a Sony or Vita hater.
And really, I think the lineup
so I was
for the
making
Vita
a lot of videos refuting that.
The day one lineup for the Vita is better than the day one lineups for most home consoles, let alone, you know, portables. It's better than the 3DS's day one lineup, and I think it may not have a blockbuster launch on day one. It may take a while to find its legs. And I think it's going to find its way in time. I think it's going to do at least as well as the original PSP. And while the PSP didn't, stop Nintendo out of the race, but it sold. It was a viable, fun system in its own right. And I think that
only exactly 25 minutes left
in time. The same way the 3DS, it took a while to find its legs, even if the Vita is never. I don't think it's ever going to blow 3DS out the water or nothing like that. But I think it could be a viable system if gamers are willing to give it a chance, and if Sony gets their act together. And as far as how Sony's been running their portable business, maybe, Jack Trenton, you really
you did something really foolish when you accused 3DS owners of lacking self-respect, saying that no self-respecting adult's gonna want to be seen in public with a 3DS.
Yeah, I really did not
going
let that
babysitting
quote
tool.
go.
When you do that, you're really just showing a lack of confidence in your own platform. You're basically just like saying, "Oh, my cars must not be fast enough, so I'm just gonna run up and slash Nintendo's tires." That's what you're doing when you spread that sort of rancor and ill will through the gaming community. And in doing that, you may have probably maybe you jinxed Sony and the PlayStation Vita with some bad karma, you know, because
All
real
right,
gamers,
hold on.
no matter whether it's PSP or Xbox or or mobile gaming or whatever, you know, the device you play games on, it's the tool of your trade. It's not. If you're a real gamer, the device you use to play games, it's not a status symbol to show how cool you are or to impress people you don't know on the bus or on the train or in a waiting room somewhere. No, it's just the tool of the gaming trade. Your device of choice is just the tool of your trade. And whether it's, you know, the Nintendo DS or 3DS or PSP or PS Vita or Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, no matter what, and even the iPod Touch, those are all sold out of toy stores. You can get every single one of those devices out of any Toys R Us. They are ultimately toys. All of them. And I say that with the utmost affection and honestly, they're all just toys. So, that being said, you know, what needs to be said now is that I like the PlayStation brand. I have respect for PlayStation. I mean, some of my fondest game memories are on PlayStation systems. And I see Vita as being a major part of Sony's plan for the PlayStation brand. And if PlayStation Vita bombs completely, it's going to be a major blow to the future of PlayStation. I really see PS Vita in a large sense as being Sony's substitute or their alternative for having a PlayStation 4 in their immediate future, which, you know, Microsoft and Nintendo clearly have for their Xbox. So we're going to do you a favor. Us gamers, we know we're smarter than you, Jack Trenton, and we know that the PlayStation brand is not about, it's ultimately about, you know, fun that's worth the money, just like Nintendo. And we're going to, if there's any bad karma out there cursing the PS Vita, you know, dooming it to fail because of the ill will and the bad energy you, Jack Turton, put out there for the Vita.
Alright.
We gamers, we are going to absolve that bad karma for you.
I apparently didn't say anything too outrageous.
We're going to do it in our own way, and we don't need your help for this. We are going to absolve and negate the bad karma you put out there when you diss the 3DS the way you did. And in doing that, hopefully the PS Vita will have a chance to succeed or fail based on the games themselves, which is always what matters most. So I'll see you guys soon, and thank you very much for watching. Early on in the Nintendo 3DS's lifespan, the system suffered from what's probably one of the worst problems a system could have, which is a lack of game selection. But really now, it's gotten to the point where there are literally more games available and coming out for Nintendo DS, both retail and you know, downloadable, than I have the attention or the time or the money for. And right now, I'm playing Super Mario 3D Land. I mean, I'm nowhere close to getting all the metal coins and getting through all the special stages. I mean, Ocarina of Time, I haven't touched that in quite a while, and I haven't even gotten past the third dungeon, let alone gotten to the end of the game and really explored every nook and cranny of what this game has.
I think I got past the Forest Temple, and I stopped playing Ocarina of Time at that point.
This is definitely
on 3DS.
like, I'm definitely rediscovering this game from the ground up, and there's Mario Kart 7. I mean, with the online communities and the online play.
And it's funny because
all the stuff built into the game itself. I'm going to be playing that.
I
probably
really miss having my
for the
title
remainder of the
screens.
3DS
I'm glad I brought them back
to
in my newer videos.
And then that's not
considering like virtual console stuff like like Tetris and Super Mario Brothers and Alleyway, like those are games that I could just pick up and play. I'm gonna be playing
straight
those
up Game Boy Tetris
for hours, for years to come. And then there's virtual console stuff like Kirby's Dream Land and Super Mario Land. I'm done with those. I'm probably rarely gonna ever play those again. And then there's virtual console stuff like Donkey Kong for Game Boy and Super Mario Land 2 and Balloon Kid. I haven't even beaten those, to completion yet. And then there's virtual console stuff like for the
What did I
3DS
say?
Ambassador
What did I
stuff.
say?
I'm not gonna go too much into that since those games.
What,
are
not beating
developed.
Ocarina of Time?
Stuff like Mario vs.
I'm gonna
Donkey Kong.
the
and
only
Fire Emblem,
Zelda
Sand
game.
Stones, and Legend
Have
of
I?
Zelda: The
I
Minish
don't think
Cap.
I've
Those
ever
barely even gotten into. Those are
played
maybe hours of
a
gameplay right there.
Zelda
There's
game from beginning
stuff
to end
I've got
more
the
than
3DS
once.
Ambassador Program. I'm just
Even my
ignoring
favorites.
it.
Like, I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
be a
I've
wild card
ever.
if I ever get into it. Like Kirby.
Yeah, I
and the
don't think
Amazing
I've
Mirror
ever
and,
beaten
Mario
a Zelda
Kart,
game from
for
beginning
Game
to
Boy
end
Advance,
more
and
than
then there's
once.
stuff
So,
for NES.
but I generally don't replay RPGs from beginning to end
3DS
anyway.
Masters, like Wreck
The only
Crew
RPGs I've ever
NES Open
played from
Golf,
beginning to
I'm never
end
gonna
more
play
than
those,
once
to be frankly
is
with you. And
Pokemon
then
Red,
there's
which
the
since I
eShop,
got the
there's,
game in '98, I
Pushmo.
played
I'm having a
through
blast with that. I'm gonna be playing
maybe
that,
twice.
for
Once when I
years
was a
to
little
come.
kid, and another
Awesome
time
3D
in like
puzzle game.
2008.
And then on the eShop that I haven't bought yet, there's V's and Mighty
And
Switch Force.
I
and
played
Beat the
Pokemon
Muds. Like,
Black
those games,
and White. I played
literally,
through
I'm
that
just so
twice.
occupied with what I already have for 3DS that I literally feel
So-
bad that I haven't bought those games and supported those developers. Because I've heard nothing but good things about all those games. And Dylan's Rolling Western just came out. I'm gonna probably download that soon before all those others. But,
I downloaded that, and never
just
beat
the
it.
sheer amount of stuff that is
This
on
was
this
the
thing
point in my life where I started to
that
realize,
doesn't
like,
even- I don't even
I
have,
have
need
when I
have
started
a
to
game card
think to
here have
myself, like,
tons and tons
am
of
I
stuff
going to
to bring with
really
me as
play
far as game
through this
entertainment
game
goes,
enough
let
to
alone
get my money's worth? Even if I don't
all
beat it,
this
if I'm going to
stuff
play
that
enough to
has
get my
nothing to do
money's
with
worth,
games like, sending notes via
if I'm not going to play it that much,
Swapnote,
do I really need to
using
get
a
it?
web
Just to
browser
say
and,
on the forums, like,
using
yeah,
a
I've got
music
that
player
game,
that
I've got
I
this
use.
game, you know?
My
The
3DS
fear
now,
of
it's
missing
my
out
music
thing.
player. It's my mobile web browser. It's my movie player, through Netflix and Nintendo Video. I don't even have, I don't have a smartphone. Like all those things that most people do.
I
on
might have
smartphone,
had
I have a
some
blast
kind
doing
of
with this
weird,
thing. It
like,
serves all those
quasi
functions really
halfway
well for me.
thing
And,
between
that's
a
not even thinking
proper.
about retail stuff like Sonic Generations.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't
haven't bought
think
a
it was
retail
until
Sonic game since Sonic Triple Trouble
13 or
on the Game Gear back in
2014 that I
94.
got
One
my
of the first games
first
I bought
proper
with my own money.
smartphone.
Technically,
There was a
the last
point.
Sonic game
No,
I
it was in
bought
2013.
retail
I got
was,
like a
Sonic Labyrinth. That's
a
just,
phone.
that
I
was
think it was
just
called
so
a Sunny Side or
disappointed I didn't
something,
consider that.
where it was almost
So
like a
to play
smartphone, but not
Sonic
quite.
a side-scrolling Sonic game again on a portable system like Sonic for Game Gear was one of my first modern video games. I'd love to do that. So I can't wait to get Sonic.
I do feel like these
Generations
videos,
for the 3DS,
some like the
Rayman Origins.
videos I'm making about the PS Vita, which I never even owned, were kind of more stimulating or interesting to me than the 3DS videos. Because like with the Vita videos, I'm relating to other people's enjoyment of a system I know I'm never going to have.
And then there's
So I guess I was maybe using my
Uprising's
brain a
coming
bit
soon. I mean,
more,
that
so it's like a little more
using,
interesting
you know,
to
the
look back
3D,
on that
great
thought
graphics,
process.
using the touch
Whereas with
screen,
3DS, it's like
using
something I already have
AR
that's already there
cards,
that I already
using
like, so
online
maybe
play and wireless multiplayer,
maybe it's not
and
as
Street Pass and Spot Pass.
maybe
Kid
it's
Icarus
less
Uprising is
stimulating
like
to
the
see.
epitome of
Watch me
what
talk about
an
something I know I
awesome
already like,
Nintendo 3DS game
and
can be.
spent like
You know,
millions
Kid
of
Icarus is like the
steps of
epitome
my
of
life
what
with.
Nintendo's vision for the 8th generation in the mobile space is. And then there's retail stuff that like Kingdom Hearts and a new Zelda that's already been promised to us. Like I don't have the money and the time, the attention for all that. I mean, and then there's
I never
retail
even
stuff
played.
that
I
I'm not
played
even,
the.
I know is good.
I
that
barely
I'm just
played Kingdom
genuinely
Hearts
not even
1 anyway,
interested in,
so it's not like I
Resident
even.
Evil Revelations. And
I played the
Metal
most I
Gear
played of
Solid,
Kingdom Hearts was the
Snake Eater
demo
3D and
of Dream Drop
Star Fox
Distance
64
when it was
3D
downloadable.
That I just don't care about them. I mean, they may be great games, but I'm just not interested in them. I'm not just naming game after game just to say, oh, the 3DS has so many games. I'm only naming stuff that I'm personally interested in and would personally spend my money and time on. And then there's stuff like, Face Raiders and AR games on the 3DS that come built into it. I barely even touch those things. I really don't even care about it. In fact, I think I deleted Face Raiders from my 3DS. I mean, how much entertainment do you need on constantly with you? I mean,
I bring the 3DS with me every single day. I use the music player and the other functions on it. I mean,
necessarily play video games on it every time I bring it out the house, but I bring this thing with me every day, and I have plenty of time spent in waiting rooms.
And it was,
on
in fact, my main music
buses
player
or just
until I
waiting for
ended up
stuff
getting
that I have
an
to
Android
play
phone.
games in, and really, even with all that,
Actually, even once I did get
I've
the
yet
Android
to
phone,
exhaust the entertainment value and what I already have on this system. And I mean, I could go into the records keeper thing and show you all the gameplay hours I've had on this thing. So really,
actually, that's interesting. Let me do that now.
For
let
me
pull out,
personally,
let me
there
pull
are
out
more
my,
games than I even need to keep
'cause
my
I
interest and occupy
had
me
that
for
open
now.
anyway. earlier.
And that's not even considering what's out there that I haven't
Yeah,
bought yet.
activity log. Let's open
what I
this
want to
bad boy
buy
up.
that
Let's
hasn't
see
been
what I've
released
been-
yet. That
what
isn't
my
even
kind of
on
my
the horizon yet, and
final,
what's
so to
going be
speak,
announced
3DS stats
at,
are.
at E3 and at Game Developer Conference. So
Software
really,
library.
3DS, that's
Ranking.
quite a lot of entertainment. If
Okay.
you ask me. So that's the state of my relationship.
Number
with
one
what the 3DS
title.
has to offer right now.
If you weren't doubting that I did, my number one title of all time on the 3DS. It's going to be inverted on this camera. It's probably going to barely... Look at that. Number one... Yeah, it's not going to focus good. This is not the best camera. Webcam. Number one piece of software on my 3DS, having carried it with me for 6.5 million steps, which is the equivalent distance between New York and California, New York and like Los Angeles, California, on foot. Number one game of all time is Nintendo 3DS Sound. 590 hours of listening to music on this thing. My second biggest game is Pokemon Omega Ruby. 342 hours. My fourth is Pokemon Y with only 95 hours. Yeah, can you believe the difference? You could tell I definitely liked Pokemon Omega Ruby a lot more than Pokemon Y. 324 hours on Pokemon Ruby, Omega Ruby, only 95 hours on Pokemon Y. 75 hours on the Meepass Street Plaza. 61 hours with Mario Kart 7.
A whole ton of games, more than I have time or money or...
Wow, 57 hours with Pokemon Sun. Wow, I liked Pokemon Sun a heck of a lot more than Pokemon Y, and I spent half as much time with it. 7th place, 47 hours, is Super Mario 3D Land. In 8th place, with 31 hours, Pokemon Trading Card Game. Now, this one's a shocker. 9th place, 24 hours. So one day of my life was spent with the internet browser on the 3DS. I bet 90% of that time was spent waiting for stuff to load that never did.
I'm pretty happy.
10th place. 23rd place is Alleyway. 11th place, 21 hours, Nintendo 3DS camera. 19th place, 12th place, 19 hours, Super Smash Brothers. Wow, this is interesting. 13th place with 18 hours. How did I spend 18 hours on Mii Maker? 18 hours in the eShop. 17 hours on Ocarina of Time 3D. And at this point, we're at games I didn't spend that much time on. 13 hours in Pokemon Bank. That was spent arranging things to make my living Pokedex. 11 hours and 57 minutes with New Super Mario Bros. 2. 11 hours and 56 minutes on Pokemon Puzzle League, which was I feel like was one of the games I played on here a lot with Pokemon Puzzle League, and it was only nearly 12 hours. 11 hours and 47 minutes on Swap Note. Most of that spent in pain trying to handwrite on here with my motor disability. 20th place. 11 hours and 12 minutes with Pokemon Black. 10 hours with Pokemon Black 2. And mind you, with my Pokemon Black and Black 2, for all the DS games, I probably spent just as much time on a DS Lite or with my DSi XL. 9 hours and 11 minutes with Ultimate NES Remix. 8 hours with Pilot Wings... actually, 8 hours, 54 minutes. So nearly 9 hours with Pilot Wings Resort. It's amazing. I barely played... Wow, it took me 8 hours to get through Kid Icarus. And the rest of this is like... What? Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear, 5 hours. Super Mario Land, 5 hours. 5 hours with Paper Mario Sticker Star, or Stupid Star, as I like to call it. 5 hours with Rayman 3D, and it's all downhill from there. Only 3.5 hours with Pushmo. I said a lot of good stuff about the game. I remember liking it a lot. Only 3.5 hours. 3 hours with Game Boy Tetris. Only 3 hours with Kid Icarus Uprising. 2.5 hours with Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. 2.5 hours with Yoshi's Woolly World. Barely 2 hours with WarioWare Inc. for Game Boy Advance. 2 hours with NES Pac-Man? Barely 2 hours. Everything else is under 2 hours from here on. Wow. The Super Mario 3D Land E3 demo. Hey, I'll see Adelheid. Super Mario 3D Land demo. I spent an hour and a half watching the Super Mario 3D Land demo. That's scary. And at this point, we're down to 18, 17 minutes. Spent 13 minutes with Yoshi on NES. And the rest is just like trailers and stuff. Things I booted up with less than a minute. Wow, what is this? With 1 minute, Nintendo DS demonstration. Time played. First played in 2011 on first played January 1st, 2011. Okay. Nintendo DS demonstration first played January 1st, 2011. How did this is some kind of weird some weird software thing, because there's no way I played a Nintendo DS demo before the Nintendo 3DS even came out. So let's finish this.
So that's that, and thank you very much for watching.
Okay, this one's cute. I remember this.
Well, it looks like it works. I guess it gets a 10 because it's working. Thanks for watching.
Actually,
yeah, that was a review of the Nintendo 3DS stand.
Now, if Nintendo announces a 3DS redesign or a major revision to the hardware at E3 2012, and I mean like a major revision, like from the DS to DS Lite, or from DS Lite to DSi, or like the DSi to DSi XL. If they announce a major revision or redesign, or like add a new circle pad to it, or anything like that, I will smack myself square in the face with a raw chicken egg, and I will record the whole thing and I'll put it on YouTube if Nintendo announces that at this year's E3. I have no reason to believe they're going to do it. It doesn't make sense for them to do it.
And
at
I
this
was
point,
right.
in my opinion.
They waited till a week after E3.
Yeah, I'm so confident that they won't. That if they do, I will smack myself square in the face with a raw chicken egg and upload it to YouTube. And if they like announce that the 3DS is going to have brighter screens or something, and that doesn't count, or if they're going to very like tweak it a little bit, because they've even had sort of already incremental revisions where like I heard some of the circle pads are a bit better than others, or like little tiny things like that. But if they like make a major revision to it, like a redesign, like a 3DS Lite or a 3DS I or 3DS XL or 3DS SP Double Deluxe Happy Super Fun Edition or anything like that, I will smack myself in the face with a raw chicken egg and upload it to YouTube. I've laid down the gauntlet. That's all I want to do in this video. Thanks for watching. So I know I've talked about the 3DS XL a little bit, but I haven't gone much into my personal opinion.
So I forgot I did this. At some point I had a British Rail logo beneath the Operation Blue Wave sign. I guess I like trains, I guess? I don't know.
Opinions on it.
Well, what I said was E3. E3 came and went, E3 ended, they did not announce the revision. They announced the revision like a week later, so I didn't. But there is another incident where I didn't even lay down the gauntlet for that, but I did said something. I spent like 10 minutes. Made a really great video trying to disprove the existence of Super Mario Maker back when it leaked. Because the way it leaked was exactly like how a hoax would be made. And I said there's no way it's real. It turned out to be real. So I smacked myself in the face with a raw chicken egg. And you can either find that on YouTube yourself, or sometime in the future.
Now, actually, I believe I already mentioned that at the Nintendo World Store when they were having the E3 2012 viewing party, like right after the main presentation ended, there was already rumors spreading in the store that Nintendo had a 3DS redesign in Los Angeles under lock and key, that they're ready to show if Sony had pushed the Vita more and been more aggressive with that. But that wasn't the case, so Nintendo chose to keep that close to their chest for a bit longer. And really, aside from that, my personal opinions on it, I'm really not bothered by it. I mean, I know, being an early adopter of the 3DS, that, you know, there's eventually going to be a new model or a different design.
But
there's really less reason to be upset about the 3DS XL than
really
any.
We're doing the
previous,
chicken egg video today. We're doing it today.
Nintendo handheld reiteration.
We're doing it today.
Like the
I
with the
just
Game Boy
decided
SP,
I didn't care. I just have to find it.
The Game Boy Advance SP. That made the original model effectively obsolete.
Because we've got a bunch of people who are already in the watch party concept.
You demand the light in your system. When you have
got the people here
games
now.
that have dark color
Let me
palettes
just pull
like
up these two
Metroid
videos.
Fusion and Castlevania that you could barely see unless you're sitting directly under a lamp. And
10, 11, 12. Okay, this isn't that much
screen.
material.
That was an improvement as to make the original. There was, once they came out with the SP, they really stopped
I'm just
manufacturing
opening these
the
tabs
original
up so
Game
I
Boy
can copy and
Advance.
paste the links at the end of this video.
The Nintendo DS, you know, it wasn't the prettiest design, especially compared to its direct competition, the PSP. And then they redesigned it a little
This
over a
stream
year
might
later.
end up
Was it
going to
maybe
11.
2 years later?
We'll
It launched
see.
November 2004, 5. I think it was like mid
And
2006
not
the
a
DS
single-
Lite came out in America, and it was
Alright,
very
we're doing
recent.
good.
It was almost like the original. I actually believe
This
that
might be the last video in this
Nintendo
set.
DS was really sort of made.
We only got 8
as
minutes
sort
left
of
of the
cheaper
3DS
and
stuff,
with
so.
less resources and less expensive screens, so that if it was a flop, that it wouldn't have been so damaging to Nintendo's losses. But once it, was established as a successful platform, Nintendo sort of came out and made the more advanced version of the DS, being
So
the
I'm gonna
DS
have to-
Lite.
I-
And the DS Lite, once they came out with that, they stopped making the Nintendo DS, and the DS Lite became the de facto standard model for most of the DS family's lifespan. And, it basically made the original one. It didn't make it obsolete, but it's enough of an improvement that you could reasonably ask, why wasn't this the original model? And the DSi, that was basically Nintendo starting to sort of a test bed for more online connected Nintendo handheld. And I really skipped out on that at the time. I didn't buy a DSi XL till after the 3DS was
7
out.
minutes left.
And the XL
You can
was
tell I
just
can't
a
wait
larger
for this
version
stand because
of
I really
DSi,
want to show you
so,
all this video. Am I gonna have dinner? The artichoke wraps
so if you just bought a
that's all I've
DSi
eaten
and they
since
announced the
breakfast.
XL, or if you just they announced the 3DS
not really that
the
hungry.
week the XL came out in the US.
It also included fresh fruit and a pickle, which I did also eat, so I'm pretty full still. And it's not like I've been burning a lot of calories. The only calories I've been burning are on my mouth. So.
The 3DS XL has no special features that the original 3DS doesn't have. It has no new functions. It's just an option, just a larger option for, I guess it would be ideal if, if you travel with like a backpack anyway, that you'd have like a notebook computer in and or something like that. Or if you just mainly play at home, or it's just an option to have a larger screen to play at home that, it's significantly less portable. I mean, I have a DSi, an XL, I love it, but I don't carry it with me that often. And the utility of those bigger screens, I can't even play my DS Lite after getting used to the DSi XL, but really that
was very true. Once I got the DSi XL, I basically never played with the DSi Lite again.
As to how I play and how I move with my my systems. So I as much as I love the games probably look beautiful on those big screens, especially with the 3D and all that, but it's not that enough of a big deal that I'd go out and buy it. But the main controversy about the 3DS XL, is the fact that there's not a second analog stick built into it. And okay, I'm gonna be frank. The main genres of games I end up playing or being interested in tend to be platformers and arcade games, and so none of those are. And that goes both on portables and when it comes to home consoles. So having dual analog, like, you know, there's some genres where having 2 analog sticks is just sort of the de facto setup for how you play, like first person and third person shooters and
only a few minutes
certain
left.
action games.
I think this is going to be the last
where
video.
You're relying on a lot of dynamic camera control in addition to moving your character.
And I want to skip to the end, but it's like it's so
really
close.
on
We
the
watched
DS,
this
since the
whole
original
thing,
DS,
so it's like there's almost no
series,
point in like skipping it. This
touchscreen
skipping
is
to
sort
the
of
end with
become
like this
the
little bit left.
Substitute for having a second analog stick, and apparently
And we're doing at least we're doing really good in Pachinko.
I didn't see much controversy with that with the DS. But suddenly with the 3DS, there's a lot.
And the thing
like
is,
with
the
Kid
other
Icarus
videos
Uprising,
that I'm going to
there's a
watch
lot of
are in
people who are
widescreen.
upset,
I'm not
like,
really set up to watch widescreen.
Seemingly upset over the idea of holding the system in one hand and the stylus in the other. Now, there are aspects of how Kid Icarus specifically controlled that sort of added to that controversy or backlash against using the touchscreen as a sub-in for a second analog
5 minutes
stick.
to go, pretty much at this point.
My point here is, I'll admit that I'm not heavily into games that would generally be played with 2 analog sticks as the de facto controls. But just in terms of practicality, yeah, there's that big Circle Pad Pro thing for the 3DS, but that seriously that destroys the system's portability. And the thing is, if let's say Nintendo if they built a second analog stick into the 3DS XL, then that totally divides the 3DS user base, and that's not something that makes sense to do. It's not something Nintendo would want to do strategically, because now you're going to let's say you put the second analog stick in it, and developers are like, oh, now I have a second analog stick, and now I'm going to make a game that's reliant on a second control stick to have the optimal controls. Now,
yeah, this next video is going to be fun because it will the result will be me smacking myself in the face with a raw chicken egg, and I dig myself really deep into this hole. And I'm proud of the video I made. It's just like
the Wii, you could
even
add
though I ended up
Wii
being
Motion Plus
totally
and have
wrong,
a game
but we'll
require
see.
Wii Motion Plus, because that's like you could buy that as an add-on, but the add-on, the Wii Motion Plus dongle, does not completely transform the form factor and functionality of the system, where now the system's almost doubled in size. You can't slip it into your pocket easily. The way you travel with it and move with it is different, and it's a portable system. It's supposed to be able to fit in your pocket or in your backpack with ease, and not have a bunch of crazy contraptions you have to attach to it.
It's kind of
saying
like
that,
the reaction to 3D All Stars. It's not like at no point was 3D All Stars scarce. If you wanted it, you could just walk in a store and get it. In my experience, they made many more than they ever theoretically. I don't know if Nintendo expected them all to sell out quicker, and the scalpers like going crazy for it. Like I have a sealed.
In the mid 2000s,
I got a sealed copy of 3D All Stars, and it's honestly the first game I purchased for speculative purposes. I mean, I genuinely if I wanted to play Sunshine.
For some reason, was the Game Boy Advance SP, and the fact that they didn't add
an
X and Y button to the Game Boy Advance SP. And it's like
that would be an easy way to do to play Sunshine.
And now that makes the original model.
But, there are adapters you can get for GameCube. You can play GameCube games.
They're going to be games now.
No,
the
adapters you can get for GameCube
the original Game Boy Advance can't even play now.
For play the GameCube version, the better version. That
if you want to worry about Nintendo, holding out on
aside from because I want
alienating their user base by releasing a re-release system, for all the backlash that there's been about the 3DS XL not having a second circle pad. Now, if you add a second circle pad to it, now that's really punishing the original owners of the original model 3DS and saying, now because you didn't wait and buy either an upgrade that seriously detracts from the portability and usability of the system, or wait for a more expensive upgraded model.
This video ends.
Now
I'm copying the link to the next video. This will be quick. These will be
major
relatively quick compared to that.
So it really doesn't make sense for Nintendo to do that. I can't.
This is
blame them
stream
for,
right now. Estimated end time is going to be like maybe 10:30 or 10:40 at the latest.
Doesn't choose to do, because if Nintendo added a second circle pad to the 3DS XL, I would be making a video right now saying why that was a bad
I enjoy
idea
doing
for
this,
them to
but
do.
it's not something I could do every week. It's not.
I don't want to have to
worry
worry about
spend on
if
on something like this.
If, they're
I haven't
going to
got
come
a
out
whole
with,
lot of time.
you know,
But
a
I love
new,
spending the time
Super
on
Mario
doing
3D
this.
Land 2 and Mario 64.
I'm
There's
making a
dynamic
special occasion
camera
of this
control,
extra
and they map
longest. This is, I think, the longest stream I've ever done.
Camera to a second
We're about to
circle
go into
pad.
double digit. We're 5 minutes away from double digits into.
You know, my
since
only
when I
option is to
first
either
went on
buy a
camera at
circle
like
pad Pro
12,
for my
what,
3DS, or to buy a 3DS XL. I would be very upset about that, and that's not something I want to have to worry about. Even if the new, you know, so everyone, it's just a different option. It doesn't make the original 3DS obsolete. It doesn't, I mean, aside from, now the 3DS is the newest one, but it doesn't make my 3DS any less of a system than it was previously. Like with the
I really
the
don't
DS,
have a strong
I had the
opinion
original
on it.
DS, and then the DS Lite came out.
Well, I go right to
Compared
bed
the
with
DS
streamers.
Lite,
I'm
my
probably
DS,
going to jump
the
on
original
someone.
DS
I'm
was
probably
less
going to
of a
raid
system,
someone if
you know.
someone's around.
The
I'm probably
screens
going
are
to jump on their
abysmally
stream.
dim compared
If
to
I'm
the
hungry
DS
enough,
Lite.
maybe.
It's bulky. It doesn't.
Do I dare imagine
just
I'll
less-
go to Taco Bell?
you
I
know,
doubt it. I'll
it's just
probably
not
just
as
stay
good
here and just
of a-
crack
of
open
a
a can
piece
of
of
soup or
hardware as
something at
much
this
as
point.
I liked it for what
Or
it
maybe
was.
even just make someone like a bag of
This, with
popcorn.
I have my original model 3DS. The 3DS XL came out. I'm not at any disadvantage or anything. Or it's not like with the DS Lite, and then the DS Lite comes out, and now I don't. There are games that have new functions. Or
Yeah, this
you know,
video is a
access
bit
to the
long
web
for
browser,
what
DSi
it's
shop.
actually about.
There's no
I mean,
disparity in that.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of surprised that it was announced when
I
it
mean,
was. And to a certain extent, it sort
like
of
with,
signals
throughout
the
my when I
end
was
of-
doing YouTube as a like
basically, it's Nintendo saying we're going to do whatever
quasi
we
full
want and
time
forget
almost
E3.
because I mean I was going to
They
college and I
announced
was
that
making
just,
YouTube
you know, a few
videos. I
weeks
didn't have
after
any
E3.
day job.
But that's my thoughts on the 3DS XL.
I ended up getting a total of about $200 in ad revenue. Hey, it's the end of the video. Okay, let's. Okay. Hold on. Doggone. Put me back.
It
Hold
is
on.
Sunday, June 8th,
Hold on.
2014, as I'm filming this. And
Interact.
E3 2014
I have
is
to
right
pause
around
this.
the corner.
This is right before E3 2014. I just have to not really set up for widescreen for this, so I got to you got to very high quality. Well, thank you. But all right. So we're not quite. There we go. This looks decent. I mean, we can't. Alright, so we got a big... Where's... We gotta make... Where's... Yeah, make him go away. Alright, here we go. So this is... I made right before... I think I made this the night before E3 2013, so let's... This is only a 11 minute.
It is Sunday, June 8th, 2014.
This is a little too
as I'm
quiet, I
filming
think.
this. And E3 2014 is right around the corner.
Is this
now,
balance
a few
good?
days ago,
All right.
an alleged leaked photo from Nintendo's still in construction E3 2014 booth in Los Angeles appeared on the internet. The big story was that the photo had a poster in the foreground revealing an unannounced game called Mario Maker. This would be, you know, a pretty big news story. It shows someone using a stylus to place enemies and creating their own Super Mario Brothers level. Now, there's been some controversy as to whether or not this photo is authentic, and even though E3 is right around the corner, I want to make this video.
No, I make a great case in this
with
video.
my findings on the subject.
What
Now,
I'm proud of, what I'm most happy about, is I ended up convincing some people that it was a hoax, so that when it was properly revealed during the E3 2014 digital event, they were genuinely surprised again. So I actually kind of despoiled this game for a number of people.
we could the first thing we really need to know is whether or not this picture is from
it's
E3
not
2014
important for this video
and if
to
it's
be
from
in
Nintendo's
widescreen,
booth. Satoru Iwata did a tour of Nintendo's booth at E3 2013 before it opened to the attendees of the convention, and when he pulls the curtain back, you can see that the Wii U demo units are the exact same ones that we can see in the alleged leaked photograph. Now that bodes very well for the leaked photograph to this point. Now, if we look at the ceiling that we see during the E3 2013 booth tour and look at the leaked photo, we can see that the ceiling is the same ceiling And when we combine that with looking at the floors in both the leaked photo and in the video from last year that we know was definitely from the LA Convention Center at Nintendo's booth, we can see that the floors and the ceilings are the same. So we know that the leaked photo is in fact from the LA Convention Center in Nintendo's booth, and that Nintendo's using the same equipment. Now, how do we know that this isn't from an earlier E3? An easy way to tell whether or not this is actually Nintendo's E3 2014 booth is, one, the fact that the setup here is nothing like the setup in the video from E3 2013, and second, look at that sign on top of that display pillar with the villager on it. If you look at that sign and skew it forward facing in Photoshop, even though it's very grainy, we can see what strongly resembles the Super Smash Bros. Emblem. And that would make a lot of sense given that the characters on the neighboring display pillars are Kirby, Pikachu, and the villager. So not only does the floor layout appear to be different from the E3 2013 show floor, but for the Smash Bros. Characters to be displayed so prominently next to the demo units, given that Smash Bros. Wasn't playable at last year's E3, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, we already established that the Wii U display units from E3 2013 are the same ones in this photo that's allegedly from Nintendo's E3 2014 booth.
I am going to shrink.
In the E3 2014 alleged leaked picture, it would appear that the television monitors aren't installed on the units yet, but we could see that they're obviously the same things, the same pieces of equipment that have been set up here with the blue
that's awesome.
Part sticking out from the main pillar. We can see that the rectangular parts that hold up the television monitors are perfect symmetrical rectangles.
I very crudely... I made this like the night before Nintendo's
why the
E3
heck
presentation
is there this huge chunk missing out of the right side of the
I
foremost
don't know
Wii
what
U
that
display
is, but
unit?
it's... I guess it's just the
Even
angle that the
stranger,
stand was at.
what
It just made me
appears to
think
be
it was an
behind the
anomaly
missing
in the
chunk
photo, and it
is
wasn't.
the red brick pattern on the lower part of the poster. There would be no reason, given that we know that these are even symmetrical rectangles. From the angle this picture's taken at, there should be no reason for anything behind the unit to be visible in the way that it is in this picture, and that suggests that the picture's been altered and that somehow part of the display unit has been lost or edited out of the picture due to some sloppy editing. Next, why do the background pillar walls display only
Pachinko.
Characters while the foreground wall displays a full-featured poster for a specific game? Moving forward, why do the background pillars have character art that only takes up the top half of the pillar, while the Mario Maker poster comes all the way down to the bottom with the brick pattern? This is a second detail that shows inconsistency between the background pillars and their character art and the foreground pillar with the Mario poster on it. When you have a single area that's set up with a theme, you'd want that theme to be consistent throughout that section of the booth. And once again, having 3 Smash Brothers characters on 3 adjacent pillars, then having a fourth one with a poster for Mario Maker, which is totally unrelated, breaks with that uniformity. Next, why is the Mario Maker text on the poster so plain and generic looking? It's a basic no-frills font, whereas the Super Mario logo is extremely recognized.
I have to explain myself there. I never played Mario Paint. I knew it existed. I never played Mario Paint. And the font they were using for Mario Maker before they renamed it Super Mario Maker was the same font that they used for Mario Paint. That's why it's using that weird generic looking font.
And Nintendo uses variants of it in every single game relating to the Mario franchise. Next, and obviously most damning of all, basic common sense. And how convenient is it that the supposed unannounced top-secret game captured in a spy photo from Nintendo's E3 booth just happens to be something completely generic that uses no unique artwork, screenshots, game footage, or logos? If Nintendo's E3 security
that's a
measures
very
are
good
this
point,
lax,
though.
why couldn't the leaker have grabbed a photo of the poster for Legend of Zelda Advent of Dawn, or Super Metroid Prime, or Ice Climbers Mountain Madness? But instead, we get this plain-looking poster using nothing but NES sprites and a stock image of a hand holding a stylus taken straight from previous Nintendo press kits. And this Mario Maker poster would be a half-hour job for anyone with the most basic Photoshop skills and access to a Super Mario Bros. Sprite sheet. The most obvious
Now,
conclusion
that last
to be
part,
made,
that is
given the
genuinely
available
true. You could have made
information
this
and what we can see
using
in the photo is
a
that
Super
this
Mario
Mario
Brothers
Maker League is
spreadsheet.
complete hoax.
Except
now,
for
what
like
about
the
the evidence I presented earlier in this very
which
video,
the edited spreadsheets
which very
probably
strongly
would have existed
indicated
if
that this
Paragoombas
photo was
in the
taken
SNES
at
style.
Nintendo's under construction E3 2014 booth? Well, as far as that's concerned, I stand by my findings. In fact, I'm extremely sure that the photo was secretly taken by a construction worker or other person with access to the LA Convention Center during the E3 setup process. You see, this is a real leaked photo. What's fake about it is that the Mario Maker poster, a poster which I hypothesize was created by the same person who took the photo in the first place, and then they released that photo to the internet to create a hoax. I mean, Nintendo's been attending E3 for like 18 years now. They know how to keep secrets. They're not going to erect giant posters and displays for top secret unannounced games in plain sight until it's as late as possible in the setup process, probably within the last 24 hours before the show floor opens to the press. And I know they are not going to erect those displays the better part of a week before E3 even begins.
Like nothing,
which is what this alleged
before this,
Mario Maker
nothing
leak
from
would have us
Nintendo
believe.
had ever leaked in this
What
manner
I think
before.
happened is this. Somebody, probably
So
a
this was
non-Nintendo
the
employee,
way this
but
leaked, the
someone
nature
with
of the
legitimate
game.
credentials to access
Like if
Nintendo's
this was
under
any
construction
other
E3
game,
booth,
I wouldn't have made this video. But
couldn't
because it just
resist the
happened to be a
opportunity to
poster
snap
that
an
was
unauthorized picture of
100%
the booth,
NES sprites that they
probably
could have
risking their
made in
job or at least
Photoshop,
expulsion from the
it
booth
was
for
the
confiscation
easiest
of their
possible thing
camera
to
in the
hoax of
process of
anything
doing
they
so.
could have gotten.
Now, after
So
taking a
weird.
risk like that, I know I would feel really unrewarded to have nothing to show for it but an unimpressive photo of a top secret area that shows no top secret gaming information at a time of the year when the gaming news and the gaming public are starving for news leading up to E3 itself. With computer access, it would have only taken an hour or so's worth of dirty work to turn that photo into the Mario Maker hoax image. And being what could be ascertained to be a photo taken of Nintendo's actual in-construction E3 booth, it only took the hoaxer to release the photo anonymously via email to a trusted Nintendo news site for the rumors to spread like wildfire. But all you have to do is look at the Mario Maker leaked image for less than 10 minutes to make the observations that I made in this video. It's a shame to see how many major gaming news sites without hesitation helped to spread this hoax,
this part hurts.
exhibiting no journalistic integrity whatsoever when just a basic examination of the severe problems with its credibility
Now,
leading to the...
Okay, I call out a number of sites that were covering this, assuming it was true. And it turned out it was true. That being said, the way a lot of these sources, like, gave no pause. They didn't even consider the possibility that this was a hoax. If this was, what was another 2014 announced game? If this was, imagine 2014, E3 2014, Splatoon was leaked at this, this was when Splatoon was announced. Imagine if it was a poster for Splatoon, and no one knew what it was. I wouldn't have made this video. It's the fact that it's a poster that's 100% assets from NES Sprite, an NES Sprite sheet, and the Wii U press kit that was already available to the public. Because it was that specifically, it leaked exactly in the way that a hoax would have leaked. If this was Splatoon, or Yarn Yoshi, or what it was called Yoshi's Epic Yarn, if it was any game other than this, it was 100% NES sprites that could have just been thrown together in Photoshop, because I had made similar hoaxes like this in the past. That's the thing. I think someone made like a fan-made sprite of Wario in the first Mario and Luigi game. I just went to Google Image, Mario and Luigi screenshot. I just took the fan-made sprite sheet, dropped Wario in there, and I made a small hoax on the Nintendo Insider forums. It was like, these things like are so easy to do. And so, like, when something like this happened, like, I knew exactly
that it's a
what
hoax,
it would have taken to make
which
that
is more than enough
particular
for me to
hoax.
definitively proclaim that Mario Maker is completely fake.
Excuse me.
and that there's
just the fact that they didn't, like, so many of the people covering this, like, Game Explain, they did like a 20-minute podcast talking about this. They didn't even consider the possibility that it was fake, and I think that was irresponsible. I still stand by that, but they were right, and they happen to be right. I happen to be wrong. So
no chance whatsoever that it will be revealed by Nintendo at E3 2014. Even if IGN and other sites framed their coverage of the image as a rumor and referred to it as an alleged leak, that precautionary language doesn't change the fact that those websites, those news sites, use this obviously shaky story as clickbait to generate traffic to their site for the purpose of stimulating ad revenue. Additionally, it's embarrassing to me personally to see cool content providers, people I like like Game Explain fall for this. Now, Game Explain went as far as to make a 20-minute video about it, in which they essentially discussed the Mario Maker at length as though it was a confirmed, newly announced title, basically showing zero skepticism and barely even discussing questionable proof of the existence of Mario Maker or its extreme likelihood as a hoax in a season where false news stories about top secret games, especially Nintendo games, are dime a dozen. And the reason I'm making this video is because I see a lot of people out in the wild on gaming boards and in social media assuming, believing that this is real, even when presented with evidence to the contrary. Now, having said all of that, I very well could be entirely wrong about this. And if that turns out to be the case, I promise that I will make a video admitting that I totally owned myself and made a fool of myself and wasted hours of my life proving that Mario Maker is a hoax, calling people out for believing in it, when I turned out to be the one that was wrong. But I'm not really worried about that, because worst case scenario in this for me is that I'm dead wrong, Mario Maker's real, and that in a few months I could be making and playing my very own Super Mario game levels, and maybe even trading them with friends, playing them on my actual official Nintendo device and not on some, fan-made app on the internet. And that prospect is pretty awesome, so we'll see how this turns out. That's it for now, and thanks for watching.
This face, I was using this end card. Alright. Let's go with... Alright. Just wait for it to load here. This, I made the evening... I made this video here the following evening.
I mean, this Mario Maker poster would be a half-hour job for anyone with the most basic Photoshop skills and access to a Super Mario Bros. Sprite sheet. The most obvious conclusion to be made, given the available information and what we could see in the photo, is that this Mario Maker leak is a complete hoax. This is a real leaked photo. What's fake about it is that the Mario Maker poster, a poster which I hypothesize was created by the same person who took the photo in the first place, and then they released that photo to the internet to create a hoax. Mario Maker is completely fake, and that there's no chance whatsoever that it will be revealed by Nintendo at E3 2014.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Oh man. Holy crap. Yeah, yeah, I was wrong. Thanks for watching. Oh gosh, I have to clean this up now. My dog. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we gotta see that 2 more times. 2 more times. 2 more times and then slow-mo.
Oh yeah.
Ugh. The worst part was how cold it was.
Oh man. Holy crap.
And that took a while to clean up too.
Yeah, yeah, I was wrong. Thanks for watching. Oh gosh, I have to clean this up now. My dog. Oh my gosh.
Alright. Okay. I like how I edit. I left in the sound of me getting up to clean it up. My dog was looking at me like, what are you doing? She was sitting in the room then. Alright, one more time. Now, one more time at normal speed, then we watch it again in slow-mo.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. Oh man. Holy crap.
Alright. Now, okay. Playback speed, 25% speed. Alright. I gotta blow this up a little more. Yeah, well, I did think I just out of instinct I closed my eyes. If I got egg in my eyes, like it would kind of, if it actually stung, it wouldn't make the video, you know, I wouldn't be able to get up and stop the camera and everything. Alright, here it comes. This is the first time I watched it in slow motion. You gotta see this in slow mo once more.
Oh man.
Okay, one more time in slow mo. And I gotta make it full screen again because we watch it one more thing. Then I'm calling the stream. All right. I look so serious too. That's the best part. How did I keep a straight face for this? I must have been. I think I was. If I remember correctly, I was fighting really hard to keep a straight face during this. Okay. Alright. Okay. That set to normal speed.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Ugh.
Alright. I'm just gonna reset.
Oh man.
Widescreen.
Holy crap.
Okay, that'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
There was
wrong.
a part 3 to this.
Thanks for
Go to my
watching.
channel, look up
Oh,
Mario
gosh, I
Maker
have to
Part
clean this
3 if
up
you want
now.
to see.
My
I
dog.
didn't mean a Part 3 where I actually properly responded to it. But okay, let's find. This is the last video of the night. Just about 10 more minutes. Save 10 more minutes over to myself and. Alright. Yeah, I forgot the part where I was using the giant STSH. Hold on. Hold on, where's interact?
Huge clickbaity title.
This is way too quiet. Hold on.
Design disaster. Okay.
Hold on.
And mind you, this is by I believe a crew of people that put this together. This is a major. I mean, they have.
Yeah. So this, I just put this up yesterday. I just edited and put this up yesterday. What this is the Yeah, you have to significantly increase the volume here. So this is the 10-minute condensed version, well, 9-minute, of me. Well, I mean, by the point, like, its potential to be a baby chicken sort of was already negated when the hen failed to find a interested rooster back at the hen house. So, all right. So this, I might have to turn this up really high. So this is, I did a 3-hour airship history lesson. Oh, by the way, I guess I could, this makes sense to put this here. I'm gonna post a link to. This is an abridged version, but it's like I cut out before and after. I think Mecha was here for this, but I just posted this yesterday because there is an unabridged version in the VOD archives on YouTube, but this was I edited like about a half hour out in terms of like awkward pauses while I was waiting for images to load, and I made some corrections in this version where I made some mistakes or misspoke about certain things. So that's the 3-hour full history lesson where I do the history of rigid airships and everything, and but this is just the part at the end where I spent about an hour breaking down a video, a very badly researched video that Cheddar made. And the Cheddar's video is called Why the Airship Was a Design Disaster. So my video I called Why Cheddar's Airship Video Was a Research Disaster. So we're just going to watch this real quick. Some fond memories for Mecha. This is as loud as I can get it. I just don't know if it's still too quiet. We have huge clickbaity title, clickbaity thumbnail, design. So you might have to actually turn up the volume on your PC a bit, because the volume on here is a little excessively quiet. I believe a crew of people that put this together. This is a major. I mean, they have a little check mark next to them on YouTube. So this is a major. This has more than. I'm not going to say a whole lot here because I basically say it all myself. So I'm just that's watching. Why I took it. I'm just basically playing this for y'all. Mistakes that they made here.
The airship is rooted in the pop. By the time he saw Schwartz's balloon lift off in Berlin, the Count had already sketched up his version of the airship, and the next year it was under construction.
That is not the construction of the LZ-1. That is potentially the construction of. If it is an American airship, it only could be what I have a photograph of here, the USS Shenandoah. That is definitely not the construction of the LZ-1. So we're already sort of abusing B-roll in misleading ways. Like, yeah, for illustrative purposes, but you're talking about the first construction of the first Zeppelin airship, and they're showing unrelated footage.
His first airship, the LZ-1.
Yeah, this is getting a little meta. It probably is time to turn in after this video's over. They're showing footage of the Graf Zeppelin while talking about the LZ-1. So they're using footage of the Graf Zeppelin to depict and implying that it's the LZ-1. So that's just really not very good practice. The lower ship is the Graf Zeppelin. The upper ship is the LZ-1. Discussing the Ford Model T and using a picture of a Ford Mustang.
A safety net of
not the LZ. Once again, not the LZ-1.
Right. The LZ-1 took its maiden flight on July 2nd, 1900.
Yes,
the flight lasted about
this is not LZ-1.
Covered about 3.5
That's the Graf Zeppelin, not the LZ-1.
By the end of the war, Zeppelins like the R-Class were over 600 feet long.
Okay, that is not an R-Class Zeppelin. That is an R-33 class Zeppelin. And, excuse me, and to be more precise, it is not a Zeppelin. It is a British rigid airship. And this says, like, airships like the R-Class. There was an R-Class of German Zeppelins built during World War I. I guess whoever sourced the photos just found these photos of these ships that say R on them. Like, as all the British airships were given an R, designation. So R-33, R-34, R-100, R-101. And so they just used that. I don't know if they knew their mistake or if they cared, but so the R class has nothing to do with what they're showing here. The R class are a specific set of German Zeppelins built during World War I. They have nothing to do with the R-34, 35, and so forth designations of the British rigid airships.
But throughout this period of success, airships were also showing their flaws. On September 9th, 1913, a German Zeppelin traveling above the North...
I just did something silly, so excuse me. Okay. I just wanted to do something silly. That is... And they show the R-100. Okay. And the funny thing is, they could have very easily, just looking up on Wikipedia, find public domain period illustrations of the craft that they're talking about here. Of the actual crash they're talking about. But here's the ridiculous thing. The crash they're referring to, they're talking about, is the crash of the LZ-14, which crashed in 1913. But the picture that they are going to show is a picture of a different crash.
The airship split in two and...
So this is the crash of the L-19, which was LZ-54, which is manufactured.
Hey, Barface.
The Navy, the German Armed Forces.
I'm just being silly. Excuse me. We're
about
to end the stream at this point.
So they're talking about a crash
we're watching a cut down version of a stream I did last month. You missed me smacking myself in the face in slow motion with a raw chicken egg multiple times. So that's the.
Carry almost 5 million cubic feet of hydrogen. 10 Maybach engines powered 5.
So excuse me, Barf might know what's going on. I was just being silly for a moment. So excuse me.
Except for 56 crew. Every single one of those stats.
This is the best part.
Was completely
This is the best part right here. You gotta
incorrect.
replay this. You gotta replay this.
Engines powered 5 separate engine cars. It could carry 56 crew.
Okay. Except for 56 crew, every single one of those stats was completely incorrect. They got all those numbers wrong, and that's very embarrassing. 778 feet, it was actually 803 feet. 10 Maybach engines, actually 4.
You got everything wrong. That is so bad.
Power cars,
And
actually
this
4 power
YouTube.
cars.
This isn't just a YouTube
Gas
channel. I
guzzlers,
just
they
found out
say
they're an
nearly
actual
5 million.
television
It was
channel.
actually,
Apparently,
over
they actually
7
are
million,
on like
feet
carried
of
on TV. So they have the resources of an
every
actual
single one of
television
those
network,
stats
and
was
they got
completely
all those
wrong.
stats wrong.
My thought was, why are all those numbers so wrong? Did they just go to Wikipedia? The numbers, the stats they had listed on Wikipedia for the Hindenburg were correct. So, and I really just let go of it. Okay, they just got all those numbers wrong, whatever. So then I started just reading the Wikipedia article for the Hindenburg. The first major section is describing the design history of what led to the design of the Hindenburg. So let's read this here. The Zeppelin Company had proposed LZ-128 in 1929, after the world flight of the LZ-127 Graf Zeppelin. This ship was to be approximately 778 feet long and carry nearly 5 million cubic feet of hydrogen. 10 Maybach engines were to power 5 tandem engine cars, though a plan from 1930 only showed 4. The disaster of the British airship R-101 prompted the Zeppelin Company to reconsider the use of hydrogen, therefore scrapping the LZ-128 in favor of building a new airship designed for helium, the LZ-129. And look at that. Look at the numbers that Cheddar lists as the stats for the Hindenburg.
I feel
stats
so
for
good
the
that I caught them on this.
LZ-128 instead of the actual LZ-129. So what that means is that whoever was doing the research for this just jumped, and I never, it's hard to nail someone so specifically for misusing Wikipedia, and they just copied and pasted those numbers, assuming that they were the stats for the LZ-129 Hindenburg, and they did not actually look at what they were copying. They had correct information, but they were not looking at what they were copying, because they were copying the stats for an unbuilt airship that preceded the design that was planned, and then they canceled the LZ-128 and built the Hindenburg LZ-129 instead. So we just caught them flat out just going on Wikipedia, just scrolling down, seeing the first description, the first stats they see, and just copying those down. So that is probably the most egregious of the errors that were made. They used the stats from a ship that was never actually built, and assuming that those were the stats for the Hindenburg. And I scrolled through all the comments. None of the comments I saw called out them using the stats of the unbuilt LZ-128, which had only been the furthest they got along. They built the blueprints, and they were doing their actually photos that exist.
They built the blueprints. It's not like they drew the blueprints, but
the unbuilt LZ-128, but they canceled it and built LZ-129, which was then named Hindenburg. So we have stats. They're using stats for an airship that was never even built. because of them copying and pasting from Wikipedia, not paying attention to what they were actually copying.
Between Germany and the United States that year.
So you already know about my Twitch page. My Twitter is STSH if you're interested. So, wow, I didn't put the stream number down, and I forgot to. All right, I just forgot to get this ready. Let's get some music up. But all you need to know about my next stream. It's embarrassing when I actually am live and I realize I forgot to fill out the next the info card for the next stream. It's gonna be on. Let's all look for this. Where is it? Yeah, it's gonna be next Tuesday. So the streak of Wednesday streams is ending. It's gonna be on the 13th at 12, and we're gonna be getting back to Paper Mario. Oh wait, no. There, I have to put raid. I keep using exclamation mark raid instead of slash raid like I'm supposed to, because I'm apparently still no good at this. But I'm gonna send you off to Kyle. He's playing Tony Hawk's Underground 2. So thanks for joining me on this 10.5-hour long stream. If I ever do anything even half this much, it'll be a very long time from now. But thanks for joining me, and I'll see you next time. This is more successful than I would have dared imagine. So thanks for joining me. See you next time.